Introduction asterisk. Set on the continent of Westeros, reminiscent of the island of Great Britain, the tale commences with King Robert Baratheon journeying to the north to visit his dear friend, Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell and the Warden of the North. Gradually, this narrative unveils the intricate tapestry of this realm. The naive king, the steadfast hand, the scheming ministers, and the powerful lords each harbor their own agendas, maintaining the facade of peace by a fragile thread. Yet, when that thread snaps, the nation plunges once more into chaos. Even more chilling is the return of ancient legends and long-extinct creatures to this land. Chapter 1. The Emperor entrusts a weighty task to the Lord of Winterfell. Beneath the imposing wall of the Night's Watch, the biting wind slices through the air like a myriad of sharp blades, imparting a chilling cold. In the shadowy depths of the darkened woods, several stalwart Night's Watchmen, clad in heavy armor and with resolute gazes, navigate silently as they carry out their sacred and perilous patrols. Their breaths crystallize into white mist against the frigid air, each step taken upon the precipice of unknown terrors. Fate seems unwilling to grant these brave guardians respite. At the darkest hour of night, the fabled White Walkers descend, gliding like specters through the trees, harbingers of terror that dwell beyond the wall. Their eyes gleam with an eerie green light as they stealthily approach the Night's Watchmen, seemingly intent on engulfing all life in an abyss of darkness. In the face of this sudden peril, one Night's Watchman displays extraordinary courage and acumen. Familiar with the forest and endowed with remarkable reflexes, he discovers a glimmer of hope amidst the encircling phantoms. He navigates the trees with the agility of a cheetah, each turn and leap precisely evading the lethal strikes of the White Walkers. Ultimately, he escapes the treacherous thicket, distancing himself from the wall's ominous shadow, and returns to the warmth and safety of Winterfell. However, what awaits him is not the triumphant celebration he envisioned, but the cold, grave gaze of Lord Eddard Stark. Eddard, the unyielding guardian, fully comprehends the Night's Watchman's duty and the dire consequences of shirking responsibility. Ascending the hill, he stands before the deserter escorted by soldiers, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Yet he knows he must fulfill his duty to uphold the integrity of the wall and the peace of the realm. Thus, in the astonished eyes of his sons, he unhesitatingly raises his sword and swiftly ends the life of the Night's Watchman. This act serves not only as punishment for the deserter, but also as a reaffirmation of his unwavering oath to defend the wall. Eddard's domestic life intertwines tension and affection. His youngest son, Bran, a curious child, delights in leaving his mark in every corner of the castle. He especially enjoys climbing heights, as if endless secrets and surprises await his exploration. However, this innocence causes concern for Eddard's wife, Catelyn, who, well aware of the dangers, gently cautions Bran to be safe and avoid risks. Yet Bran seems oblivious to his mother's warnings, eagerly challenging every elevation. This blend of naivete and bravery evokes both pride and anxiety in Eddard. When King Robert arrives at Winterfell, the entire castle is enveloped in a solemn atmosphere. Eddard understands the significance of this esteemed visitor. Thus, he leads his family and trusted followers to line up at the castle gates to welcome Robert, expressing the utmost respect and hospitality. Upon dismounting, Robert surveys Eddard's changes with surprise, jokingly noting his slight weight gain. Eddard responds with his customary humility and respect to Robert's jest. Robert then praises Eddard's children, his words imbued with hope and affection for the next generation. In that moment, warmth and harmony seem to dispel the tension and worries of the day. Eddard's daughter, Sansa, a pure and radiant maiden, blossoms in her youth, harboring an ineffable affection for Robert's son, Joffrey. Their encounter resembles twin blossoms in spring, both beautiful and vibrant. Joffrey, the golden-haired youth, shines like brilliant sunlight, his every smile and gesture exuding an irresistible charm that naturally captivates Sansa. Each time he appears within her sight, her heart races as if the entire world comes to a standstill. Sansa, graceful and gentle, radiates like a blooming lily among the crowd, exuding a delicate fragrance. Every movement and glance of hers reveals a unique allure, drawing Joffrey's attention repeatedly. A subtle chemistry seems to exist between them, their gazes intertwining as though they wish to convey unspoken sentiments. Far away on a distant isle lies a starkly different entanglement of fates. Once a land of majestic royalty, it now faces gradual decline. Viserys, the exiled prince, is consumed by the fervent desire to reclaim his lost glory. In this quest for restoration, his sister Daenerys finds herself tragically cast into a role of mere utility. Viserys regards her as a pivotal pawn in his grand scheme, hoping to leverage her power to fulfill his ambitions. The Dothraki, renowned for their martial prowess, appear to Viserys as a beacon of hope. He resolves to betroth his sister Daenerys to the mightiest warrior of the Dothraki, Khal Drogo, a fearless champion undefeated in battle and the very soul of his tribe. Viserys believes that this union will fortify his path to reclaiming his rightful throne. Yet, what sacrifices and constraints lie hidden behind this marriage? Is Daenerys willing to become a pawn in this political transaction? Does Khal Drogo genuinely embrace this union? More importantly, will this alliance truly aid Viserys in achieving his dream of restoration? All these questions cloak the situation in a fog of uncertainty, the truth veiled until time reveals its secrets. Khal Drogo, the valiant Lord of the Steppes, guides Viserys and Daenerys on their journey back, leading them deep into the heart of the Dothraki territory. The tribesmen, bound by blood and sustained by flesh, exhibit a fervor as scorching as the sun. Following a grand welcoming ceremony, Drogo generously bestows upon Daenerys 3 precious dragon eggs, symbols of power and hope, and gives her a pristine steed, signifying her destined role as his pure goddess. Viserys beams with barely concealed joy, softly instructing Daenerys to serve this great leader wholeheartedly to earn his favor and respect. Subsequently, Drogo and Daenerys stroll to the seaside, where the gentle sea breeze caresses them and the waves crash upon the shore. He leads her onto a rocky outcrop, where, amidst the expanse of sky and sea, they forget the tumult of the world, sharing only the purest exchange of emotions. Khal Drogo tenderly removes her outer garments, and in this untainted sanctuary, they bask in the warmth and solace they offer one another. Meanwhile, on another land, King Robert's visit to Winterfell instills in Eddard Stark both surprise and a profound sense of responsibility. The loyal guardian of the North solemnly pledges his unwavering allegiance to Robert, vowing to safeguard the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. In a secluded corner of Winterfell, the young Bran, driven by insatiable curiosity, stealthily ascended a towering structure. To his horror, he inadvertently witnessed a shocking scene. Ser Jaime Lannister, the valiant knight, engaged in a clandestine act with his twin sister Cersei. A wave of confusion and dread washed over Bran as he attempted to flee this unsettling place, only to be discovered by Jaime. In a bid to conceal this scandal, Jaime made a ruthless decision, casting Bran from the heights, burying the secret alongside the boys, suffering in silence. Chapter 2. Catelyn's near assassination. At that moment, Bran's fate seemed to be swallowed by darkness, as if he were a fallen leaf ruthlessly cast from a great height by Jaime's callous hand, plummeting into an endless abyss. His world transformed into a realm of silence and gloom, consciousness engulfed by an overwhelming void, the flicker of life dimming perilously close to extinction. Catelyn, renowned for her resilience, faced this sudden blow not with avoidance or despair, but with unwavering resolve. Standing steadfastly by Bran's side as his most formidable support, day and night, she vigilantly kept watch at Bran's bedside, her eyes, filled with maternal love and anxiety, fixated on his lifeless visage, her heart heavy with profound worry for her son's safety and boundless sorrow. With tender hands, she wiped the sweat from his brow and covered him with warm blankets. Each delicate gesture revealed her deep affection and reluctance to part with him. In this sorrowful hour, Cersei entered the room, her expression marred by a facade of insincere smiles, akin to the icy winds of winter, cutting through the warmth of the moment. She feigned sympathy towards the grieving Catelyn, employing her silver tongue to mask the malevolence and treachery lurking within her heart. Yet Catelyn remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the intricate and unspeakable connections between Cersei and Bran's grievous injuries. Her mind was solely occupied with concern and prayers for Bran's swift recovery, yearning for the return of his vitality and laughter. Meanwhile, across Winterfell, Jon Snow harbored a dream starkly different from those around him. He yearned to become a member of the Night's Watch, to don the black armor and stand upon the distant and enigmatic wall, safeguarding the land's peace and tranquility. As news of Ned's impending departure from Winterfell reached him, emotions swirled within Jon, an amalgamation of sorrow and anxiety for Ned's journey, intertwined with exhilaration and anticipation for his own forthcoming path. Being Ned's illegitimate son, He had long been consumed by curiosity and longing regarding his true lineage. Questions weighed heavily upon his heart. Who was his biological mother, and where was she now? These inquiries loomed like boulders, leaving him restless. Understanding Jon's yearning and anguish, Ned made a solemn promise before his departure. He assured Jon that upon his return, he would unveil the mystery of his parentage, freeing him from the burden of worry and turmoil. This vow illuminated Jon's heart like a ray of warm sunlight, instilling within him an unprecedented sense of hope and strength. With dreams of uncovering his heritage and a longing for the responsibilities of the Night's Watch, Jon resolutely bid farewell to Ned, embarking on the journey to the Wall. He recognized the arduous challenges that lay ahead, yet he remained undaunted. For he knew that only atop the Wall could he discover his true self, fulfill his aspirations, and attain the glory and dreams that belonged solely to him. There, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with like-minded brothers, united against the threats emerging from the north, safeguarding the peace and serenity of the realm. Although he would forsake the joys of familial life, he believed his choice was just, for it resonated with the truest desires of his heart. Ned, without hesitation, followed in Robert's footsteps, resolutely stepping forth from the snow-laden Winterfell, his figure gradually disappearing into the swirling flurries. Catelyn was left alone within the cold castle, her heart seemingly pierced by the biting winds, leaving behind a hollow solitude and unease. Each heavy step felt like a weight upon her heart as she slowly approached Bran's serene chamber. Inside, silence reigned supreme. Only Bran lay there, ensconced in a deep, unresponsive slumber, his countenance pale as parchment, seemingly devoured by the unrelenting darkness, isolated from the world. Catelyn's heart was struck with a force akin to a hammer, rendering her breathless. Yet, amidst this stillness, an elderly man stealthily infiltrated the room like a specter, his eyes glimmering with an inscrutable malice, revealing a deep-seated hostility towards Catelyn. Though taken aback, Catelyn did not succumb to panic. Instead, she swiftly gathered her composure and engaged in a fierce struggle against this unexpected threat. However, the elderly man proved to possess formidable skills, and despite her utmost effort, Catelyn found herself at a disadvantage. After a fierce confrontation, she ultimately fell, blood gushing from her wounds, staining her garments, the essence of life seemingly waning with each passing moment. In this critical juncture, the direwolf that had vigilantly guarded Bran sensed its mother's peril. Its once calm gaze transformed into a fierce and piercing intensity. It sprang from the bed like a bolt of dark lightning, lunging at the elderly man. Taken by surprise, the man attempted to resist, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as he was tackled to the ground by the wolf. The creature's claws and fangs, akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly tore into his flesh, and in an instant he lay lifeless amidst a pool of blood, succumbing to the wolf's wrath. Catelyn, witnessing this scene, was engulfed in shock and bewilderment. She could not comprehend why this elderly man sought her life without provocation, nor could she fathom the intricate machinations concealed behind these events. She realized that Bran's fall was no mere accident. A more complex truth awaited her discovery. To unravel this mystery and seek justice for her son, Catelyn steeled herself against her pain and resolutely rose. She resolved to investigate the scene of the incident in search of any suspicious clues, determined to uncover the truth, regardless of the obstacles that lay ahead. On the opposite end of the castle, Joffrey and Sansa strolled along the riverbank, savoring the rare tranquility of the moment. They conversed and laughed, as if the world contained only the two of them. Yet this harmony was short-lived, shattered by a quarrel between Arya and her companions. Their trivial dispute escalated the atmosphere into one of tension. In that moment, Arya's direwolf, agitated, lunged forward and inadvertently bit Joffrey. The occurrence cast a shocking shadow over the peaceful day, plunging everyone into bewilderment and chaos. In the aftermath of the incident, Joffrey erupted in fury, akin to a volcano, confronting his parents to voice his grievances and resentment. Each word sliced through the air like a sharp blade, severing the familial harmony. His anger stemmed not only from the incident itself, but also from his sense of helplessness and isolation amid the intricate power struggles surrounding him. Meanwhile, Arya had placed her hopes upon her sister Sansa, wishing for her to bravely stand for the truth. However, Sansa's silence and deceit pierced Arya's heart like an icy sword, leaving her bewildered. She could not fathom why her sister would forsake the pursuit of justice for personal gain, aligning herself with malevolent forces. This disappointment and chill enveloped Arya, plunging her into an unprecedented state of loneliness and despair. In the distant east, Daenerys is undergoing a profound transformation of the spirit. Under the tender guidance of her astute handmaiden, she gradually unveils the enigmatic veil of love, mastering delicate techniques that enchant the hearts of men. When Drogo Ko steps into the tent, an unprecedented wave of courage and determination surges within Daenerys. No longer content to passively accept the whims of fate, she resolves to take the initiative in pursuit of her own happiness. Thus, she makes an extraordinary request of Drogo Ko, yearning to ride upon his formidable physique. This request surprises and intrigues him, yet he is swiftly moved by Daenerys' bravery and resolve, readily granting her wish. In the ensuing moments, Daenerys employs her newly acquired skills of intimacy, delighting the chieftain of the plains with unparalleled tenderness and wisdom. The tent becomes suffused with an unprecedented warmth and joy, as if even the air itself has taken on a sweetness. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Ned is engulfed by a heavy gloom akin to a sky laden with storm clouds. He steps beneath the eaves, burdened with a weight of sorrow, seeking the direwolf, deemed the perpetrator of Joffrey's harm. The direwolf sits quietly upon the ground, devoid of hostility and resistance, as if it has foreseen its own fate. Ned takes a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult within his heart. However, as he slowly draws forth his sharp dagger from his waist, his hand trembles uncontrollably. He closes his eyes, steeling himself to end the life of the direwolf. Yet, in that tragic moment, a miraculous occurrence unfolds. Bran, who has been in a deep coma, suddenly opens his eyes wide. A glimmer of renewed understanding of the world shines within them, as if he has been pulled back from the brink of death. This scene fills Ned with profound shock and joy, and he realizes that perhaps this is fate's design, allowing him to glimpse the dawn of hope amidst despair. Chapter 3. Jon Snow arrives at the wall. Ned, the weathered lord, finally stepped into the grand palace of King's Landing, his presence seemingly infusing the seat of power with a refreshing vitality. Within the opulent hall of the royal palace, Jaime, with his characteristic warmth and exuberance, personally welcomed Ned, their camaraderie and understanding beautifully manifested in the resplendent surroundings. Shortly thereafter, Ned's beloved wife, Catelyn, arrived in the bustling capital. Weary from her journey and filled with longing for her husband, she traversed the clamorous streets and, through the careful arrangements of Peter Baelish, reunited with Ned in a tranquil corner of the city. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. All the noise and busyness melted away in the warmth of their deep affection, adding a rare touch of tenderness to this realm of power. Deep within the palace, an unexpected incident shattered the tranquility. Prince Joffrey, the young and arrogant heir, suffered a bite to his wrist from a direwolf while playing. This news swiftly reverberated throughout the palace, causing a great uproar. Queen Cersei, usually imperious and aloof, revealed her maternal brilliance in that moment, rushing to her son's side. Personally changing his bandages and tending to him with unwavering care, her eyes brimming with endless love and concern. Under the gentle nurturing of his mother, Joffrey gradually regained his composure. Yet, within him surged a powerful infatuation for Sansa Stark. To Joffrey, Sansa stood as a radiant blossom in the spring, her beauty unparalleled, igniting within him an unprecedented sense of longing and desire. Eager to share his life with Sansa, this innocent affection took root and flourished in his heart. While Cersei expressed her support for her son's choice, a shadow of deep concern flickered in her gaze. As a politically astute woman, she understood the harsh and complex nature of court intrigue. With earnestness, she cautioned Joffrey to remain vigilant of the potential threats and undercurrents lurking behind Sansa's family, urging him to maintain a clear mind even in the pursuit of love. Her words embodied both a mother-esque care and the wisdom of a woman navigating the treacherous waters of court politics. Far away at the wall, Jon Snow and his comrades were immersed in a fierce display of martial prowess. With remarkable talent and relentless effort, Jon excelled in the competition, effortlessly defeating all challengers and earning the respect and admiration of his peers. However, the joy of victory was short-lived. Upon returning to his quarters, Jon faced ostracism and bullying from his companions. These sudden adversities left him feeling isolated, as if the entire world had turned against him. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Tyrion Lannister appeared, bringing hope and strength. With his unique wisdom and courage, Tyrion helped Jon navigate the crisis, enabling him to reclaim his confidence and bravery. The profound friendship and trust shared between them blossomed at that moment, becoming an unwavering pillar in each other's lives. Daenerys, a courageous and independent woman, rode her magnificent steed closely following the towering figure of Drogo. Together, they led an extensive and orderly procession into a lush, vibrant woodland. Within the embrace of nature, Daenerys seemed to discover a fleeting moment of tranquility and freedom. She gracefully dismounted and ventured into the depths of the forest to explore its hidden mysteries. However, this serenity was short-lived. An unexpected intruder, Viserys, stealthily emerged amidst the trees. His eyes glinting with dissatisfaction and fury directed towards Daenerys, as if he sought to consume her. In Viserys' eyes, Daenerys was merely a pawn in his distant aspirations for restoration. He aimed to exploit her influence to rally Drogo's formidable tribe in pursuit of his nearly unattainable dreams. Yet, Daenerys refused to comply with his wishes, unwilling to become a tool for anyone, nor to see innocent tribes embroiled in endless wars because of her. Her defiance infuriated Viserys, driving him to madness as he sought to impart a severe lesson to her. At this critical juncture, Jorah and several loyal Dothraki arrived just in time. They swiftly and decisively restrained the out-of-control Viserys, preventing an unnecessary confrontation. Their timely intervention not only safeguarded Daenerys' safety, but also fortified her convictions and resolve. Meanwhile, Jaime and his sister Cersei whispered in hushed tones under the cover of night, discussing the startling news of Bran's awakening. This revelation struck them like a bolt from the blue, for they understood that once Bran unveiled the truth to their family and the entire kingdom, it would inevitably incite a bloody war against King's Landing. In the face of such peril and crisis, Jaime exhibited unwavering determination. He was prepared to confront the Stark family, vowing to protect his family's honor and status from encroachment. As night descended and the cold winds howled, Tyrion stood alone atop the castle walls, his actions appearing somewhat uncouth, even absurd, as he relieved himself in such a manner. At that moment, Jon Snow quietly approached his side, his expression reflecting a mix of helplessness and amusement at Tyrion's antics. He recognized that Tyrion was about to depart from the wall they had jointly defended, venturing into the unknown. The impending farewell filled Jon with a sense of reluctance and nostalgia. He silently bid Tyrion farewell, quietly praying for the day they would reunite. In that instant, their friendship and understanding transcended the boundaries of time, becoming an everlasting memory. In the dim light of the night, Daenerys, with child, bore a gently rounded belly, akin to land nurturing hope. As the night descended, adorned with twinkling stars, the imposing figure of Drogo approached quietly, gently enfolding Daenerys in his broad embrace. The two, bare before one another, felt the warmth of each other's skin and the rhythm of their heartbeats. Upon the soft bed, they ventured into a tranquil dream, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. In this serene night, Daenerys and Drogo whispered sweet nothings, their voices floating like a gentle breeze over a lake, creating ripples of intimacy. Their conversation naturally drifted to the gender of the child she carried, both filled with eager anticipation, pondering whether it would be a boy or a girl. In their eyes sparkled boundless hopes and dreams for the future, as if they could already envision their child taking its first wobbly steps and uttering its first words. This love shone like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating their hearts. In a distant and unfamiliar land, Ned was consumed with concern for Arya's growth and self-preservation. He understood that in a world fraught with peril and challenges, only formidable strength could shield her from harm. Thus, he sought out the master swordsman, Syrio. Upon their first meeting, Arya was filled with curiosity and reverence for this enigmatic instructor. Syrio introduced himself with extraordinary skill, his agile form and fierce swordplay instantly capturing Arya's attention. Under Syrio's meticulous guidance, Arya embarked on her journey to master the art of swordsmanship. Initially, she found herself perplexed and frustrated by the seemingly peculiar, yet remarkably precise techniques. The wooden sword struck her body mercilessly, leaving bruises and pain in its wake. However, it was through these seemingly harsh lessons that Arya gradually began to grasp the essence of fencing. She learned to observe, anticipate, and react, steadily mastering the rhythm and power of the sword. As time passed, Arya's skills flourished under Syrio's patient tutelage, and their sparring grew increasingly intense. Their figures darted beneath the eaves like lightning, the glimmer of their swords resembling meteors slicing through the night sky. Each clash was filled with tension and exhilaration, a spectacle that captivated the senses. Meanwhile, Ned stood quietly to the side, his gaze brimming with pride and satisfaction at his daughter's growth. He witnessed Arya transform from a delicate girl into a formidable and courageous warrior, each of her advancements filling him with immeasurable pride. Chapter 4. Jon and Sam become friends. Bran slowly emerged from the endless darkness, his eyes, having endured a lengthy silence, finally reigniting with a brilliant spark of life. This light not only illuminated his own world, but seemed to breathe vitality and hope into everything around him. Concurrently, Tyrion Lannister, renowned for his wisdom and cunning, embarked on a journey to Winterfell. His heart was filled with anticipation and resolve, as if what lay ahead was not merely a journey, but a symphony of fate about to unfold. As a distinguished guest, Tyrion was met with unprecedented hospitality at Winterfell. However, his visit was not solely for the sake of basking in glory and respect, but rather to pursue a more profound plan. Under his meticulous orchestration, the loyal Hodder was summoned to Bran's sickbed. Hodder's sturdy arms, akin to a bridge forged of steel, gently liberated Bran from the confines of his bed, cradling him tenderly. In that moment, every gesture of Hodder was imbued with boundless care and warmth, as if he were silently conveying to Bran that, regardless of the world's indifference, a sanctuary of warmth awaited him. As Hodder advanced with steady steps, Bran was guided before Tyrion. Their gazes met, reminiscent of two celestial bodies in the night sky discovering their destined paths. Tyrion, with deliberate grace, retrieved an exquisite drawing of a steed from his sleeve and slowly extended it to Bran. The image depicted a galloping horse, unfettered and wild, as if it were whispering to Bran of a power and courage that transcends the confines of the physical body. Bran lowered his gaze to the illustration, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. The disability of his legs felt like a heavy shackle, rendering his dreams of walking seem utterly unattainable. Yet, Tyrion's words wafted through his heart like a gentle spring breeze. Bran, perhaps you cannot run freely upon the ground, but through horseback riding, you can still traverse the vast expanses of the world. Your spirit is freer than any steed, and your will is more resilient than any mountain. Bran's elder brother stood nearby, witnessing this exchange. A twinge of doubt stirred within him regarding Tyrion's unexpected benevolence. In a realm where power and self-interest intertwine, altruism often appears a distant concept. Yet, Tyrion embodied the essence of genuine kindness and generosity through his actions. He elucidated, "My willingness to assist Bran is not born of any ulterior motive, but rather from my own experiences of marginalization and helplessness. I am acutely aware of the torment of being encircled by strange gazes and bound by prejudice. Thus, when I witnessed Bran's despair following his fall, I saw a reflection of my own struggles. This empathy compelled me to act. I aspire to ignite a beacon of hope for Bran, to let him know that there are still those who care for and support him in this world." Tyrion's words flowed like a crystalline spring, cleansing the doubts and anxieties harbored by Bran's brother. He began to reconsider this seemingly cunning yet inherently kind sage. In that moment, he glimpsed the most beautiful facet of humanity, the capacity to extend a helping hand and offer solace in the face of another's misfortune. Such a force, though modest, possesses the power to warm hearts and illuminate darkness. At that instant, Bran felt an unprecedented surge of strength and courage. He understood that although he could no longer walk as an ordinary person might, his spirit and resolve were stronger than anyone else's. He believed he could overcome any obstacle to fulfill his aspirations. Beneath the towering wall of ice, snowflakes often fell unceremoniously, draping the land in a veil of pristine white. Jon Snow, the young Night's Watchman, practiced his martial skills daily alongside his comrades upon this cold yet majestic terrain, their sweat and laughter intertwining to form melodious harmonies, becoming the fabric of their shared memories. Occasionally, sunlight pierces through the dense layers of clouds, cascading onto the wooden table that Sam, the earnest Night Watchman, is diligently cleaning. The golden rays intertwine with the dust particles in the air, crafting a serene and harmonious ambience. In this land brimming with challenges and solitude, Sam quietly steps into Jon Snow's world. With his unpretentious demeanor and shared interests akin to Jon's, Sam swiftly dismantles the barriers between them, and they become confidants, sharing the minutiae of life, from the majestic vistas of the Great Wall to the arduous daily routines of the Night Watchman. Each topic resonates with their heartfelt emotions. One day, sunlight gently filters through the narrow window, casting a warm glow upon the two engrossed individuals. A hint of curiosity and concern flickers in Sam's gaze as he softly inquires about the seemingly secretive lineage of Jon Snow. At that moment, Jon's eyes deepen with complexity, and after a reflective pause, he finally unveils his heart. He reveals that he is the unacknowledged bastard of a noble lord from Winterfell, a revelation that weighs heavily upon him like a stone, instilling a feeling of inferiority in his presence among others. This innate sense of inadequacy pierces through him like the bitter chill of a winter wind, often leaving him feeling isolated and helpless. It is this burdensome identity that ignited Jon's desire to become a night watchman. He yearns to discover a tranquil haven away from the tumult of power struggles, to carve out a space of peace for himself in this distant land. He hopes that through his efforts and contributions, he can find solace and freedom while serving this realm. Just then, an experienced night watchman enters the room, interrupting their conversation. His gaze is profound and piercing, as if he can perceive the secrets of the heart. He takes a seat opposite them and begins recounting a tale from a decade past, a story imbued with courage and sacrifice, rich in legend. Once, a team of night watchmen was dispatched from the wall to undertake a formidable mission. They faced an unprecedented winter, with biting winds that sliced through their skin like sharp blades. In such extreme conditions, they not only contended with nature's trials, but also remained vigilant against enemy incursions. Yet, it was these adversities that forged their will and valor, transforming them into true heroes. This narrative not only deepens Jon's understanding of the night watchman's responsibilities, but also fortifies his resolve. He realizes that what he has experienced pales in comparison to the genuine trials faced by those who came before him. He comprehends that, regardless of the unknowns and challenges that lie ahead, he will stand shoulder to shoulder with his brothers in arms to safeguard this land. Seeking his own measure of honor and freedom, beneath the wall, they will together pen the saga of the night watchman. Arya, the lithe young woman, performs a silent dance in the deserted corridor. Balancing on one leg, she stands firmly, as if united with the earth in an inseparable alliance. With her arms outstretched like a bird poised for flight, she seeks the boundaries of freedom within this confined space. Her gaze emanates an indomitable spirit, a testament to her struggle against fate and her transcendence of self. Throughout this protracted practice, her body has become both supple and strong, seemingly capable of withstanding all the tempests of the world. This tranquility and focus were abruptly shattered by the arrival of Ned. He approached Arya's side with a gentle yet weighty tone, discussing traditional topics of childbearing and familial responsibilities. Each word fell upon Arya's heart like a stone, heavy and burdensome. She furrowed her brow, a flicker of distaste crossing her eyes. What she yearned for was not this conventional, regimented way of living, but the freedom to soar through the skies like a bird, exploring the vast and uncharted world. In her heart, there existed something far more significant than familial obligations, a relentless pursuit of freedom and a thirst for adventure. Meanwhile, in another realm, the jousting tournament hosted by King Robert was in full swing. The stands were a cacophony of voices, cheers, and shouts, enveloping the arena in a fervent atmosphere. Sansa sat among the crowd, her gaze riveted on the fierce competition unfolding before her. Her heartbeat quickened with each clash of swords, as if she herself were partaking in this exhilarating battle. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at her side, a little finger, wearing a mysterious smile that seemed to reveal the secrets of the world. He began to recount a little-known tale about the tragic experiences of the Hound, a knight whose name was forever associated with darkness and terror. Years prior, a tragedy had shattered his world. He endured brutal abuse at the hands of his elder brother, leaving his face severely scarred by cruel flames. That scar, like a twisted serpent, coiled around his visage, not only marring his appearance, but also etching an indelible wound upon his soul. From that moment on, he became taciturn and reclusive, as if the entire world had turned against him. Yet, despite this, he never relinquished his pursuit of justice or his love for life, silently safeguarding the land and its people in his own way. In a secluded corner of a bustling inn, Tyrion unexpectedly faced Catelyn's scrutiny. Her eyes brimmed with determination and resolve as she relentlessly pursued the truth behind her son Bran's fall from a great height. In her heart, no one could evade her suspicion and inquiry. With a commanding voice, she summoned numerous knights, who drew their swords, their tips directed menacingly at Tyrion. The air thickened with the scent of gunpowder, and an intense confrontation seemed imminent. Yet Tyrion remained unflinching, fully aware that he must maintain his composure and rationality to navigate this sudden crisis. His eyes shimmered with wisdom and calm, as if capable of discerning all deceit and pretense. Chapter 5. Catelyn's abduction of Tyrion. The dashing Loras, clad in a resplendent suit of intricately crafted armor, stepped into the arena for the second round of the nightly tournament. The sunlight gleamed upon his armor, casting a dazzling brilliance that made him appear as the most resplendent star upon the battlefield. His strides were resolute and powerful, each movement exuding an extraordinary demeanor and profound grace that captivated all eyes. As the competition was about to commence, Loras slowly approached Sansa in the stands. His gaze was gentle and profound, seemingly capable of discerning the depths of the human heart. From within his cloak, he retrieved a vibrant flower, its beauty almost palpable, and delicately offered it to Sansa. This blossom, akin to his sentiments, was pure and sincere. Upon receiving the flower, Sansa's face blossomed into a tender smile, her eyes brimming with gratitude and joy. She expressed her thanks in a soft, melodious whisper, like a gentle spring breeze that stirred a warm current within Loras's heart. As the herald's call announced the start of the contest, Loras mounted his magnificent steed, resembling a valiant god of war descending upon the earth, grasping the reins firmly. His gaze was resolute and piercing, as if he had already secured his sights on victory. On the battlefield, he adeptly maneuvered against his foes with unparalleled horsemanship and strategy. Each charge was as swift as a tempest, each swing of his sword precise and unerring. After a fierce clash, Loras ultimately triumphed in a glorious victory. His gallant display ignited the audience, who erupted in exuberant cheers and applause. Yet, amidst the celebration, an unsettling whisper emerged. Peter quietly approached Sansa, lowering his voice to unveil a startling secret. It turned out that Loras's victory was not solely a testament to his prowess, but was aided by prior knowledge that his opponent's steed was in heat. This revelation struck Sansa like a thunderbolt, compelling her to re-evaluate Loras's triumph, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. The towering knight, defeated due to his horse's condition, seethed with rage, unable to accept such an outcome. He confronted Loras, seeking retribution for his humiliation. However, faced with the knight's fury and formidable strength, Loras felt powerless. Aware that he could not confront this giant directly, but could only evade. In this critical moment, the hound stepped forth, akin to a ferocious beast, launching himself at the towering knight and skillfully diverting him from Loras. After an intense struggle, the hound successfully subdued the giant, rescuing Loras in the process. His courageous act garnered thunderous applause and acclaim from the spectators. Observing this tumult from the sidelines, King Robert bellowed for the combatants to cease their fighting. His authoritative voice resonated, commanding respect and astonishment from all present. The hound immediately halted, kneeling to express his unwavering loyalty to the king. At that moment, the arena was enveloped in a tense and intricate atmosphere. Although Loras's victory was splendid, it was now shrouded in a veil of shadow. He recognized that his success was not solely a result of skill, but also contained a measure of fortune, filling him with heightened anticipation and trepidation for future contests. Catelyn grasped Tyrion's reins with unwavering resolve reflected in her eyes. Despite the weight of their burdens slowing their advance, her determination remained as steadfast as rock, unshakable. The group embarked on an unknown and perilous journey, each heart brimming with trepidation and conjecture about what lay ahead. Just as they traversed this path, tranquility was shattered by an unexpected assault. A band of unidentified soldiers emerged like phantoms from the shadows, brandishing sharp blades, their eyes gleaming with ferocity and avarice. In the face of this sudden threat, Catelyn and her accompanying guards displayed not a trace of panic. They swiftly and harmoniously launched a counterattack, akin to a well-drilled army. Amidst the fierce struggle, they relied on extraordinary courage and exceptional skill to vanquish the intruders one by one, safeguarding the safety of their party. Meanwhile, in the distant city of King's Landing, a loyal knight galloped with urgency, his heart filled with a sense of urgency and responsibility. For he bore the astonishing news of Catelyn's kidnapping of Tyrion to Ned. Ned, Catelyn's beloved husband, anxiously awaited the arrival of news. He was acutely aware of Tyrion's complex lineage and his entanglements with various forces both within and beyond the court. Should the news of Tyrion's abduction become public, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest. As Catelyn's husband and one of the realm's foremost lords, he would inevitably find himself at the eye of this storm, his position precarious. On the other side of the Seven Kingdoms, an even more shocking revelation was quietly circulating. The news of Daenerys' pregnancy swept across the continent like a spring breeze. Reaching the ears of King Robert, this ruler of vast dominions now wore a furrowed brow, burdened by heavy thoughts. He understood the significance of Daenerys' lineage. Her ancestors were once members of the royal family of this land, wielding considerable influence and authority. The fact that Daenerys, now married overseas, had unexpectedly conceived placed unprecedented pressure and challenges upon Robert. He feared that if Daenerys were to bear a male child, this offspring could very well pose a future threat to his throne. This anxiety weighed heavily upon his heart, a boulder that rendered him restless and sleepless. The clandestine dialogue between Ned and Robert resembled two surging currents colliding fiercely in the still air. Robert's eyes sparkled with determination and ire. his voice reverberating like thunder within the chamber, resolutely advocating for a mighty expedition against Daenerys. His heart was filled with a desire for vengeance and a sense of injustice over past failures, vowing to traverse the seas and plant the banner of victory on Daenerys' lands. However, Ned, like a calm spring, spoke with composure and strength, attempting to quell the flames of Robert's fury. He thoughtfully analyzed the pros and cons of the expedition, expressing concern that such an action would impose a heavy burden on the kingdom, and he feared the unknown risks of venturing abroad. Ned believed that Robert should exercise caution, refraining from such drastic measures. The two men's opinions remained like parallel lines, forever unable to converge. As the debate intensified, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Robert's fury erupted like a volcano as he bellowed at Ned, his voice brimming with disappointment and bewilderment. Ned, however, remained steadfast in his convictions, unwilling to concede. The air in the chamber seemed to solidify, rendering the impasse between them nearly insurmountable. Meanwhile, in a distant castle, Catelyn sought refuge and solace. Her heart was laden with anxiety and unrest, prompting her to venture to her sister Lysa's stronghold for a temporary stay. At the castle's feast, Lysa displayed her greatness and selflessness in the name of maternal love, unabashedly nursing her son, Robin, before the gathered guests, a scene both tender and poignant. Observing this moment, Catelyn felt a surge of warmth within her. Seizing the opportunity, she revealed a shocking piece of news to Lysa. Tyrion had inflicted harm upon Bran. This revelation struck Lysa like a thunderbolt, foreshadowing the unfolding narrative with profound implications. In King's Landing, Ned faced unprecedented tribulations. Upon learning of Tyrion's abduction by Catelyn, he was consumed with urgency, aware that he must swiftly escape the treacherous and conspiratorial city to avoid being ensnared in a deeper political maelstrom. He stealthily departed under the cover of night with a few trusted allies. Yet, his plans had already been unraveled by Jaime. Infuriated by his brother's capture, Jaime vowed to prevent Ned from leaving King's Landing. Their paths converged in the darkness, and amid their discordant words, swords were drawn. The glint of steel illuminated their figures, intertwining in a breathtaking tableau of conflict. Their duel raged fiercely, neither yielding ground after numerous exchanges. However, at a critical juncture, one of Jaime's men launched a surprise attack on Ned. Caught off guard, Ned fell, wounded and unable to continue the fight. The sudden turn of events left all in shock. Chapter 6. The death of Viserys as Ned endeavored to flee the castle, soon to be engulfed by darkness. Fate played a cruel jest upon him. His silhouette appeared solitary and resolute against the night, yet Jaime's soldiers approached like phantoms, their blades ruthlessly shattering the night's stillness, leaving Ned with deep and lasting scars. These wounds were not merely physical. They inflicted profound emotional trauma, silently narrating the complex interplay of loyalty and betrayal. Upon hearing of Ned's misfortune, Robert's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and he could no longer contain his anxiety and concern. He hurriedly made his way to Ned's chamber, his face etched with care and worry, as if to pour all his emotions into that brief distance. Accompanying him was Cersei, her gaze filled with deep-seated hostility towards Ned, a nameless hatred that coiled around her spirit like a venomous serpent. Every glance and gesture she made silently expressed her dissatisfaction and animosity towards him. Inside the room, the atmosphere grew palpably tense due to the heated exchange between Ned and Cersei. Their words were sharp and fierce, clashing like two blades in a fierce duel. Ned's voice resonated with an unwavering commitment to justice and a profound disdain for betrayal, while Cersei valiantly wielded her arrogance and prejudice as weapons in retort. Their contentions surged like tempestuous waves in a storm, its formidable force impossible to ignore. Witnessing this, Robert seethed with anger, acutely aware that Cersei's insolence and provocation had surpassed the limits of his tolerance. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Cersei's face. This act was not merely a punishment for her disrespectful behavior, but also an expression of his deep dissatisfaction with her provocations. Following the slap, Cersei's countenance shifted dramatically, her indignation palpable as she turned to leave, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with awkwardness and silence. Once Cersei exited, Robert slowly seated himself beside Ned's bed. Their conversation was imbued with deep affection and trust, as if they had returned to the days of fighting side by side. Ned, once a steadfast comrade and dear friend, had played a crucial role in helping Robert establish his realm. Their bond transcended the ordinary dynamics of lord and vassal, resembling that of blood brothers. Robert expressed immense outrage at Cersei's insolence, believing she was reaping the consequences of her own arrogance and prejudice. In another realm, Bran found himself immersed in a peculiar dreamscape, so vividly real yet ethereally surreal, as though he had been transported to an entirely new world. As he gradually awakened and opened his eyes, he beheld the kind-hearted visage of Hodder, who held a meticulously crafted saddle in his hands, a testament to his affection and care for Bran. With Hodder's assistance, Bran mounted a magnificent white steed, galloping freely across the boundless plains. The wind howled past his ears, whisking away all worries and sorrows, leaving only exhilaration and freedom in its wake. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Robb, who stood at a distance, his face illuminated with a smile of pride and contentment, genuinely delighted by his brother's bravery and growth. In that moment, it felt as if they had returned to the carefree days of their childhood, reveling in the beauty and joy of life. Deep within the enigmatic woods, Bran navigated the dense shadows alone when, suddenly, a band of grotesque wildlings surged from all directions, encircling him. Their eyes gleamed with primal ferocity and cruelty, as if intent on tearing Bran apart. In this dire moment, a figure dashed through the air like lightning. Robb, embodying the spirit of a warrior, charged into the fray with an unstoppable force. His sword, resembling the scythe of death, cleaved through the air, each swing accompanied by the cries of the fallen wildlings. Under Robb's thunderous assault, the men encircling Bran fell one by one, unable to rise again. The surviving wildling woman, witnessing this harrowing battle, was overcome with an unprecedented sense of awe and fear. Trembling, she knelt slowly before Robb, her eyes shimmering with complete submission and reverence. Yet, Robb did not revel in his triumph. He understood that the power of forgiveness far outweighed that of hatred. Thus, he graciously spared the life of the wildling woman and gestured for her to depart. This action not only showcased Robb's extraordinary compassion and authority, but also moved all those present. Within the solemn hall of the Eyrie, a tense trial concerning justice and malevolence was underway. Lysa sat in judgment, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized the accused, Tyrion. Catelyn stood nearby, her heart brimming with anger and suspicion towards Tyrion, firmly convinced that he had inflicted irreparable harm upon Bran. In the face of such towering accusations and pressure, Tyrion displayed no signs of panic or fear. Instead, he cleverly proposed an unprecedented challenge to determine his fate through combat. Although this suggestion seemed utterly absurd, it was imbued with a sense of defiance and thrill that astonished everyone present. After weighing the pros and cons, Lysa surprisingly consented to this proposal, believing her knights could easily vanquish the dwarf knight, Tyrion. However, she underestimated Tyrion's exceptional intelligence and courage. When Tyrion signaled for aid from the knights within the hall, the once mighty warriors chose silence and retreat, terrified to oppose the monstrous Tyrion and fearful of losing their honor and lives in battle. Just as despair began to envelop Tyrion, an unassuming yet formidable figure emerged, Bran, a mercenary wandering the realm. Though lacking noble lineage and status, he possessed a heart brimming with bravery. He resolutely stood by Tyrion's side, pledging to fight for his chance at freedom and dignity. With the judge's decree, the duel for life and liberty commenced. Varys, Lysa's loyal knight, stepped forward to confront Tyrion's champion, Bran, in a battle to the death. Varys charged at Bran like a ferocious beast, aiming to overpower him swiftly. However, Bran remained undaunted by the ferocity of his opponent. He calmly observed the unfolding battle, searching for flaws. Employing a defensive strategy, he gradually wore down Varys' strength and resolve. At last, in a decisive moment, Bran seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, successfully concluding the fierce confrontation. With Varys' fall, Tyrion achieved a hard-won victory and regained his freedom. Lysa and Catelyn, despite their unwillingness to accept the outcome, could only watch as Tyrion departed the Eyrie with composure. Under the gaze of all, this duel not only witnessed Tyrion's wisdom and bravery, but also profoundly unveiled the cruelty and unpredictability of power struggles. It illuminated the reality that in this world, absolute justice and evil do not exist, only the ever-shifting interests and positions of individuals. A true champion is one who can steadfastly uphold their beliefs and principles even amidst adversity. King Robb, driven by a love for nature and a yearning for the hunt, embarked on a journey away from the clamor, temporarily entrusting the governance of the kingdom to his most trusted friend, Ned Stark. As nightfall enveloped the realm, Ned withdrew from the resplendence of the royal palace, the opulent sights mirroring the immense burdens he was about to shoulder. He hurried forth, yet his heart felt as though it were ensnared by a weight of 1,000 pounds, for he understood that, for the long-term welfare of his family, he was destined to make a painful and arduous decision. Upon returning to his modest yet inviting abode, Ned was besieged by a tumult of conflicting emotions. He was acutely aware that sending his beloved daughter Sansa far away was a necessary sacrifice to shield her from the treacherous intrigues of court, ensuring the safety and future of their lineage. However, when he gazed into his daughter's eyes, brimming with dreams and reluctance, his resolve began to waver. Sansa's heart had already been captivated by the golden locks of Prince Joffrey. She was entranced by the grandeur and seduction of the court. Reluctant to part from this enchanting world and to relinquish her tender, innocent affections, Ned looked at his daughter, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. He was painfully cognizant that Joffrey was not a suitable match, especially as he returned to his study and opened the dusty tome of their family history, which only deepened his suspicions. As he perused the pages, he noted that the Targaryen lineage was characterized by dark hair as deep as the night sky, while Joffrey's glaring golden tresses appeared jarringly out of place. This revelation ignited doubts within Ned regarding Joffrey's true lineage and the conspiracies lurking behind it. Meanwhile, in a distant camp upon the plains, a storm was quietly brewing. Viserys, driven by an insatiable thirst for power and discontent towards Daenerys, intruded upon her tent, intent on reclaiming what he deemed rightfully his through force. Yet, he was met by a transformed Daenerys, no longer the oppressed maiden, but the esteemed wife of Khal Drogo, basking in the protection and respect accorded by the king of the plains. In the face of Viserys' provocations and threats, Drogo exhibited the poise and wisdom befitting a ruler. Rather than resorting to violence, he offered a crown as the price to quell the discord. Viserys, beguiled by this sudden generosity, believed he could easily obtain what he desired. Little did he know that Drogo's cunning far surpassed his own. Seizing the moment, Drogo commanded 2 loyal subordinates to bind Viserys firmly, obliterating his ambitions and fantasies. Daenerys witnessed the unfolding events, her gaze flickering with a complex array of emotions. She felt both anger and disappointment at Viserys' greed and impudence. Yet she admired and appreciated Drogo's decisiveness and intellect. She understood that Viserys' provocation had crossed Drogo's threshold, and she felt powerless to alter the course of events. Thus, she acquiesced to Drogo's command, allowing his men to execute the irrevocable judgment. In that moment, she glimpsed the turning point of her destiny. She was no longer the malleable weakling, but rather a phoenix poised to soar amidst the tempest of the plains. Chapter 7. Ned and Cersei engage in the struggle for power. The news of Tyrion's capture by Catelyn struck like a sudden bombshell, detonating within Tywin's heart, his brow furrowing and his countenance darkening. As the Lord of House Lannister, he understood that Tyrion's safety was not merely a matter of life and death, but rather a symbol of familial honor and prestige. He promptly summoned his son Jaime, and together they convened in the study to deliberate on their course of action. The atmosphere heavy with tension, Tywin's eyes glimmered with resolute determination. He recognized that this rescue operation demanded meticulous planning and could not afford any missteps. He meticulously analyzed the current predicament to Jaime, proposing a plan to dispatch elite troops to strike directly at the Eyrie. He emphasized that this endeavor was not solely to rescue Tyrion, but also to manifest the might and resolve of House Lannister to the world. Jaime, too, wore a grave expression, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Ned was burdened with an indescribable weight of sorrow and indignation. He strode into the garden, preparing for a confrontation with Cersei. He understood that this clash would determine the fates of many, including his own. His words were sharp, targeting Cersei's seemingly glamorous yet fundamentally corrupt secrets, mercilessly exposing her true nature. Cersei, who was ostensibly the queen consort to Robert, was secretly entangled in a scandalous liaison with her twin brother Jaime. Her actions were reprehensible, a profound violation of ethical standards. Ned's words cut like a razor, each statement deftly dismantling Cersei's facade, leaving her unable to maintain her pretense. What was even more shocking was Ned's revelation regarding his youngest son Bran's unfortunate plight. He firmly believed that Bran's fall from the heights was no mere accident, but intricately linked to the sordid deeds of Cersei and Jaime. Bran's innocent eyes may have inadvertently glimpsed their secrets, leading to this unwarranted catastrophe. Ned's discourse was imbued with fury and compassion. He could scarcely fathom the agony and terror Bran must have endured during that calamitous incident. Faced with Ned's stern accusations and irrefutable evidence, Cersei's facade began to crumble. She attempted to deflect blame and concoct excuses, but her efforts proved futile. Ned's patience had worn thin. He was no longer willing to entertain her lies and sophistry. He candidly warned Cersei that her actions had crossed his threshold of tolerance. He advised her to swiftly depart from the hypocritical and wicked city of King's Landing with her children before Robert returned from his hunt. Ned's voice resonated with unwavering determination and strength. Meanwhile, Robert embarked on an exhilarating hunting expedition within the dense forest. Yet fate cruelly extended its claws during this seemingly innocent endeavor. Amidst the fervent chase of prey, a lurking beast launched a sudden ambush, catching Robert off guard, inflicting grievous wounds, and leaving his life hanging by a thread. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the court. Upon hearing this tidings, Ned, the loyal friend and trusted minister, felt as if a colossal weight had been thrust upon him, his heart racing with urgency. He immediately set aside all matters at hand, hastening to Robert's chambers, desperate to see his dear friend one last time. Inside the royal quarters, the atmosphere was thick with foreboding and oppression. Cersei, once a regal and aloof queen, now wore an expression of fluctuating emotions, her gaze penetratingly scrutinizing Ned, as if she could discern every thought hidden within his heart. Yet, Ned remained unfazed by her stare, acutely aware that caution and composure were paramount at this moment. He approached Robert's bedside with measured steps, finding Robert pale and exuding an air of profound exhaustion and resignation. With a wave of his hand, Robert signaled for everyone to depart, leaving only Ned in his company. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated solely by Robert's faint breaths and the occasional whisper of the wind outside. Ned seated himself slowly, and their conversation, steeped in gravity and warmth, resonated in the stillness. Aware of his impending demise, Robert grasped Ned's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with reluctance and hope. He earnestly instructed Ned to draft his will, a request imbued with profound trust in Ned's integrity and selflessness. Ned acquiesced, feeling a blend of responsibility and a cherished bond of friendship. He silently vowed to fulfill Robert's last wishes and safeguard the realm. Within the will, Robert made a shocking declaration that stunned all. He appointed Ned as the regent of the kingdom. This decision not only served as the highest testament to Ned's loyalty and capability, but also reflected a deep concern for the kingdom's future. However, this announcement sent ripples of unrest through the court. Reactions varied from astonishment to skepticism, and even secret relief among some. Yet, Ned remained resolute, fully aware of the monumental mission and obligations before him. He would advance with unwavering determination, striving for the prosperity and stability of the kingdom. Winterfell, too, was shrouded in an air of unease. Benjen, a vital member of the Night's Watch, had long been a source of pride and protection for the family. However, following his expedition into the woods, he had not returned, leaving behind only a solitary white horse. The horse's eyes conveyed profound sorrow and helplessness, as if heralding ominous tidings. Jon Snow, the family's heir and a new recruit of the Night's Watch, was deeply troubled by Benjen's fate, his heart heavy with anxiety and unrest. He understood the weight of his responsibilities, knowing he must uphold the duty of safeguarding his family and territory. The highest elders of the Night's Watch convened urgently to deliberate strategies in response to the evolving circumstances. Faced with new challenges and duties, Jon exhibited clear dissatisfaction and resistance towards his new role. He felt his youth and inexperience rendered him unfit for such a significant responsibility. Nevertheless, he recognized the inevitability of confronting this burden. In this crucial moment, Sam, his steadfast friend, stepped forward. He offered Jon private words of warmth and encouragement, urging him to face the challenges ahead with courage and conviction. Their friendship, forged in adversity, became a treasured bond as they supported one another in their journey. King Robert lay gravely wounded, his flame of life flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Amidst this perilous crisis, Peter Baelish approached Ned like a wraith, his voice low and laced with temptation, akin to the whispers of a demon, urging Ned to seize the chaos of the times and grasp power for himself. Yet, Ned, with a character of rare integrity and a heart steadfast as granite, recognized that beneath the allure of power lay an abyss of endless treachery. He upheld a heart of integrity, unwilling to stain his hands with the blood of the innocent, nor to let his name become a target of scorn for future generations. Thus, he resolutely rejected Littlefinger's proposal, steadfast in his beliefs and principles. In a distant land, Daenerys strolled through a bustling marketplace. Clad in foreign attire, she could not conceal the innate nobility and grace she possessed. As she wandered amidst the throngs of people, her heart brimmed with nostalgia and longing for her homeland. To alleviate this homesickness, she resolved to purchase a bottle of fine wine to soothe her spirit. However, beneath this seemingly mundane transaction lay a nefarious conspiracy. Jorah, her devoted protector, remained ever vigilant and perceptive. He quickly identified the suspicious wine seller and, drawing upon years of experience, discerned the man's ill intentions. As expected, The seller had secretly prepared poisoned wine, intending to harm Daenerys. Yet, with swift reflexes, Yura intervened just in time to thwart this sinister plot. Subsequently, the wine seller was confined within a tent, subjected to close scrutiny and interrogation. Soon after, Khal Drogo arrived at the camp, weary from his journey. Upon seeing Daenerys safe before him, the weight of anxiety lifted from his heart. He grasped her hand tightly, his eyes shimmering with excitement and determination. He vowed to lead his army to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, ensuring Daenerys would be crowned the true queen, thereby showcasing his own renown and glory as a Khal. Meanwhile, on the other side of Westeros, Ned entered the Great Hall holding King Robert's handwritten will. He understood the significance of this document. It symbolized Robert's trust and reliance on him, as well as serving as the legal foundation for his role as regent to assist the young heir. However, upon confronting Queen Cersei, he faced unprecedented obstruction and provocation. Cersei disregarded the will's contents, even brazenly tearing it apart, thereby trampling on Robert's wishes and dignity. Seeing this, Ned was filled with righteous indignation, adamantly opposing Cersei's plot to elevate Joffrey to the throne prematurely, leading to a heated argument between them. The tension escalated, the atmosphere thick with the threat of imminent conflict. At this critical juncture, Littlefinger reappeared. He silently entered the hall with a group of henchmen, launching a surprise attack on Ned. His subordinates, well-trained and swift, quickly dispatched Ned's loyalists one by one. In an instant, Ned found himself isolated and vulnerable, his fate hanging by a thread. He gazed upon the once familiar faces that had now turned into cold adversaries, filled with despair and helplessness. Yet, he did not surrender. Instead, he fought fiercely against his enemies with courage and cunning. Though he recognized his chances of victory were slim, he clung to his principles and beliefs until the very last moment. Chapter 8. Ned's life in peril. Ned, once a valiant and fearless lord, now found himself imprisoned in a damp, frigid cell that was nearly suffocating. Surrounded by frigid stone walls and heavy iron bars, the air was thick with the scent of mildew and despair. His soldiers and servants, once comrades who fought alongside him through thick and thin, had all succumbed to unfortunate fates. Only Sansa, due to her unique status as Joffrey's betrothed, managed to survive the tempest, continuing to lead a relatively stable life. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, Arya immersed herself in the pleasures of swordsmanship. Her instructor remained diligent, meticulously guiding her through each practice session, striving for precision with every swing and thrust. However, an insidious crisis lurked within this tranquility. A group of soldiers suddenly burst in, intent on forcibly taking Arya away. Yet, faced with this unforeseen upheaval, Arya displayed remarkable composure, swiftly regaining her calm. Employing her agile prowess and astute cover, she deftly turned and fled from peril. Her swordsmanship teacher, with his nimble skills, easily repelled the intruding soldiers, granting Arya the precious seconds she needed to escape. Meanwhile, Podrick accompanied Tyrion on their journey away from the Eyrie. They traversed a lush forest, intending to rest momentarily. However, just as they let their guard down, a group of unidentified strangers stealthily encroached from all directions. In the face of this sudden encirclement, Tyrion exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he engaged the leader of the group with his characteristic calmness and sagacity, seeking to defuse the potential conflict through dialogue, aiming for a peaceful resolution for both parties. Ned, isolated in the dungeon, endured the torment of darkness and solitude. His situation had become dire, surrounded by enemies and devoid of allies. Yet, in this moment of despair, Varys risked great peril to quietly enter his cell. He brought a flask of wine and some food to alleviate Ned's hunger and thirst. This gesture, to Ned, was laden with confusion and incredulity. Aware that he had become a target, he wondered why Varys would still choose to risk aiding him. Thus, Ned could not help but inquire about Varys's political stance and motives. However, Varys evaded a direct answer, ambiguously stating that he was merely concerned for the future of the realm. Such a response only deepened Ned's confusion and unease. He remained uncertain of Varys's true intentions and whether he could trust this enigmatic figure. Once the Guardian of the North, Ned now found himself tragically ensnared by Cersei's ruthless grasp, his fate flickering like a candle's flame shrouded in darkness. Cersei, the embodiment of political machinations, scrutinized Ned with her icy gaze, regarding him as a mere pawn in her game. Meanwhile, Sansa, a young girl, seemed undeterred by Ned's predicament, still clutching onto her distant dream of marrying Joffrey and ascending to the throne as queen. Cersei discerned Sansa's unwavering determination and cunningly proposed a condition. If Sansa could compose a letter summoning her family to King's Landing to pledge fealty to Joffrey, Perhaps Ned might be spared from a harsher fate. This condition struck Sansa's heart like a sharp dagger. She understood the weight of this letter. It bore not only the fate of Ned, but also the essence of her own dignity and future. However, in the face of love and responsibility, tumultuous waves surged within her heart, plunging her into profound conflict and turmoil. Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, a bizarre tragedy loomed in the shadows. Several Night's Watchmen met an unfortunate demise, their lives extinguished like stars consumed by darkness. As their bodies were solemnly returned to the castle, Sam, the attentive healer, was astonished to uncover a startling secret. The bodies of these unfortunate souls did not decompose as expected, but instead retained an unsettling condition. This peculiarity instilled a sense of unease and fear, as if some unknown force was lurking in the darkness. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch swiftly made a decision, ordering the bodies to be placed in a sealed chamber as a precaution. However, just when everyone believed calm had returned, the corpses suddenly underwent a horrifying transformation. They morphed into terrifying wights, surging from the shadows to launch a lethal assault on the Lord Commander. These wights, akin to demons from hell, rendered the air within the castle thick with dread. In this dire moment, Jon Snow displayed remarkable courage and ingenuity. He swiftly seized an oil lantern and hurled it at the wights. The flames ignited their forms, causing them to writhe and howl in agony before ultimately turning to ash. Jon's decisive action not only saved the Lord Commander's life, but also illuminated hope and light for all within the castle. On a distant journey, Tyrion, accompanied by a group of dear friends, set forth towards his father's camp, a place steeped in glory and legend. Tywin, the formidable lord, awaited Tyrion's arrival within the confines of his tent. The moment Tyrion entered, he respectfully introduced his friends to his father. These companions, diverse in background and temperament, had earned Tyrion's recognition and respect through their distinct talents and bravery. The atmosphere in the tent was filled with warmth and solemnity, as if heralding the onset of a new journey, one fraught with the unknown and challenges. Yet, Tyrion and his friends were prepared to face the storms of the future together. Robb, the young commander, stood resolutely before his army, his gaze ablaze with a fervent desire to confront Tywin. He recognized the gravity of this battle, pivotal for the future and glory of his house, and thus meticulously planned to decisively crush Tywin's forces. Yet, Tywin was no ordinary adversary. His intellect was formidable, and he understood the wisdom of knowing both oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory in every encounter. Thus, he swiftly dispatched his most adept scouts, akin to phantoms in the night, silently infiltrating Robb's enemy camp in an attempt to discern the secrets of their military arrangements. Yet Robb's heart was as vast as the ocean. He was not incensed by the actions of these scouts, but rather, he chose to respond with grace, demonstrating a commendable magnanimity. He understood the brutality of war, yet he believed in the malleability of the human spirit. Consequently, he ordered the release of the scouts, allowing them to depart filled with reverence and gratitude towards him. This act reverberated throughout the ranks, moving the soldiers profoundly, who expressed their willingness to follow such a magnanimous leader into the fires of battle. In the distant lands of Qarth, Daenerys, in her own manner, quietly fought for the freedom and dignity of the enslaved. Her heart brimmed with compassion and justice, akin to a refreshing spring in the desert, nourishing the parched souls. With her voice, she awakened the yearning for freedom and pursuit of justice, breathing life and hope into the oppressed land. However, her courage and resolve incited discontent and envy in the form of Mago, a warrior blinded by power and prejudice. Unable to tolerate Daenerys' presence or her advocacy for freedom and equality, he resolved to challenge her stance, even risking a dramatic duel with Qarth's leader. In this duel, Mago seized the opportunity to strike while Qarth was unprepared, his blade slicing through the air toward its target. Yet Qarth, like an eagle of the plains, displayed remarkable fighting spirit and willpower despite his grievous wounds. With effortless grace, he turned the tide of battle, slaying Mago beneath his steed, his ferocity leaving all present in awe. Meanwhile, far to the north, Sansa, a gentle yet resilient woman, was tirelessly working for the fate of her family. Fully aware of what her father Ned's capture meant for their kin, she resolutely embarked on the journey to the Red Keep, beseeching King Joffrey for mercy. Confronted with Joffrey's arrogance and cruelty, Sansa did not falter. She stifled her tears and, with unparalleled courage and wisdom, proposed a condition. If Lord Ned could relinquish his dignity and submit to Joffrey, perhaps the king would grant him a glimmer of hope. This moment not only showcased Sansa's dedication and sacrifice for her family, but also foreshadowed the more intricate trials and transformations she would face within the whirlwind of power. In the days to come, she would stride with unwavering determination towards her own glory and brilliance. Chapter 9. Ned's execution. Varys stepped into the cold, damp dungeon. Each step seemingly burdened with the weight of 1,000 concerns, his mood mirroring the oppressive environment, filled with anxiety and unease. In the dim light, Ned's figure appeared resolute, standing firm like a rock, even as the surrounding chill and decay threatened to engulf everything. In Varys' gaze, profound concern was evident. He acutely recognized that the situation at hand had escalated to a critical juncture. Ned's obstinate adherence to his principles resembled a flickering candle in a tempest, on the verge of extinguishment. With heartfelt gravity, he addressed Ned. "My lord Ned, you must comprehend that in this game of power, at times, compliance is not a sign of cowardice, but rather a manifestation of sagacity. Cersei's influence is formidable, and should you persist in enmity towards her, it is likely that you will find it exceedingly difficult to extricate yourself from this vortex unscathed." Yet, in Ned's eyes, a glimmer of unwavering resolve and determination shone forth. It seemed as if he had cast aside all concerns for his own life, intent solely on upholding his convictions and sense of justice. Meanwhile, atop the wall, Jon Snow's valiant deeds spread like wildfire among the Night's Watch, swiftly becoming the stuff of legend. It was a tempestuous night when the Lord Commander, while on patrol, fell victim to a sudden onslaught, the assailants being his former comrades in arms, now transformed into wights. In this life-and-death moment, Jon emerged like a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky, displaying remarkable speed and courage as he vanquished the wights, successfully rescuing the commander. The magnitude of this life-saving deed weighed heavily upon the commander, who was overwhelmed with gratitude, acutely aware that he now owed Jon an immense debt of gratitude. To express his appreciation and recognition, he unhesitatingly bestowed upon Jon his treasured ancestral sword, a symbol not only of honor and strength, but also the highest accolade for Jon's gallant actions. Far away on the plains, however, the fate of Khal Drogo appeared particularly fraught. Once the lion of the grasslands, valiant and invincible, he found himself gravely injured in a fierce battle. The infection from his wound slithered through his body like a venomous serpent, worsening his condition. Daenerys, as his wife and companion, witnessed the moment Drogo fell heavily from his steed, her heart brimming with concern and helplessness. Adding to her despair, one of Drogo's men began to harbor thoughts of rebellion, openly defying Daenerys' commands and covertly undermining her authority. In the face of this unforeseen dual assault, Daenerys chose neither to flee nor to surrender. Instead, she resolutely established a camp to stabilize the situation and personally tended to Drogo's wounds. Throughout this ordeal, although Drogo's men simmered with fury and their discontent towards Daenerys intensified, they could do little but endure in silence, confronted by her steadfast will and indomitable spirit. Khal Drogo, the once formidable leader of the Dothraki, now lay like a slumbering giant, cautiously lifted by a group of loyal tribesmen into the opulent tent that had long been prepared for him. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast a somber atmosphere, as everyone held their breath in anticipation, hoping this gallant leader could find a moment of respite to alleviate his injuries. Shortly thereafter, Daenerys, a woman of indomitable will and tenacious spirit, entered the tent with heavy steps. Her face bore the unmistakable marks of sorrow and worry, and her once bright eyes, which had sparkled with hope, were now shrouded in gloom. She was acutely aware that Drogo's injuries were far graver than anyone could have anticipated, and she herself was on the brink of facing unprecedented challenges. As the couple immersed themselves in their respective thoughts, Yura, a loyal protector, glided into the tent like a specter. His face was etched with urgency and concern, his voice low yet resolute, reminding Daenerys, "My lady, we must depart from here at once. Drogo's condition has incited turmoil within the tribe, and should he perish, the entire Dothraki clan will descend into chaos and strife. You, as his wife, will become the focal point of this power struggle." Yura's fears were not unfounded. He understood the significance of Drogo's status within the tribe. His absence would undoubtedly unleash a tempest. Yet, Daenerys was not consumed by fear. She resolutely shook her head, rejecting Yura's proposal. "I will not abandon my husband to flee alone. He is my everything, and regardless of life or death, I shall remain by his side." At that moment, a mysterious sorceress entered the tent, guided by one of Drogo's trusted men. Clad in a black robe, her visage was ancient and enigmatic, her gaze imbued with an ineffable depth and wisdom. The sorceress knelt slowly, meticulously examining Drogo's wounds as if she could perceive the mysteries of life and death. Her arrival added a layer of intrigue to the already tense atmosphere. However, the ambience within the tent was not alleviated. Drogo's followers, agitated by their leader's peril, engaged in fervent debates regarding their next course of action. Their voices clashed, filling the space with tension and unease. Amidst this turmoil, Daenerys began to unveil her wisdom and foresight. She recognized the gravity of the situation and decisively resolved to act. First, she calmed the bickering followers, urging them to regain their composure. Then, she turned to Yora, commanding in a firm tone, "Yora, don your armor and prepare for any eventuality. We must safeguard Drogo while also protecting ourselves." In that moment, Daenerys was no longer the fragile woman merely reliant on her husband. Through her actions, she demonstrated her courage and determination, emerging as a leader capable of guiding her people through adversity. Her decisions and actions not only earned the respect and trust of her tribe, but also set the stage for the unfolding narrative. People began to anticipate how this indomitable woman would shine amidst adversity, leading the Dothraki toward a more illustrious future. Within the boundless desert, the tent of the sorceress was suffused with a mysterious and oppressive aura. The sorceress, a keeper of ancient forbidden arts, was poised to unleash her profound powers to save the once mighty Drogo. Yet, the cost of this forbidden magic was steep, potentially unleashing unforeseen calamities. Daenerys, this brave and resolute woman, faced with the uproar and dissent of her tribe, had only one thought in her heart: to rescue her husband. She resolutely commanded the arrival of the magnificent steed once ridden by Drogo, the beast seemingly aware of its master's peril, its eyes gleaming with indomitable spirit. The witch, witnessing this, grew increasingly grave. She understood the perilous nature of the forbidden art and comprehended the weight of Daenerys' decision. Thus, she earnestly warned Daenerys to distance herself from the tent to avoid the impending unknown dangers. Although Daenerys harbored trepidation, her sense of duty and resolve were paramount. She obeyed and stepped outside, only to be met with the rough obstruction of Drogo's loyal followers. These men, devoted to Drogo, harbored misunderstandings and hostility towards Daenerys. They mercilessly shoved her to the ground, as if to banish her from the realm that belonged to Drogo. Yet, in this critical moment, Yora, clad in heavy armor, arrived like a divine savior. With swift reflexes and decisive action, he subdued one of the assailants with his masterful skill. His presence not only safeguarded Daenerys, but also left all present in awe. Yora's loyalty and bravery shone as the most radiant light in that desolate expanse. Simultaneously, on another battlefield, a fiercer clash unfolded. Robb, son of Ned, led a mighty army against the forces commanded by Tywin Lannister, launching a fierce offensive. They charged forth, undeterred, vowing to fight for their family and honor. However, amidst this brutal warfare, Tyrion was tragically struck down and fell unconscious in the chaos. When he finally regained consciousness, the smoke of battle had cleared, revealing a scene of triumph. Robb's forces had achieved a resounding victory, capturing Tyrion's brother, Jaime. This news was undeniably a heavy blow to Tyrion, yet he was acutely aware of the war's merciless nature. Meanwhile, in the distant capital, an injustice was quietly unfolding. Ned was being taken to prison, undergoing a cruel and unjust trial. The surrounding populace, blinded by ignorance, mistakenly believed Ned to be a traitor to the realm, casting upon him glances filled with anger and confusion. In this atmosphere of fear and unrest, King Joffrey callously exploited the people's blindness and fury, issuing the order for the executioner to sever Ned's head. This scene shocked all present and plunged the entire kingdom into profound sorrow and rage. Ned's death marked an irrevocable tragedy, rendering him one of the most heroic figures in the annals of the kingdom's history. Chapter 10. The Birth of Three Dragons. Ned's unfortunate fate descended upon him like an unexpected winter storm, cold and merciless. His head, amidst the biting wind, slowly fell. And in that moment, it seemed as if time itself stood still. Arya, the brave girl, under the gaze of a middle-aged man with deep, resolute eyes, moved like a nimble cat, silently weaving through the edges of the crowd, ultimately vanishing into the vast sea of humanity, embarking on a journey fraught with the unknown and challenges. Catelyn, this strong woman, upon receiving the dreadful news, felt her heart cleaved as if by a sharp blade. Her tears cascaded like broken pearls, each one slipping away and dampening her garment, as well as her heart. In an instant, her world seemed to collapse, all colors losing their former luster. Yet, she did not succumb, but chose to confront her anguish with resilience. Robb, as the young heir of Ned, was engulfed in profound sorrow and rage over his father's demise. He chose a solitary path, venturing deep into the forest, a realm devoid of noise and turmoil. where he could converse with his own heart. The blade in his hand gleamed with a resolute light in the dimness, each strike appearing to defy fate and resist it. He furiously hacked at an innocent little tree, each blow encapsulating his bitterness and fury over Ned's passing. Catelyn arrived, drawn by the sound, and beheld Rob's pale visage and eyes filled with pain and hatred. She understood that the tree was merely a symbol of all the enemies who had wronged his father. Therefore, she approached him gently, her voice trembling as she reminded him that this anguish and hatred should not be forgotten, but transformed into strength for his advance, to avenge Ned and seek justice. Within the great hall, an entirely different spectacle unfolded. A talented musician was summoned, and he passionately improvised a captivating melody. The tune flowed like crystal-clear spring water, attempting to soothe the cold and hardened heart of Joffrey with the power of music. Alas, when the final note dissipated into the air, Joffrey revealed his cruel and callous smile. He casually commanded his subordinates to brutally sever the innocent musician's tongue as punishment for his presumption. This scene not only shocked and incited outrage among all present, but also profoundly unveiled the cruelty and ruthlessness of the struggle for power. In this realm of intrigue and scheming, justice and goodness appeared perpetually fragile and powerless. On a bitterly cold winter's day, Ned's head became a harrowing sight. Suspended beneath the eaves, seemingly shackled by invisible chains, gently swaying with the cold breeze. It was not merely a severed head, but a mockery of justice and a testament to betrayal, silently condemning the injustices and brutality of the world. Joffrey, the young ruler, with a barely perceptible air of victorious arrogance, deliberately led Sansa to stand before this grim spectacle, as if to flaunt his power and mercilessness. Sansa was compelled to lift her gaze, her eyes piercing through layers of gloom, transcending the boundaries of life and death, ultimately resting upon her father Ned's unseeing head. Tears swelled in her eyes, akin to a flood on the brink of bursting forth, yet she stubbornly refrained from letting them fall. A tumult of emotions surged within her. Sorrow washed over her like a relentless tide, a profound reminiscence and endless mourning for her father's absence. Anger erupted like a volcano, a vehement condemnation of Joffrey's treachery and heartlessness. Joffrey, the boy who once whispered tender promises in her ear, has now transformed into a ruthless tyrant. He stands on the narrow wooden walkway between two buildings, compelling her to confront this unbearable agony in a manner that is almost cruel. Sansa's hatred blazes within her like a wildfire, threatening to consume her sanity. A mad thought crosses her mind, to push Joffrey into the abyss below, allowing him to taste the bitterness of losing everything. Yet, the shackles of reason and morality bind her tightly, preventing her from taking that fateful step. Just as she teeters on the brink of fury, the hound's deep, resonant voice booms like thunder, halting her impulsive urge. His presence serves as a frigid barrier, pulling Sansa back from the precipice of rage. She inhales deeply, striving to calm the tumult within her and regain her composure. The night deepens, like heavy ink spilling over the world, enveloping it in darkness. Catelyn, the resolute mother, arrives silently beneath the stone wall, her heart brimming with hatred and defiance. Clutching a sharp stone in her hand, her eyes gleam with a fierce determination. In that moment, she embodies the vengeful goddess. Resolute in her quest for justice for her husband and family, she hurls the sharp stone at Jaime's face, and with a resounding thud, blood gushes from his wound. Yet, he maintains that loathsome smile, as if the pain is but a trivial itch. Catelyn grits her teeth, each word forced through clenched jaws. "I will kill you." Her voice echoes in the night sky, filled with boundless anger and despair. She locks her gaze onto Jaime's eyes, demanding the answer she has long sought. "Tell me, did you push Bran down?" Jaime does not flinch. He openly admits to her accusation. In that moment, Catelyn's heart plummets, realizing that their enmity runs deep and is irreconcilable. She understands that she must seek justice for her family and loved ones. She continues to press Jaime for his motives, yearning for a glimmer of redemption from his lips. However, Jaime merely scoffs, refusing to unveil any truth. His indifference and cruelty only solidify Catelyn's resolve for vengeance. She knows that this battle will be fraught with hardship and danger, yet she is prepared to pay any price to make Jaime answer for his sins. As the night descends, stars twinkle above, and Daenerys, a woman with gentle eyes and a steely will, slowly wipes down every inch of Drogo's skin under the soft glow of candlelight. Her touch is both tender and resolute, as if preparing a warrior for a final journey. Each droplet of water that slips through her fingers resembles the sands of time, marking their shared laughter and tears, as well as the endless sorrow and reluctance of this moment. Once cleansed, Drogo remains physically strong, yet his hollow, lifeless eyes can no longer reflect the glory and grandeur of yesteryears. He lies there like a shell devoid of its soul, awaiting the verdict of fate. The witch, her visage marred beyond recognition by the flames of hatred, found herself bound by Daenerys beside the pyre. Terror and despair flickered in her eyes, a profound dread of the impending punishment mingling with an endless remorse for her past transgressions. Yet, all was irretrievable. With unwavering resolve, Daenerys ignited the wood, and the roaring flames swiftly engulfed the scene, drowning the witch's screams in the surging heat. Under the weight of mixed emotions cast by the onlookers, Daenerys made a decision that left everyone astounded. She boldly stepped into the inferno, choosing to face this final moment alongside Drogo. Her figure danced gracefully amidst the flames, reminiscent of a phoenix poised for rebirth. This display of deep emotion and determination moved every observer, prompting them to pray for the safe return of this courageous woman. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, illuminating the land cleansed by fire, a miracle unfolded. The wood had turned to ash, yet Daenerys stood unscathed amidst the remnants. No marks of the flames marred her. Instead, she appeared more resilient and beautiful than ever. Even more astonishing was the emergence of 3 young dragons by her side, joyfully leaping and emitting sharp, crystalline cries as if to herald and celebrate the arrival of this newly reborn queen. This spectacle captivated all present, compelling them to kneel in reverence to the woman who, having endured countless trials, stood unwavering. Daenerys, the Phoenix of Fire, inscribed her own legendary tale with courage and wisdom. She triumphed over hatred and despair, earning respect and adoration, becoming an eternal hero and leader in the hearts of the people. Chapter 11. The fleeing Arya Joffrey strolled leisurely with Sansa atop the viewing platform. Their demeanor relaxed as they observed the knights' duel below, a fierce contest of strength and valor, each clash of swords resonating deeply within the hearts of the spectators. However, fate seemed fond of casting thunder amidst calm, as a valiant knight tragically fell under the onslaught of his opponent, blood gushing forth and staining the dueling ground, infusing the once fervent tournament with a grim atmosphere. In the face of such brutality, Joffrey remained unaffected, his countenance betraying no emotion, exuding charm and poise, devoid of any hint of mourning. The fallen knight's body was swiftly and silently removed by attendants, leaving only a faint metallic scent and lingering unease in the air. Shortly thereafter, a corpulent knight, his gait somewhat unsteady, approached the arena to partake in the second round of duels, embodying a blend of reluctance and resignation. Joffrey's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, instantly discerning the flush on the fat knight's face and the subtle aroma of alcohol emanating from him. A sly smirk graced his lips, a mixture of disdain for the knight and anticipation for the spectacle that was about to unfold. He pointedly remarked upon the knight's inebriation, his voice low yet laced with undeniable authority. Upon hearing the words, the rotund knight's face instantly turned an embarrassing shade. He lowered his head, attempting to mask his transgression with silence. Yet, Joffrey was far from finished. A more pronounced smile graced his lips as he commanded 2 attendants to step forward, one on each side, firmly restraining the stout knight. In his struggles, the knight's body appeared even more cumbersome and feeble, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Shortly thereafter, a 3rd attendant brought forth a heavy barrel of potent liquor, the liquid glimmering enticingly in the sunlight, yet at this moment, it resembled the scythe of death, instilling fear in all present. Joffrey coldly signaled for his men to force the entire barrel down the knight's throat, an act that left the onlookers in utter shock. Sansa was particularly unable to bear the brutality of the scene. She attempted to dissuade Joffrey, but her voice seemed weak and powerless in the shadow of authority. She understood all too well that such a vast quantity of alcohol posed a fatal threat to anyone, let alone the already burdened knight. However, her words fell on deaf ears, sinking like a stone in the sea. Just as the crowd believed the knight was on the brink of death, the hound's seemingly loyal yet cold persuasion shattered the impasse, skillfully manipulating Joffrey's psyche until he ultimately retracted his cruel command. The knight narrowly escaped this deadly punishment, hurriedly dragged away by the attendants. Yet, his fate was already sealed as a trivial casualty in this game of power. Meanwhile, Bran, since his paralysis, often found himself ensnared in a peculiar dreamscape. There, he seemed to break free from the shackles of his corporeal form, transforming into a direwolf, roaming freely among the vast, boundless woods. Each visitation of this dream bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of liberation and exhilaration, as if he had returned to the carefree days of his childhood. However, as the dream gradually faded, He was compelled to confront the harsh and unrelenting realities of the world. The weight of his helplessness and solitude in the face of reality felt increasingly burdensome against the backdrop of his dreams. He yearned to soar once more beneath that expanse of freedom, yet he was painfully aware that it was but a distant dream. Not long after Ned's passing, a blood-red comet streaked across the sky, resembling a gaping wound torn in the heavens, bleeding forth in endless sorrow and lamentation. This unusual crimson light shone particularly brightly in the night sky, spawning a flurry of rumors among the populace, who speculated that it was a profound tribute from the heavens to honor Ned's demise, each ray of light laden with remembrance and longing for the valiant lord. In the distant lands beyond the wall, the biting cold wind sliced through the air like a blade, the frigid chill seeming capable of penetrating even the thickest garments. Reaching deep into the heart, a weary band of night's watchmen, with heavy yet resolute steps, traversed the vast snowfields, ultimately arriving at a modest yet remarkably sturdy cabin hidden within the woods, seeking a moment of warmth and sanctuary. The cabin's owner, a peculiar and emotionally twisted old man named Castor, resided there with dozens of women, not in the conventional sense of family, but rather as tragic remnants of his immoral actions with his own daughter. Castor's actions are a flagrant violation of moral principles, each of his movements steeped in despicable shamelessness. Despite having entered the years of his grandfather, he remains unrepentant, continuing his grotesque relationship with all his daughters. The severity of his conduct is beyond verbal description. Jon Snow, the young Night's Watchman, driven by an insatiable curiosity for the unknown and a steadfast commitment to justice, entered the eerie wooden cabin alongside the commander. Faced with Castor's cold and foreboding countenance, he ought to have maintained vigilance and respect. Yet the fervor of youth made it difficult for him to resist the allure of truth. His gaze frequently and increasingly fell upon the unfortunate women, attempting to glean untold stories and sorrows from their eyes. However, Jon's actions soon attracted the commander's attention. As everyone exited the cabin and stepped into the biting cold of the outdoors, the commander's expression turned grave. He sternly reprimanded Jon, admonishing him for recklessly challenging Castor's boundaries and dignity, and for casting a judgmental eye upon the innocent victims. The commander's words struck Jon like a heavy hammer, awakening him to the realization of his own imprudence and disrespect. He resolved silently to handle his interactions with Castor and his daughters with greater caution in the future. At that moment, Sir Jaime found himself ensnared in a meticulously crafted cage by House Stark, the coarse wooden bars silently narrating the cruelty and heartlessness of his imprisonment. The surroundings were dim, with only feeble light filtering through the cracks, adding an atmosphere of oppression and gloom to the small space. Yet, amidst such desolation, Robb, the valiant son of House Stark, entered with an indomitable spirit. His arrival seemed destined for a profound exchange with this former adversary. Standing opposed, their stances entirely divergent, Robb's eyes conveyed an ineffable complexity of emotions: nostalgia for the past, resignation to the present, and unwavering conviction for the future. He locked eyes with Jaime, firmly and directly revealing a long-buried secret. Jaime was not the one who had an affair with Queen Cersei, but rather the true father of Joffrey. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, shattering the tranquility of the air, leaving Jaime's face a tapestry of astonishment and shock. Meanwhile, far away, Daenerys led her kin across an expansive, desolate wasteland. This land, parched and barren, was scorched by the unrelenting sun, which hung in the sky like a merciless fireball, evaporating all signs of life. The air was thick with a suffocating dryness and heat, rendering even the act of breathing a formidable challenge. Yet, despite the dire conditions, Daenerys never relinquished hope. She resolutely walked at the forefront of her group, guiding her people with her courage and wisdom. At that moment, a white horse, a gift from Drogo, suddenly collapsed under the harshness of the journey. The horse had once represented one of Daenerys's most treasured symbols, accompanying her through numerous arduous moments. Yet at this moment, it lay helplessly amidst the scorching sands, the flame of life gradually extinguishing. Daenerys's heart ached profoundly. She slowly knelt beside the cooling body of the white steed, gently caressing its lifeless form. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow and reluctance, yet they were also filled with a resolute faith in the future. She swiftly resolved to dispatch 3 loyal followers to seek out an oasis capable of saving her people from peril. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a tense manhunt unfolded. The target was Arya, a clever and courageous young woman who had become the most wanted person in the city for reasons unknown. At that moment, she was stealthily escaping with the cover of a brave Night's Watchman, riding in an inconspicuous carriage towards the city's outskirts. The carriage weaved through narrow streets, Each jolt seemed to narrate the hardships of her flight. However, Arya was undeterred by these obstacles. Her fists clenched, she gazed steadfastly ahead. The sound of soldiers' footsteps echoed throughout the city as they searched every home, determined to capture Arya. Yet, through her wit and bravery, Arya successfully evaded the relentless pursuit. Ultimately, she and her guardian managed to pass through the heavily guarded city gates, embarking on a journey into the unknown. The carriage sped through the dust outside the city, carrying Arya's yearning for freedom and her courage for the uncertain future. Chapter 12. Daenerys leads her people to survival. Arya, this young and valiant woman, blended into a group of fleeing men like a phantom in the night. Her steps were light, her eyes sparkled with determination and cunning, as if every moment was a silent duel with fate. Her identity as a daughter was shrouded beneath layers of disguise, even from comrades who fought alongside her against the trials of life and death, unaware of the secret she harbored. Among this group, she assumed the role of an ordinary soldier, fortifying a steadfast defense for herself and her companions with her resilience and bravery. In the warm and tranquil abode of Shireen, an unexpected visit took place. Varys, the shrewd master of intrigue, appeared before Shireen with his customary depth and mystery. Shireen, the woman treated with tenderness by Tyrion, awaited this uninvited guest with grace and poise. Soon after, Tyrion entered the room, joining Varys in a conversation filled with ease and rapport, yet imbued with profound significance. Varys skillfully interwove topics, at times discussing trivial matters, while at other moments, alluding to the grand clash between Tyrion and the Stark family. His words revealed an endless reflection on past tumult, alongside a keen insight and deep understanding of the current situation. Meanwhile, upon the distant Gobi, the sun blazed mercilessly, scorching the earth and incinerating all signs of life. Daenerys and her people were compelled to halt their weary march, seeking a moment's respite in this desolate and sweltering land. In an effort to alleviate the plight of their kin, 3 devoted subordinates unhesitatingly embarked on separate quests, exploring potential refuges in 3 divergent directions. Their silhouettes appeared diminutive and helpless beneath the scorching sun, yet their hearts brimmed with affection and responsibility towards their people. However, fate seemed unrelenting in its cruelty. Shortly thereafter, one of the steeds returned alone, devoid of its rider, leaving no trace of the subordinate behind. This scene cast a heavy shadow over Daenerys' heart. An ominous premonition surged forth like a scorching wind across the desert, rendering her unable to quell the rising tide of fear and unease within her. Yura, rummaging through the depths of the horse's heavy saddlebags, inadvertently encountered a chilling object, the frigid sensation piercing through his rough palm and reaching deep into his core. As he cautiously unwrapped the parcel, he was confronted by the horrifying sight of a severed head, the tightly shut eyes seemingly retaining the terror and resentment of its former owner. Upon closer inspection, Yura's heart sank as he recognized the visage of a once trusted and loyal subordinate, dispatched by Daenerys to scout ahead. This revelation struck him like a thunderclap, flooding him with an indescribable shock and sorrow, a palpable weight of grief pressing heavily against his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Yura swiftly sought out Daenerys, conveying this tragic news in the gentlest manner possible. Upon receiving the dreadful tidings, Daenerys was drawn by an invisible force, hastening to the scene. Her gaze fell upon the frigid head, and she was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming tide of grief and fury. The eyes that once sparkled with wisdom and resilience were now furrowed in anguish, staring into the harsh reality, as if seeking even the faintest thread of solace or explanation from this silent accusation. Meanwhile, in another corner of the camp, Sam and his 2 companions were gathered around the flickering campfire, busily preparing the evening's repast. Yet their conversation strayed far from the facade of tranquility, delving into the disquieting rumors that circulated within the camp. Particularly concerning the nefarious deeds of Castor, his companions whispered indignantly, their words laced with outrage and discontent towards this tyrannical figure. Castor, in his shameless audacity, had forcibly claimed all of his daughters, an act that utterly contravened the moral fabric of humanity, igniting within Sam an unprecedented fury and sense of injustice. He inwardly cursed Castor as a true perverse tyrant. At that moment, a sudden scream shattered the camp's serenity. Sam turned to see one of Castor's many daughters, pale with fright, being terrorized by a snow-dwelling ice wolf. Rushing forward, Sam set aside his task and chased away the beast, attempting to soothe Gilly's frightened heart with gentle words. He reached out, intending to lightly grasp her wrist to check for injuries, but Gilly, overwhelmed by fear, recoiled instinctively. Sam quickly clarified that his intentions were solely rooted in concern and protection. And once Gilly's emotions settled slightly, she mustered the courage to confide in him the sorrows that weighed upon her heart. Gilly confided in Sam that the cruel regime of Castor had not only stripped them of their freedom and dignity, but had also instituted a merciless decree. All male infants born would not be nurtured by their mothers, but would be heartlessly abandoned deep within the forest, left to succumb to the beasts or the biting cold. This grim reality stirred a profound empathy and compassion within Sam, who realized that Gilly was ensnared in dire straits. To exacerbate matters, Gilly was with child, likely bearing a son, which undoubtedly placed her in even greater peril. Thus, Sam, driven by desperation, brought Gilly before Jon Snow, imploring him to permit her to join their escape from this realm of fear and despair. However, Jon vehemently opposed the idea, fully aware that the Night's Watch was hot on their heels and that they were about to enter treacherous wildling territory. Accompanying a woman like Gilly would undeniably heighten their burden and risk, potentially plunging the entire group into jeopardy. Yet, Sam's unwavering resolve and Gilly's vulnerability ultimately pierced Jon's hardened heart, compelling him into deep contemplation. After enduring a tempestuous journey filled with trials and tribulations, Theon finally embarked on the meandering path leading back to his homeland. His emotions were a complex tapestry of trepidation for the unknown and a profound yearning for home. As the familiar silhouette of the Iron Islands gradually came into view, the sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, enveloped him. The jagged rocks of the island seemed to whisper tales of historical upheaval. Each stone bore witness to the indelible feud between the Greyjoys and the Starks, akin to scars etched into the earth, forever unerasable. Theon's father, the iron-fisted lord, possessed a gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing through the mists of time to scrutinize the letter in Theon's hand. This missive was a double-edged sword, poised to either herald a dawn of peace or further escalate the enmity between the two great houses. Yet, as the parchment unfurled, revealing line after line of script, Theon's father's expression underwent a subtle metamorphosis. From initial outrage to astonishment, and finally to contemplation, his inner turmoil erupted into a fierce struggle. The Stark family had not come to provoke discord, but rather to propose a shocking alliance. This proposal, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sent ripples across the surface and ushered in a glimmer of hope for the future of the Iron Islands. Meanwhile, in a distant land, Arya's secret unfurled like the surface of a lake caressed by a gentle breeze, creating delicate ripples. Gathering all her courage, she opened her heart to a companion she regarded as intimately close. It was a chapter she had desperately sought to forget, yet could not entirely sever from her being. However, what she did not anticipate was the companion's reaction, which was neither the shock nor fear she had envisioned. Instead, a placid expression graced her companion's face, as if she had long since discerned Arya's secret or simply regarded it with indifference. This indifference extinguished the flame of Arya's fervor, leaving her engulfed in anger and confusion. The fury within her ignited like kindling, compelling her to engage in an extraordinary contest with her companions. In this confrontation, Arya not only tested the loyalty and courage of her allies, but also embarked on a profound introspection of her own heart and beliefs. As night descended, the stars adorned the sky, and Castor's figure appeared particularly solitary and enigmatic amidst the depths of the forest. He cradled an infant boy, the essence of his life and the embodiment of his hopes. Meanwhile, Jon Snow silently trailed Castor, endeavoring to unravel the truth behind his mysterious movements. Castor gently placed the infant upon a flat stone beneath a tree, his face betraying a mix of reluctance and resolve. Yet, at the very moment he was about to turn away, a shadow materialized before them like a ghost, silently seizing the innocent child and leaving behind a trail of chilling enigmas and Jon's astonished expression. This sudden turn of events made Jon acutely aware that the world was far more intricate and perilous than he had ever imagined. He began to observe his surroundings with heightened vigilance, resolute in his quest to uncover the truth behind this mystery. Chapter 13. Castor offers the infant to the mysterious tribe. Jon stood there, his eyes brimming with shock and helplessness. He could scarcely fathom the scene before him. The cold-hearted Castor had so effortlessly cast a new life into the darkness, as if that fragile existence were utterly insignificant to him. At that moment, a towering figure descended like a deity, gently pulling the fragile life back from the brink of death, evoking a profound sense of reverence and gratitude within Jon. He fixed his gaze upon the retreating silhouette, his heart swirling with complex emotions, gratitude towards the mysterious savior, coupled with a deep sense of powerlessness regarding the state of the world. Fate seemed unwilling to release him easily. Castor's keen instincts alerted him to Jon's presence. He abruptly turned, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Jon's heart raced as he struggled to maintain composure, yet his body trembled involuntarily. Just as he prepared to flee, Castor's fist struck like lightning, rendering him unconscious. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze, leaving only Jon's consciousness adrift in darkness. When Jon awoke, a fierce headache gripped him. He struggled to sit up, surveying his surroundings, only to find himself still in that perilous place. But at that moment, his thoughts were consumed solely by the innocent infant and Castor's merciless visage. He eagerly sought out the commander, recounting all that he had witnessed, his words laden with anger and confusion as he grappled with the cruelty of the world. To his surprise, the commander's reaction was not one of shock or outrage. Instead, a complex expression crossed his face. He gazed deeply at Jon and gravely remarked, "Jon, this world is far more intricate than you can possibly imagine. Some matters are not merely black and white. The hearts of certain individuals are rife with darkness and distortion. What you perceive is merely the tip of the iceberg, with many shadowy corners yet untouched by your awareness. I do not wish for you to accept these cruel realities, but rather hope that you learn to safeguard yourself and refrain from meddling in such affairs." The commander's words plunged Jon Snow into contemplation. He recognized his own naivety and innocence, comprehending the cruelty and complexity of this world. Yet, he did not surrender. His heart remained brimming with justice and courage. He understood that he could not remain a passive observer. He must act on behalf of the innocent babe. Thus, he silently resolved that no matter the obstacles and dangers that lay ahead, he would confront them bravely and fight for justice. The duel between Boras and the imposing knight clad in resplendent armor resembled a fierce clash of powers, sparks flying and holding the onlookers in rapt anticipation. Each swing of the knight's sword exuded boundless strength, the armor gleaming in the sunlight like a god of war descended from the heavens. Although Boras fought valiantly, he gradually found himself overwhelmed by such a formidable opponent. After several exchanges, Boras was finally staggered by a powerful blow, losing his balance and collapsing heavily to the ground. Lying there, he gasped for breath, his eyes filled with reluctance and despair. He struggled to lift his head, gazing up at the victorious armored knight, his voice trembling as he sought forgiveness. However, at this critical juncture, the knight slowly removed the heavy visor. Beneath the mask lay a fair and refined visage, adorned with naturally curly hair. This extraordinary warrior was none other than a lady knight named Brienne. Her gaze was resolute, a faint smile gracing her lips. As if she had anticipated this moment, she pledged her loyalty to fight for the glory of the king, a determination and courage that moved all present. Deep within the Iron Islands, Theon treaded heavily on his way home. He had hoped to find solace upon returning, yet discovered that the gulf between him and his father and sister seemed to have widened further. He felt as though he had been isolated in a world devoid of understanding, his inner turmoil and struggles beyond expression. Soon after, his father entrusted him with a task, which appeared utterly trivial in Theon's eyes. He was filled with indignation, perceiving this as a slight against his abilities and a dismissal of his worth. He yearned to prove his value, yet found himself ensnared in what seemed an unending cycle. Meanwhile, in another land, Tyrion was devising an audacious plan. He intended to bring Shae into the palace to live with her. However, he was acutely aware of his sister Cersei's shrewdness and suspicion. Should Shae's identity be revealed, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Tyrion meticulously crafted a strategy, deciding to have Shae enter the palace as a cook. This plan was both clever and perilous. Yet Tyrion was willing to gamble for their future. He believed that as long as they exercised sufficient caution, they could evade Cersei's watchful gaze. As Sansa wearily entered the room, seeking respite, Shae quietly slipped in. She attended to Sansa with remarkable attentiveness, as if an unspoken bond of understanding and trust had long since been established between them. Sansa gently seated herself before the mirror, gesturing for Shae to comb her long hair. Their reflections, one mistress and one maid, revealed an extraordinary warmth and harmony. In that moment, they seemed to forget the disparities of identity and status, simply relishing each other's companionship and care. The night enveloped the world in inky darkness, profound enough to swallow every sound. In the stillness, Arya tossed and turned on the humble bed, her mind restless as a myriad of thoughts intertwined, making sleep elusive. She ultimately resolved to rise, seeking the comfort of her leader's presence. Beneath the dim, warm light, their silhouettes elongated, embodying the soul warmth in the silent night. They began to engage in meandering conversation, traversing from mundane trivialities to distant dreams, each word resonating with deep affection. The leader's voice was deep and magnetic, as though each phrase contained boundless tales. He gradually unveiled a long-buried past to Arya, transforming those once painful memories into vivid, weighty narratives. Arya listened intently, her gaze filled with sympathy and curiosity about her leader's experiences. In this tranquil night, their hearts seemed to transcend the chasm of age, forging an ineffable resonance. However, this serenity was not to last. Suddenly, the outside air was pierced by the urgent and powerful sound of hooves, akin to thunder before dawn, shattering the night's silence in an instant. Both Arya and the leader sprang to attention, glancing toward the window. A band of knights had unexpectedly arrived, galloping through the night in search of a boy named Gendry. Upon hearing the news, the leader's expression shifted dramatically. He understood the gravity of the impending crisis. He swiftly roused his sleeping companions, preparing to confront the looming challenge. Though young, Arya was astute and quickly grasped the severity of the situation. Noticing her comprehension, the leader instructed her to slip out of the house amidst the chaos and seek a safe refuge. Without hesitation, Arya swiftly joined a few peers of similar age, quietly slipping through the back door as per the leader's guidance. They navigated the narrow alleyways, hiding within the nearby dense underbrush. In their concealment, they held their breath, blending seamlessly with the night, quietly observing the unfolding events. The leader courageously led his companions into a fierce duel with the knights. The knight captain, relying on Joffrey's reputation, attempted to intimidate the leader. Yet, the leader stood undaunted, resolutely drawing his sword, demonstrating extraordinary courage and determination. However, outnumbered and outmatched, the leader's followers gradually found themselves overwhelmed. In the midst of the fierce combat, despite the leader's valor, he ultimately succumbed to the knight captain's blade, falling into a pool of blood. Arya witnessed this harrowing scene, her heart wrenching in anguish. She watched helplessly as the leader sacrificed himself to protect them. Her eyes brimmed with tears that swirled within their sockets. Yet she held back from letting them fall. At that moment, she suddenly spotted a young boy, struck by an arrow in his leg, stumbling and collapsing to the ground, unable to walk any further. Without hesitation, the knight commander ended the boy's life with a swift stroke of his sword. It was only then that Arya was taken aback to realize that the boy was none other than Gendry, the one the knights had been desperately pursuing. Her heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. She mourned Gendry's untimely death while feeling a surge of anger at the knight commander's callousness. Unable to restrain herself, she shouted a warning to the commander, but he was lost in the euphoria of victory, paying her no heed. Arya gazed at the commander and Gendry's lifeless body, consumed by an abyss of sorrow and rage. She understood that this night would forever etch itself into her memory, becoming a scar on her path to maturity. Yet, she also recognized that she could not remain engulfed in grief. She must seek vengeance for the leader and Gendry, demanding justice on their behalf. Thus, she silently vowed to grow stronger, determined to make those who had wronged her and her loved ones pay a price. Chapter 14. Arya becomes Tywin's servant in the drizzling depths of night. The vast expanse under the dominion of King's Landing was gently shrouded in a soft and damp veil. Amidst the profound silence, only the delicate rain danced with the night, weaving a tapestry of tranquility and depth. Within the heart of this mysteriously cloaked encampment, two dim beams of light flickered in the darkness, revealing the silhouettes of two soldiers huddled around a flickering campfire. The firelight leapt, illuminating their resolute faces and the starlight twinkling in their eyes, reflections of their aspirations for the future and their unwavering dedication to their dreams. Their laughter echoed in the rainy night, seemingly capable of dispelling all coldness and loneliness, transforming this small space into an oasis of warmth and harmony. Amidst this rare tranquility and warmth, a sinister aura slithered through the rain like a serpent in the dark, stealthily approaching the camp. Robb, the renowned commander known for his wisdom and bravery, led his elite troops, gliding like phantoms through the night and the rain, their steps light yet resolute, exuding a power and determination not to be underestimated. Their objective was clear and unwavering, vowing to accomplish a feat capable of rewriting destiny on this silent night. The two soldiers remained blissfully absorbed in their conversation, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Their laughter resonated through the rainy night, inadvertently becoming the final notes of their life's symphony. Robb and his men launched their ambush with the swiftness and precision of a cheetah on the hunt. Their movements were so rapid, fierce, and exacting that they left onlookers in awe. In the midst of the chaos and exclamations, the flames of life for those two soldiers were extinguished in an instant, their smiles frozen at the corners of their mouths as their bodies fell lifelessly into the muddy ground, becoming the first victims of this silent battle. With the success of the ambush, The tranquility of the camp was irrevocably shattered. The soldiers, deep in slumber, had not yet awakened from their dreams when they were met with the looming threat of death. Robb and his companions swept through the camp like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, their swords glinting with a chilling light in the night. Each swing was accompanied by the extinguishing of a life. Blood splattered and flowed in the rain, intertwining with the fine drizzle, staining the earth a harrowing shade of red. The air was thick with the scent of blood and sorrow, marking this night as one of nightmares and tragedy for King's Landing. As dawn broke, the horizon gradually unveiled a canvas of pearly white, and Robb's silhouette appeared resolute in the dim light. With measured footsteps, he advanced like a beacon through the enveloping darkness, entering a battlefield shrouded in smoke and blood. Every inch of this land recounted tales of past glory and present desolation, yet Robb's gaze radiated unwavering determination, each step resonating like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of those around him. In a corner of the battlefield, a young soldier lay quietly on a makeshift stretcher, a faint glimmer of life amidst the desolation. His pallid visage resembled the first snowflakes of early winter, frail, yet embodying an indomitable spirit. The grievous wound on his leg, blood-soaked and crimson, bloomed like a rose of pain, narrating a tale of endless suffering and despair. However, from the depths of this abyss, a flicker of resilience shone in the soldier's eyes, a fervent yearning for life and an unwavering commitment to victory. Upon learning of the young soldier's plight, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled within Robb. He hastened to the soldier's side, bending down to converse with him in a gentle yet firm voice. His words flowed like a spring breeze, striving to soothe the soldier's inner wounds and help him confront the cruel reality of amputation. Yet, the soldier's steadfastness profoundly impacted Robb, reflecting a fierce devotion to his own worth and a rebellion against fate. In the face of this life and death moment, Robb made a commendable decision. He personally assisted the medical staff in performing the amputation on the young soldier. Inside the operating room, the atmosphere was tense and grave. Yet Robb's gaze remained as steadfast as rock. He grasped the soldier's hand tightly, imparting boundless strength and comfort. His eyes shone like a beacon, piercing the darkness within the soldier's heart and illuminating the path ahead. With the medical staff's exceptional skill and Robb's unwavering support, the surgery ultimately succeeded. As the final thread was cut, a collective sigh of relief swept through the operating room. Robb gently caressed the soldier's forehead, softly declaring, "You are a true warrior. Your bravery and resilience will forever be etched in our hearts." This sentiment radiated warmth, dispelling the shadows within the soldier and allowing him to rediscover himself. In that moment, everyone on the battlefield was profoundly moved by the scene. They witnessed Robb's sense of responsibility and courage, as well as the soldier's tenacity and indomitable spirit. This moment became a shared memory and source of strength, inspiring them to forge ahead in the days to come, for victory, for dignity, and for the beliefs that resided within their hearts. Robb, through his actions, epitomized the essence of true leadership and responsibility, stepping forth in critical moments, selflessly fighting for others, for the greater good, and for justice. Joffrey's wrath burned with the ferocity of a raging inferno, consuming his reason. He could not tolerate Robb's ambush and this betrayal. This provocation filled him with profound humiliation and rage. Yet, this fury surged like a wild stallion, rampaging aimlessly, ultimately falling upon the innocent Sansa. He coldly commanded Sansa to kneel in the center of the hall, the frigid ground seeming to tremble beneath her, as an oppressive chill enveloped the air. All eyes fixated upon this helpless girl. Sansa knelt there, her eyes brimming with terror and despair, unable to comprehend why she was subjected to such treatment. Nevertheless, Joffrey did not relent. His fury, akin to a runaway horse, was uncontrollable. He audaciously commanded his men to strip Sansa of her outer garments, intending to subject her to unprecedented humiliation before the gathered crowd. In that moment, the atmosphere in the hall grew palpably tense, as if even breathing became a challenge. However, in the nick of time, Tyrion's figure burst forth like a bolt of lightning, striding confidently into the center of the hall, reminiscent of a valiant knight arriving on the scene. Without hesitation, he reached out and lifted Sansa from the cold ground, defending her dignity through his actions. Tyrion's gaze radiated unwavering resolve. He seemed oblivious to Joffrey's contorted face twisted by fury, firmly grasping Sansa's hand as they stepped out of the hall, step by step. Tyrion's act astonished all present, his stature towering in their eyes, earning him the admiration and respect of everyone for his bravery and sense of justice. The onlookers erupted in applause, captivated by his courage. Meanwhile, Joffrey could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. his anger and frustration dissolving into a heavy sigh that echoed through the vast hall. In that moment, he realized how foolish and laughable his rage and impulsiveness were. He could no longer maintain his previous arrogance, resigned to silently endure the bitter fruits of his failure. As Tyrion and Sansa emerged from the hall, sunlight bathed them, as if draping them in a golden glow. Their figures receded into the distance, yet their bravery and sense of justice would forever linger in the hearts of the people. This moment marked a turning point in history, illuminating the power of hope and justice. Arya, along with her few dear friends, unfortunately fell into the hands of their enemies. Victims of fate's cruel jest, the night descended like a heavy curtain, slowly enveloping this land shrouded in despair. They were forced into a dark, damp corner, crammed into a wooden cell, nearly forgotten by the world. This cell resembled a chasm of evil, the light within almost non-existent, struggling to penetrate the thick wooden planks, leaving behind a suffocating darkness. The air around them was thick with dampness and unease. Each breath felt like a battle against an endless oppression, rendering them breathless. Despite the harshness of the environment, which seemed intent on eroding human will, Arya and her companions endeavored to seek even the faintest semblance of tranquility. They nestled close to one another, using their shared warmth to stave off the frigid air of their prison, while their hushed conversations dispelled the surrounding silence and dread. Gradually, the intertwining emotions of fatigue and despair began to erode the spirits of each individual, and they could no longer resist the encroaching tide of slumber, gradually succumbing to the embrace of dreams. Yet, within this seemingly tranquil night, Arya's inner world surged like a tempestuous ocean, vast and tumultuous. She tossed and turned, her body weary beyond measure, yet her soul wrestled in the abyss of torment. The haunting images of her father's murder replayed incessantly in her mind, the bloodshed and violence slicing through her heart like razor blades. With her eyes tightly shut, she endeavored to erase these memories from her consciousness, but they remained indelibly etched in her memory like a brand. In the profound darkness, Arya's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, as if to expel all the pain and hatred within her. Silently, she recited the names of those intricately linked to her father's death, each name a heavy burden pressing upon her chest, rendering her breathless. She felt her heart pounding violently, as if it sought to leap from her chest. Yet amidst this pain and hatred, Arya recognized a brutal truth. She could not allow herself to be consumed by this hatred. She understood that while this hatred was agonizing, it also served as her lifeblood, the driving force behind her quest for vengeance. Thus, Arya held back her tears, transforming her fury into a steadfast resolve that sustained her through the long and arduous night. She reminded herself that she must not surrender or yield to fate's design. She would fight for her father, for the innocents who had suffered. This conviction shone like a beacon in the darkness, guiding her and illuminating the glimmer of hope amidst despair. At this moment, Duke Tywin, a powerful noble leader, confronted an unprecedented challenge. Desperately in need of a loyal and competent servant to assist him with the increasingly burdensome daily affairs. Among the many candidates, Arya, a seemingly unremarkable woman, inadvertently captured Tywin's attention with her unique demeanor and indomitable spirit. Her eyes sparkled with an unyielding light, embodying a rare resilience and composure in the face of adversity. After careful consideration, Duke Tywin resolved to offer Arya an opportunity. He decisively commanded his subordinates to release the bound woman, granting her freedom. Simultaneously, he extended an olive branch to Arya, inviting her to serve under his command. For Arya, this was undoubtedly a pivotal moment in her destiny. She gladly accepted Tywin's invitation and demonstrated her worth through her actions. Under Tywin's meticulous guidance, Arya gradually evolved into an exceptional assistant, and her fate underwent a profound transformation. In a distant realm, King Stannis led a formidable army on a journey to reunite with his brother, Renly. Renly, a prince of equally noble descent yet opposing views, became the focal point of this encounter. Stannis, driven by an insatiable thirst for power, yearned to unify the kingdom and ensure his people lived in stability and prosperity. He sought to persuade Renly to abandon his resistance and join him in governance, using their brotherly bond as a means of appeal. However, Renly proved to be a man of steadfast conviction, unwilling to bow to authority. He resolutely rejected Stannis' overtures, believing that power was not the ultimate pursuit. Rather, it was imperative to uphold one's principles and beliefs. Observing his brother's unwavering gaze, Stannis felt a surge of complex emotions. He understood that their fraternal clash was now unavoidable, After leaving behind a poignant remark, Stannis mounted his steed with determination, leading his soldiers back to his territory. His silhouette, cast against the twilight-esque glow, appeared profoundly solitary yet resolute. The air was thick with a tapestry of emotions, lament for the bond of brotherhood and an anxious anticipation of the future. Nonetheless, the wheels of history rolled forward, unstoppable. As nightfall draped the landscape in a deep indigo hue, a mysterious darkness enveloped the depths of a cavern. There, Melisandre, the brave mother, sat quietly upon a cold, unyielding stone bed, her form becoming the altar of this life-giving ritual. The rise and fall of her abdomen mirrored the tumultuous waves of the sea, each movement echoing the fierce struggle of new life within, an ardent longing for existence, a challenge to the limits of her being. Sweat streamed down her face, mingling with tears, crafting a silent tableau. Her clenched jaw and contorted visage embodied her resilient defiance against pain and profound reverence for life. Her breaths, heavy and rapid in the confined space, were accompanied by hoarse cries, primitive calls for life, fervent hopes for the miracle about to unfold. The cavern resonated with her indomitable will to live, each corner reverberating with Melisandre's heart-wrenching wails. This sound pierced the stillness of the night, transcended the barriers of stone, and reached the innermost depths of every listener's heart. It was not merely a release of suffering, but a hymn to the strength of life, a courageous embrace of the unknown destiny awaiting. Amidst this chaos and anticipation, a miracle quietly emerged. The child did not arrive in the traditional gentle manner, but rather burst forth in a thick, dark mist, unexpectedly erupting from Melisandre's womb. This swirling black fog, imbued with a mysterious and potent force, instantly filled the entire cavern, causing an involuntary shiver to ripple through all who bore witness. Melisandre's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. She gazed intently at the swirling black mist, which twisted and danced in the air with a dizzying speed. It seemed as though an invisible force was guiding it. As the mist rapidly coalesced into a distinct form, gradually, a clear humanoid silhouette emerged in midair. This scene was both eerie and sacred, compelling one to hold their breath. Melisandre's heart brimmed with an unprecedented complexity of emotions, shock, confusion, but predominantly an ineffable joy and pride. She realized that she had just witnessed the birth of a new life, one that was extraordinary and brimming with miracles. This life would leave its own indelible mark upon the world in its unique manner. Chapter 15. The assassination of Bluley. After much contemplation, Bluley resolved to fight alongside Catelyn, their determination akin to an unyielding shield, ready to face the impending storms and challenges together. In that moment, his gaze was filled with steadfastness and resolve, as if no obstacle could impede his advance. A loyal knight, fully aware of his lord's determination, gently draped the cloak symbolizing courage and honor over him, each movement imbued with reverence and meticulous care. They awaited the forthcoming oath ceremony in silence, a moment that would witness their vows and elevate their friendship. Yet fate has a penchant for revealing its cruelty at the most unforeseen moments. Within the tranquil and solemn confines of the tent, an unexpected disruption shattered the calm. A sinister shadow, like a harbinger of night, silently permeated every corner of the tent, bringing with it a chilling aura of death. Its speed was such that it nearly surpassed the human eye's ability to perceive, akin to an embodiment of night, intent on devouring life. Bluley's focus was solely on the impending ceremony, completely oblivious to the sudden peril. By the time he sensed the lethal chill, it was far too late. A glint of cold light flashed from the shadow's hand, resembling the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping his life. Before Bluley could summon astonishment or fear, the brilliant flame of life was abruptly extinguished, leaving only an abyss of darkness and silence. He could not even emit a cry of despair before succumbing. A victim of this treachery, Bran, the valiant knight, had always been a steadfast supporter of Bluley. She stood by, quietly awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. However, when the shadow flitted before her like a phantom, her world crumbled in an instant. Astonishment and dread swiftly intertwined in her gaze as she watched Bluley collapse before her, the assailant vanishing without a trace. The tent was left with Bluley's cold body and the suffocating scent of blood in the air, filling her with profound despair and helplessness. The world outside the tent seemed to echo this heavy atmosphere. The hurried footsteps echoed in a disjointed rhythm as several soldiers rushed to the scene, their faces etched with fury and confusion. Yet, upon witnessing the horrific tableau before them, all emotions transformed into astonishment and helplessness. They mistakenly believed that Brienne had attempted to assassinate Loras in this critical moment, and the anger of betrayal nearly drove them to madness. Brienne desperately sought to convey the truth of her innocence, but her voice seemed drowned by the oppressive aura of death, failing to articulate her purity and victimhood. In that moment, she resembled a solitary figure misunderstood by the entire world, silently enduring the weight of profound anguish and despair. Faced with an imminent threat as oppressive as a storm cloud, her instinct for self-preservation surged forth. In the face of life and death, she gripped her sword tightly. Its blade shimmered with the weight of her emotions and resolve under the moonlight. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely struck out, each swing of her sword echoing her inner sorrow and helplessness, as if it were a merciless indictment of fate. In the flicker of the blade, the advancing soldiers fell one by one, the air thick with the scent of blood and defiance. When she finally quelled the immediate peril, time seemed to freeze at the moment she turned. There lay Loras, the lord who had once bestowed warmth and hope upon her, now silently resting in a pool of blood, his body already stiffened, and his once vibrant eyes devoid of light. This sight tore at Brienne's heart, and tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the cold ground, instantly absorbed and vanished. Struggling against her grief, she summoned all her strength to gently lift Loras's heavy body, her eyes filled with a profound sense of loss and deep respect for the deceased. In that instant, it felt as though she was bidding farewell to an old friend, every movement imbued with a ceremonial significance. Amidst this land shrouded in sorrow, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps resounded from beyond the tent. The sound surged like a tide, accompanied by the soldiers' shouts and cries, shattering the previously suffocating silence. Catelyn, a woman seasoned by the storms of life, sharply sensed this unsettling omen. She understood that this place was no longer safe for lingering, a potent unease rapidly spreading through her heart. She looked urgently at Brienne, her weathered eyes glimmering with determination and resolve. Quietly yet firmly, she declared, "We cannot stay any longer. We must leave at once." Her voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable authority. Without hesitation, Catelyn grasped Brienne's hand, and their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them, requiring no further words. Together, they embarked on their flight, leaving behind the war-torn camp and the haunting memories that would forever linger. The night wind howled past, sweeping away their footprints and tears, yet it could not erase their tenacity for life and hope for the future. In this brutal conflict, though they had lost much, they had also gained a more resolute faith and a deeper friendship. Brienne's visage, akin to one covered in the frost of late autumn, revealed the unspeakable sorrow etched into every inch of her skin. Her gaze shimmered with unwavering resolve, a testament to her steadfast loyalty to a departed lover and an indomitable struggle against fate. In the face of the multitude of comforting voices surrounding her, warm words attempting to rescue her from the abyss of despair, Brienne resolutely rejected them all. For her, departing from beside Renly felt akin to betraying the pure, unblemished feelings she harbored within her heart, a cruel reality she could not accept under any circumstances. Amidst this shroud of hopelessness, Catelyn emerged as a compassionate mentor, stepping gently yet firmly into Brienne's world, her words akin to a spring breeze nurturing the parched soil of Brienne's heart. Catelyn not only unveiled the harshness and ruthlessness of reality to Brienne, but also, with her voice imbued with wisdom and hope, painted a vivid vision of the future. She conveyed to Brienne that survival was paramount, that escaping the treacherous and ill-fated land was essential if she were to seek justice for Renly, allowing the light of righteousness to once again illuminate this darkened world. Under Catelyn's patient persuasion, Brienne's inner turmoil erupted into an unprecedented struggle. She felt as though she were ensconced in an endless battlefield, torn between an unquenchable longing for Renly and a fervent desire filled with hope for the future. These two emotions intertwined and clashed within her, nearly suffocating her. Ultimately, however, her profound affection for Renly and her steadfast belief in the future triumphed. Brienne gritted her teeth, suppressing the anguish and reluctance within, transforming her heavy sorrow into an invisible force that propelled her along the path of escape. In that moment of turning away, a barely perceptible glimmer of tears flickered in her eyes, yet she did not allow them to fall. Instead, she buried them deep within her heart. She understood well that she could not falter here, nor betray Renly's hopes and trust in her. Thus, she resolutely abandoned Renly's body and set forth on the perilous road of the unknown. In her heart, she silently vowed to Renly, promising to seek justice for him, ensuring that his name would forever be etched upon the monument of history, becoming a tale recounted by future generations. The sudden news of Renly's passing enveloped King's Landing like a dark cloud, casting a heavy pall over every inch of the city, plunging it into an atmosphere of oppression. In the dim corners of the throne room, the figures of Tyrion Lannister and Queen Cersei stood out starkly. Their conversation was hushed and urgent, as if racing against time to find a glimmer of life amidst this unforeseen upheaval. Renly's illustrious career and tragic demise served merely as a prologue, an introduction in their dialogue. A more pressing and perilous threat, like a silent serpent, stealthily approached their throats. Renly's elder brother, Stannis Baratheon, a resolute and ruthless king, was leading an army, surging towards King's Landing like a tempestuous tide, determined to reclaim the throne he believed rightfully belonged to him. Confronted with this imminent crisis, Cersei's gaze flickered with resoluteness and coldness. She understood all too well that mere eloquence and courtly machinations could no longer withstand Stannis' iron advance. Thus, she clandestinely commanded the employment of the city's most skilled artisans, offering them a handsome reward to toil day and night in the creation of a terrifying weapon known as wildfire. This weapon, akin to the fires of hell, shimmered with an eerie blue light, and, once ignited, could reduce any foe daring to encroach upon King's Landing to ashes. Cersei hoped that with this weapon, she could fortify herself as the final bastion against Stannis' forces. Tyrion Lannister, the clever and enigmatic dwarf, however, did not place all his hopes upon Cersei's wildfire. He was acutely aware that war is intricate and ever-changing. Relying solely on a single weapon could not guarantee triumph. Therefore, he moved quietly, leveraging his considerable influence and vast wealth within the city to discreetly recruit a handful of highly skilled, yet obscure artisans. Under Tyrion's meticulous supervision, these craftsmen labored tirelessly, crafting not merely a weapon but a beacon of hope, an unforeseen advantage capable of altering the tide of battle. Tyrion's strategy was far bolder and more audacious than Cersei's. He demanded that the weapons be not only powerful but also concealed and sudden in their deployment. In his vision, these devices would become a nightmare for Stannis' army, delivering a fatal blow at a pivotal moment. As time progressed, intricate and lethal contrivances began to take shape in the artisans' hands. They were hidden underground or shrouded in darkness, awaiting the decisive moment to strike. Thus, within the walls of King's Landing, two forces waged their own battles, yet unknowingly wove a complex web of intrigue. Cersei's wildfire and Tyrion's clandestine weaponry echoed and complemented each other, collectively crafting the approaching storm and transformation. Behind the scenes, both Tyrion and Cersei harbored divergent ambitions, engaging in a silent contest within this game of power. Arya, with her practiced grace, resembled a seasoned dancer as she elegantly lifted the crystalline wine jug, her movements fluid and rhythmic. She slowly tilted the vessel, allowing the golden liquid to cascade like silk into Lord Tywin's goblet, enriching it with a robust vintage. Lord Tywin's gaze lingered on Arya, seemingly captivated by her demeanor and poise. He parted his lips slightly, his voice deep and magnetic, inquiring about Arya's origins in a tone bordering on scrutinizing. Faced with Lord Tywin's piercing gaze and unexpected inquiry, Arya felt a tempest stirring within her. Yet her countenance remained remarkably composed. She understood that in this world rife with intrigue and calculation, even the slightest hint of disarray could become a fatal flaw. Thus, she casually mentioned a distant and indistinct locale, attempting to divert Lord Tywin's attention from her true identity. However, Lord Tywin was no ordinary man. He possessed keen insight and a wealth of experience. He soon discerned the subtlety within Arya's words. Her ambiguous and evasive manner of responding sparked a flicker of suspicion within him. Consequently, he intensified his inquiries, demanding that Arya elaborate on the emblem and its significance of her birthplace. This posed an exceptionally challenging question, as a city's emblem often stands as a unique symbol, difficult to fabricate for those unfamiliar with it. Arya's heart tightened instantly, acutely aware of her ignorance regarding the so-called emblem. Yet, she exhibited no trace of panic or unease. Instead, her mind began to race, seeking a clever ruse to extricate herself from the predicament. At that moment, a name she had heard countless times, but never personally encountered flickered in her mind. This name resonated with certain information she possessed, illuminating a glimmer of hope. Thus Arya, with a tone of confidence and resolve, began to portray the place she claimed to know to Sir Tywin. She skillfully harnessed her imagination and linguistic prowess to vividly and captivatingly depict the local customs, the emblem's design, and its meaning. She even artfully wove in details and tales she had gleaned from others, rendering her narrative more vibrant and authentic. Sir Tywin, upon hearing Arya's account, furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly weighing the veracity of her claims in his mind. He understood well that in a world rife with deceit and falsehoods, discerning truth from fiction is no simple task. However, upon witnessing the confidence and determination in Arya's gaze, as well as her fluid and compelling narration, he could not help but acknowledge that he was impressed by her wit and adaptability. Ultimately, he nodded gently, refraining from further probing, and redirected his attention to the wineglass before him. Arya, observing this, let out a silent sigh of relief, aware that she had successfully evaded Sir Tywin's scrutiny and preserved her secret. She smiled and raised her glass in a toast to Sir Tywin, as if nothing had transpired. Sir Tywin reciprocated her smile, and the atmosphere between them once again became amiable and harmonious. Deep within the vast expanse of land, a magnificent castle loomed like a giant, serving not only as a witness to history, but also as a sanctuary for Daenerys and her loyal followers. This castle, having weathered the storms of time, retained its ancient and solemn demeanor, with each stone seemingly narrating tales of past glory and tribulation. Within the depths of this fortress, there lay a spacious hall, gently embraced by sunlight, a paradise where Daenerys and her 3 little dragons grew together. From the moment of their birth, these dragons bore the weight of Daenerys's boundless hopes and dreams. Under her meticulous care, they transitioned from tentative steps to aspirations of flight, each stage a testament to the queen's dedication and toil. Now, the dragons had blossomed, their once tender yet powerful bodies adorned with shimmering, metallic scales, each one seemingly whispering the strength of growth. The most striking feature lies in their mouths, capable of exhaling tiny, searing flames, though diminutive. These flames harbor the potential to transform the world. On this day, sunlight filtered through the high windows of the castle, cascading onto the hall's floor like golden silk, infusing the tranquil space with warmth and serenity. Daenerys, the brave yet gentle queen, adorned in a diaphanous gown, descended into the hall like an ethereal sprite. Beside her stood a sweet and demure maid, both quietly observing the growth of the young dragons with eyes brimming with pride and anticipation. Under their tender gaze, one of the dragons slowly made its way to the center of the hall. It gently fluttered its still maturing wings, small yet brimming with boundless potential. Suddenly, the dragon quivered, its muscles taut as if on the verge of unleashing astonishing power. In the next moment, a slender tongue of flame erupted from its mouth, curling and twisting through the air like a serpent, ultimately landing precisely on the prepared raw meat. With a sizzling sound, the meat began to transform under the flame's caress, its surface gradually turning a crisp, golden brown, emanating an irresistible aroma that filled the entire hall. The young dragon, witnessing this, sparkled with curiosity and satisfaction in its eyes. It seemed immensely proud and joyous of its creation, its tiny form appearing more majestic and formidable in the glow of the fire. Daenerys and the maid exchanged smiles, their faces radiating maternal affection and pride. In that moment, they seemed to witness the myriad moments of their child's growth, feeling the infinite allure of life's miracles. In their eyes, these 3 young dragons were not merely pets or tools, but rather the embodiment of their hopes and dreams. They believed that in the near future, these dragons would accompany Daenerys in conquering the world, forging a legacy that belonged entirely to them. Catelyn and Brienne, 2 women entwined by fate through a shocking and calamitous event, found themselves inexorably bound together. They embarked on a perilous journey of escape, each step akin to walking on the edge of a blade. Yet it was this very experience that gradually drew their hearts closer, fostering an unspoken bond of understanding and trust. Catelyn, once a noble lady, recognized in Brienne a tenacity and loyalty that inspired a profound desire within her to harness this strength, seeking to make Brienne her most steadfast ally in the chaos of their world. At last, on a starlit night, Catelyn opened her heart to Brienne, expressing her deep trust and admiration. Her words flowed like a gentle spring breeze, warm and resolute, bestowing upon Brienne an unprecedented sense of respect and recognition. Without a trace of hesitation, Brienne knelt on one knee, in the most solemn and sacred manner, pledging her loyalty to Catelyn. Her vow resonated through the night sky, each word imbued with unwavering resolve and fidelity, as if declaring to the world that her fate would henceforth be inextricably linked to Catelyn, facing all challenges and adversities together. Meanwhile, in another corner, Arya was experiencing her own extraordinary journey. She, the once frail and helpless girl, had now blossomed into a courageous and intrepid warrior. By a stroke of fate, she heroically rescued a curly-haired fugitive, an act of kindness akin to a precious oasis in the desert, forever etched in the fugitive's memory. Aware that he could not repay this life-saving grace with wealth or status, he pledged to fulfill 3 wishes for Arya. For a long time, Arya harbored an unquenchable fury within her heart, a deep-seated resentment towards the knight known as the Ledger. This knight had wielded his power to oppress the weak, inflicting upon Arya indelible pain and humiliation. During the stillness of the night, those painful memories would surge forth like a relentless tide, leaving her restless and sleepless. The curly-haired fugitive, perceptive to the hatred within Arya, understood he must act on behalf of his benefactor. Thus, he began to quietly devise a plan, seeking the opportune moment to exact revenge upon the Ledger. Finally, on a tempestuous night, he skillfully infiltrated the castle where the Ledger resided, utilizing his remarkable agility and familiarity with the terrain. Upon confirming his target, he acted without hesitation, leveraging his vantage point to cast the Ledger from the heights, thus ending the knight's nefarious existence. When Arya arrived at the scene in haste, she found the Ledger tragically lifeless on the ground, surrounded by chaos. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within her, a sense of satisfaction at her enemy finally receiving his just deserts, mingled with sorrow and regret for the extinguished life. At that moment, the curly-haired fugitive quietly sat in the shadows above, extending a finger towards Arya, a silent proclamation and the first act of his promise fulfilled. Arya gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and admiration, knowing she had gained yet another trustworthy friend. Chapter 16. The Rebellion of Shaun. Amidst the resounding thunder of galloping hooves and the deafening roar of battle drums, Shaun surged forth like a beast emerging at dawn, charging with unstoppable fervor. Each swing of his sword cleaved through the dense fog that obstructed his path, ultimately causing Winterfell, once an indomitable bastion of resilience and glory, to collapse under this irresistible force. The banner of victory soared high above the castle, heralding Shaun's illustrious triumph, his silhouette stretching dramatically in the twilight, appearing particularly grand. Contrasting this cacophony and splendor, Bran, the former Lord of Winterfell, found himself ensconced in another realm of tranquility. His chamber seemed enveloped by an invisible barrier, shielding him from the clamor and tumult of the outside world. Bran sat quietly upon his bed, his countenance as serene as a windless lake, unruffled by any disturbance. His gaze was profound and distant, as if peering into the very end of time, where perhaps lay dreams and hopes he had yet to relinquish. As Theon strode into this tranquil realm, adorned with glory yet burdened by fatigue, his steps resonated with not only the triumph of victory and pride, but also a hint of indescribable complexity. Standing before Bran, he proclaimed his conquest of Winterfell with a voice imbued with strength. However, the clarion call of victory echoed in Bran's ears like a distant resonance, failing to stir even the slightest ripple within his heart. Winterfell, a fortress once fiercely defended by countless warriors, now trembled beneath his iron heel. Theon's words brimmed with the pride of conquest, yet he keenly sensed Bran's extraordinary calm. This tranquility was both a serene acceptance of fate and a profound skepticism toward Theon's triumph, silently articulating that true victory transcends merely seizing a stronghold. It resides in earning the respect of hearts and souls. Within the room, the air seemed to congeal, and time became slow and heavy at that moment. As Theon gazed into Bran's hollow yet profound eyes, an unprecedented emotion surged within him. It was a genuine admiration for Bran's resilience, intertwined with a profound reflection upon his own actions. He began to realize that this victory might not be as flawless as he had envisioned. Bran, once an adversary and now a captive, had, in his unique way, won Theon's respect and reverence. Theon stood in the dimly lit conference room, candlelight flickering, casting shadows upon his resolute yet slightly weary visage. He inhaled deeply, seemingly intent on expelling all hesitations and reluctance with that breath. The loyal confidants and subordinates around him held their breath, their gazes rife with both anticipation and trepidation, as if awaiting this once gentle lord to display his decisiveness in the game of power. He slowly began to speak, his voice deep and resonant. "Gentlemen, we face an exceptionally grave situation. In these tumultuous times, every decision may determine our very survival. Today, we confront these captives before us, particularly Sir Roderick, whose valor and loyalty we have all witnessed. Yet, fate has played its hand, and he now stands opposed to us." At this juncture, Theon's gaze involuntarily shifted to Roderick, who stood tall, with an unwavering spine and eyes sparkling with indomitable spirit. Theon understood that this radiance represented not only Roderick's pride and dignity, but also a silent inquiry and accusation directed at himself. "Roderick." Theon's voice betrayed a trace of barely perceptible bitterness. "You were once a paragon in my heart. Your bravery and loyalty evoked my deep admiration. Yet now, We are each beholden to our masters, and the camaraderie of your must remain buried within. Your existence serves as an inspiration to my adversaries and may pose a threat to my people." Upon hearing this, Roderick's lips curled into a cold smirk, as if he had anticipated such an outcome. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he continued to vociferously denounce Theon's betrayal and ruthlessness with even sharper words. Each of his utterances struck like a sharp dagger, piercing deeply into Sean's heart. Yet, Sean remained resolute, fully aware that as a leader, he must perpetually maintain his composure and reason. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving to insulate himself from Rodley's words. When he reopened his eyes, they radiated a sense of unwavering determination and resolve. "I comprehend your concerns," Sean addressed his subordinates, "but at this pivotal moment, what we require most is unity and strength." The judgment concerning Sir Rodley was a decision made after considerable contemplation. "I hope you can understand and support me." With that, he raised a hand, signaling his confidence to escort Rodley away. In that instant, the entire conference room seemed to freeze, the only sound being the heavy footsteps of Rodley gradually fading into the distance. Sean stood motionless, gazing vacantly ahead, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He recognized that he had embarked on an irrevocable path, yet he was acutely aware that for the greater good, for survival, and for those who trusted and followed him, he must persevere. Beneath the harsh sunlight, Rodley stood as an immortal statue, unyielding, his expression resolute, devoid of any trace of fear, as if he could withstand all the tempests of the world. His gaze was profound and luminous, shimmering with an unwavering calm that transcended life and death, embodying a fearless defiance of fate and a steadfast adherence to his beliefs. In the face of Sean's icy stare, Rodley did not waver, nor did he exhibit even a hint of supplication. His spine was straight, as if proclaiming to the world, "Though he may perish, his spirit endures." Sean, the merciless executor, gripped his sword tightly, his steps heavy as he approached Rodley. Each stride felt as though it was weighed down by an invisible burden, a manifestation of his internal struggle and dread. He understood that this strike would irrevocably alter both their destinies and leave an indelible mark on his heart. Nevertheless, he had no alternative but to suppress his fear and, with grim determination, raise his sword, ready to carry out this final judgment. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. Everything around them froze. The wind ceased to blow, the leaves no longer swayed, and only Rodley's steadfast gaze and Sean's trembling hands silently conveyed the entirety of their emotions. At last, Sean inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength, and swung his sword down. The strike was precise and merciless, like lightning cleaving the sky, instantly severing Rodley's neck. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining everything in its vicinity, the air thick with the coppery scent of life's essence. And Rodley, the indomitable warrior, became eternally ensconced in that moment. His eyes remained bright and resolute, as if narrating his faith and pursuits. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, suggesting an absence of fear or regret in the face of death. He embodied the true spirit of a warrior, refusing to yield, never to plead for mercy, even in the shadow of mortality. The tragic and fierce poignancy of this moment stirred deep emotions and provoked profound reflection. Rod's life serves as a poignant reminder that, in the face of faith and conviction, life and death are but fleeting illusions. When confronted with justice and truth, we must forge ahead, unafraid. Arya, the graceful handmaiden, flits through the banquet like a delicate butterfly, dancing amidst the ocean of festivities. In her hands, she cradles not merely a vessel of meticulously chosen, fragrant wine, but also her deep respect for duty and unwavering loyalty to her master. Her steps are both steady and elegant, artfully avoiding the conversations and laughter of the guests, as though she herself were a rare and captivating highlight of this grand celebration. Tywin, the lord seated in a high-backed chair, possesses a countenance as formidable as a sculpted figure, his gaze exuding an undeniable authority. At this moment, he is encircled by a few trusted subordinates, engaged in hushed discussions regarding pressing matters ahead. Their dialogue oscillates between low and powerful tones and urgent, tense whispers, filling the air with a weighty and solemn atmosphere, as if time itself has decelerated in this charged moment. However, amidst this tension, a subordinate's blunder ripples through the serene surface like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Tywin's voice sharpens, becoming severe and frigid, each word a precise blade that pierces the heart of the errant subordinate. His reprimand is laden not only with stringent expectations, but also with an unmistakable assertion of authority and power. The atmosphere around him seems to solidify under this weight, as guests halt their movements, holding their breath, fearful that even the slightest action might shatter this oppressive tranquility. Yet, Arya, the astute handmaiden, reveals her remarkable composure and wisdom in this moment of strain. She stands quietly to the side, her posture upright and graceful, her expression calm as still water, seemingly untouched by the surrounding tumult. Nevertheless, her gaze is keen, akin to a leopard, capturing every subtle shift in the dynamics. She listens intently to Tywin's exchange with his subordinate, mentally deciphering the implications and deeper meanings behind each utterance. Fully aware of her role and responsibilities, she refrains from interrupting her master's discourse, neither appearing overly curious nor frivolous. Instead, she observes silently, learning and preparing to provide the most apt service and assistance when the moment arises. Behind the scenes of this banquet, Arya's presence acts as a refreshing stream, introducing a touch of tranquility and harmony to the tense and solemn atmosphere. Through her actions, she embodies the essence of loyalty and wisdom, becoming an extraordinary element of this grand affair. A group of subordinates, clad in resplendent yet disciplined attire, symbols of their status, rise respectfully after conferring with Duke Tywin on a series of critical matters. Their movements are synchronized, reflecting profound reverence and absolute obedience to their master. With each deliberate step, they silently proclaim their unwavering loyalty and steadfastness. As the heavy doors close gently, the room returns to a state of serene silence, the air thick with a solemn yet dignified ambience, as if even breathing has become a cautious endeavor. As the tranquility was meticulously preserved, a figure quietly entered the room. It was the diminutive nobleman, renowned for his cunning and unpredictability. His steps were as light as a specter, gliding silently through the chamber, his eyes glinting with shrewdness and calculation, as if he could discern the depths of the human heart and manipulate the circumstances at will. Duke Tywin raised his gaze, his profound eyes locking with the nobleman's, and without a word exchanged, they comprehended each other's intentions and positions, a tacit understanding forged over time, a silent contest of wills. Amidst this tense atmosphere brimming with intellectual sparring, Arya, the demure and charming handmaiden, stood like a refreshing spring. She quietly swayed a wine jug in her hands, adding a touch of warmth and solemnity to the impending dialogue. As she meticulously poured the wine, the crystalline liquid gently swayed in the cup, mirroring her own mixed feelings of anxiety and curiosity. Her gaze occasionally flitted towards the two conversing nobles, striving to glean the undercurrents of power and conflict from their fragmented exchanges. Although she could not fully grasp the deeper meanings, she sensed the weighty pressure and urgency in the air, compelling her to listen intently, lest she miss any detail that might alter the course of fate. Within the room, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Aside from the soft clinking of the wine and the occasional low murmur of conversation, an eerie silence enveloped everything. The overture of power and cunning was quietly unfolding, with every detail and movement potentially pivotal in determining the outcome. Here, each individual was interpreting their yearning for power in their own way, leaving the final victor still an enigma, awaiting the revelations of time. In the frigid embrace of winter, Jon Snow and his elite squad, fueled by unwavering conviction, orchestrated an ambush against the unruly wildlings. Snowflakes danced like myriad white spirits in the air, adding a touch of mystery and solemnity to the impending confrontation. They deftly utilized the terrain and the swirling snow, moving like phantoms across the battlefield, each attack precise and lethal, catching the wildlings off guard and gradually forcing them into a corner. Amidst the snow-covered wilderness, a fierce wildling woman named Ygritte stood out prominently. Her lithe figure and piercing gaze resembled a poised cheetah, ever ready to pounce on her prey. As one of the rare heroines of her tribe, Ygritte had never bowed before men. Her resilience and pride were as unyielding as granite. Faced with Jon Snow's authority and the relentless advance of his companions, Ygritte displayed no trace of fear or retreat. Her eyes sparkled with defiance, as if proclaiming, "I shall never submit to you, even in the face of life and death." She begged Jon for no mercy. This tenacity and pride evoked respect in Jon, yet reason reminded him that they were adversaries in this moment, and he must fulfill his mission. As his companions gradually withdrew from the battlefield, Jon Snow slowly raised his sword, poised to bring an end to this senseless confrontation. However, Ygritte urged him forward with a stance that was almost provocative. Her voice echoed through the biting cold wind, imbued with an arrogant defiance and fearless courage. This incited within Jon an unprecedented pressure and challenge. In the midst of Ygritte's urging, he inhaled deeply, preparing to strike. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an inexplicable hesitation surged within him. He gazed at the valiant woman before him, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He admired her resilience and pride. Yet he could not escape the harshness of reality and the constraints of duty. Ultimately, Jon's sword unexpectedly veered from its intended target, crashing heavily against the hard rock. This blow not only sent countless snowflakes and sparks flying, but it also stirred ripples within the hearts of both combatants. Time seemed to freeze. All sounds and movements were suspended, leaving only their exchanged glances, laden with complex emotions and thoughts. An unspoken understanding and tension formed between Jon and Ygritte, as they stood as both adversaries and mutual admirers. In that moment, the boundaries between them blurred, prompting reflections on the intricate relationship between war and peace, hatred and understanding. Though the battle concluded with Jon's victory, Ygritte's tenacity and pride would forever linger in his heart, becoming an indelible memory. Upon the desolate northern plains, Ygritte astutely sensed the turmoil within Jon, elusive as snowflakes dancing in the wind. A sly smile curved her lips, as if she had foreseen the unfolding of this pursuit. Seizing the moment of heavy snowfall, she pivoted with a grace akin to a dance, her lithe form merging seamlessly with the swirling snowflakes. Like a nimble snow leopard quietly disappearing into the embrace of the snowy expanse. Jon's heart was entwined with a complex tapestry of love and hate. Yet the reins of reason firmly restrained him, forbidding the overflow of these feelings. He inhaled deeply, momentarily setting aside the tumult of emotions, and resolutely embarked on his path of pursuit. Atop the snow-capped peaks, clad in silver, each step resonated crisply upon the hardened ice, echoing through the vast valleys. With profound knowledge of this land and unparalleled determination, he inched closer to Ygritte's figure. Ygritte navigated the snowy terrain with ease, her form at times vanishing into the depths of dense thickets, and at others, leaping up steep icy cliffs, showcasing her remarkable survival skills and evasion techniques. However, the prolonged exertion began to deplete her strength, her breaths grew labored, and her steps became heavier. Despite this, she refused to relinquish her resistance, exerting every ounce of energy to escape Jon's pursuit. At last, on the edge of a windswept cliff, the wheel of fate turned quietly. With keen intuition and relentless effort, Jon finally caught up to Ygritte. Seizing the moment, he leaped suddenly, akin to a cheetah pouncing on its prey, instantly closing the distance between them. His fingers gripped Ygritte's arm with a vice-like intensity, anchoring her firmly in place. The two stood face to face at the precipice of the cliff, the biting cold wind piercing through their garments and chilling them to the marrow. Their breaths crystallized in the frigid air, and their gazes exchanged a myriad of complex emotions, anger, helplessness, and resentment intertwined in a silent struggle. Yet, amidst this contest of strength and will, Jon Snow, fortified by unwavering conviction and relentless determination, emerged victorious. He held Ygritte's arm tightly, their proximity so intimate that they could hear each other's heartbeats. In that moment, all past grievances seemed to crystallize within this frost-laden world. Arya's mundane existence was abruptly upended as she unexpectedly intercepted a shocking piece of intelligence. This information struck her heart like a sledgehammer, vividly detailing the imminent military maneuvers of Tywin's subordinates, each nuance hinting at the approaching tempest. A tumultuous wave surged within her, and her expression grew somber, as if cloaked in an invisible frost. At this perilous juncture, a keen-eyed knight, akin to a leopard, detected Arya's unease. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, revealing a hint of suspicion and alertness, as if he had discerned the secret nestled within Arya's heart. Fully aware of her precarious situation, Arya knew she had to react swiftly. The consequences of inaction were dire. Thus, employing her remarkable intellect and composure, she deftly navigated the winding streets and the cover of the crowd, attempting to vanish from the knight's sight. However, the knight's tracking skills were equally formidable, shadowing her every move as if he were a specter, making her escape fraught with uncertainty and peril, as though each step teetered on the edge of a precipice. In this critical moment, a thought flickered in Arya's mind. She needed assistance. Understanding that she could not evade the knight alone, she sought a trustworthy ally. Her gaze swept through the throng until it landed upon a man with curly hair. Though he appeared unremarkable, Arya sensed an extraordinary aura about him, a quality of resilience and composure born of weathering storms. Without hesitation, Arya dashed towards the curly-haired man, signaling her need for help. Upon hearing her plea, he exhibited neither hesitation nor doubt. Quickly assessing the situation, he made a bold decision to aid Arya in her plight. Utilizing his agility and extensive combat experience, he engaged in a fierce confrontation with the relentless knight. Their figures wove through the crowd, clashing with intensity, each encounter igniting sparks and reverberating with the sound of conflict. After a tumultuous struggle, the curly-haired man ultimately subdued the knight with his remarkable prowess. He stood before the knight with an air of imperiousness, his gaze imbued with a disquieting blend of authority and strength. The knight, in stark contrast, lay crumpled on the ground, his face a canvas of terror and despair. Once he was assured that the knight posed no further threat, the curly-haired man turned, his complex eyes fixed upon Arya. His expression was a tapestry of confusion and curiosity, as if he yearned to pose a question. Yet, in the end, he opted for silence, merely gazing at Arya with unspoken thoughts. Arya, in turn, regarded the curly-haired man with gratitude, her heart swelling with respect and appreciation for this enigmatic figure. She understood that, had it not been for his timely intervention, she would likely have fallen into the clutches of Tywin's minions. This act of kindness rekindled the flickering flame of hope within her. Meanwhile, Bran's maid, a woman who appeared gentle as water yet harbored depths of cunning, was weaving an intricately plotted snare with almost imperceptible finesse. Each of her smiles, each whispered word, acted like a carefully concocted poison, silently eroding the innocence of the young and naive Shaun. As the night enveloped the world in darkness, the moonlight poured softly onto her delicate features, transforming her into a harbinger of the night, luring Shaun step by step into her meticulously arranged trap with her tender allure. While Shaun succumbed to the dreamlike embrace of her gentleness, Bran's maid, akin to a specter in the night, quietly shed the confines of the bedding and rose with an ethereal grace, merging seamlessly with the shadows. Her steps were light under the cold moonlight, each footfall resonating on the strings of fate, composing a prelude to an impending storm. However, fate appeared reluctant to allow her scheme to unfold smoothly. A patrolling guard, an unexpected intruder in the night, inadvertently cast his gaze upon her. In his eyes mingled curiosity and a greedy allure drawn by her beauty. Yet, Bran's maid remained undaunted, her composure unwavering as she meticulously assessed this unforeseen twist of events. She knew that this was both a trial and an opportunity. Consequently, she deliberately slowed her pace, her captivating gaze and melodious voice magnetically drawing the guard's attention. Her words, sweet as honey yet laced with hidden sharpness, gradually enticed the guard into her carefully laid trap. When the guard could no longer restrain his inner impulses and approached her, she suddenly pivoted, her dagger slicing through the night like lightning, striking true to pierce the guard's chest. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The guard's eyes brimmed with shock and refusal, yet he could utter not a single cry before collapsing into a pool of blood. Bran's maid observed the unfolding scene with detached indifference, her face betraying no emotion or compassion, only a cruel mockery of fate and a cold affirmation of her own resolve. Simultaneously, in another corner of Winterfell, Hodder bore the frail Bran upon his back, steadily making his way out of the frigid cell. Despite his extreme weakness, Bran's eyes shimmered with an indomitable spirit. The trio, accompanied by their loyal Ice Wolf, glided through the shadows of Winterfell like phantoms in the night, departing silently towards the unknown. This night was destined to be an insomniac one for Winterfell. Bran's handmaiden, with her resolute and cold demeanor, inscribed a vivid annotation for herself, simultaneously casting an indelible shadow over the annals of Winterfell's history. Meanwhile, Bran, alongside Adu and the Ice Wolf, embarked on a new journey, his heart brimming with a yearning for the mysterious world ahead and a defiance against fate. Chapter 18. The disappearance of the little dragon. In that moment, Jon Snow's destiny appeared to be shrouded beneath a heavy blanket of snow and ice, as he reluctantly realized he had fallen under the dominion of the wildlings. Surrounded by unfamiliar and unyielding faces, Ygritte, his captor, bore an expression as stern as the unmelting frost of winter, guiding him through the tribe's dense woods and snowy terrain, toward the perilous abode of their leader. Though the scenery was magnificent, Jon found little inclination to appreciate it. Just as they were nearing their destination, an unforeseen event shattered the silence. A burly figure, the king beyond the wall, accompanied by a cadre of ferocious henchmen, obstructed their path. His eyes gleamed with a chilling light, capable of freezing the very spirit, and the gaze he cast upon Jon was rife with hostility, openly hinting at a desire for immediate execution. In this moment of palpable tension, Ygritte chose not to remain silent or retreat. Aware of Jon's unique and significant identity, she stepped forward, her voice resolute and powerful, revealing a secret that could shake the very foundations of their encounter. She disclosed to the king beyond the wall that this seemingly ordinary captive was, in fact, the legitimate son of Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell, a noble scion of remarkable lineage. Her tone was imbued with an undeniable conviction. each word striking like a hammer upon the king beyond the wall's heart. Upon hearing this, the king's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by the unexpected revelation. He re-evaluated the captive before him, his once hostile gaze now tinged with complexity and depth. He recognized that this prisoner was no mere commoner. Jon's fate intertwined with intricate political and familial entanglements. A reckless action could unleash unforeseeable consequences for both himself and the entire tribe. Seizing the moment, Ygritte continued her persuasion. With deft intelligence and eloquence, she magnified Jon's worth. She articulated that he was not only a noble heir, but also a potential ally and resource. If handled judiciously, his situation could yield unforeseen opportunities and benefits for the tribe. Her words wafted like a gentle spring breeze, dispelling the shadows in the king beyond the wall's mind, instilling a sense of hesitation and contemplation in his demeanor. Ultimately, through Ygritte's deft maneuvering, the king beyond the wall relented, agreeing to escort Jon to the leader's dwelling for further interrogation and deliberation. Jon Snow has managed to preserve his life for the time being, yet his future remains shrouded in uncertainty and unpredictability. In this perilous and opportunistic wildling tribe, will he be able to navigate through danger with his wisdom and valor? All remains to be seen. With remarkable audacity and ingenious strategy, Theon has emerged victorious amidst countless challenges and adversities, ultimately capturing the formidable fortress of Winterfell, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. However, the elation of victory did not cloud his judgment for long, as he was acutely aware that the true trials were just beginning. As he stepped into the city, his sister Yara, a woman of both intellect and courage, led her elite forces into the recently conquered stronghold with great momentum. Yara is not only an exceptional warrior, but also a sagacious leader. She observed that, rather than swiftly calming the populace after his triumph, Theon resorted to iron-fisted measures to suppress dissent, a decision that undoubtedly ignited turmoil within the city. She understood that while such actions might temporarily quell surface grievances, they would sow seeds of hatred in the hearts of the people, posing a latent threat to future governance. During a private meeting with Theon, Yara, with her characteristic gentle yet resolute tone, articulated her concerns and discontent. She reminded him that his prowess on the battlefield stemmed from a lineage deeply intertwined with the sea. This strength and wisdom derived from the ocean are his most treasured assets and the driving force behind his relentless progression. She urged Theon to remember his origins and essence, cautioning against allowing a fleeting victory to overshadow his initial purpose and mission. As Theon listened to his sister's counsel, a complex array of emotions surged within him. He felt pride in his achievements, yet he was acutely aware of his naivety and ruthlessness in the game of power. Memories of his days alongside the sea flooded back, the grand scenes vivid in his mind. He recognized the wisdom in Yara's words and understood the necessity for prudence and sagacity in this unfamiliar land. Thus, he solemnly pledged to Yara that, regardless of how arduous and tumultuous the path ahead may be, he would remain true to his roots and spirit. He vowed to approach the people of this land with greater tolerance and compassion, striving to earn their trust and support through his actions. Furthermore, he expressed his wish that, upon his death, his soul may rest upon the land closest to the sea, allowing the vast azure waves to eternally cradle his spirit. This promise not only conveyed his gratitude to his sister, but also showcased his unwavering conviction and determination for future governance. Brienne, with a resolve as steadfast as granite, resolutely led Jaime down a path fraught with uncertainty and challenge. The winding trail resembled a labyrinth crafted by nature herself, seemingly intent on obstructing their progress. Yet, Brienne's steps were unwavering, her gaze emanating an undeniable strength, guiding Jaime forward with purpose. At last, they arrived beside a tranquil and profound river. The river's crystalline waters lay bare the riverbed, resembling a mirror that reflects the lush trees lining its banks and the ever-shifting clouds above. Without a moment's hesitation, Bran commanded James to step into the exquisite little boat moored at the shore. His hands were deftly bound, rendering his movements somewhat clumsy. Yet his gaze was a tapestry of confusion and acquiescence. He understood that he could not resist Bran's will and could only silently accept this sudden turn of events. Bran gracefully leapt into the boat, her movements akin to those of an elegant swallow, tracing a perfect arc through the air. She settled firmly across from James, her eyes resolute and profound, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Grasping the oar beside her, she wielded it with both skill and strength. With each stroke, the boat gently drifted away from the riverbank, gliding toward the unknown horizon. The water softly lapped against the hull, producing a tranquil and lingering sound, as if providing a melodic accompaniment to this unforeseen voyage. or perhaps recounting ancient legends. Upon this serene expanse of water, a delicate equilibrium formed between James and Bran. Each harbored distinct concerns and intentions, yet in this moment, the tranquil waters forged an unbreakable connection between them. James's confusion and compliance intertwined with Bran's steadfastness and depth, creating a complex yet harmonious tableau. They seemed like denizens of two disparate worlds, drawn together by an ineffable force to embark on this shared, uncertain journey. As the boat continued its leisurely progress, the surrounding scenery perpetually transformed. The trees along the riverbank, the distant mountains, and the birds soaring in the sky all appeared vibrant and enchanting. Yet, for James and Bran, these were merely the backdrop of their journey. Their true concern lay within each other's inner worlds and the impending challenges that awaited them. In this tranquil realm, they might discover answers or sink deeper into confusion. However, regardless of the outcome, they had already set forth on this irreversible path, compelled to move forward and confront whatever lay ahead. Meanwhile, the news of James's capture weighed heavily upon Robb, like a storm cloud pressing down on his heart, as he was engrossed in the tense preparations for an imminent battle. The air thick with the scent of gunpowder and unease. The clarion call of war had sounded, leaving no room for distraction or complacency. He had to devote himself entirely to the deployment of troops and the formulation of strategies, striving to gain the upper hand in the forthcoming conflict. Although Robb was beset with concern and anxiety regarding the custody of James, the urgency of the war forced him to bury these worries deep within, immersing himself fully in the task at hand. However, Lady Catelyn, the very woman who should have been entrusted with the critical responsibility of guarding James, had failed to fulfill her duty for various reasons. Her negligence and dereliction not only rendered James's escape possible, but also cast an indelible shadow over Robb's mind. He felt a profound sense of disappointment and helplessness, and in that moment, his trust and reliance on Catelyn quietly began to waver. He realized that under the brutal trials of war, any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. To prevent similar incidents from recurring, Robb made a difficult yet resolute decision. He severely restricted Catelyn's freedom of movement, placing her under strict surveillance and prohibiting her from traveling at will. This measure undoubtedly served as both a punishment and a warning to Catelyn, while also reflecting his careful consideration and response to the current situation. He understood that in the torrent of war, every detail could become the pivot upon which success or failure hinged. Thus, he had to ensure that no oversight or error would manifest within his ranks to secure ultimate victory. Although this decision was harsh, it exemplified Robb's courage and decisiveness as a leader. He recognized that only through strict discipline and meticulous arrangements could he consolidate the strongest force capable of overcoming all adversities. Catelyn's negligence had undoubtedly sounded an alarm for him, sharpening his awareness of the cruelty and mercilessness of war. In the days to come, he would handle every detail with utmost caution, ensuring that his forces maintained a heightened state of vigilance and combat readiness. The night descended like a heavy velvet drapery, slowly enveloping the earth and swallowing all noise and light. Talisa, akin to a spectral wisp in the twilight, silently crossed the threshold of the military camp. Her steps were as light as feathers in the wind, each stride imbued with unwavering determination. As if an invisible force propelled her forward in search of the slightest semblance of solace and peace in a world rife with turmoil. Within the camp, the atmosphere was so dense that it seemed the very air had solidified. Robb's figure appeared particularly solitary and burdened in the dim candlelight, ensnared by a series of relentless predicaments, akin to being imprisoned by invisible shackles, struggling to break free. The disappearance of Jaime struck him like an unexpected boulder hurled into the tranquil lake of his heart, sending forth rippling waves of tumult. The news of his abduction by the valiant Brienne brought forth a complex mix of emotions. Concern for Jaime's fate intertwined with admiration for Brienne's loyalty and bravery, but more so, it deepened the unease and anxiety within him. Winterfell, once a warm sanctuary for their family, now lay in ruins. The iron hooves of Theon had ruthlessly trampled upon this land, and every brick and tile on the castle walls seemed stained with blood, silently recounting the mournful ballad of its fall, evoking profound sorrow in all who passed. The safety of his sister Arya and brother Bran weighed heavily upon Robb's heart like two immense stones, pressing down with suffocating pain. The uncertainty surrounding their fates pierced him like a sharp dagger, relentlessly stabbing at his most vulnerable core, leaving him restless and tormented through the night. As for Sansa, once a pure and innocent flower of spring, she now found herself ensnared, a hostage in the hands of Joffrey. Her every struggle and plea pierced through Robb's heart like a keen blade, leaving him engulfed in profound anguish and helplessness. He could scarcely fathom the suffering and torment his sister endured in such dire circumstances. Nor could he bear the paralyzing sense of helplessness that came from being unable to protect her. This intricate tapestry of emotions left him restless and distraught, his heart brimming with indignation towards Joffrey and a profound concern for Sansa. The relentless onslaught of misfortunes engulfed Robb like a tempest, plunging him into an unprecedented quagmire. Yet, amid this turmoil, his gaze grew increasingly resolute and unyielding. He understood that he could not falter, for he was the beacon of hope and future for his family. His heart was a crucible of deep-seated worries about the present and boundless aspirations for the future. He believed that as long as he clung to hope and persevered, there would come a day when he could surmount these adversities and reclaim the honor and freedom that belonged to his lineage. Teresa's gaze was profound and tender, as if she could perceive every hidden corner of Robb's heart. She regarded him with a near-reverent demeanor, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor, echoing the endless nostalgia and resonance of bygone days. She began to speak slowly, as if recounting an ancient and mysterious legend, unveiling a deeply cherished memory. It was a sun-drenched spring afternoon, and Teresa was absorbed in the blissful ignorance of youth, as time flowed like a tranquil river, untouched by turbulence. However, an unforeseen tragedy descended upon her like a storm, shattering her world into fragments. Her brother, the boy with whom she had shared countless moments of joy, had unwittingly plunged into the icy depths, the flame of life seemingly extinguished by the merciless breath of death, leaving behind only a faint glimmer of light flickering in the wind. Despair surged forth like a dark tide, enveloping Teresa in its grasp. She struggled helplessly, only to find herself consumed by an abyss of endless darkness, unable to escape. It seemed she could hear the deep and cold laughter of death echoing in her ears, mocking her frailty and impotence. Yet, within this chasm of hopelessness, a ray of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating her world. A skilled healer appeared before them, as if sent from the heavens. His gaze was steadfast and warm, capable of perceiving the myriad sufferings of the world. His hands, seemingly imbued with magic, gently performed life-saving incantations upon her brother. With each touch and call, her brother's faint breaths gradually grew stronger and steadier, and the pallor of his cheeks began to bloom with the hues of life. In that moment, Teresa's eyes shimmered with tears, a blend of awe and reverence for the miracle of life, as well as boundless gratitude and admiration for the healer. From that day forth, Teresa's life underwent a profound transformation. She began to recognize the fragility and preciousness of life, cherishing each fleeting moment. No longer would she let her life drift away like a mere stream, but instead, she embarked on a journey to diligently study medicine and acquire knowledge, yearning to wield her own strength to save more lives, just as that noble healer had done. Under the meticulous guidance and selfless assistance of her benefactor, she not only mastered the art of healing, but also learned how to warm the world with a heart full of compassion. Now, when Talisa reflects upon that stormy afternoon and the individual who left an indelible mark on her life, her heart brims with gratitude and reverence. She understands that the emergence of this benefactor altered the trajectory of her life, teaching her to cherish and give, illuminating the true meaning and value of existence. All these transformations stemmed from that seemingly ordinary, yet profoundly significant afternoon and the pivotal role played by the benefactor in her life. Upon hearing Talisa's tender and heartfelt words, Robb felt as if he had been touched by an invisible force, a surge of emotions crashing over him like a tidal wave, weaving complex images that evoked both happiness and a hint of trepidation. Talisa's gaze was filled with deep affection and yearning for him. That pure sentiment caressed him like a gentle spring breeze, rendering him unable to resist. In that moment, their souls resonated, and the profound emotions ignited like a flame, rapidly enveloping him, reaching an unprecedented boiling point. As night descended, the stars twinkled above, and a serene yet mysterious atmosphere enveloped the military camp. On this special evening, Robb and Talisa decided to cast aside all constraints and concerns, binding their hearts together. Hand in hand, they traversed the stillness of the camp, entering a cozy tent. Inside, the flickering candlelight added warmth and romance to the small space. The glow illuminated their faces, making them appear even softer and more enchanting. With only each other in their eyes, as if the entire world had ceased to exist. With a shared smile, no words were necessary. The unspoken understanding and rapport were deeply imprinted in their hearts, as if they had known one another for countless centuries. As the night deepened, the atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly intense. They held each other tightly, as though seeking to merge into one. In the bliss of their union, they forgot all worries and anxieties, leaving only two hearts entwined, weaving beautiful memories together. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, with all noise and chaos shut out, leaving them to bask in the warmth and happiness that each provided in the tranquil night. The feast of love unfolded quietly within the tent, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating their worlds and lighting the path ahead. On this extraordinary night, Robb and Talisa inscribed an eternal tale of love with their bodies and souls. Meanwhile, Sam and several like-minded companions traversed the pristine, snow-covered landscape, each step embodying the courage and determination to explore the unknown. In this realm enchanted by winter's magic, a fortuitous opportunity arose, revealing one of nature's most profound and secret corners. Occasionally, sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, casting dappled shadows upon the snow. Amidst this interplay of light and shadow, an unusual brilliance captivated everyone's attention. The radiance before them was unlike anything of the mundane world. It pierced through layers of accumulated snow, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, guiding them onward. As they drew nearer, they were astonished to discover that this dazzling source lay hidden beneath the snow. A crystal stone, weathered by the passage of time. Each crystal appeared to be a masterpiece meticulously crafted by nature, not only exhibiting a translucent beauty but also harboring countless stories and secrets. They seemed to embody the dreams of ancient ancestors, lost in the river of time, quietly resting beneath the snow's embrace, enduring the ravages of time while preserving their original purity and mystery. Each crystal stood as a witness to time, having observed the cyclical dance of seasons, bearing witness to the rise and fall of life upon this land. Sam and his companions were profoundly moved by this unexpected revelation, involuntarily halting their steps to gather around these crystals, savoring this ancient gift. In the silent expanse of snow, they felt as if they could hear the whispers of history. Distant and indistinct voices echoed in their ears, recounting the wisdom and emotions of their forebears. These sentiments and insights flowed like a gentle stream through the crystalline stones, allowing anyone who touched them to experience a resonance that transcended time. In that moment, Sam and his companions seemed to forge a mysterious connection with this ancient land. They understood that these crystals were not merely wonders of nature, but also bridges linking the past and the future. In the days to come, no matter where their journeys took them, the memories from the depths of this snowy realm would accompany them, becoming their most treasured wealth. Daenerys' heart surged like a tumultuous ocean, driven by an unwavering conviction, regardless of how treacherous the path ahead might be or what formidable obstacles she might face. She was determined to reclaim the 3 dragons of immeasurable value to her. These dragons were not merely powerful weapons in her possession, they were her solace, her only steadfast support in this chaotic world. Whenever night fell and silence enveloped her, she would dream of the dragons joyfully soaring by her side, a scene as warm as sunlight piercing through the shadows of her heart. Yet the reality of her circumstances loomed like a complex web, binding her tightly. The currents of power swirled ominously, with dangers lurking like beasts in the dark, ready to pounce at any moment. Yura, her loyal advisor who had always stood by her side, understood the stakes all too well. His words fell like cold rain, attempting to extinguish the fire within Daenerys. Your Grace, I implore you to think carefully. The turmoil and unrest here are akin to an endless vortex. A moment's misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. For your safety, and for the future of the Iron Throne, I beseech you to abandon the pursuit of your dragons and depart from this place of strife. However, Yura's words failed to sway Daenerys' heart. Her gaze was like lightning piercing through the clouds, firm and fervent. She recognized that the dragons were not only the source of her power, but also her soul's companions. Whenever feelings of loneliness and confusion engulfed her, it was the dragons that bestowed upon her courage and hope. She could not fathom a life devoid of her dragon, for such an existence would be akin to losing both the vibrancy and significance of life itself. Thus, Daenerys resolutely dismissed Yura's entreaties. Her voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering strength. Yura, I am grateful for your loyalty and concern. But believe me, reclaiming my dragon is an unshakable resolve of mine. I understand that this path may be fraught with thorns and traps, yet I shall wield my wisdom and courage to surmount all adversities. For the sake of maternal love and duty, I am willing to pay any price. In my heart, the dragon is not merely the source of my strength, but also my sanctuary of the soul. Thus, Daenerys embarked on the quest to find her dragon, carrying with her a profound yearning and reluctance as she set forth on this journey laden with uncertainty and peril. She was acutely aware that the road ahead might be long and arduous, Yet she believed that as long as love and faith resided within her, nothing could impede her forward march. She was prepared to confront all challenges and hardships with bravery until she could once again embrace her dragon. In the endless odyssey of flight, time seemed to freeze beneath the weighty shroud of night, each second stretching the longing and anticipation for hope. That glimmer capable of piercing the darkness and bestowing warmth appeared to be devoured by the infinite heavens, tantalizingly out of reach, yet impossible to forsake. The night, like a silent witness, lowered its profound eyelids, enveloping the vast earth in a cloak of shadow. Amidst this seemingly boundless darkness, Bran, alongside a cadre of loyal companions, through indomitable will, eventually stumbled upon a modest yet sufficient refuge. This was a corner forgotten by time, surrounded by desolate stones and sparse vegetation. Yet here they found a fleeting tranquility. Gathered together, though wearied by trials and tribulations, their eyes sparkled with a blend of concern for the future and unyielding resolve. It was a radiance born from seeking hope amidst despair and steadfastness in adversity. The deep-seated nostalgia for their homeland pierced through their hearts like the biting cold of winter, rendering it unforgettable. Winterfell, once a haven as warm as spring, filled with laughter and harmonious peace, had now been ruthlessly trampled by the iron hooves of the betrayer, Theon. It was no longer the safe harbor of memory, but rather a wound that could not be soothed, indelibly etched in the hearts of all. Bran's gaze flickered with a complex tapestry of emotions. It mirrored his anger and bewilderment at Theon's treachery, as well as his profound mourning for the innocent subjects lost to the ravages of war. Silently, he prayed for the departed souls, hoping they might find peace and solace in another realm. Throughout this interminable night, Bran and his companions huddled together for warmth, dispelling the chill with their shared body heat. Their hearts were tightly woven together, collectively withstanding the storms and hardships from the outside world. In the darkness, they sought the light. In despair, they clung to hope. They understood that the path ahead was riddled with thorns and uncertainties. Yet as long as there was light in their hearts, hope would illuminate the way forward. This steadfast conviction serves as a luminous beacon, guiding them onward. Impervious to the formidable trials and tribulations they encounter, unwavering in their resolve to restore their nation and reclaim their homeland. Chapter 19. The Battle of King's Landing. As dusk descends, akin to a heavy drapery, it gradually merges the heavens with the earth, cloaking all in a profound and enigmatic guise. In this dimly lit hour, the time for clandestine maneuvers is ripe. Stannis, a leader of both wisdom and valor, fully comprehends this truth and meticulously orchestrates the decisive confrontation at King's Landing to unfold within this serene, yet unpredictable nocturnal embrace. The sea lies in silence, save for the gentle lapping of waves against the hulls of ships, echoing in the night. Yet beneath the surface of this seemingly tranquil expanse, countless warships quietly assemble, resembling phantoms that, under the cover of darkness, glide stealthily across the water, slowly advancing toward the twinkling lights and vibrant life of King's Landing. Each vessel stands poised like a sword in the shadows, ready to deliver a lethal strike at the opportune moment. Upon the flagship, Stannis stands at the bow, his stature as resolute as a pine, his gaze piercing, as if it could penetrate the profound darkness and scrutinize every corner of King's Landing. Clad in a black battle cloak that melds with the night, he emanates an ineffable aura of authority and dominance. His heart brims with an unshakable belief in victory and determination, as if he has already envisioned his glorious triumph in this impending conflict. He gazes toward the distant city, soon to be a battleground, its lights twinkling yet unable to conceal the tumultuous currents swirling beneath. King's Landing, this ancient city that has witnessed countless glories and downfalls, now awaits the judgment of fate in hushed anticipation. Within Stannis, the flames of vengeance and conquest surge. He understands the significance of this battle, one that not only determines the fulfillment of his ambitions, but also the future and destiny of the entire realm. Thus, he vows to cleanse King's Landing in blood this night, to honor his sacrifices and efforts with the lifeblood of his foes, inscribing his indomitable legacy. As the warships draw nearer, the atmosphere upon the sea becomes increasingly tense and heavy. Stannis recognizes that this battle will be the most pivotal of his life. He must give his all to ensure ultimate victory. Taking a deep breath, he steadies himself and raises his sword, pointing it toward the resplendent city. In this moment, he seems to transform into a god of war, prepared to lead his forces into the final charge against an uncertain destiny. King's Landing now resembles a canvas on the brink of being torn asunder by tempestuous winds and rains, the night thick with an oppressive tension. As if a storm is gathering, beyond the city walls, dark clouds loom ominously, suggesting that even the heavens tremble at the impending cataclysm. Yet within the heart of this city, many citizens remain ensconced in slumber, their breaths steady and serene, blissfully unaware of the catastrophe that approaches. Death, that merciless visitor, treads silently, step by step, closer to this once thriving metropolis. In a secluded corner of the city, Tyrion lay beside Shae on a modest bed, their silhouettes appearing especially solitary and diminutive under the dim candlelight. Despite their bodies being in close proximity, both found themselves tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Tyrion's brow was furrowed, his gaze revealing a profound worry. Meanwhile, Shae turned towards him, her eyes filled with trepidation and anxiety over the unknown. She spoke softly, attempting to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. Tyrion, does your heart also tremble in response to Stannis' formidable army advancing upon us? Do you fear they will surge like a tide, utterly engulfing the city we once shared? Her voice conveyed both deep concern for her companion and a palpable dread of impending disaster. At her words, a tumult of emotions surged within Tyrion. He slowly turned his head, his eyes penetrating the shadows cast upon the ceiling, as if striving to see through the thick stone walls to the very heart of the impending storm. Shae, he replied in a somber tone, I am not without fear. In these tumultuous times, who can truly claim to be unafraid? My concern lies with the countless innocent lives in this city, who, like us, yearn to thrive in this land. Should the day arrive when King's Landing falls into enemy hands, ruthlessly trampled and ravaged, it would be an unspeakable tragedy. My fear emanates from this uncertainty regarding the future and the heavy burden of responsibility I bear. With this, silence enveloped them once more. The wind outside occasionally howled, its sounds growing increasingly urgent and fierce, as if lamenting the forthcoming upheaval. Throughout this sleepless night, Tyrion and Shae nestled closely together, their spirits entwined in that moment. They stood united against the approaching storm and challenges, though their hearts brimmed with fear and unease about the unknown. They found solace in their unwavering trust and commitment to one another. In the lengthy, frigid hours of the night, they warmed each other and offered mutual support, together anticipating the dawn's arrival. In the heart of the camp, a roaring bonfire illuminated everything around it, casting flickering light upon the soldiers' faces, etching their profiles in resolute strength. The soldiers sat in a circle, raising an array of goblets aloft, some filled with rich wine, others with crisp ale. The gentle clinking of their cups resonated in the air, as if heralding a joyous symphony for this rare moment of camaraderie. Laughter and merriment intertwined, saturating the camp with a sense of temporary forgetfulness of the war's cruelty and ruthlessness. Boros, a warrior renowned for his boisterous spirit, was currently half embracing a bare-chested woman whose radiant smile illuminated her features. Her skin, aglow in the firelight, appeared even more delicate and pure, reminiscent of fresh-fallen snow. Boros wore a triumphant grin, engaging in playful banter with his comrades while interspersing humorous quips that sent ripples of laughter through the crowd. His voice, robust and resonant, seemed to pierce the night sky, reaching deep into the hearts of those around him. Yet, beneath this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, hidden currents of unrest surged unnoticed. The Hound, a warrior with keen eyes and a fierce disposition, sat quietly to the side, his gaze piercingly fixed on every movement of Boron. Their dialogue gradually revealed discord, the air thick with tension, as if two flint stones were on the verge of striking sparks. Their expressions darkened, eyes brimming with provocation and hostility, and a palpable atmosphere of impending storm enveloped the space. At this critical juncture, the sound of galloping hooves approached swiftly, shattering the tranquility of the night. The rhythmic pounding of hooves resonated like battle drums, quickening hearts in its wake. Subsequently, the alarm of an enemy assault thundered through the city, instantaneously diverting attention from personal grievances back to the harsh reality at hand. Soldiers abandoned their cups and wiped away their smiles, swiftly transitioning into a state of urgent readiness. They seized their weapons, donned their armor, and prepared to confront the impending battle. Boron and the Hound, who had been at odds just moments before, temporarily set aside their animosity. They exchanged a knowing smile, as if an unspoken understanding had been reached. In the face of this sudden crisis, personal vendettas seemed trivial. They recognized that only through unity could they hope to overcome the formidable foe and safeguard their homeland and tranquility. Thus, they stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to face the looming threat together. The laughter and merriment by the campfire had faded, replaced by the soldiers' resolute gazes and unwavering determination. Joffrey, clad in resplendent armor that shimmered like fallen stars, exuded an aura of authority that even the harshest sunlight could not diminish. His stride was confident, each step seemingly declaring his dominion over the land. Beside him, his uncle Tyrion, though not imposing in stature, possessed a wisdom that made him a steadfast support, bestowing boundless strength and courage upon Joffrey. As they ascended the towering city gates, sunlight cascaded from the heavens, bathing Joffrey's armor in a dazzling golden glow. Yet beneath this brilliance, his tightly pressed lips and slightly trembling hands betrayed an inner turmoil of anxiety and apprehension. He was acutely aware that beyond the gates awaited an unprecedented challenge. Peering through the heavy gates, he beheld an expanse of water, darkened by a fleet of ships that loomed like phantoms in the night, silently advancing. They were densely packed, akin to ominous clouds, casting a shadow over the entire sky. The banners flying from their masts fluttered in the wind, proclaiming to the world the impending journey of invasion and conquest. Confronted by this sudden threat, Joffrey's voice involuntarily rose several decibels, a blend of fear and unease mingling with the resolute determination befitting a leader. He clenched his fists, as if to concentrate all his strength into that singular moment. His gaze was like a beacon, piercing through the layers of mist before him. Fixated on the ominous fleet of ships, his voice tinged with undeniable urgency. "Uncle, we cannot remain idle. The fleet upon the sea is drawing near. We must act at once. We shall command our forces, bravely advance, and defend our homeland with our courage and wisdom." Upon hearing this, Tyrion's eyes sparkled with a flicker of approval. He understood that although Joffrey was young and impetuous, his fervent love for their homeland and resolute determination to protect it were unmatched. Taking a deep breath, he gazed intently at the dark mass of ships, his mind racing with strategies. He recognized that this battle was not only a matter of their personal survival, but also a question of the kingdom's fate and future. Thus, he nodded steadily and turned to face the commanders behind him. His voice was firm and resonant, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the assembled. "Soldiers, we stand before an unprecedented challenge. But remember, we have never feared any enemy. Now, I command you to prepare at once. We shall meet this battle with our wisdom, courage, and resolve. Let the enemy know that to invade our homeland shall exact a grievous toll." As Tyrion's orders were issued, the curtain rose on a battle of honor and survival. Soldiers eagerly grasped their weapons, readying themselves for the confrontation. The commanders busily strategized and planned. In that moment, both Joffrey and Tyrion understood that they were not only kin but also comrades. Shoulder to shoulder, they would face this unknown challenge, for their homeland, for their honor, and for the silent support of the people behind them. Tyrion Lannister, the diminutive yet astute commander, exuded an air of calm assurance as he meticulously directed his men in preparation for the impending foe. His eyes conveyed an unwavering determination, as if he had already foreseen the battle that loomed ahead. As night descended, darkness enveloped the land like an invisible shroud. Amidst this dim light, Stannis Baratheon suddenly noticed a solitary wooden vessel emerging quietly upon the water not far ahead. It approached like a ghost, exuding an ineffable aura of eeriness and dread. The wooden ship stood out starkly against the night, cutting through the waves with an eerie silence. There was not a soul aboard. Only the empty deck glimmered coldly under the moonlight, leaving a haunting desolation in its wake. This sight sent a chill through the soldiers present, as if an ominous portent were about to unfold. Yet, amidst this disquieting stillness, the keen-eyed soldiers suddenly detected an anomaly. They observed a peculiar green liquid seeping from the crevices of the ship's hull. This liquid shimmered with a ghostly light in the darkness, reminiscent of otherworldly flames. It was the fearsome wildfire that struck terror into the hearts of men. The sudden turn of events sent a shiver through all present, as they were acutely aware of the devastation that the green wildfire could unleash, a calamity potent enough to reduce all living beings to mere ashes. In the face of this unanticipated crisis, Tyrion maintained his composure and poise. He understood that at such a critical juncture, even the slightest hint of panic could lead to the collapse of the entire battle. Thus, he swiftly recalibrated their tactics, commanding the soldiers to prepare for the impending wildfire. He ordered them to extinguish their torches as a precaution. Simultaneously, he dispatched several small teams to stealthily approach the wooden vessel, seeking a means to control the inferno. Under Tyrion's steady leadership, the soldiers sprang into action with remarkable alacrity. They executed each task methodically in accordance with the predetermined plan. Although the threat of wildfire loomed large, Tyrion's calmness and sagacity imbued them with boundless confidence and courage. They believed that under Tyrion's guidance, they would surely conquer this crisis and emerge victorious. Boram stood resolutely beneath the city gate, resembling a guardian war deity, his gaze unwavering and profound, as if capable of perceiving every subtle fluctuation. He inhaled deeply, focusing his energy, channeling all his strength into the fire arrow clutched in his hand. This arrow was not merely a weapon. It embodied his beliefs and resolve. Akin to a poised fire dragon prepared to unleash its brilliance upon the night sky. With a muffled roar, the arrow shot forth like a bolt from a bow, slicing through the tranquil night, leaving a dazzling trail in its wake. That trail resembled a meteor streaking across the heavens, akin to a divine artist's brushstroke illuminating the dark canvas with vivid hues. The arrow sped through the air, imbued with tremendous might, precisely targeting the pitch-black, unruly surface of the water. At the moment of impact between the arrow and the water's surface, a heart-stirring explosion erupted. The sound reverberated like thunder, shattering the surrounding stillness. Flames surged skyward, illuminating the night, igniting the previously dormant wildfire in an instant. These wildfires seemed infused with newfound vitality, roaring to life like countless fire dragons thrashing in the water, unleashing their destructive power. The flames reflected upon the shimmering surface of the water, casting distorted and grotesque faces. A manifestation of the wildfire's furious roar, they spread with astonishing speed, banishing the surrounding darkness and transforming the waters into a sea of fire. The temperature of the flames soared so high that even the air warped, emitting a cacophony of piercing shrieks. Within this inferno, both the formidable warships and the delicate skiffs appeared tragically fragile. They were ensnared by the raging flames, as if gripped by an unseen giant's hand around their throats. The hulls were swiftly consumed by fire, producing a crackling sound, the vessel's last gasps of despair. The crew's cries of alarm and desperate pleas intermingled. Yet they were drowned out by the wildfire's thunderous roar, unable to convey even a whisper of their calls for help. Ultimately, one ship after another succumbed to the ravages of flames, reduced to ashes and sinking into the depths below. Their former splendor and glory vanished with the onset of this catastrophe, leaving behind a landscape marred by devastation and the echoes of endless lamentation. Though this inferno was brief yet brutal, it astonishingly showcased the grandeur and irresistible force of nature. In these waters consumed by wildfire, the populace could only offer silent prayers, hoping to avert such calamities in the future. In that vast and boundless sea, countless vessels once stood proud as iron leviathans, yet they appeared so fragile amidst the roaring flames. The fire, akin to a voracious beast, voraciously devoured each ship, transforming them from formidable bastions of war into shattered remnants. Adrift upon the tumultuous waves, these fragments swayed gently in the wind, emitting a mournful and somber sound, as if the ocean were serenading the fallen warriors with a dirge. Amidst the flames, the crackling of wood echoed like the resonant beat of war drums. This sound was both a cheer for victory and a lament for defeat, intertwining to form a complex and tragic symphony. Against this backdrop, the relentless cries for help cut through the air, wrenching at the heart. These voices belonged to those valiant souls, ensnared by the flames, unable to escape, who with their lives added an inexhaustible tragic hue to this war. In this heart-stopping battle, General Tyrion, with his exceptional military acumen and extraordinary wisdom, adeptly wielded the power of wildfire. He resembled a sorcerer commanding flames, maximizing the fire's potential. Under his command, the flames behaved like obedient servants, precisely striking the enemy's ships and consuming them one by one. General Tyrion's tactics not only displayed his profound military expertise, but also highlighted his deep understanding of the art of war. Meanwhile, Prince Joffrey, perched high above, witnessed it all. His eyes sparkled with an unmistakable joy and astonishment. He observed General Tyrion's valor and wisdom, and glimpsed the boundless possibilities of his own future. Gazing at the waters utterly engulfed in flames, he felt a surge of admiration and respect for General Tyrion's strategies. Simultaneously, he began to envision a future replete with glory and triumph. In that moment, Prince Joffrey seemed to foresee himself standing atop the pinnacle of victory, basking in the adoration and cheers of the masses. Queen Cersei, at the vortex of this tumultuous situation, guided several concubines and loyal handmaids through the labyrinthine corridors with her keen intuition and indomitable will, hastily seeking refuge in a dim, secluded basement. Nearly cut off from the world, this was their sanctuary from the storm, a serene haven amidst the chaos. Yet, within this confined and oppressive space, an indescribable tension and unease permeated the air. Cersei's gaze, sharp as a blade, navigated the dim light, ultimately settling upon Shae, who served Princess Sansa. Her scrutiny transcended mere interest in a handmaiden. It resembled a quest for some deeply concealed secret. That curiosity and inquiry, akin to the chilling winds of night, caused Shui to involuntarily shudder. She was acutely aware that every gesture, every word of hers lay under the queen's watchful gaze. As if all secrets were laid bare beneath those piercing eyes, Shui endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. Yet the tumultuous waves within her surged like a raging tempest, impossible to quell. She understood that should her secret be unveiled, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, she clenched her jaw, feigning tranquility, contemplating how to remain unperturbed under the queen's relentless questioning, striving not to reveal any cracks in her facade. At this pivotal moment, Sir Lancel appeared like a valiant knight, timely entering the stifling atmosphere. His arrival was akin to warm sunlight piercing through heavy clouds, illuminating the surrounding darkness. His demeanor was serious, his steps resolute, as he approached Cersei, respectfully reporting on the situation at the front lines. Each word resonated like a heavy drumbeat, striking at the hearts of all present, revealing the urgency and complexity of the conflict. Upon hearing his words, Cersei immediately shifted her attention away from Shui, fully engrossed in Lancel's account. Her face occasionally reflected worry, then transitioned to contemplation. Clearly, she was rapidly devising strategies in her mind, exhibiting great concern for the deployment of forces on both sides, the progression of the battle, and the overall trajectory of the conflict. As Lancel provided a detailed report, Cersei's brows would occasionally furrow, then gradually relax. Her thoughts galloped like swift steeds across the battlefield's chessboard, seeking that decisive move that would determine victory or defeat. Meanwhile, Shui, amidst this unexpected turn of events, quietly exhaled in relief. Seizing the opportunity, she retreated to the side, inwardly grateful to have temporarily evaded the queen's inquiries. Simultaneously, she felt immense gratitude towards Lancel, as if he had granted her this precious respite. This sudden crisis thus subtly dissipated with Lancel's timely report. However, for Cersei and Shui, this was merely a fleeting calm. The road ahead remained long, and both needed to remain ever vigilant and clear-headed to ultimately emerge victorious in this game of power. Stannis led his battered army, like resilient wild grass, resolutely stepping onto the lands beneath King's Landing. Each step they took seemed heavy yet determined, as if proclaiming their unwavering resolve to the world. Within this ranks, the eyes of every soldier gleamed like sharp blades, radiating an indomitable spirit. They knew that this battle would decide their fates. Yet they also understood they must fight for their homeland, for honor. However, amidst the bloodshed and smoke of the battlefield, a once gallant warrior appeared out of place. The Hound, once renowned for his ferocity, now found himself paralyzed by the brutality of war, his spirit shattered. He fled back into the city, his once resolute gaze now merely a reflection of fear and despair. He dared not confront the merciless flames of war any longer, fearing that he might succumb like his fallen comrades within the blood-soaked ground. Yet, within the walls of King's Landing, Tyrion was undeterred by the dire circumstances before him. Clad in heavy armor and wielding a longsword, he stepped forth with unwavering resolve. His emergence was akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the darkened sky, instilling hope and valor in the hearts of the city's soldiers. Under his leadership, the soldiers of King's Landing rallied, their voices rising in a unified roar, their spirits soaring as they vowed to defend their homeland with their lives. Tyrion personally led the charge from the city, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. The clash of swords echoed across the battlefield, blood splattering amidst the thick, acrid scent of carnage enveloping the air. Nevertheless, Tyrion and his men stood resolute, forging an unyielding line of defense with their very flesh and blood. Just as it appeared that King's Landing was on the brink of despair, poised to fall into enemy hands, Tywin descended upon the battlefield with his grand army, like divine reinforcements. His forces surged forth like an unstoppable tide, cutting through the enemy ranks with relentless force. Under Tywin's sagacious command, they swiftly vanquished the foe, granting King's Landing a precious respite. Tywin's timely arrival not only illuminated the dawn of victory for the soldiers, but also reinforced the significance of unity and strength. This battle was undoubtedly arduous for King's Landing, yet it bore witness to the courage and fearlessness of Tyrion and the soldiers alike. Through their actions, they redefined the essence of true bravery and responsibility. Tywin's timely intervention transformed this conflict into a legendary tale. Henceforth, the people of King's Landing would forever cherish the splendor and glory of that moment. Chapter 20. Joffrey's annulment of the betrothal to Sansa. Tywin Lannister, the formidable leader of a family renowned for both cunning and martial prowess, personally took command of his elite forces, resolutely confronting the surging tide of Stannis Baratheon's besieging army. This was not merely a contest of strength, but rather a battle of intellect and bravery. Tywin understood all too well that this conflict was pivotal to the honor of his family and the safety of the capital, and he was determined to give it his utmost. The drums of war thundered, and the clatter of hooves echoed as the two armies clashed. Dust rising and blood spilling in the fray. Tywin stood at the forefront, his gaze piercing, calmly assessing the battlefield and precisely directing every offensive and defensive maneuver. He exploited the terrain to his advantage, crafting ingenious traps that repeatedly thwarted the enemy. Simultaneously, he joined the fray himself, wielding his longsword in close combat, his fierce demeanor striking fear into the hearts of his adversaries. After a grueling and extraordinary struggle, Tywin, through his wisdom and valor, succeeded in repelling the enemy forces. This victory not only showcased the formidable strength of House Lannister, but also salvaged King's Landing from the brink of destruction, sparing the magnificent city from annihilation. In this fierce battle, Tyrion Lannister also revealed his indomitable spirit and sharp combat instincts. Fully aware of his responsibilities and mission, he resolutely plunged into the front line, engaging in a desperate fight against the enemy. Every charge he made was imbued with strength and resolve, and each swing of his sword radiated the brilliance of courage and wisdom. Yet, on the battlefield, where blades showed no mercy, Tyrion found himself grievously wounded, collapsing into a pool of blood. Fortuitously, under the valiant protection of his loyal subordinates, he was swiftly rescued back within the city walls. He lay upon an unfamiliar yet soft bed, surrounded by an environment that felt both strange and vaguely familiar. The room was bathed in gentle, warm light, and the air was suffused with a faint herbal aroma, deliberately arranged to tend to his injuries. He attempted to recall the scenes of the preceding battle, but the intense pain and fatigue surged over him like a relentless tide, rendering his focus impossible. In that moment, Tyrion profoundly grasped the fragility and preciousness of life. He realized that his ability to lie there receiving treatment was due to Tywin's courageous command and the selfless rescue of his companions. This overwhelming gratitude welled up within him like a spring, leaving him unable to contain his emotions. Simultaneously, he silently vowed to recover swiftly and return to the battlefield, continuing to contribute his strength to his family and the capital. At the critical juncture when King's Landing faced imminent destruction, Tyrion Lannister's bravery and cunning shone like a lightning bolt in the dark night, illuminating the path of hope. He did not merely rise to the occasion. Rather, at the brink of disaster, he donned his armor and, with extraordinary audacity and unmatched wisdom, personally led a seemingly insignificant yet fiercely determined army, resolutely charging through the gates of King's Landing. His strategies were masterfully ingenious, as if each step had long been calculated in his mind, skillfully holding at bay the enemy's overwhelming onslaught with a minimal force, thereby granting the city invaluable respite. In that moment, Tyrion's figure became an immortal monument in the hearts of countless individuals, his valor and intellect transforming into tales of admiration among the citizens. However, the vicissitudes of life are akin to a chess game, ever-changing and unpredictable. Just as the public's gratitude and reverence for Tyrion surged like a tidal wave, viewing him as an undisputed savior and hero, an unexpected announcement struck the family like a bolt from the blue. Tywin Lannister, renowned for his sternness and as the authoritative leader of the family, failed to bestow upon Tyrion the accolades and rewards he so richly deserved. Instead, he made a shocking decision to strip Tyrion of his position. This action was akin to casting a massive stone into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples that incited vehement reactions within the family and sent shockwaves through the external world. Speculation abounded regarding Tywin's underlying motives and considerations, leading to a cacophony of opinions and confusion. The dismissive treatment of Tyrion's accomplishments undoubtedly added a tragic hue to his life. Yet, it was precisely in such adversity that Tyrion exhibited his indomitable spirit and resilient quest for self-redemption. He refused to be crushed by his father's indifference and the family's prejudice. Instead, he solidified his convictions and aspirations. In the relentless game of power, he continued to navigate the razor's edge, crafting his own legendary narrative with his intellect and bravery. The tale of Tyrion is not merely a narrative of courage and wisdom. It is a profound allegory concerning humanity, family, and power. It unveils the radiant and shadowy facets of human nature amid intricate power struggles, revealing the glory and betrayal of kinship, along with the allure and traps of authority. The name Tyrion Lannister is destined to leave an indelible mark upon the stage of power. Shay's footsteps left gentle impressions in the snow, each step seemingly burdened with her endless concern and care for Tyrion. She pushed open the slightly heavy door and stepped into Tyrion's solitary, yet dignified abode. Within, the fire burned, yet it seemed incapable of dispelling the chill and loneliness that pervaded the air. Shay's gaze brimmed with tenderness and resolve as she approached Tyrion, who sat by the window, her eyes appearing to penetrate the tumult within his soul. Tyrion lifted his gaze, and as their eyes met, he instantly felt the warmth and strength emanating from his friend. A subtle smile graced his lips, a flicker of gratitude. Yet behind that smile lay an unfathomable sorrow and helplessness. He was acutely aware that he had been forsaken by his family, much like a solitary leaf in winter, swaying in the wind, utterly unmoored. Nevertheless, his heart resembled a frozen river, calm on the surface, yet teeming with undercurrents of unwavering dedication to family and honor. As steadfast as rock, Shay gently seated herself beside Tyrion, her voice soft yet resolute, as if capable of penetrating the ice encasing his heart. "Let us depart from here," she proposed, "to seek a tranquil haven that belongs solely to us, far removed from the strife and treachery of King's Landing." Her eyes sparkled with hope and yearning, as if she could already envision that distant, idyllic place. However, Tyrion merely shook his head, a complex light flickering in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. "Shay, I am grateful for your kindness, yet I cannot leave. My fate is irrevocably entwined with this city and this family. Regardless of how arduous the path may be, I must confront it boldly, proving my worth in my own manner. I cannot evade, nor can I relinquish." Upon hearing this, Shay felt a surge of intricate emotions. She understood Tyrion's steadfastness and tenacity, as well as the turmoil and pain within him. She nodded silently, tears glistening in her eyes. Yet her determination and resolve shone even more clearly. She chose to respect Tyrion's decision and to stand silently by his side, ready to face the storms of the future together. In that moment, their hearts were tightly intertwined, as if a flicker of warmth ignited in the frigid winter air. It illuminated their faces and warmed their souls. They knew that no matter how daunting the future might be, as long as they had each other, nothing could impede their forward march. This bond of friendship would remain unshakable, forever etched in their hearts. In the battle engulfed in smoke that determined the fate of the realm, Duke Tywin's decisive reinforcements fell like heavenly rain, infusing our troops with boundless courage and strength. Under his command, the soldiers surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, unstoppable, ultimately vanquishing the enemy and achieving a resounding victory. The elation of victory surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire city in a jubilant celebration. Within the grand hall, resplendent in gold and brilliance, King Joffrey sat upon his throne, youthful yet imposing, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, surveying the assembly of courtiers and warriors. His heart brimmed with gratitude and respect for the valiant soldiers who had fought bravely in the battle, and he prepared to personally bestow rewards upon them to honor their exceptional contributions. Among the many valiant warriors, the name of Boras stood out remarkably. Not only had he secured victory with his outstanding tactics and indomitable spirit, but he had also earned the admiration and affection of the soldiers through his exceptional leadership and selfless dedication. Thus, when Joffrey announced his intention to commend him, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Yet, Boras's ambition did not end there. With lofty aspirations, he approached Joffrey with a significant request that the king might take his sister, Margaery, as his bride. Margaery, a maiden as exquisite as a blooming rose, pure and unblemished, was renowned for her beauty and virtue both within the capital and beyond. Boras believed that this union would not only strengthen the ties between his family and the royal house, but would also bring glory and a promising future to both parties. However, ripples of uncertainty stirred within Joffrey. He was acutely aware of his betrothal to Sansa Stark of the North, a commitment that weighed upon him like a heavy shackle. Faced with Boras's request, he found himself in a quandary, lost in deep contemplation. The atmosphere in the hall grew subtly tense, each person holding their breath in anticipation, fearful of missing any fleeting change. At that moment, Queen Cersei stepped forward. Her words pierced the heart of the matter like a sharp blade. She urged Joffrey to forsake his engagement with Sansa, citing the interests of their family and the future of the kingdom as paramount reasons to embrace Margaery instead. Her arguments were fervent and compelling, imbued with an undeniable authority. Surrounding her, loyal ministers echoed her sentiments, lending further weight to her proposal. Confronted with this sudden turn of events and the immense pressure, Joffrey fell into profound reflection. He understood that he bore the weight of not merely personal emotional entanglements and family honor, but also the fate and future of the entire kingdom. He needed to make a judicious and resolute decision to balance these myriad concerns. After a painstaking deliberation, he finally resolved his dilemma. Rising to his feet, he cast a firm gaze upon every individual in the hall. His voice resonated with strength, for the prosperity and strength of the kingdom and the long-term interests of our family. I hereby annul my engagement to Sansa and formally pledge myself to Miss Marjorie. The proclamation ignited an uproar, the hall erupting into a cacophony of cheers for the young king's sagacious decision. This union not only marked a significant shift in the political landscape of the kingdom, but also stood as a testament to the glorious aspirations and promising futures of both families. It became a dazzling gem set within the annals of the kingdom's history, a legendary tale passed down through generations. The engagement between Sansa and Joffrey has finally been irrevocably dissolved, a news that fell upon her like a heavy stone, akin to a gentle ray of spring sunshine piercing through the long-standing gloom that had shrouded her heart, bringing forth a glimmer of liberation. Her mood blossomed like a parched land rejoicing in the sweet rain. All the oppression and constraints seemed to dissolve in that moment of release. During these trying days, a character often overlooked, the humble Littlefinger, quietly stepped into Sansa's world with a gentle yet resolute demeanor. He did not proclaim his presence loudly, but instead stood silently by her side, his eyes seemingly capable of perceiving the depths of her soul, offering her unspoken support and companionship. Littlefinger's presence resembled a refreshing spring, nourishing Sansa's parched spirit. He softly reassured the weathered young woman, using warm and potent words to dispel the fears and uncertainties swirling within her. His voice brimmed with expectations and promises for the future, as he solemnly vowed to Sansa that one day, when the conditions were ripe, he would take her away from the treacherous King's Landing, a place rife with power struggles and deceit, to seek a tranquil haven that belonged solely to them. Littlefinger's vow shone like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating Sansa's path forward. His tone resonated with both a sense of resignation regarding their current plight and an unbounded yearning for the future. His steadfastness and determination inspired Sansa, allowing her to glimpse a flicker of hope amidst despair, rekindling her love and longing for life. In that moment, Littlefinger became a beacon in Sansa's heart, guiding her and illuminating her path. His existence bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of safety and belonging, providing her with a harbor to rely upon amidst the tumultuous storms. Gradually, through Littlefinger's soothing words and promises, Sansa regained her strength and conviction. She no longer feared the uncertainties and challenges of the future, but rather embraced each potential tomorrow with courage. This experience profoundly taught Sansa about the unpredictability and capriciousness of life, prompting her to cherish all that she possessed in the present. She learned to maintain resilience and an optimistic outlook in adversity, facing each challenge with a brave and steadfast heart. Meanwhile, Littlefinger became an indispensable part of her life, as they walked hand in hand, forging ahead together. On that tranquil and sunlit day, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that added warmth and a touch of dreaminess to the wedding ceremony of Robb and Talisa. They strolled hand in hand along a path strewn with petals, each step resonating with the rhythm of happiness, as if the entire world made way for the newlyweds. The ceremony site was meticulously adorned, exuding simplicity yet elegance. White drapes fluttered gently in the breeze, while delicate flowers interspersed throughout released fragrant aromas, creating an atmosphere of harmony and beauty. Friends and family had long awaited the occasion, their eyes shimmering with anticipation and blessings. At the moment when Robb and Teresa stood side by side, the entire venue seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, transforming into an extraordinarily solemn and sacred space. Their smiles radiated both joy and shyness, and in the exchange of their gazes, it felt as if a myriad of unspoken sentiments were silently conveyed, allowing everyone present to feel the profound affection between them. At that moment, a venerable officiant entered the scene with a measured gait, exuding a warm and approachable smile. In the name of justice and love, he would witness and bless the union of this couple. As the officiant delivered his solemn yet heartfelt words, the wedding ceremony commenced in earnest. Each of his utterances nurtured the hearts of those in attendance like a gentle spring rain, not only adding a sacred hue to the celebration, but also allowing everyone to feel the essence and beauty of love. As the ceremony progressed, Robb and Teresa exchanged their vows in the presence of witnesses. Though their voices were soft, they were imbued with unwavering resolve and deep affection. They pledged to walk hand in hand through every day and night of their future, promising to protect and support one another through both storms and sunshine. This commitment was not merely a promise to each other, but also a beautiful anticipation for their life ahead. Although the entire wedding process was brief, its significance was profound. It marked an important milestone in Robb and Teresa's journey of love, serving as a new starting point on their life path. The friends and family present were deeply moved, showering the couple with genuine blessings and hopes for everlasting happiness and companionship. Amidst laughter and warm wishes, this simple yet understated wedding concluded beautifully. Robb and Teresa would now embark on their shared new life, carrying with them this weighty love and commitment, ready to begin a journey filled with love and hope. In the dim and oppressive tent, Jon, typically a timid leader, summoned an unprecedented courage, attempting to rouse the dormant fighting spirit of his soldiers through a passionate speech. Standing at the center, with hands clenched and an unyielding determination in his gaze, he seemed no longer the fearful commander, but a hero capable of guiding them through formidable challenges. Yet, fate seemed to delight in mockery, for just as his words blazed like wildfire, striving to ignite the flickering hope within the soldiers' hearts, an unexpected incident unfolded. A previously inconspicuous subordinate, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light, transformed in that moment from a humble follower into a warrior poised to alter destiny. Seizing the opportunity while Jon was unguarded, he leaped suddenly, his weapon slicing through the air like lightning, aiming for Jon's vital point. The entire occurrence was so abrupt that all present were rendered speechless, as if time itself had frozen. Jon's body crumpled, unconscious, and the tent was instantly shrouded in an eerie silence. Jon's fall was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading outward. The soldiers' gazes were imbued with a tapestry of complex emotions: shock, anger, disappointment, and a profound anxiety about the future. They were acutely aware that Scene's timidity and indecisiveness had long become a source of anguish within their hearts, and the scene before them today had propelled their disappointment to its zenith. They began to question whether such a leader could truly guide them to victory upon the battlefield. The atmosphere within the camp grew exceedingly heavy, as if the very air had solidified. Their breaths became labored and rapid, their heartbeats resonating like the relentless drums of war within their chests. They began to realize that perhaps they truly needed to seek a new leader, one who could lead them through the darkness toward the light, a hero who might be concealed among them, waiting to be discovered and awakened. Amidst this silence and chaos, a new hope and anticipation began to stir within the soldiers' hearts. They understood that only through unity and relentless courage could they survive in this land rife with fire and smoke. Scene's downfall might very well mark the commencement of their rebirth. Daenerys, a woman of compassion and resolute will, embarked on her journey toward the ancient tower. The tower loomed majestically, as if it had transcended the boundaries of time and space, exuding an ineffable aura of mystery. Her steps were firm and purposeful, each stride resonating with her convictions, her goal clear and unwavering: to rescue the innocent dragonlings from an uncertain fate. As she ventured deeper into the tower's interior, the surroundings gradually transformed into a dim and oppressive atmosphere, yet Daenerys' heart brimmed with light and hope. She was acutely aware of the mission she bore and the challenges she would soon confront. However, just as she neared the three legendary dragonlings, an unexpected figure abruptly appeared before her, a cunning, greedy sorcerer. The sorcerer's emergence stirred an ominous intuition within Daenerys. He sought to ensnare this valiant woman with his dark magic, forever stripping her of her freedom and hope. Yet, fate seemed disinclined to allow the sorcerer's scheme to come to fruition. Just as the sorcerer believed his plan was nearing success, a deafening roar suddenly reverberated through the air. It was the voice of the three dragonlings. They appeared to sense their mistress in peril, soaring forth from their hidden corners with a sudden ferocity. Their wings, though tender, were imbued with strength, each beat seemingly a defiance against destiny. Accompanied by the roars of the dragonlings, three searing flames streaked through the air like meteors, striking the sorcerer with unerring precision. The flames swiftly engulfed his figure, reducing both his malevolence and existence to ashes. This spectacle filled Daenerys with awe and reverence. She had never anticipated that these three dragonlings possessed such formidable power and unwavering loyalty. Once she confirmed that the sorcerer had vanished entirely, Daenerys hurried forth, gently caressing the scales of the dragonlings. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude and affection, as though she engaged in a silent communion with them. Subsequently, she led the three little dragons to safety, leaving behind the treacherous high tower and returning to a realm of freedom and light. Meanwhile, Zero and his beloved, two individuals who once harbored animosity and schemes against Daenerys, could not escape the retribution of fate. They were confined by the calm and resolute Daenerys in a frigid iron warehouse, where they would endure the onslaught of loneliness and despair. paying a heavy price for their actions. This conclusion not only served as a triumph of justice, but also as a cautionary tale for betrayers, imparting a profound lesson. In this world, only courage and righteousness can secure the ultimate victory. Amidst the biting cold wind, Jon Snow's figure appeared particularly resolute. He stood before the wildling tribe, his eyes glimmering with determination, as if he was prepared to bear the consequences of his choices. With a ruthless stroke of his blade, the life of the dismembered Corinne was forever frozen in that moment. This heart-wrenching decision not only showcased Jon's bravery and decisiveness, but also stirred tumultuous waves among the wildlings. Some were astonished, others enraged, while many felt deep admiration and confusion. These complex emotions intertwined, leading Jon on a journey filled with uncertainty and challenge. After a grueling trek, the group finally traversed the rugged mountain paths and arrived at a serene and enigmatic hillside. It appeared to be an idyllic paradise, distanced from the clamor and turmoil of the world. Standing atop the slope, Jon gazed down upon the vast expanse of the valley below. There, a series of rudimentary shelters, constructed by the wildlings' own hands, were scattered in harmonious disarray. Though humble, they emanated a raw and resilient vitality. These huts nestled against the mountainside, seamlessly blending with the surrounding natural environment, as if nature itself had bestowed a unique gift upon this land. In the settlement, built from the wisdom and toil of the wildlings, each shelter bore the weight of their history and memories. They had witnessed countless storms and the passage of time, welcoming each new dawn. As night fell, warm lights flickered within these huts, illuminating the tender scenes of the wildlings gathering to share in the warmth of life. Now, with Jon's arrival, this ancient land was poised for transformation. His presence seemed to infuse a new vitality into the community, prompting the wildlings to reassess their destinies and futures. The tale of Jon and the wildling tribe may well unfold a new chapter here. His courage and wisdom, his resilience and indomitable spirit, would bring renewed hope and possibilities to this land. The wildlings would gradually come to realize that this warrior from a foreign land shared their aspirations and beliefs. In the days to come, they might stand shoulder to shoulder, together crafting an extraordinary legend that belonged to them. Sam and his two closest friends had always been the most reliable patrol team in these woods. Their figures flitted through the dense foliage like sprites guarding this cherished land. Yet, this day's patrol appeared strikingly unusual. The sky suddenly shifted, clouds swirling ominously as snow and wind coalesced, as if nature itself was brewing a colossal storm. At that moment, an extraordinary sound pierced through the biting cold. A deep and resonant horn echoed, long and clear, reminiscent of an ancient call, reverberating 3 times through the mountain woods. This horn, for Sam and his companions, was undoubtedly a profound shock. They exchanged glances, recognizing the same fear and unease reflected in each other's eyes. It was not merely a sound, it was a warning passed down through generations, an ominous herald of impending darkness and death. The others, that terrifying entity spoken of only in ancient legends, seemed to be drawing near with each passing moment. Sam's 2 companions, trained warriors, reacted with remarkable swiftness. Almost simultaneously, they drew their weapons, bracing for the unknown peril that was about to unfold. Yet, faced with such formidable adversaries, they understood that fleeing was their sole path to survival. Swift as the wind, they darted away, leaving behind blurred trails in the snow, disappearing like flashes of lightning into the vast, white abyss ahead. Meanwhile, Sam was engulfed by the same dread and anxiety. However, he felt as though an invisible force had ensnared his body, rendering him unable to flee as his companions had. He scanned his surroundings, finding nothing but the relentless white snow and the howling winds, as if the entire world had succumbed to darkness and death. In this moment of despair, his gaze fell upon a massive boulder, resembling a natural fortress that offered him a sliver of meager protection. With gritted teeth, Sam summoned every ounce of strength to dash toward the rock. His heart thundered, breath came in quick gasps, yet each step was resolute and powerful. He felt as though he were racing against time, battling against death itself. Finally, just as the others could descend upon him at any moment, he successfully concealed himself behind the rock. He clutched his knees tightly, trembling from fear, yet his eyes remained sharp and vigilant, like a hawk, fixated on every subtle movement in the storm. He dared not relax his guard, for he knew that only by remaining alert could he survive this ordeal. In the sanctuary of the rock, Sam's thoughts began to soar. He reflected on the countless days and nights spent with his companions, the laughter and tears, the struggles and triumphs. Each memory now felt like a treasured jewel in the tapestry of his life. He realized he could not abandon hope and courage so easily. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he began to search for an opportunity to escape. He believed that as long as he clung to hope and bravery, he could vanquish the others. Upon the vast expanse of snow, where wind and snow intertwined, the world seemed shrouded by a heavy veil of white, burying all within this boundless silvery landscape. Amidst this desolate and frigid wilderness, a group of ghastly, otherworldly figures emerged silently, their presence akin to the coldest curse of winter, sending chills down one's spine. The bodies of these wights, having endured the ravages of countless ages, appear both ancient and decrepit, as if they have emerged from the fissures of time as restless spirits. Their skin bears a haunting pallor, marred by mottled cracks and festering sores, each emanating a nauseating stench of decay. The vacant eyes of these wights are devoid of life, yet seem to harbor an abyss of darkness and malevolence, instilling a profound sense of dread and despair in those who dare to gaze upon them. Among this terrifying assembly, the most striking figure is undoubtedly that of the White Leader. His visage is contorted and grotesque, as if shaped by an unseen hand, exuding an indescribable aura of horror and wickedness. A sinister smile curls at the corners of his mouth, and his hollow eyes glimmer with an eerie blue light, reminiscent of the most malevolent flames from the depths of hell, capable of devouring all light and hope. He is astride a magnificent steed, a creature draped in pitch-black scales, appearing even more formidable against the backdrop of swirling snow. Despite the harshness of their surroundings, the horse maintains a spirited demeanor and an imposing stance, as if bound by a mysterious connection to the White Leader, sharing in an endless reservoir of malevolent power. With a low, resonant growl from the White Leader, this dreadful host is propelled forward as if by an unseen force, moving with heavy, deliberate strides that seem to crush the very snow beneath them, leaving behind a series of haunting imprints. These marks, gradually obscured by the swirling snow, silently narrate the endless calamity and despair that accompany their passage. Amidst the tempest, the figures of the wights flicker in and out of view, resembling a phantasmagoria of specters drifting between the realms of dreams and reality, heightening the atmosphere of dread and terror. Their existence embodies the most harrowing nightmare, ensnaring souls in an unending cycle of fear and despair. Chapter 21. All mortals must serve amidst the ceaseless flurry of snowflakes. Jon Snow treads with heavy yet resolute steps, as if each footfall resonates with the pulse of fate, guiding him toward an unknown path fraught with challenges. The snowflakes flutter down like feathers from the heavens, transforming the world into a silvery wonderland. Yet they cannot mask the tumult and unease within his heart. In this vast expanse of white, he is drawn by an invisible force, ultimately standing before the distant ruler of the north, the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder. Upon first encountering Mance, the imposing figure of the giant looms like a mountain, evoking in Jon a profound sense of insignificance and impotence. His gaze lingers in the depths of Mance's abyss-like eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of awe and shock that words cannot express. He understands that his fate hangs by a thread, entirely at the mercy of this wild king. Yet, Mance seems indifferent to this fledgling raven emissary, his expression betraying a sense of disdain and disregard, as if Jon's existence were but a feather, unworthy of his attention. Upon Mance discovering that Jon is the very warrior who left an indelible mark in the world of black and white by slaying the one-handed Catelyn, his demeanor underwent a subtle yet significant transformation. A glimmer of keen interest flickered in Mance's eyes as he began to reassess the young envoy, directing more attention and curiosity towards him. In this contest of power and courage, Jon did not waver. He stood tall, meeting Mance's scrutiny with resolute gaze. He was acutely aware of his purpose and mission on this journey, understanding that he must exhibit sufficient courage and determination to earn Mance's respect and trust. Thus, Jon resolutely pledged his loyalty to Mance, articulating with sincerity his hopes and visions for the future of the North. His vow was as fierce and unwavering as the biting winds of the North, penetrating through layers of constraints and prejudices, reaching deep into Mance's soul. Mance was moved by Jon's sincerity and bravery, leading him to reassess the young envoy and gradually lower his guard and preconceptions. A profound friendship, founded on respect and trust, began to blossom between the two, uniting them in their shared struggle for the future of the North. In response to Mance's probing inquiries regarding his betrayal of his former lord, Jon's replies resonated with conviction and strength. He confessed that his only pursuit was the supreme ideals of freedom and justice, a yearning that pierced through the heavy chains of oppression, reaching the deepest recesses of his spirit. He aspired to join the grand endeavor that fought for the hope and dignity of the living. determined to wield his strength to alter a world rife with injustice and tyranny. This belief became the most steadfast reason and support for his defection from his former allegiance. Kneeling before the king beyond the wall, Jon's tale echoed throughout the icy expanse of the north, evolving into an immortal saga of courage and freedom. His presence was as resolute and fierce as the frigid winds of the north, inspiring countless souls to battle for liberty and justice. His name became etched in the annals of history, a perpetual emblem of pride and legend for the people of the north. The red tint fluttered like a delicate veil, swaying gently in the breeze, as if whispering secrets untold. Dust danced in the sunlight, adding a touch of haziness and dreaminess to the tranquil space. Inside, soft scents of jade and warmth intertwined, as Sir Bolton immersed himself in his private and pleasurable moments, savoring a fleeting tranquility and serenity. Yet, this peace did not endure for long. A hurried footfall shattered the harmony within the room. The messenger dispatched urgently by Tyrion burst into this realm like an irresistible force, akin to a fresh breeze disturbing the still surface of a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples that disrupted the existing serenity and beauty. This envoy brought not only news, but also a turning point in fate. Tyrion's beloved sister entered the domain with heavy steps, each footfall seemingly laden with boundless weight, evoking an involuntary sense of her internal struggle and anguish. The two sat across from each other, their gazes interwoven with complex emotions from the past, nostalgia, resentment, confusion, and that inextricable bond of blood. Their conversation transcended the boundaries of time and space, returning to that innocent yet tumultuous age of 9. With each utterance imbued with profound emotion and nostalgia. At first glance, the surface appeared tranquil, yet beneath, torrents surged, concealing endless waves of turmoil and fervor. Davos, this resilient traveler who had endured the harshness of life, finding himself cast away on a desolate island, seemed to be gently nudged by the hand of fate, ultimately welcoming a turning point in his destiny. In that forsaken expanse of ocean, he faced the brutalities of nature and the trials of survival and solitude. However, just as he was on the brink of despair, fate opened a window for him. A group of benevolent fishermen, akin to angels descending from the heavens, unexpectedly discovered this forgotten hero of the world, pulling him from the abyss of hopelessness with their warmth and kindness, granting him freedom and a new lease on life. Yet, upon his rescue, Davos did not indulge in the comfort and relief of his survival. He understood that the true challenge was merely beginning. Thus, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset. Confronting the harsh and relentless realities with unwavering resolve, he began to chart his future, contemplating how he could wield his strength to rectify the injustices and darkness that plagued the world. By a stroke of fate, Davos encountered a band of pirates. In those tumultuous, perilous waters, he perceived the shadows of his past and felt the weight of grievances that had once tormented him. Nevertheless, this time, he chose neither evasion nor vengeance, but rather adopted a mature and rational perspective to assess the current situation. He recognized that only by eliminating the roots of threat to Stannis and the tranquility of the entire kingdom could he truly realize his ideals and aspirations. Thus, an unprecedented resolve surged within Davos. He began to clandestinely orchestrate a momentous action to eradicate the enigmatic and ruthless Red Woman. This endeavor was not solely for personal vendettas, but was driven by the noble pursuit of justice and peace. He was acutely aware of the perilous path ahead, where each step could lead to irreversible doom, yet he was undeterred. His heart brimmed with a fervent desire for victory and an unwavering commitment to justice, vowing to carve a luminous path for himself along this thorn-laden journey. Throughout this process, Davos exhibited extraordinary wisdom and courage. He adeptly harnessed various resources and information advantages, devising a series of meticulous plans and strategies. Cognizant of the cunning and might of his adversaries, he remained ever vigilant and cautious. He continually adjusted his tactics and strategies in response to the enemy's maneuvers and counterattacks. Under his leadership, a formidable coalition of loyal warriors and brave fishermen began to coalesce, united in their singular objective to utterly eradicate the Red Woman and restore peace and prosperity to Stannis and the kingdom at large. Ultimately, in a breathtaking climactic battle, Davos successfully fulfilled his ambitions. With his intellect and bravery, he brought peace and hope to Stannis and the entire realm. His deeds have been immortalized by posterity as a poignant tale, inspiring countless individuals to strive for justice and peace. In this journey, Davos achieved self-transcendence and growth, becoming a true hero and a legendary figure. The long-awaited reunion between Tyrion and his father, which should have been a heartwarming and touching moment, was overshadowed in Tyrion's heart by a thick veil of confusion and grievance. Summoning his courage, he candidly expressed his bewilderment and anguish to his father. He inquired why. At a time when he lay gravely wounded and on the brink of death, had his father shown him not a shred of concern or visitation. This was not merely a physical wound, but a profound emotional trauma. What chilled him further was the realization that not only had he been deprived of the comfort and care he deserved, but he had also been callously cast into a damp, dark, and desolate prison cell, as if he were a discarded child of the family, forgotten in a shadowy corner. Tyrion's words were steeped in a deep lament for past sacrifices and abandonment. He recalled how, in the name of familial harmony and stability, he had willingly relinquished his claim to Casterly Rock, graciously bestowing that honor and power upon his elder brother. At that time, he had believed that his sacrifices would earn him his father's recognition and gratitude, yet he had not anticipated that, in his father's eyes, all of this would be deemed trivial, even becoming a source of mockery and shame. Tyrion's speech revealed an intense sense of bitterness and regret, as if he were questioning the heavens about the cruel twists of fate that had befallen him. However, in response to Tyrion's accusations and inquiries, his father exhibited neither sympathy nor understanding, but rather retorted with an even harsher demeanor. His words struck like sharpened blades, inflicting unprecedented pain and despair upon Tyrion's heart. He accused Tyrion's actions as a grave insult to the family's honor, relegating him to the status of a disgrace and blemish upon the lineage. Such ruthless pronouncements were like a thunderclap, rendering Tyrion's complexion as pale as parchment, as though an invisible force had knocked him to the ground, leaving him unable to rise again. In the face of his father's cold and hostile gaze, the flames of fury within Tyrion were ignited. He could no longer endure the humiliation and injustice. With indignation, he turned away, his eyes glinting with an indomitable spirit. He understood well that he could not alter his father's perspectives or attitudes, but he would never capitulate to fate. Resolutely, he departed from the suffocating environment, embarking on a path of his own, his silhouette elongated in the twilight, appearing particularly solitary yet steadfast. At that moment, he seemed to declare to the world, "I, Tyrion Lannister, shall not be crushed by the words of any man. Regardless of how arduous and treacherous the road ahead may be, I shall forge ahead, living for myself." The Dothraki, those warriors who call the saddle home and pride themselves on their courage, faithfully followed their Khaleesi, traversing the vast and perilous lands of the poisoned waters. Each step was resolute and powerful, as if the very ground beneath their feet trembled in acknowledgement of the unknown dangers and challenges that lay ahead, showcasing an admirable spirit of fearlessness. Yet, beneath this seemingly unyielding unity lies an undercurrent, surreptitiously surging forth, attempting to erode this facade of unwavering loyalty. In a secluded corner of the assembly, a faction of Dothraki warriors convenes under the cloak of darkness, engaging in hushed whispers. Their words brim with discontent and skepticism towards the status quo, particularly aimed at Daenerys' leadership. To them, the Iron Throne, a symbol of supreme glory and power, ought to be the domain of the formidable, rather than easily claimed by one of noble blood or nominal title. They contend that true strength must be earned through one's prowess and wisdom, garnering the respect and loyalty of all. These sentiments pierced Daenerys' heart like sharp daggers, yet she, a woman of unparalleled intellect and courage, remains undeterred. In a world where the Dothraki esteem power above all, her gender presents a formidable chasm to bridge. She is acutely aware that, despite her noble lineage and exceptional talents, the skepticism and disdain towards her may never fully dissipate. Nevertheless, Daenerys does not succumb to despair. A flicker of melancholy crosses her eyes, swiftly replaced by a resolute gleam. She comprehends that to truly win the hearts of the Dothraki, mere lineage and title are insufficient. She must demonstrate her unwavering resilience and strength, proving her worth and capability through concrete actions. Thus, Daenerys resolves to embrace the forthcoming days with fervent passion and steadfast conviction. Ready to face every challenge and adversity, she intends to fight valiantly on the battlefield, showcasing her bravery and determination, to govern with wisdom and sound judgment, earning the trust and support of her people, and to lead by example in her daily life, influencing and inspiring those around her through her deeds. She believes that with relentless effort and formidable strength, she will one day shatter the prejudices and constraints, revealing her true power and worth to all. At that moment, she shall not only become a hero and leader in the eyes of the Dothraki, but also an everlasting beacon of light and hope in their hearts. In the dimly lit castle hall, the heavy stone walls cast shadows, leaving only a flickering candlelight that illuminates Davos's resolute visage and the enigmatic figure of the woman in red. Their unexpected convergence seems like fate's design, compelling two individuals of starkly opposing stances to confront one another. When their eyes meet in the gloom, an invisible current fills the air, each gaze a silent clash of unspoken words, laden with profound questioning and misunderstanding. Davos's voice resonates, deep and commanding, with each word seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul. He accuses the Red Priestess of wielding her inscrutable, mystical powers to meddle recklessly in the affairs of state, placing the kingdom's fate perilously at risk. His words are steeped in dissatisfaction and fury towards her actions, while simultaneously revealing a deep-seated anxiety for the future of the realm. However, the Lady in Red did not waver. She met Daenerys's accusations with a gaze that was both icy and proud. Her voice, as clear and frigid as crystal, countered that Daenerys's misunderstandings stemmed from his ignorance and short-sightedness. She claimed that all her actions were for a greater purpose, sacrifices made for the long-term benefit of the kingdom. Her words brimmed with confidence and resolve, as if she had already glimpsed the dawn of a promising future, while Daenerys was simply unable to grasp her far-sighted vision. This intense exchange swiftly captured the attention of those around them, who stood or sat with their eyes darting back and forth between Daenerys and the Lady in Red. Yet, despite the charged and delicate atmosphere, none dared to intervene. Everyone understood the gravity of the dispute and recognized their inability to intercede. At that moment, King Stannis rose slowly from his seat. He was a ruler of iron will, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to pierce through any facade. He surveyed both Daenerys and the Lady in Red before announcing his decision in an unmistakable tone. He declared that to preserve the kingdom's stability and order, he must temporarily incarcerate Daenerys, pending further investigation and trial. His voice echoed throughout the vast hall, leaving all present in stunned silence. As Daenerys was escorted from the hall by soldiers, his eyes were filled with resentment and fury. He could not accept the indignity of his treatment, nor could he reconcile the fact that his efforts for the kingdom's future had yielded such a result. Yet, he could only endure the humiliation and injustice in silence. Meanwhile, the Lady in Red remained motionless, a meaningful smile gracing her lips, as if everything had unfolded as she had anticipated. Watching Daenerys's retreating figure, she secretly contemplated her next moves, aware that this confrontation was merely the beginning, with the true contest yet to come. Lord Tyrell, a noble with a heart full of compassion, embarked on the rugged path to the slums. His heart was heavy with profound sympathy for the orphans who had lost their loved ones in the brutal war. Each step felt burdensome, for he understood that he was about to confront endless sorrow and despair. However, he did not falter. Instead, his resolve deepened. When he finally stood before the orphans, extending his warm and strong hands to offer them care and comfort, his eyes shone with a steadfast and gentle light. Just as Lord Tyrell immersed himself in profound empathy and concern, an unexpected figure came into view, Prince Joffrey. Their meeting seemed like a twist of fate. Though their exchange was brief, every word revealed their respective stances and emotions. Lord Tyrell, in the name of his family, announced a substantial donation of resources to support the royal family, an act that undeniably showcased his loyalty and respect. Yet, this loyalty cast an unwelcome shadow in the heart of the Queen Mother, who sensed an underlying threat and challenge. Meanwhile, in another corner, the Unsullied were undergoing unprecedented rigorous training. Their souls appeared to be forged of iron and stone, devoid of any trace of weakness or compassion. They knew only to obey commands, advancing relentlessly, guarding this land with unwavering resilience and determination. However, when Her Majesty the Queen witnessed firsthand the grueling training endured by these slave soldiers, a tumult of complex emotions surged within her heart. She was both awed by the warriors' steadfastness and bravery, and profoundly sympathetic to their plight, feeling a deep sense of helplessness regarding their fate. Beneath the shadow of slavery, each of Queen Daenerys' outings was fraught with uncertainty and peril. By a twist of fate, she encountered an attack from a malevolent sorcerer, who had the audacity to transform into an innocent young girl, attempting to deliver a fatal blow to the Queen from the shadows. Yet, in that moment of impending doom, Barristan, the former captain of the Kingsguard, appeared as if sent by the heavens, standing valiantly by the Queen's side. With extraordinary skill and unwavering loyalty, he successfully repelled the sorcerer's assault and pulled the Queen back from the brink of death. The Queen expressed her profound gratitude and respect for Barristan's heroic deeds, solemnly swearing fealty to him and formally appointing him as a member of the Queen's Guard. From that moment on, they fought side by side, jointly safeguarding the peace and justice of this realm. their actions embodying the essence of courage. Chapter 22. The dire tidings of the three-eyed raven. Young Bran embarked on a journey to learn the art of hunting, a venture that transcended mere skill acquisition. Morphing into a labyrinthine dream woven by the shadows of dark magic lurking within his soul. In the depths of this dreamlike haze, each step seemed to tread the precipice between the void and reality, as he found himself in a realm both familiar and alien. It was amid this intertwining of chaos and uncertainty that the enigmatic figure of the three-eyed raven once again descended quietly, its profound gaze seemingly capable of piercing the human heart, guiding Bran through layers of mist into an even darker, more inscrutable unknown. There, every breath was laden with unforeseen challenges and opportunities, as Bran gradually unveiled the secrets hidden deep within his own being amidst the confluence of dreams and reality. In a starkly different realm, Theon was enduring an unprecedented trial. A bucket of frigid water fell from the heavens without warning, abruptly wrenching him from a chaotic dreamscape, only to confront him with a harsher reality. He found himself mercilessly bound to a cold cross, his limbs shackled by thick iron chains, rendering him immobile. The air around him seemed to congeal, suffused with despair and terror, creating a stifling atmosphere. At that moment, an unfamiliar executioner approached slowly, a sharp iron needle glinting ominously in the dim light, heralding the impending agony and torment. With a low groan, the needle plunged mercilessly into Theon's nail, unleashing an unbearable wave of pain. He clenched his teeth, beads of sweat cascading from his brow like rain, yet he refrained from uttering a single plea for mercy. Despite the brutal torture testing his willpower as never before, Theon's spirit remained unbroken. Conversely, an endless torrent of confusion and indignation burgeoned within his heart. He found himself unable to comprehend this sudden predicament, nor could he accept the merciless torment imposed by this stranger. He endeavored to glean a hint from the stranger's gaze, questioning why this individual treated him with such cruelty. What did they seek to extract from him? Was it a deeply buried secret, or some insidious power? In this abyss of despair, it seemed as though a fierce flame ignited within the depths of Sion's soul. This flame not only illuminated the darkness before him, but also kindled his resolve and courage. He vowed to unveil the truth, no matter how arduous the path ahead. He would march forward with unwavering determination. King Joffrey, adorned in his ornate and intricately embroidered robe, suddenly felt a surge of displeasure, his fury erupting like a volcano. His brow furrowed, and his eyes glimmered with wrath, as if the elaborate floral patterns had become an inescapable source of vexation. Amidst the flurry of his attendants, he hastily entered the changing room, seeking to quell his inner turmoil through a change of attire. Fate, it seems, relishes in its ironic twists. As the door of the changing room creaked open, Joffrey unexpectedly encountered his elder sister. Their gazes met. A moment that should have radiated warmth and sibling affection became fraught with complexity due to their respective burdens. Rarely did Joffrey exhibit any semblance of approval towards Margaery, yet he acknowledged her political acumen and diplomatic finesse. However, this fleeting recognition was soon interrupted by his sister's vehement discontent regarding Margaery's actions, which she deemed contrary to the family's honor and interests. Upon hearing this, Joffrey's countenance grew darker, and their dialogue escalated into a sharp and fierce exchange. Each stubbornly upheld their stance, yielding no ground, until their conversation abruptly ceased in an atmosphere thick with discord. Meanwhile, Sir Loras, with his refined demeanor and graceful presence, emerged before the assembly. He warmly invited Sansa to accompany Margaery and Lady Olenna to the garden, to relish a rare moment of tranquility. Lady Olenna, a venerable matron known for her wit and wisdom, was celebrated for her unique political insights and profound understanding. In the garden's serene and fragrant embrace, her discerning eyes gently scrutinized Sansa, as if perceiving the fears and anxieties that lay deep within her heart. The old woman spoke softly, her warm and authoritative voice inquiring about Sansa's views on Joffrey. Confronted by this unexpected question, Sansa was engulfed by trepidation and inner conflict. She understood that candor at this moment could yield unforeseen consequences, yet she realized that silence would only deepen her suffering. Summoning her courage, her voice trembled yet resonated with steadfastness as she proclaimed, "It was Joffrey who took my father's life, and I was forced to witness that horrendous scene from atop the castle walls." At this juncture, tears streamed uncontrollably down Sansa's cheeks. She choked back tears as she continued, "In my eyes, Joffrey is nothing less than a rampaging beast. He has stripped me of all my loved ones and robbed me of hope for the future." The old woman, upon hearing this, revealed a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes. She gently patted Sansa's hand, offering her silent comfort and assurance. She vowed to Sansa that today's words would remain our most secret of secrets, ensuring that the outside world would never learn of them, thus sparing her any harm. In that moment, Sansa felt an unprecedented warmth and security, as if she had discovered a harbor to rely upon, a refuge from the storms of life, all stemming from the old woman's profound and sincere care and affection. Lady Stark, standing at the riverbank of time, allowed the gentle waves of the years to wash over her thoughts, her heart filled with nostalgia for the past awakening like an ancient tree stirred by the spring breeze. Sprouting tender green shoots, her gaze traversed the layers of memory, ultimately resting upon the distant yet vivid figure of Jon Snow. In those days sculpted by time, Jon's resilience and undaunted spirit shone like the first ray of sunlight piercing through the winter clouds, warming the cold heart of the Stark family, which had been beset by overwhelming adversity, and illuminating the path forward, allowing the gloom that hung overhead to gradually dissipate. Fate seemed to revel in playing cruel tricks upon the Stark family, delivering blow after blow to this ancient lineage in the most merciless of manners. Whether on the battlefield, amidst the clashing of swords, or within the treacherous corridors of the court, each member of the Stark family deeply felt the anguish and helplessness of separation and loss. These tribulations, like heavy shackles, bound their spirits and tested their resolve. In the face of this relentless suffering, Lady Stark found herself ensnared in profound contemplation. She pondered the root of it all. Was it the power-hungry schemers who would stop at nothing for their gain? Or the cold, unfeeling wheel of fate that loomed above? Yet, upon reflection, these answers appeared so feeble and inadequate. For no matter whom one might blame, it could not alter the facts of what had transpired, nor could it alleviate the pain that resided within their hearts. Thus, Lady Stark began to shift her gaze toward the future. She recognized that in confronting the cruelty and injustice of fate, the most crucial task was not to assign blame, but rather to uphold one's beliefs and principles amidst adversity, to seek out that faint yet steadfast glimmer of hope in the depths of despair. The tale of the Stark family serves as a living testament, teaching individuals how to maintain an unwavering spirit in the face of tumult, and how to exhibit fearless courage and selfless sacrifice at the brink of life and death. It is this courage, sacrifice, and love that form the unique spiritual core of the Stark family, rendering their story a timeless legend. In Lady Stark's heart, she firmly believes that even in the darkest moments, dawn will inevitably break, for the brilliance of humanity can never be extinguished. It stands as a beacon, guiding the Stark family and all those struggling in adversity to forge ahead until they embrace the light of victory. Tali, the figure trembling beneath the shadow of war, became the object of ridicule and disdain due to his inner trepidation. Yet, in these tumultuous times, when the winds of uncertainty blew fiercely, Leslie emerged like a lightning bolt piercing the darkness, resolutely declaring his loyalty and determination to Tali with a resounding oath. Regardless of how treacherous the path ahead may be, or the trials they might encounter, Leslie vowed to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tali, braving the storms together, never to yield in despair. This unwavering bond of friendship warmed Tali's frostbitten heart like a ray of sunshine on a winter's day, illuminating their journey forward. Meanwhile, upon the snow-laden fields, a breathtaking rescue mission unfolded in silence. Xiao Jin and Mela, two valiant warriors, navigated the harsh elements with extraordinary courage and wisdom. Their footprints marked the snowy expanse, each step imbued with reverence for life and a fervent desire for victory. After arduous endeavors, they successfully liberated Brandon from the perilous grasp of the wolves on the snowfield. This act of heroism not only showcased their indomitable spirit, but also became a tale recounted through the ages. Not everyone is as fortunate as Xiao Jin and Mela. The fates of the three youths from Hellenberg appeared shrouded in ominous shadows. Members of the No-Flag Brotherhood materialized like specters, their cold, unwavering gazes betraying an unyielding cruelty. They proclaimed that the three youths must accompany them, regardless of their consent. Confronted with this unforeseen turn of events, the youths were engulfed by fear and helplessness. Yet they understood that only through unity and courageous resistance could they hope to escape this nightmare. In another realm, Tyrion found himself ensnared in profound helplessness and struggle. Someone, in a clandestine meeting, presented him with a thorny request to rescue Sansa from dire straits. However, Tyrion was acutely aware of his limited power at this moment, rendering him incapable of making any easy promises. His heart brimmed with sympathy and concern for Sansa, yet he recognized that he could not shoulder this grave responsibility alone. Thus, he could only respond with candor, expressing his own helplessness and inner turmoil to the seeker of aid. This honesty and vulnerability revealed the complexity and conflict within Tyrion's heart. As for Joffrey and Margaery, the once bitter adversaries found themselves unexpectedly intertwined by fate. Initially, Joffrey attacked Margaery with sharp words, accusing her of lingering affections for Renly, attempting to unearth her wounds. However, as time passed and their exchanges deepened, their dialogues gradually transformed into something lighter and more enjoyable. Unbeknownst to them, they seemed to shed their defenses and prejudices, beginning to view one another through a refreshed lens. This subtle transformation has rendered the relationship between the two individuals both intricate and delicate, as if heralding the commencement of a new narrative between them. Tyrion Lannister, the cunning fox of the political arena, now finds himself ensnared in a grim prison, surrounded by an atmosphere thick with despair and coldness. His limbs are shackled by heavy iron chains, and each struggle he makes only intensifies the pain he endures. Interrogators take turns employing the most brutal methods of torture, seeking to extract from his unyielding lips the concealed motives behind the assault on Winterfell. Yet, Tyrion remains as resolute as a granite boulder. No matter the torment inflicted upon him, his gaze remains steadfast, and a defiant smile lingers at the corners of his mouth, refusing to divulge a single word that might please his adversaries. Meanwhile, in the distant city of King's Landing, Tyrion's sister, Yara Martell, learns of her brother's dire plight. Her heart feels as though it is engulfed in flames, a tumult of anxiety and fury compelling her to take action. Yara is acutely aware of Tyrion's intellect and bravery, as well as the significance he holds within their family. Consequently, she swiftly mobilizes, meticulously selecting a group of capable individuals and dispatching them to rescue Tyrion from his captivity. When these hopeful allies finally locate Tyrion, their conduct surprises all. Rather than springing into action, they gather around him, their expressions grave and their demeanor hesitant. In their eyes lies a hidden enigma, suggesting that their presence may not be solely for the purpose of rescuing Tyrion. This peculiar behavior further obscures Tyrion's situation, intensifying the chill within his heart. He cannot help but question the true identity of these would-be saviors and their genuine intentions. Do they sincerely wish to liberate him, or do they harbor ulterior motives? In a world rife with betrayal and intrigue, Tyrion must remain ever vigilant, employing his keen and crafty mind to discern the truth. At this moment, though ensnared in dire straits, his indomitable spirit burns like a fierce flame, illuminating the path ahead. The trio from Harrenhal, though their steps are resolute, cannot mask their fatigue, as they are led by an enthusiastic guide into a brilliantly lit tavern in the town. As the door creaks open, a wave of aromas, freshly baked bread mingling with the scent of simmering soup, rushes to greet them. A comforting balm that swiftly dispels the dust and hunger accumulated from their arduous journey. The tavern buzzes with life, yet it graciously affords a tranquil corner for the three travelers. The proprietor, a kindly old man, personally serves a simple yet heartfelt dinner. The steaming food not only warming their bellies, but also attempting to alleviate the chill born from the uncertainties of their voyage. However, this tranquility does not endure long. At the dining table, the atmosphere subtly shifts, becoming heavy with tension. Jandrai, the most forthright member of the trio, inadvertently strikes a sensitive chord with those around him, becoming the subject of their mockery. The scornful and derisive words, like a biting winter wind, cruelly sweep across his face, leaving behind invisible scars. At this moment, Jandeli's sister, a woman embodying courage and fierce loyalty, revealed an undeniable determination in her gaze. She suddenly rose, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, its blade glinting ominously under the dim light, as if poised to defend her brother and uphold their shared dignity and honor. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. She took a deep breath and slowly released her hold on the sword, leaving behind a room filled with shock and lingering tension, rippling through the air. Just as the turmoil seemed on the verge of subsiding, and the tavern's atmosphere appeared ready to revert to its usual vibrancy, a group of members from the flagless brotherhood unexpectedly declared a startling decision. They were willing to allow the trio to depart from Helrenberg. This announcement struck the assembly like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. However, fate seemed to delight in cruel irony. Just as the trio began to gather their belongings and prepare for their journey anew, an unforeseen twist shattered the fragile calm. Corrigan, an indispensable member of the group, was silently apprehended by the flagless brotherhood before the eyes of all present. This shocking scene not only caught the trio off guard, but also plunged the tavern into a frigid silence. Their identities, intentions, and futures became shrouded in uncertainty. Fraught with peril, the trio found themselves at a crossroads of fate, facing an unknown path filled with endless challenges, compelled to stand united against it all. The usurper, burdened with grievous sins and treading the edge of darkness, engaged in a heart-stopping contest with his grim, armored escort amidst an atmosphere charged with tension. The sun was obscured by heavy clouds, casting an eerie gloom over the battlefield. The clash of swords echoed like thunder, each encounter accompanied by the resounding din of metal against metal, reverberating through the vastness, as if the grim reaper whispered in their ears. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, intermingled with indomitable resolve, creating an indescribable tragedy. As this life-and-death struggle reached its zenith, a rapid and heavy sound of hooves thundered through the surrounding tranquility. The Buton family's skinning experts, known for their merciless ferocity, emerged like demons rising from the depths of hell, silently descending upon the battlefield. Their eyes sparkled with cunning and cruelty, as if they had foreseen the impending chaos, eagerly preparing to ensnare the two protagonists. In this moment, the fates of the usurper and his escort seemed gripped by an invisible hand, forcing them to stand on the same front line. Confronted with the sudden threat posed by the Buton family, they faced a choice: to fight against the tide, uniting to repel the common foe in a desperate bid for survival, or to battle separately, ultimately falling into the hands of their enemies and becoming casualties of political strife. This choice loomed like a sword above their heads, filling their hearts with turmoil and conflict. Yet, it was precisely this struggle and contradiction that rendered the fight even more enigmatic. Although the regicide bore a heavy burden of guilt, his eyes radiated an indomitable spirit. The escort, bound by duty, exhibited an unprecedented unity and resolve in the face of a common adversary. The tacit understanding and cooperation between the two reached an unparalleled zenith in that moment. As time progressed, the battle intensified. Armed with remarkable prowess and unwavering conviction, the regicide and the escort repeatedly repelled the assaults of the Bolton clan. However, as the enemy's numbers swelled and their strength proved formidable, they gradually felt overwhelmed. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a mysterious ally abruptly joined the fray, providing crucial support to the duo. With the assistance of this enigmatic ally, the regicide and escort ultimately succeeded in fending off the Bolton family's onslaught. Yet, the conflict was far from over. They were acutely aware that more intricate political struggles and familial vendettas awaited them. Regardless of the treacherous and uncertain path ahead, they were resolute in their commitment to march forward together, confronting whatever lay in their way. For in this land rife with unpredictability, only unity and trust could guide them further and steadier. Chapter 23. The Journey of Punishment within the solemn and clandestine meeting hall of the Lord's Manor. Meticulously sculpted by the passage of time, the air seemed to crystallize, each breath infused with the weight of history and impending transformation. Beneath the towering dome, flickering candlelight fractured the shadows into interwoven geometric patterns, casting an aura of mystery and gravitas upon the intricately carved seats. Between the rows, invisible currents flowed like the undercurrents of the deep sea, surging with intensity. Each exchanged glance felt like a duel of wisdom and strategy, complex and subtle. Tyrion, the sage renowned for his keen insight and extraordinary intellect, strode confidently to a seat directly opposite the Lord, a choice that not only exemplified his dignified stance, unyielding in the face of authority, but also foreshadowed a dialogue poised to be a contest of wit and courage, rife with tension and uncertainty. His gaze was profound, as if capable of discerning the depths of the human heart, silently proclaiming his stance and determination. His sister, a woman of gentle grace imbued with unyielding resilience, entered the chamber with an almost artistic elegance, ultimately choosing the seat of honor to the Lord's right. Her presence was akin to a refreshing streak of light upon the heavy table, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere and steadfastly defending the family's honor, while silently supporting and encouraging her brother's choices. Her smile was subtle yet profound, as if she could perceive all, yet maintained an appropriate distance, evoking both warmth and reverence. As the door to the meeting room creaked shut, a private assembly concerning the fate of the city-state quietly commenced. The Lord's voice resonated with the melodic tolling of an ancient bell tower, steady and powerful, penetrating the hearts of all present. He announced a pivotal appointment that could alter the destiny of the city-state. Catelyn, a genius who has demonstrated exceptional prowess in finance and possesses a profound understanding of the city's fiscal matters, was unanimously elected as the new Minister of Finance. This decision, akin to a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirred ripples that spread to every corner of the assembly hall. The attendees directed their gazes toward Catelyn, a mixture of admiration and anticipation in their eyes, as they believed that his presence would usher in unprecedented prosperity and stability for the city-state's finances. Yet, there was also an undercurrent of scrutiny and deliberation, for every significant decision is accompanied by risks and challenges. Nevertheless, amidst this tumultuous sea of emotions, Tylion's appointment was solidified like nails driven into iron, receiving unanimous approval from the assembly. His fate was now inextricably linked to that of the city-state. Jaime Lannister, along with his ill-fated escort, found themselves bound by invisible chains, struggling against the inexorable grasp of fate, ultimately unable to escape its shackles and captured mercilessly. In this life-and-death moment, Jaime chose neither desperate resistance nor blind evasion, but instead displayed his unique wisdom and composure. With a gentle yet resolute tone, he articulated the pros and cons, employing his distinctive charm and persuasive abilities to resonate with his captors, urging them to recognize that futile resistance would only bring about further misfortune and sacrifice. This was not merely a contest of strength, but a brilliant exhibition of intellect and strategy, inspiring admiration for Jaime's shrewdness and bravery. Beneath another sky, among the trio fighting alongside Jaime, the jovial and rotund Hot Pie, who always spoke with a twinkle in his eye about culinary delights, made an unexpected choice at the crossroads of fate. Confronted with the unknown ahead, he resolutely opted to remain, immersing himself in a cozy tavern filled with warmth and laughter. There, he would labor alongside the kind and spirited landlady, jointly baking delectable bread that wafted enticing aromas. With diligent hands and a heart full of passion, he wove his own narrative of life, ensuring that each day brimmed with sweetness and joy. His fervor for life and unwavering dedication moved many, evoking admiration for Hot Pie's courage and resolve. Meanwhile, the vibrant and spirited young girl, Arya, alongside her brother, closely followed the footsteps of the crowd, embarking on a journey fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Their silhouettes elongated in the twilight's embrace, as if bidding farewell to the past while declaring their allegiance to the future. Their eyes sparkled with hope and yearning for what lay ahead, imbued with an unwavering courage and determination. They were acutely aware that the road ahead might be fraught with obstacles and thorns, yet they were willing to stand shoulder to shoulder, boldly facing every challenge and opportunity. The moment of parting, though tinged with sorrow and reluctance, was predominantly filled with the promise of hope and strength for the journey ahead. Through their actions, they embodied the essence and value of youth, stirring emotion and eliciting applause from those who witnessed their resolve. Amidst the tumultuous waves of fate, the precious young lord or lady of House Lannister finds themselves unexpectedly cradled in the embrace of House Stark, as the wheel of destiny quietly turns. In this sudden upheaval, Lady Stark, renowned for her resilience and compassion, extends her deft hands to bring solace to this foreign child. With gentle care, she tends to the tender scars upon their skin, each bandage perfectly wrapped, neither too tight nor too loose. Under her skilled touch, it seems even the pain is tenderly soothed. As she secures the final pristine bandage around the wound, an ineffable tenderness flickers in her gaze, transcending mere sympathy for the anguish, embodying a profound reverence for life and an optimistic vision for the future. In a soft murmur, as if fearing to disturb the tranquility, she yearns to share the tales that dwell within her heart. Child, have you ever heard the name Robb Stark? He is one of the most radiant stars upon this land. A hint of curiosity and exploration laces Lady Stark's voice, seeking a shared thread of memory that might unite two souls from disparate realms. Her smile, akin to a ray of sunshine on a winter's day, warms the air, dispelling the shadows of doubt and unease that linger in the young Lannister's heart. Robb, she continues, his spirit is as pure and unblemished as the pristine snow of a northern winter, steadfast and unwavering. He never raises his blade against the innocent lightly, for he understands the weight of each drop of blood. In his heart, justice and the honor of family reign supreme. On the battlefield, he is an unmatched warrior, leading the northern armies with wisdom and valor, safeguarding the peace of this land. Yet in life, he is a friend of wit and understanding, capable of illuminating the hearts of those around him with a mere word or smile. Lady Stark's words flow like a gentle stream, gradually seeping into the Lannister child's heart. They begin to conjure a vivid image of the brave, humorous Robb Stark in their minds. Though they have never met, the burgeoning respect and curiosity bloom within them like wildflowers, filling them with an insatiable longing to know this legendary hero. In this moment, the animosities between the two families seem trivial, leaving only two young and innocent hearts drawing closer in mutual understanding. In a distant realm, The loyal emissaries dispatched by Yara pierce through the darkness like stars, undaunted by the trials that lie ahead. Their hearts steadfast in the singular belief of rescuing Tyrion from his dire plight. After a harrowing journey filled with peril and challenge, they finally locate Tyrion in a secluded valley. As the first light of dawn breaks through the clouds, casting its glow upon the weary yet resolute Tyrion, he mounts a steed that symbolizes hope and freedom. The sound of hooves echoes across the vast plains, bidding farewell to the shadows of the past, as he strides confidently toward a new future. Meanwhile, in another realm, Stannis' heart brimmed with boundless aspirations for the future. With hopeful anticipation, he made a heartfelt request to the Red Priestess Melisandre, desiring that they might together nurture new life as a testament to their profound emotions. However, Melisandre, with her calm and resolute demeanor, gently declined Stannis' fervent wish. Her decision extinguished the flames of passion within Stannis, rendering his dreams void in an instant. Nevertheless, Stannis did not relinquish his pursuit and yearning for a beautiful life. In the depths of the land of slaves, Daenerys bore witness to harrowing scenes of innocent souls being traded like commodities, abused, and slaughtered. These gruesome images profoundly stirred her spirit, evoking feelings of unprecedented shock and fury. Despite being ensnared in this tumultuous world, Daenerys steadfastly upheld her principles and refused to allow her hands to be stained with the blood of the innocent. Thus, she resolutely proposed a staggering offer to purchase the freedom of 8,000 Unsullied, aspiring to grant them liberation and a new beginning. This proposition not only reflected Daenerys' compassion and kindness, but also highlighted her unwavering pursuit of justice and freedom. Kraznys, the master of the slave market, scrutinized Daenerys' proposal with shrewdness. He understood that the worth of these Unsullied transcended the ordinary. They were not only robust and skilled warriors, but also indispensable elite forces on the battlefield. Therefore, Kraznys asserted that the wealth Daenerys possessed would be insufficient to facilitate such a grand transaction, capable only of redeeming a little over 200 slaves. Faced with Kraznys' skepticism and taunts, Daenerys did not waver or compromise. She recognized that the significance of these Unsullied to her was beyond monetary measure. They embodied hope, freedom, and the dignity of humanity. Consequently, she proposed an even more astonishing condition, offering a precious dragon in exchange for the freedom of all the Unsullied. This proposal astonished all present, including Daenerys' 2 loyal followers. They urged her not to embark on such a perilous venture, yet Daenerys remained resolute and unwavering. Ultimately, swayed by her determination and courage, Kraznys acquiesced to this unprecedented deal after careful consideration. Thus, in the presence of witnesses, the 8,000 Unsullied were finally granted their freedom, emerging into the light of day. They erupted in joyous celebration, surrounding Daenerys with gratitude, as if commemorating the dawn of their new lives. In the course of this transaction, Missandei, one of Daenerys' devoted attendants, was also welcomed. She not only provided Daenerys with essential support and care, but also became a vital conduit for information and a capable aid. Through Missandei's narratives and introductions, Daenerys gained a deeper understanding of this world and the people within it, laying a solid foundation for her future endeavors. Tyrion Lannister, the newly appointed Minister of Finance, soars through the realm of power like a majestic eagle unfurling its wings, wielding his keen insight and unique prowess. He is acutely aware that although he has embarked upon this thorny path, the brilliance of power is not omnipotent. It cannot illuminate every heart. The murmurs of doubt and dissent howl around him like a chilling wind in the night. Amidst the bustling affairs of state, Tyrion chooses a brief escape, embarking on a journey to Eagle's Nest. This castle, perched atop the mountains, offers picturesque scenery akin to an earthly paradise. Yet, beneath this tranquil facade lies a myriad of unknown variables, as if nature itself warns the schemers. As Tyrion strolls along the cobbled streets of Eagle's Nest, his thoughts remain tethered to the intricate accounts and the future of the realm. Meanwhile, the young Squire Podrick finds himself ensnared in a whirlwind of allure and temptation. The bustling world, like an enormous net, seems poised to engulf him entirely. Gazing at the vibrant lights and intoxicating revelry before him, he is filled with confusion and inner turmoil. He knows he must cling to his convictions to maintain clarity amidst the chaos. In another corner, Tyrion tirelessly immerses himself in the mountain of accounts. With wisdom and tenacity, he gradually dispels the fog of finance, striving to restore clarity to the kingdom. His gaze is resolute and profound, as if he can perceive all the hypocrisy and greed that plague the world. In this realm rife with intrigue and conflict, no one can remain unscathed. The The valiant knight Brienne once narrowly escaped becoming a victim of the brutal soldiers. Fortuitously, Jaime Lannister intervened just in time, rescuing Brienne from peril with his blend of intellect and courage. Jaime not only safeguarded Brienne's life, but also cleverly devised a strategy to persuade Roose Bolton to leverage Brienne's worth for a substantial ransom. This act not only showcased his deep political acumen, but also highlighted his selfless affection for his friend. However, fate appears to relish in irony. Just when Jaime believed the matter was settled, Roose Bolton's malevolence surfaced unexpectedly. He ruthlessly severed Jaime's right hand, the blood instantly staining the ground. Along with their hopes for the future, the acute pain and despair plunged them both into profound adversity. Would they find a way to survive amid such grievous injury? Could they navigate through numerous obstacles to ultimately reach the Bolton stronghold? All remained uncertain. Yet, they must persevere, for this journey would test the limits of their will and courage. Chapter 24. Until death do us part on the long, relentless road of captivity, dragged mercilessly by fate. Every stone's friction and every gust of wind seemed to transform into an unrelenting scourge upon Jaime's body and spirit. His steps are heavy and slow, as if he bears the weight of the world, each footfall echoing profound fatigue and despair. The gazes converging from all directions were varied. Some were as indifferent as ice, as if witnessing a drama of no concern to them, while others brimmed with mockery and derision, like sharp blades incessantly slicing through the remnants of his dignity and pride. Luz, once a steadfast ally in battle, now appeared utterly powerless, though his heart brimmed with goodwill, yearning to aid James. He felt like a solitary leaf caught in a tempest, in danger of being swept into the abyss. His outstretched hand, though earnest, flickered weakly like a candle in the wind, incapable of providing substantial assistance to James. Amidst the sudden chaos and conflict, James's fate resembled a leaf caught in a whirlwind. Uncertain and fragile, he fought valiantly against the frenzied attacks, yet each swing of his sword felt utterly futile. In the midst of the tumult, he narrowly escaped losing another arm. The terror and despair of that moment imparted a profound understanding of life's fragility and unpredictability. He could almost hear the rhythm of his heartbeat, suddenly resounding with clarity and strength, urging him to persevere. Meanwhile, in an entirely different realm, Tyrion was engaged in a battle of wits with the astute eunuch Varys. Their dialogue was rife with cleverness and insinuation, each word laden with profound meaning. Tyrion candidly confronted his own dilemmas and shortcomings, fully aware that he could not forge an extensive and intricate network of intelligence akin to that of Littlefinger. This self-awareness rendered him more authentic and trustworthy. Yet, he did not relinquish hope or effort. Rather, he yearned to discover a path to transcend his predicament. Thus, he sought Varys's counsel and guidance, believing that this sage could illuminate his way and unveil a new chapter. Varys, with his penetrating gaze and sly smile, responded to Tyrion's aspirations, not with direct answers or suggestions, but by subtly guiding him to think and explore. In this exchange, Tyrion seemed to undergo a spiritual baptism and elevation, fortifying his beliefs and resolve. Under the profound veil of night, the Night's Watch emerged like a cadre of silent specters, meticulously accounting for the remnants of their forces. Their movements were methodical, yet each solemn and resonant report echoed like a heavy hammer striking the tranquil night sky, reverberating an ineffable gravity. These sounds were not merely confirmations of the soldiers' numbers. They heralded the weighty foreboding of the unknown challenges that lay ahead, signifying that the path forward would be fraught with treachery and hardship. At last, after a protracted wait and anxious preparations, a face-to-face encounter unfolded between the Night's Watch and the enigmatic master of Castle Black, the inscrutable and unpredictable caster. However, this meeting did not unfold in the anticipated spirit of tranquility and camaraderie. Rather, it resembled an unforeseen winter storm, solidifying the already tense atmosphere. An invisible chasm seemed to separate the two parties, with barriers of suspicion and mistrust penetrating through their heavy garments, chilling to the bone. In the Night Watch Legion, the gazes of the majority flickered with a myriad of complex emotions, embodying profound distrust and vigilance, as if before them stood not a trustworthy ally, but a foe poised to strike at any moment. In the desolate wilderness far from the castle, Shaun and the youth who had once extended a hand in their darkest hour raced down the path of escape with a reckless abandon. Their hurried and resolute steps danced on the precipice of the unknown and perilous. Amidst the vast expanse of the world, they faced not only the harsh trials of nature, but also the deep-seated remorse and sorrow for past missteps that burdened their hearts. Shaun's mind replayed the tragic scenes wrought by his hasty decisions, each memory like a sharp blade, slicing through his fragile spirit, leaving him no refuge nor solace. Meanwhile, under a different sky, Brandon was ensnared by relentless nightmares. The terrifying visions within those dreams materialized the fears and anxieties lurking deep within him, robbing him of even a moment's peace at night. With the arrival of dusk, he was consumed by these phantoms, helplessly teetering on the edge of dreams and reality. Yearning for a flicker of light and hope, Littlefinger was engrossed in orchestrating his escape from the city. His silhouette appeared particularly solitary and resolute under the dim light, as if he had firmly resolved to sever all ties with this place. However, at this moment of impending departure, a minute oversight silently unveiled the tender heart of Sansa within him, the girl with whom he had once shared intricate connections, now forgotten in some corner of the city. This sudden indifference and forgetfulness cast a chill among those around him, further shrouding Sansa's future in uncertainty and concern. Joffrey and Margaery walked side by side, their strides exuding a profound steadiness amidst the tranquil cemetery. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a golden glow upon them, as if bestowing a divine radiance upon the young couple poised to enter the sanctum of marriage. The air was imbued with a subtle melancholy, yet retained an air of solemnity and sanctity. Margaery spoke softly, her voice light, yet imbued with strength. Suffering is an indispensable cornerstone in the forging of greatness. This declaration resonated within Joffrey's heart like a tolling bell, awakening within him an unprecedented shock and resonance. He gazed at Margaery, his eyes shimmering with intricate emotions, a blend of admiration for her profound insights and contemplation of his own future path. The public's adoration and reverence for this young couple had reached unprecedented heights. Their every appearance was akin to a festival, drawing crowds to halt and gaze, showering them with eager looks and sincere blessings. This deep-seated affection stemmed not merely from their individual charisma and grace, but also from the unwavering love and support they shared. In the eyes of the people, Joffrey and Margaery symbolized love and hope, their union seemingly ushering endless light and warmth into the city. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the city, Loras Bolton, with his resilience and wisdom, is infusing new vigor into Jaime Lannister. Despite Jaime having lost the hand of his prized sword, his spirit has not succumbed to despair. Under Loras's meticulous guidance and encouragement, Jaime gradually regains his former tenacity and indomitable spirit. Loras's words are akin to a gentle spring breeze, nourishing the parched soil of Jaime's heart, rekindling his hope and passion for life. However, within the shadows of this city, there lurks a jealousy towards the Lord's efforts and sacrifices. The Lord's eldest son, the heir upon whom great expectations rest, is gradually recovering with the support of those around him. Yet, beneath this facade lies the complex and nuanced emotions of the Lord's sister. While she appreciates her brother's selfless dedication and sacrifices for the family, she simultaneously fears that her own standing within the family may be jeopardized. This jealousy coils around her soul like a venomous serpent in the night, leaving her in a tumultuous struggle between gratitude and anxiety. Varys, harboring an unwavering resolve akin to rock, embarks on the lengthy journey towards the illustrious abode of House Tyrell. His steps, though steady, conceal a tempest of thoughts and anticipations within. His objective is clear and resolute: to engage in a profound dialogue with the venerable matron, renowned for her wisdom and authority, to deliberate upon a matter of grave significance concerning Sansa's future. He understands the weight of the responsibility resting upon his shoulders. Every decision could irrevocably alter the course of Sansa's life. Within the Tyrell estate, Varys articulates his most pressing desire to the matron with earnest and sincere words. He implores her to join forces to confront the impending storm, aiming to rescue Sansa from the dire predicament she finds herself in. He is acutely aware that allowing Sansa to enter into a marriage with Peter Baelish would be a catastrophic choice, casting a shadow over her future and augmenting the ambitions of a man whose military prowess and notoriety cannot be underestimated, a fate he resolutely wishes to avert. Simultaneously, beneath another vast expanse of sky, Margaery, with her unique gentleness and fervor, extends an invitation to Sansa, imbued with sincerity and affection. She hopes this beleaguered woman can momentarily set aside her burdens and grace the High Garden with her presence, to relish a period of respite away from worldly turmoil. A time solely for herself. Margaery's words brim with warmth and concern, demonstrating her deep care for Sansa's well-being, while cleverly proposing a captivating suggestion for Sansa to consider an alliance with Loras. In her view, such a union would undoubtedly bring Sansa unprecedented emotional solace and spiritual refuge. Loras's valor and loyalty would serve as her most steadfast support, providing her with a haven amidst the tempestuous world. More importantly, this marriage could be the key to Sansa's escape from the cold confines of King's Landing, enabling her to reclaim her freedom and dignity. Marjorie's words, gentle as the spring breeze, caressed Sansa's heart, quietly stirring ripples within. She began to contemplate the feasibility and promising prospects of this proposal, her heart blossoming with a profound interest and yearning for this potential union. The tension between the Night's Watch and Castle Casterly was akin to a taut string, gradually accumulating towards the brink of eruption as time passed. The standoff between the two sides resembled a sky heavy with dark clouds, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Ultimately, this suffocating tension burst forth like a flood breaching its dam, sweeping away all reason and restraint, evolving into a breathtaking and blood-soaked conflict. On the battlefield, the clash of swords and the roars of warriors intertwined, forming a poignant war song that heralded an irreversible storm of violence. Amidst the maelstrom of this strife, the Brotherhood without banners, known for their ruthlessness and unwavering resolve, found themselves unexpectedly entangled in moral and emotional dilemmas. They had merely been following orders, tasked with executing the predetermined judgment upon the youngest son of the Clegane family. However, in this decisive moment, an unforeseen twist occurred. The young sister of the Clegane boy, a seemingly fragile yet remarkably steadfast girl, bravely stepped forward, challenging these cold-hearted warriors with her fearless courage and sharp words. Though her voice was tender, it resonated with strength. Her clear gaze, while innocent, radiated an indomitable spirit. In the name of familial honor and her brother's life, she engaged in a fierce debate with these battle-hardened men, renowned for their indifference to life and death. Each of her words struck like a sharp blade, piercing deep into the hearts of the warriors, compelling them to reevaluate their positions and choices. This debate not only challenged the authority of the Brotherhood without banners, but also profoundly revealed the contradiction between humanity and the harshness of their rules. It prompted reflection. In the chilling command of duty and the fervent call of emotion, how ought one to choose? Should one adhere to the rules and execute orders at all costs, or heed the voice within and honor the value of life? This sudden turn of events undeniably added an unpredictable variable to the brutal conflict, illuminating the truth that, even in a world rife with strife and slaughter, the brilliance and warmth of humanity had never truly extinguished. The transaction between Daenerys and Krasny shone like a brilliant star along the river of history, dazzling with significance. At the heart of this exchange lay a precious dragon hatchling, symbolizing not only supreme power and glory, but also the key to the freedom of 8,000 slaves. Daenerys, the esteemed heir of the ancient Valyrian bloodline, skillfully wove this fateful transaction with her wisdom and courage. In that city once shrouded by the shadow of slavery, Daenerys appeared like a goddess. Wielding her staff, which seemed imbued with boundless power and wisdom, she proclaimed the liberation of all slaves. In this moment, tears and cheers intertwine, crafting a poignant symphony of freedom that pierces the heavens and resonates across the sky. The souls of the people experience an unprecedented release and purification. Yet, Daenerys' strides remain unhalted, for she understands that the true battle is merely commencing. She wields the fierce power of dragonfire, its flames as intense and fervent as the wrath within her heart, burying the brutal Khal Drogo and his forces beneath the ashes. This act not only avenges those who have suffered, but also exemplifies her indomitable spirit and resolve. Confronting the liberated, unsullied army, Daenerys reveals her gentle yet steadfast nature. With heartfelt words, she assures them of their newfound right to choose their own destinies, whether to pursue a life of freedom or to remain and continue the fight. Moved profoundly by her courage and wisdom, these valiant warriors express their willingness to follow in her footsteps, embarking on a new journey together. Thus, a formidable force comprising 8,000 loyal Unsullied and 3 nascent dragons sets forth on an unprecedented adventure under Daenerys' leadership. Their hearts brim with aspirations and determination for the future, fully aware that while the path ahead is fraught with uncertainties and challenges, their unity and tenacity will render them unstoppable. Chapter 25. Born of Fire's Kiss, once a hound bestowed with a noble mission, traversing the dense forests and barren wilderness in pursuit of prey, now finds itself unexpectedly ensnared in a solemn tableau that transcends the mundane. In that moment, its fate appears to be drawn by an invisible force into the divine tribunal. The flaming sword, wreathed in fire, descends like judgment from the heavens, its brilliance sharp and chilling, mercilessly piercing the darkness and striking the hound's once wild and defiant eyes. This radiance illuminates every corner of the cavern, overwhelming the hound's spirit with an unprecedented shock and oppression, compelling it to venture deeper into the shadowy, perilous depths of the cave to confront its fated adversary. This is a contest of honor and redemption, each clash akin to the collision of stars, sparks flying as if they have stirred the very threads of destiny, causing the entire world to tremble. Yet, in this struggle of strength and intellect, the hound, despite exerting all its might, ultimately cannot escape the shackles of fate. The impartial verdict falls like a cold hammer, ruthlessly shattering the hopes and dreams within its heart, declaring it guilty. As the dust of judgment settles, an ineffable sorrow and despair envelop the cave, as if the very air solidifies into heavy lead, suffocating all who dwell within. However, amidst this abyss of despair, a warm glimmer of light quietly blossoms. An observer, perhaps touched by the hound's plight or merely a victim of fate's intricate design, inadvertently sustains an injury in the chaos. Blood staining his sleeve like a blooming red lotus, strikingly vivid against the darkness. He groaned in agony, ensnared in a deeper crisis alongside the hound. Yet, at this critical juncture of life and death, a flicker of subtle resolve and determination gleamed in the hound's eyes. It seemed to comprehend that, despite the injustice of fate, the instinct for survival and the yearning for a future still blazed fiercely within, refusing to be extinguished. Thus, the hound began to employ its keen senses and the wisdom honed through years of hunting. Delving into the dim and treacherous depths of the cave in search of an opportunity for escape or a means to aid the wounded, it weaved between rocks and thorns. Evading the dangers that lurked nearby, it sniffed the air, searching for signs of life and glimmers of hope. Throughout this arduous and protracted quest, the hound not only exhibited remarkable tenacity and bravery, but also revealed a profound respect and reverence for life deep within its soul. As for the injured man, would he find a path to freedom with the hound's assistance? Could they together surmount the obstacles and embrace the dawn of life? All these uncertainties became the most gripping unknowns of this tragedy. Regardless of the outcome, the hound's unwavering gaze, indomitable spirit, and relentless pursuit of life would etch an eternal imprint in the hearts of many. Ygritte's affection for Jon was as steadfast as a rock, unwavering through the storms of time. Under the imposing presence of the king beyond the wall, she exhibited no fear, resolutely standing for him as if her very existence was destined to protect him. She willingly embraced all risks merely to safeguard the purity and goodness that resided in his heart. Her deep-seated love for Jon was epitomized in the moment she tenderly accepted his cherished sword, caring for it with utmost diligence and safeguarding it meticulously. This profound affection, akin to brilliant stars, illuminated their worlds, rendering it impossible to overlook. In the depths of the tranquil cave, their souls intertwined completely. They embraced tightly, as if yearning to merge their very essences into one another. In that moment, the spark of passion erupted in a splendid display, igniting their emotions and enveloping the cave in warmth and sweetness. They lost themselves in the chaos and clamor of the outside world, desiring only to relish each other's company and warmth in this serene realm. Bathed in the crystal-clear spring water of the cave, they sat side by side, savoring this rare tranquility and comfort. The water cascaded from above, producing a melodious sound akin to celestial music, uplifting their spirits. The spring not only cleansed their bodies, but seemed to purify their souls as well. Their gazes were filled with profound affection and longing for one another, as if time stood still in that moment, reluctant to progress. This emotion was as clear and profound as the spring water, ensnaring them in its enchantment. In another realm, however, Jaime's fate was starkly different. After enduring a long and arduous journey, he finally stood before Bolton. As a former regicide, he had anticipated endless torment and humiliation. Yet, Bolton displayed little hostility or malice towards him, merely regarding him with those deep-set eyes in silent contemplation. Beneath this veneer of tranquility, tumultuous currents surged forth, akin to the placid surface of ice, which may shatter at the slightest whisper of a breeze. James is acutely aware that his situation remains perilously fraught. Yet he comprehends that only through maintaining calm and vigilance can he unearth a glimmer of hope amidst this labyrinthine and ever-shifting landscape. With clenched fists and unwavering gaze, he braces himself for the impending trials. In that decisive moment of fate, a fervent desire for survival and indomitable spirit flickers in James's eyes. Confronted with the merciless wound wrought by corruption, like a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, voraciously devouring his vitality, he makes an unfathomable choice: to sever his forearm. This act, reminiscent of a heroic sacrifice, stands not only as a profound physical sacrifice, but also as an ultimate manifestation of his unwavering will to live. James's valor shines like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating his path through adversity, epitomizing his relentless pursuit of life and his tenacity in the face of suffering. Meanwhile, in another realm, Tyrion embarks on a weighty mission, setting forth toward the Tyrell family estate. His steps are resolute and powerful, each stride whispering his aspirations and determination for the future. The Tyrell estate looms like a majestic fortress, steadfast against the tempests, bearing witness to the myriad vicissitudes of history. Tyrion's journey is to engage in a crucial meeting with the esteemed matriarch of House Tyrell to deliberate on the myriad details pertaining to Prince Joffrey's wedding, particularly the much-discussed expenses surrounding the grand event. In the solemn and opulent reception room, Tyrion sits face-to-face with Lady Tyrell, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. He is acutely aware that the outcome of this meeting will directly influence the wedding's preparations and execution. Thus, he proposes a carefully considered suggestion. Given the unique circumstances of wartime, might it be possible to moderately reduce the wedding expenses? However, upon hearing his proposal, Lady Tyrell's countenance remains resolute, her profound eyes radiating an unwavering determination and pride. Lord Tyrion, she begins, her voice steady and robust, even amidst this tumultuous era. House Tyrell has never wavered in its commitment to the responsibilities and contributions owed to King's Landing. We understand that a royal wedding is not merely a celebration for two individuals. It symbolizes the honor and peace of the realm. It carries the hopes and dreams of countless souls and is a testament to the kingdom's unity and prosperity. Thus, the opulence and solemnity of the wedding reflect our aspirations and blessings for the kingdom's future. As for the expenses, House Tyrell is prepared to shoulder a significant portion of the burden, demonstrating our loyalty and respect for the crown. Lady Tyrell's words flow like a warm current, soothing Tyrion's heart. She not only articulates her steadfast commitment to the family's honor and legacy, but also reveals a profound understanding and high regard for the royal wedding. In that moment, Tyrion deeply feels the weighty sense of responsibility and mission that House Tyrell embodies, along with their relentless efforts and sacrifices for the kingdom's prosperity. He recognizes that this wedding is not merely a celebration, but a unifying event for two families and indeed the entire realm. Stark, the valiant warrior consumed by the flames of vengeance, appeared to lose all semblance of reason and humanity in that moment. His heavy hands fell mercilessly, extinguishing not only the youthful lives of two innocent attendants, but also ruthlessly severing the lineage of House Lannister. These attendants, once brimming with hope, became unwitting victims of a power struggle fueled by senseless hatred. Stark's actions were akin to casting a colossal stone upon the scales of power, causing him to swiftly lose his balance and ultimately plunge into an abyss from which there was no return. Simultaneously, the skies over Khal City seemed to resonate with this weight of despair, no longer the vibrant blue, but cloaked in a heavy shroud of gloom. Beneath this somber veil, Rykard Stark, the once illustrious earl, faced the harshest moment of his life. The merciless law pronounced his death penalty, allowing him, as the flame of life flickered, to unleash the most profound and venomous curses upon House Stark. His words were laden with scorn and derision towards the Stark lineage, asserting they were not the rightful lords of the land, but usurpers of glory and power that rightfully belonged to others. The king, the highest sovereign of the realm, was filled with a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow regarding this familial discord. He personally sought out Stark's daughter, hoping to find a glimmer of humanity and solace amidst the icy family strife. To this innocent lady, he revealed a more astonishing secret. Sir Stanford, the knight who had sworn unwavering loyalty to the kingdom, chose treachery at a crucial moment, trampling upon loyalty and honor. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, shocking not only Stark's daughter but plunging the entire kingdom into deep turmoil and mourning. Meanwhile, on a distant battlefield, the young leader Robb Stark could not escape the shadow of betrayal either. His valor and wisdom appeared futile in the game of power, as even his closest comrades and kin fell victim to the blade of treachery. When these harsh realities were gently conveyed to Stark's young daughter, disbelief and profound sorrow etched themselves upon her face. It was as though her world collapsed in that instant, with all hopes and dreams dissolving into nothingness. She gazed towards the distant battlefield and the somber sky, her heart filled with endless confusion. Lannister had attempted to wield provocative words as weapons, seeking to stir a tempest of rage within Brienne, hoping to drive her to madness. However, amid their fierce confrontation, a remarkable transformation quietly unfolded. Like two tumultuous rivers. They collided and surged, unexpectedly finding an opportunity for fusion and resonance. This clash not only quelled the surface anger, but also sowed a seed of reconciliation deep within their souls. They began to recognize that despite their differing positions and viewpoints, they both yearned for understanding and acceptance. Thus, they gradually cast aside their prejudices, learning to approach one another with a more tolerant and empathetic mindset, ultimately achieving genuine reconciliation. Meanwhile, Jaime seemed to find himself ensnared within a desolate labyrinth, surrounded by cold walls and an interminable darkness. He felt as though the entire world had forsaken him, with every eye scrutinizing him, regarding him as a parasite. This heavy psychological burden weighed upon his heart like a colossal stone, rendering him breathless. However, during the reconciliation with Brienne, Jaime appeared to discover a ray of light piercing through the darkness. He summoned the courage to bare his soul, articulating the profound pain and turmoil that resided within him. He recounted the intricate emotions entwined with his father and the suffering and despair of the people under the Mad King's reign. His words were imbued with contradiction and struggle, showcasing both his steadfast adherence to knightly honor and loyalty, while also revealing his deep concern and anxiety for the fate of the innocent populace. Ned Stark, the lord whose beliefs were anchored in justice and righteousness, unexpectedly found himself ensnared in a vortex of misunderstanding when confronted with Jaime's complex predicament. Perhaps driven by a sense of justice and the preservation of family honor, he rendered an overly simplistic and harsh judgment on Jaime's actions. Yet, he remained oblivious to the unfounded grievances and endless injustices that Jaime bore. Jaime yearned to convey his plight and intentions to Ned, yet found himself ensnared in a dilemma of silence. This helplessness and sorrow sliced through his spirit like a sharp blade, leaving him to silently endure the anguish and solitude. Nevertheless, it was these intricate emotions and experiences that imbued the tale of Jaime, Brienne, and Ned with profound depth and tension. Each of them grew and transformed amidst their internal struggles and choices, ultimately perhaps finding a path towards mutual understanding and acceptance. In this journey, they not only redeemed themselves, but also each other. Daenerys, the contemplative leader, after much deliberation, issued a command of significant consequence to the disciplined and valiant Unsullied army. She was not merely in search of a common commander, but rather a hero capable of guiding this legion towards a more glorious future. A leader who could bestow upon them a renewed mission and hope. The selection process was fair and rigorous, with each Unsullied showcasing their talents and bravery. Yet, amidst this fierce competition, a young man named Grey Worm emerged as the standout. Endowed with exceptional wisdom and courage, he garnered the respect and affection of all the Unsullied through his selfless nature. Grey Worm's emergence shone like a brilliant star, illuminating the path ahead for the Unsullied army. Daenerys' decision was not merely an acknowledgement of Grey Worm's individual capabilities, but a profound respect for the identity and dignity of the Unsullied collective. She recognized that these once nameless warriors harbored their own dreams and aspirations, yearning to be remembered and respected. Thus, she resolved to bestow upon each of them a name of their own, a name that would carry forward their glory and stories. Under Grey Worm's leadership, the Unsullied army underwent a transformative metamorphosis. They have transcended the role of mere automatons, evolving into a vibrant and dynamic force. They are unwaveringly loyal to Catelyn, yet their allegiance extends even further to their own beliefs and mission. Under the exemplary leadership of Grey Worm, they have learned the virtues of unity and collaboration, discovering hope and strength amidst adversity. The sagacious guidance of Catelyn, harmoniously complemented by Grey Worm's outstanding leadership, renders the Unsullied Legion unassailable in their future endeavors. They vow to become the sharpest sword in Catelyn's hand, carving a path through thorns and forging ahead into the future. Whether confronted by formidable foes or uncharted challenges, they shall march forward fearlessly, for they understand that under Grey Worm's stewardship, the Unsullied Legion is destined to inscribe their own illustrious legacy. In a tranquil garden, Margaery and Sansa engaged in a heartfelt and sincere dialogue, with moonlight casting a mystical glow upon them. Margaery, with her unique blend of tenderness and resolve, slowly made a promise to Sansa. Her words, akin to a gentle spring breeze, enveloped Sansa's troubled heart, which had been ensnared by courtly intrigues, with warmth and hope. Margaery vowed that once the political marriage was settled, she would exert every effort to secure Sansa's freedom, allowing her to escape the treacherous web of schemes and return to the tranquility that rightfully belonged to her. However, beneath this promise lay the hidden complexities of court secrets, akin to an intricate web binding all within its grasp. Joffrey, the nominal fiancé, harbored a tumultuous inner world. His latent affections for his own gender lurked like a venomous serpent in the shadows, poised to strike and potentially devastate the impending nuptials. Even as the wedding bells approached, he found it excruciating to sever ties with this forbidden desire, undoubtedly sowing seeds of peril for the ceremony's smooth conduct. Ser Baelish, the loyal knight, consistently exhibited deep concern for Sansa. He yearned to be the hero who would rescue her from the flames of peril, yet the shackles of reason compelled him to bury these sentiments deep within his heart. He was acutely aware that any action on his part could not only jeopardize Sansa's safety, but also plunge them both into greater danger. Thus, he remained silently vigilant beside her, offering prayers and blessings in his own quiet manner. Sansa, once the Lady of Winterfell, has now become the bearer of her family's destiny. She is engulfed in confusion and anxiety about the impending marriage, feeling utterly disoriented by her new role as the nominal heir of Winterfell. She never envisioned being thrust so abruptly to the pinnacle of power, the cost of which is her freedom and happiness. Her heart is a battleground of conflicting emotions. She yearns to fight for her family's honor, while simultaneously desiring to escape the heavy shackles that bind her, in search of her own sky. As for the Lord of the Castle, his thoughts are inscrutable. His decision to betroth Sansa to Tyrion is undeniably a meticulously orchestrated political alliance. Though Tyrion is diminutive in stature, his intellect and cunning are formidable enough to instill awe in anyone. The marriage between the Lord's eldest daughter and Loras was primarily motivated by the desire to solidify familial stature and expand political influence. These unions, rather than being born of pure love, were sacrifices made at the altar of family interests and power struggles. Confronted with this sudden upheaval and the heavy toll that lay behind these marriages, Sansa and her brothers found themselves in profound contemplation. They began to question whether their father's decisions were indeed just. Should they continue to unconditionally obey the dictates of their family? Had a spirit of rebellion begun to germinate within their hearts? Were they prepared to rise at the appropriate moment to fight for their own destinies and the honor of their family? In the chapter titled The Gods and the Ladder, within the boundless realm of ice and snow, a melodious song resonated like the first gentle breeze of spring, tenderly caressing each inch of the air solidified by the chill, piercing through the weighty and frigid night sky, bestowing upon this desolate land a rare touch of warmth and vitality. The melody of the Song of the Seven Gods echoed softly across the vast snowfields. It was not merely a heartfelt tribute to the supreme deities, but also a lofty ode to the indomitable spirit of life, characterized by resilience and tenacity. Beneath this sacred and distant melody, a blazing bonfire illuminated the surroundings, and the flickering flames revealed the serene and tranquil visage of an infant, akin to a tender green sprout in the depths of winter, quietly resting within a humble yet warm sanctuary, as if a seed of future hope, bravely thriving in a harsh environment. Yet, beyond this tapestry woven with tranquility and hope, hidden currents surged unnoticed. As hunters facing unknown challenges together, the discord between Leaf and Osha sliced through the harmony and camaraderie of the group like a sharp ice blade, continuously fracturing their unity on this bitterly cold night. Each argument between them felt like a sudden splash of icy water in the frigid air, sending shivers through those around them, raising concerns, amid internal strife and external threats. Could they still maintain solidarity to withstand the myriad dangers and ultimately traverse the vast snowfields to reach the distant and formidable wall? Simultaneously, the mysterious and potent force of vision silently eroded the minds of the young, leading them to lose their way amidst the intertwining realms of illusion and reality. Young Jon, his eyes filled with trepidation and unease toward the unknown world, perceived himself surrounded by lurking enemies. Every subtle movement and shadowy corner seemed fraught with lethal peril. This sudden onslaught of fear and loneliness left those who cared for him in a state of anxious concern. Where was Jon at this moment? Was he confronting an unprecedented and arduous challenge, or had he discovered the key to unraveling his predicament? On this vast expanse completely enveloped by ice and snow, every decision bore immense significance, and each struggle was a matter of life and death. At this moment, Jon stood shoulder to shoulder with Ygritte, as if the entire world had come to a standstill, with all the clamor and turmoil being consumed by the profound understanding and affection that flowed between them. Ygritte gently extended a pair of exquisitely crafted shoelaces from her weathered hands, which shimmered softly under the feeble sunlight. These laces transcended their mere function of securing shoes. They were a silent testament to Ygritte's profound affection for Jon, each delicate thread entwining the ineffable bond of emotions that connected them. To the onlookers, Their love may have appeared remarkably unconventional, even imbued with an elusive air of mystery. Yet within this love, Ygritte discovered the most radiant light of her existence. Her wild and untamed gaze softened in that moment, sparkling with unwavering love for Jon. This love, to her, represented the most treasured wealth of her life, a belief for which she would willingly sacrifice everything. Ygritte understood that as a member of the Night's Watch, she bore a heavy burden of duty and mission, with the cold rules and boundaries previously defining her existence. However, in the face of this fervent love, she chose to relinquish all, including the identity that constrained her freedom. For her, the power of love was so formidable that it transcended all rules and boundaries, becoming the ultimate pursuit of her life. Ygritte's voice was gentle yet resolute, as if declaring their vow to the world, a promise belonging solely to one another. In this vast and boundless world, they had weathered countless storms and adversities, yet ultimately found each other. From that moment onward, they possessed the entire universe. Her words were imbued with an unwavering passion and yearning for love, stirring deep emotions within those who listened. In Jon's eyes, Ygritte was no longer the wild and untamed girl. She had become his indispensable soulmate, his warmest refuge amidst the long, dark nights. Their love shone like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating each other's worlds and warming the hearts of those around them. In the days to come, no matter the difficulties and challenges they faced, they would stand side by side, for their hearts were irrevocably entwined. Cersei and Owen, two young apprentices harboring vastly different dreams, embarked on a journey to learn archery, akin to two meteors converging in the night sky of destiny. Cersei's eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for victory and an audacity to face challenges. Each draw of the bow represented her quest against self-imposed limits. Each arrow's precise flight testified to her relentless efforts. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, falling onto the training ground, as if the earth itself applauded her tenacity and perseverance. To the spectators, Cersei's figure grew ever more resplendent, her every effort silently narrating her pursuit of mastery. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, the encounter between the Red Woman and Soros resembled a reunion of two ancient and mysterious forces. They conversed in the long-lost, enchantingly powerful Valyrian tongue, a language seemingly imbued with magic, enveloping everything around them in an aura of solemnity and mystique. Their conversation oscillated between a somber tone reminiscent of ancient incantations and a fervent intensity akin to the reverberation of thunder, as if they were unraveling a long-buried secret. Amidst this enigmatic exchange, the will of the King of Light subtly emerged, bestowing upon Soros an extraordinary power of resurrection. This astonishing art endowed Soros with the ability to rekindle the spark of life from the ashes of death time and again. Barry, the favored child of fate, underwent 6 cycles of life and death through Soros's resurrection. Each rebirth served as a tribute and testament to the vitality of existence. Every return prompted those around him to ponder the essence of life more profoundly. The woman in the crimson robe bore witness to this miraculous phenomenon, her eyes shimmering with an ineffable blend of astonishment and reverence. She understood that all of this was a manifestation of the King of Light's will, a grand exhibition of fate's power over life. Yet, the wheel of destiny relentlessly rolls forward, allowing no room for hesitation or pause. Just as the path of Cersei and Ian's archery journey began to clarify, Ian unexpectedly found himself ensnared in another tempest. The woman in red intervened in her unique manner, whisking Ian away from his familiar realm. Meanwhile, the seemingly cold-hearted brotherhood regarded Ian as a mere pawn, intent on trading him for some formidable power. The weight of gold intertwined with the struggle for power, crafting a complex and brutal tableau. What intrigues and power struggles lurked behind all this? All mysteries seemed shrouded in a thick fog, awaiting the brave exploration of the intrepid. Jon embarked on the arduous journey of ascending the snow-capped mountain, which for him was not merely an exploration of nature, but a profound challenge to his own limits. The towering peaks loomed like giants between heaven and earth, standing silently, beckoning for courageous climbers to conquer them. For Jon, this was undoubtedly the most formidable trial he had ever faced, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation. As he forged ahead, the altitude steadily increased. The surrounding air grew thinner, making each breath increasingly laborious. The biting cold wind sliced through his skin like a merciless blade. Each inhalation felt like a dance upon the edge of a knife. Nevertheless, Jon did not falter. He gritted his teeth and resolutely pressed onward. The snow was slippery and soft, every step fraught with uncertainty and peril. He had to remain ever vigilant, carefully ensuring each footfall on the treacherous ground. A moment's lapse in concentration could send him plummeting into the unfathomable abyss below, bidding farewell to this world forever. Yet, Jon's heart was filled with faith and courage. He believed he could surmount these challenges and ultimately reach the summit. In such a tense and arduous moment, Jon's foot suddenly slipped, and he lost his balance in an instant. A wave of panic surged within him, as if a colossal stone had settled upon his chest, rendering him nearly breathless. He feared he would plummet into the depths of the valley, all his efforts dissolving into nothingness. However, at this critical juncture, he swiftly adjusted his posture, leveraging his extraordinary willpower and the fruits of his rigorous training to stabilize his body with all his might. Taking a deep breath, he gradually regained his composure. This perilous moment allowed Jon to profoundly comprehend the arduousness and dangers of climbing snow-capped mountains. He realized that this endeavor was not merely a test of physical strength, but also an examination of will and courage. Yet, from this experience, he drew invaluable lessons in fortitude. He understood that only through relentless effort and the continuous challenge of his limits could he surmount the myriad adversities and ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of his dreams. Thus, Jon summoned his courage anew and resumed his ascent. He was aware that the path ahead remained long, and the challenges would grow ever more formidable. Nevertheless, he was prepared to confront each impending trial. He believed that as long as his heart harbored dreams, a path would unfurl beneath his feet, and he was resolute in proving his bravery through his actions. Jon's journey resembled a descent into an endless labyrinth, leading him to a realm shrouded in darkness. As if engulfed by an abyss, the air around him felt stagnant, with each breath echoing heavily in the silence. The unfamiliar environment not only stripped him of his sense of direction, but also cast a thick veil of gloom over his spirit. Thrust into this game, devoid of rules and judges, he faced a life-and-death struggle, where the faintest sound could ignite the spark of his demise. In this grim contest, Jon seemed like a beast ensnared in darkness, compelled to maintain acute vigilance and rely on his keen intuition to seize fleeting clues. He well understood that the adversaries lurking in the shadows were not only cunning but formidable. Every strike from them could prove fatal. Thus, he exerted himself to fathom their true identities, seeking a glimmer of light within the boundless darkness. Yet, this sudden trial was not without cause. Jon's act of betrayal was akin to a double-edged sword, wounding others while inflicting deep pain upon himself. It was not merely a blemish upon his conscience, but the very source of his present torment and humiliation. In the stillness of the night, he found himself ensnared by haunting memories, unable to escape. Amidst the relentless agony and struggle, Jon was delivered to the ancient and eerie city of Keho, seemingly the terminus of his fate. Every stone and whispering breeze here exuded a suffocating aura that left him breathless. Yet, even in such dire straits, Jon did not fully relinquish hope. Armed with exceptional insight and unwavering resolve, he painstakingly sought a flicker of potential salvation from the abyss of despair. At last, on a tempestuous night, Jon miraculously deduced the identity of his mysterious opponent. However, this victory brought him no joy or satisfaction. Instead, he found himself grappling with a deeper understanding of the world's cruelty and indifference. Not only did his adversary fail to honor their previous wager, but they also callously propelled him into an even deeper abyss of despair. At this moment, Shion's heart was awash with a tumult of emotions, remorse and guilt for past betrayals, fear and unease regarding an uncertain fate, and a profound awareness of the darker facets of humanity, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. He came to realize that in a world rife with treachery and deceit, only by relying on his own strength could he hope to unearth a glimmer of survival. Thus, he began to wrestle with despair, to grow amidst adversity, and to seek illumination within the shadows. Mr. Bolton's decision pierced James' heart like a chilling winter breeze, clear and cutting. He made it unequivocally known that although James would gain his freedom, such liberty would not come without a steep price. James would bear the weight of a heavy secret, the truth of his severed hand and the pain of his wounds, forever locked within the confines of his heart, never to be disclosed to the outside world. This burdensome weight cast a shadow over his aspirations of a future with Branny, leaving him with a cold sense of foreboding. He understood that Mr. Bolton's demeanor was akin to winter's ice, cruel and unyielding, showing no intention whatsoever for Branny's freedom. Meanwhile, in another realm, the union between the Branstead and Tyrell families was progressing fervently. This appeared to be a mutually beneficial alliance, capable of solidifying the power of both families while bringing endless profit and glory. However, the unpredictable nature of worldly affairs soon presented unforeseen obstacles. The matriarch of the Tyrell family, a wise and stubborn elder who had weathered many storms, expressed vehement resistance to the union. She was acutely aware of the depths of political intrigue and was unwilling to let her family be easily ensnared. Nor did she wish to see her kin become pawns in this game of power. In the face of the matriarch's resolute opposition, the Tyrell family chose not to capitulate, but rather to adopt a more aggressive strategy. They threatened that if she did not change her mind, they would compel Loras to join the royal guard. This ultimatum struck the matriarch's heart like a sharp dagger. The royal guard, a vocation signifying lifelong devotion and solitude, precluded any chance of marital happiness. For Loras, this was undoubtedly a cruel fate. For the matriarch, it was a severe test of her will. She was faced with a choice: to compromise for the sake of the family's interests, sacrificing Loras' happiness, or to uphold her principles, rejecting this imposed union. The conflict surrounding this alliance unfolded like a war without gunfire, quietly raging within the Tyrell family. The matriarch's stance became pivotal in this struggle. Each of her decisions would impact the family's destiny and Loras' future. Beneath this dispute lay a labyrinth of complex entanglements involving power, profit, and emotion. All remained unresolved, provoking deep contemplation. At the summit of the snow-capped mountains, the Night Watch was striving to ascend the formidable peaks, where the snow lay thick and the winds howled, as if every breath crystallized into ice. Yet, just as they believed they had surmounted all challenges and were on the brink of reaching the pinnacle, an unforeseen calamity descended upon them like a nightmare. A deeply concealed ice crevice suddenly ruptured without warning, its thunderous sound reverberating through the valley, instilling terror in the hearts of all. Massive chunks of ice and snow plummeted like ferocious beasts, instantly shrouding the surrounding environment in chaos. In this critical moment of life and death, the Great Company, caught in a sudden panic and disarray, made the chilling decision to sever the ropes connecting them to Jon Snow and Ygritte. Thus, the two valiant Night's Watchmen were mercilessly left suspended above a bottomless abyss, their lives hanging by a thread. Their bodies swayed precariously in the frigid wind, as if they could be engulfed by the endless darkness at any moment. Yet, fate did not seem entirely forsaken for this couple bound by adversity. Jon Snow, renowned for his unwavering resolve, erupted with an astonishing will to survive in the depths of despair. He swiftly recalibrated his mindset, utilizing his keen eyes, honed through countless adventures, to locate a minuscule foothold at the edge of the fissure. This was a nearly obscured protrusion of rock, seemingly insignificant, yet it became their sole glimmer of hope. With gritted teeth, Jon gripped his ice axe, a steadfast companion forged through numerous expeditions with the strength of iron. Drawing upon his remarkable willpower and exceptional skill, he embedded the axe deep into the rock, securing a firm anchor for his body. Meanwhile, Ygritte displayed extraordinary courage and intelligence. She nestled closely beside Jon, her hands trembling in the cold, yet resolutely grasping anything within reach. Her eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for life and unwavering trust in Jon, as if to convey, "No matter what happens, I shall face it with you." There was no need for words. The profound bond and tacit understanding between them transformed into an invisible force, empowering them to confront the merciless test posed by nature together. After a harrowing struggle, Jon and Ygritte, through tenacity and mutual support, successfully steadied themselves. Though their bodies still trembled, it was no longer the quaking of despair, but rather the tremors of triumph. When the winds calmed, they exchanged a glance filled with a smile that encapsulated both relief and deep affection. In the aftermath of this disaster atop the snow-capped mountains, they not only salvaged their lives, but also sowed within each other an unbreakable emotional bond. This connection, akin to the eternal and pure ice upon the mountain peaks, would become their most treasured wealth. Meanwhile, the dialogue between Tyrion and his sister Cersei unfolded in the still air, as if their souls were veiled by a delicate gossamer. Beneath this veil lay the burdens of their forced union, a heavy predicament that acted as an unseen force, quietly propelling them toward one another, serving as a catalyst for their subtle reconciliation. In an ineffable harmony, they seemed to discover a resonance within each other's hearts, gradually relinquishing the barriers and biases of the past, and began to endeavor to understand the subtle grievances from one another as perspective. As their dialogue deepened, a powerful impulse surged within Tyrion. He resolved to take action to alter what appeared to be an immutable fate. Thus, on a moonlit night, he silently departed from his abode, embarking on a clandestine journey to the place where Sansa resided. The night descended, and the moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a gentle glow upon his cautious yet resolute figure, as if guiding him and bolstering his spirit. When he finally stood before Sansa, time seemed to freeze. A profound tenderness and determination sparkled in his deep-set eyes as he gazed intently at Sansa, attempting to convey his emotions and resolve through his gaze. He might gently inquire about her well-being with a concerned tone, using the warmth of his words to dispel the shadows within her heart. Subsequently, he would gradually unfold his thoughts, sharing his profound insights regarding the current situation, his anxieties about their family's fate, and his yearning for personal freedom with Sansa. In Tyrion's words, there existed a lucid acknowledgement of the harsh realities of the world, a poignant lament for the power struggles, and an ardent longing for a brighter future. He painted vivid images from his own experiences and wisdom, revealing to her the hope and possibilities that still existed amidst adversity. He encouraged Sansa to confront the challenges of her destiny with courage, to maintain her inner independence and strength, undeterred by the tempests of the external world. Sansa listened quietly to Tyrion's words, her eyes gradually filling with gratitude and admiration. She realized that in this seemingly cold and unfeeling world, there existed someone like Tyrion who genuinely cared for and understood her. Their conversation transformed into a profound exchange of souls, a touching of spirits. They understood each other, supported one another, and together forged an unassailable barrier against the impending storms. This secret meeting not only established a profound bond between Tyrion and Sansa, but also made them indispensable presences in each other's lives. They knew that in the days to come, no matter the difficulties and challenges they encountered, as long as they stood side by side, they would undoubtedly find their own path. Chapter 27. Perilous Trials. The Night's Watch, a band weathered by trials and battle, finally left their indomitable footprints upon the summit of the snow-capped mountain, which seemed to pierce the heavens. Jon, alongside a loyal comrade, traversed the biting winds and endless snowy expanse, driven by unwavering resolve and mutual support, ultimately reuniting with the main force on the other side of the mountain in triumphant victory. In that moment, their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Yet more prominent was the steadfastness and anxiety regarding the impending battle. Reflecting on the life and death test atop the mountain, Jon's anger remained unquenchable. He could scarcely fathom that, in such a perilous moment, someone would dare to strike from behind, severing his rope in an attempt to condemn him to death. This ire, akin to the biting chill of a winter wind, is both piercing and frigid. Yet, the arrival of Ygritte serves as a warm ray of sunshine, penetrating the gloom that envelopes Jon's heart. With her unique perspective and profound comprehension, she elucidates the Night's Watch's helplessness and sacrifices amidst extreme circumstances, allowing Jon to gradually grasp that sometimes, for the greater good and the survival of many, one must make arduous choices. This understanding and solace gradually calm Jon's tumultuous emotions and strengthen his loyalty to the Night's Watch. Meanwhile, in the distant north, Sansa stands at a crossroads in her life, confronted with a decision that bears significant consequences for her destiny. The impending marriage to Tyrion stirs a whirlwind of complex emotions within her. She is reluctant to become a pawn in a political alliance, and equally unwilling to relinquish her yearning for a life filled with happiness. Yet, reality weaves an invisible web, ensnaring her tightly. In this moment, Margaery descends like a wise angel, offering Sansa guidance with her keen insight and gentle words. She advises Sansa to cherish this rare opportunity and to leverage her current circumstances to secure a better future. Margaery perceives that although Tyrion is not without flaws, he is a trustworthy and dependable partner. His reason and wisdom will serve as Sansa's strongest support amidst the tumultuous north. However, Tyrion himself harbors mixed feelings regarding the forthcoming union. He is acutely aware that he does not embody the ideal partner in Sansa's eyes, and is loath to witness her happiness being sacrificed for the sake of a union. In his heart, Sansa is pure and beautiful. She deserves a brighter future and a more blissful marriage. Thus, even as the marriage draws near to fruition, Tyrion is filled with concern and care for Sansa's future. He hopes to protect her to the best of his abilities, nurturing her so that she may retain her innocence amidst the storms. In the presence of the Prime Minister, Joffrey's countenance betrays an unmistakable dissatisfaction and doubt. His gaze is sharp, as if capable of piercing through all facades to uncover the secrets within. In their dialogue, every word and pause appears laden with significance, concealing intricate intentions and considerations. Joffrey's rhetoric reveals a profound discontent with the limits of his authority. He indignantly points out the Prime Minister's unilateral approach to state affairs, as if the entire realm were his private domain, while he, the monarch, is deliberately excluded from the decision-making process. His words brim with a thirst for power and an anger at being overlooked, as if proclaiming his existence and undeniable status to the Prime Minister. Subsequently, Their conversation naturally shifts to the girl born of the storm, Daenerys, and her fearsome dragon. A flicker of curiosity and caution dances in Joffrey's eyes. He evidently harbors a keen interest in this enigmatic girl and her formidable power. He seeks to extract more information from the Prime Minister, striving to comprehend Daenerys' true strength and intentions. Nevertheless, the Prime Minister appeared remarkably unfazed, analyzing the threat posed by Daenerys with a calm and rational demeanor. He believed that, despite her formidable reputation, she did not truly endanger the kingdom. In this dialogue, the silent yet intense struggle between Joffrey and the Prime Minister unfolded. Both harbored ulterior motives, cautiously probing each other's boundaries and intentions. Joffrey sought to unveil the Prime Minister's true nature and plans through verbal provocations, while the Prime Minister deftly countered Joffrey's assaults with his wisdom and experience, all the while discreetly observing Joffrey's reactions and attitudes. The entire conversation was steeped in tension and suspense, akin to a meticulously orchestrated power play. In this game, both Joffrey and the Prime Minister were masters of their craft, with each exchange brimming with the collision of intellect and strategy. In this silent contest, who would ultimately prevail? Who would emerge as the victor? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Simultaneously, in a distant and enigmatic realm, Daenerys stood imperiously, receiving the humble submission and unconditional surrender of the slave traders. The morning light gently caressed her, enveloping her in a golden glow that rendered her even more sacred and untouchable. Her figure resembled an indomitable monument, steadfastly proclaiming her resolve to all who beheld her. Behind her formidable presence stood the Unsullied, their steel-like forms serving as an unyielding bulwark, silently safeguarding Daenerys and providing her with unwavering support. Their gazes were filled with loyalty and reverence, as if at her command, they would unhesitatingly plunge into peril for her cause. At this moment, Razdal, an eminent representative from the enslaved populace, approached Daenerys with a heart laden with complex emotions. His steps were both heavy and resolute, as if each stride bore the hopes and aspirations of the enslaved. In their profound discourse, their eyes clashed with fervor, conveying a multitude of unspoken words. Their dialogue was not only a testament to mutual respect and understanding, but also a collaborative exploration and planning of their shared destiny. However, the Yunkai Empire was not inclined to relinquish its hold easily. In a bid to regain the upper hand, they lavishly orchestrated a grand banquet of temptation. Envoys bearing a dazzling array of gifts surged forth like a tide, attempting to dazzle Daenerys with material opulence and luxury, coaxing her to abandon the seemingly unattainable path of justice. Yet, Daenerys stood resolute as a sagacious sage, her gaze piercing through the fog of worldly allure to the essence of truth. She clearly articulated her stance and demands, insisting that the Yunkai Empire liberate all enslaved souls and promising them the dignity and recompense they rightfully deserved. Confronted with Daenerys' unwavering resolve and noble ethos, the envoys of the Yunkai Empire found themselves at a loss, utterly flustered. Their banquet of temptation swiftly dissolved into mere mirage, leaving behind only awkwardness and despair. Consequently, the negotiations reached an impasse, ultimately culminating in a disheartening rupture. Yet, this did not instill the slightest sense of fear or wavering in Catelyn. Her heart brimmed with unwavering determination and faith, for she knew she was not alone in her battle. Behind her loomed the majestic figures of dragons soaring through the sky, circling like guardian deities, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings. At her command, they would transform into flames of annihilation, rushing toward the enemy. Simultaneously, the army of the innocent stood resolute and unyielding, akin to mountains, ever ready to sacrifice their lives for Catelyn and the cause of justice. This formidable strength allowed Catelyn to maintain an indomitable spirit and resolve in the face of adversity. She understood that as long as she persisted, she would shatter the shackles of darkness and bring freedom to the souls that had been enslaved. In the stillness of the midnight hour, the clandestine conversation between Catelyn and Shui emerged as the sole glimmer of light amidst the endless darkness, yet this light was shrouded in heavy emotions. Their dialogue resembled a somber melody, each word laden with unspeakable anguish. Under the dim candlelight, Shui's gaze flickered, reflecting her profound weariness of the present and an insatiable yearning for the future. She longed not only to escape the confines of her cage-like existence, but also to pursue a life where she could soar freely beneath the azure sky. However, when she turned to Catelyn, disappointment pierced her heart like icy daggers. What she beheld was his weakness and retreat in response to his father's actions, causing the flickering flame of hope within her to waver and dim in the chilling winds. Meanwhile, the woman in the crimson cloak, like a harbinger of fate, inexorably drew Jandelli from the light back into the shadow of the castle. Confronted with this sudden elevation, Jandelli felt no sense of honor or joy, but rather a profound sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware that the blood of Robert I coursed through his veins, a legacy that was both his glory and his shackles. It rendered him a target for pursuers, forcing him to tread upon the razor's edge, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. On another front, James was poised to embark on his journey back to a land both familiar and alien. It was a place steeped in childhood memories, yet burdened with future responsibilities. However, the absence of Brenny rendered this return even heavier. In the dim confines of the dungeon, the two exchanged silent farewells, the air thick with the bittersweet essence of parting. James's gaze was resolute and profound as he made a vow to Brenny that, regardless of the obstacles ahead, he would uphold his promise until the very last moment of his life. This commitment was indelibly etched into the fabric of his heart like a sacred seal. The mercy of Borton granted James his freedom, yet the notoriety of being a regicide clung to him like a shadow, inescapable and suffocating. The jeers and mockery of the populace acted as invisible chains, binding him tightly and making it difficult to breathe. Nevertheless, James's heart remained steadfast and unwavering. He understood that his path was destined to be solitary and fraught with challenges, yet he was prepared to confront it all. He firmly believed that only through the tempest's trials could one emerge stronger to face the challenges that lay ahead. At this moment, Greyjoy finds himself enveloped in a delicate tapestry of tranquility, surrounded by gentle light and soft fragrances, as if he is ensconced within a meticulously crafted dream. The sweet, jade-like aroma seems to possess an enchanting quality, seeping into every inch of his being, causing him to unwittingly drop his guard and relish this rare moment of comfort. Yet, amidst this nearly perfect serenity, a chill breeze seems to sweep through the depths of his heart, stirring an almost imperceptible doubt. He begins to question whether beneath this warm facade lies yet another intricate and profound conspiracy, just as Greyjoy's thoughts waver between suspicion and ease. On the verge of being entirely consumed by this illusory beauty, an unforeseen upheaval strikes him like a bolt from the blue, abruptly yanking him back to reality. The ferocity of this upheaval is such that Greyjoy can scarcely bear the loss of his lower body, that which once supported his movements, battles, and sensations of the world, now cruelly stripped away in an instant. This harsh reality cuts like a cold blade, severing all his illusions and hopes, compelling him to confront a brutal yet undeniable world. Meanwhile, on another land, the dispute between Jon and Ygritte rages with fervor. Jon's gaze betrays an unprecedented resolve and determination, his words slicing through the heart of the matter like a sharp sword. He firmly believes that given the current state and strength of their legion, any rash assault on the wall would be tantamount to seeking their own demise, plunging all into endless suffering and despair. Ygritte, on the other hand, appears exceedingly agitated, attempting to persuade Jon in her own manner, urging him to perceive the situation from a different perspective. Yet their divergences seem akin to two parallel lines, incapable of converging despite their fervent efforts. Nevertheless, this seemingly irreconcilable contention inadvertently becomes a crucible for their emotions. Amidst the intense clashes and arguments, they unexpectedly unearth a deeper resonance and reliance upon one another. They begin to comprehend each other's positions and grievances, striving to adopt one another's viewpoints in their deliberations. This newfound understanding and resonance, akin to a gentle spring breeze, disperses the shadows and barriers between them, allowing their relationship to quietly ascend amidst the sparks of their disputes. They start to cherish each other's presence and companionship more deeply, resolutely choosing to face the storms of the future together. Finally, Jaime embarks upon the winding path homeward, a journey leading him toward his father's vast and boundless domain. The scenery along the way unfolds like a painted scroll, yet his heart brims with complex emotions. Although his wounds have received meticulous care from the attending physician, each inch of his skin tenderly bandaged, the pain of his severed wrist remains indelibly etched in his heart. An unerasable regret. In the stillness of the night, he finds himself unconsciously caressing the empty sleeve, a tide of unending sorrow and resentment swelling within him. Meanwhile, Locke stands at the crossroads of another world, confronted with the seemingly sincere, yet intricately veiled exchange conditions posed by Brenny's father. His gaze shimmered with unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit, akin to a sharp blade piercing through the facade of hypocrisy presented before him. He was acutely aware that the terms offered were mere bait cast by the opponent for self-serving motives, utterly incomparable to the preciousness of Brenny. More crucially, He discerned the hidden conspiracy and deceit lurking behind this transaction, further solidifying his determination to refuse. Locke's steadfastness was not merely a commitment to justice, but also a loyal guardianship of the profound bond he shared with his friend. James's heart was as if tethered by an invisible thread, perpetually suspended beneath the overcast skies of Harrenburg. He could hardly fathom the humiliation and torment Brenny might be enduring there, a weight akin to a boulder pressing upon his chest, robbing him of sleep. Thus, he resolutely embarked on the journey to Harrenburg, urging his steed with relentless fervor, as if only the speed of the wind could alleviate his inner turmoil. Upon his arduous arrival at Harrenburg, the sight before him elicited a sharp intake of breath. Brenny was cornered by a ferocious brown bear. The beast roaring and swiping with claws as sharp as blades, each assault seemingly intent on tearing Brenny apart. Yet, Brenny, armed with unwavering will and exceptional swordsmanship, fought valiantly on the precipice of death. His eyes reflected both determination and defiance, yet he never relinquished his thirst for life and pursuit of victory. In that critical moment, James surged into the fray like a bolt of lightning. His arrival was akin to a celestial savior, instantly tipping the balance of the battlefield. He wielded his sword with precision, delivering a flawless strike that felled the bear. Time seemed to freeze, all eyes riveted upon James as he, with his courage and resolve, successfully rescued Brenny. Subsequently, James, disregarding all else, fled Harrenburg with Brenny. Their silhouettes gradually receded in the twilight glow of the setting sun, ultimately vanishing on the distant horizon. In that moment, their friendship and trust underwent a profound elevation, as if tested by the trials of life and death, now rendered unbreakable. James's bravery and determination reaffirmed his selfless guardianship and unwavering loyalty to his friend. Chapter 28. A stunning turnaround upon the boundless wilderness. Sunlight pierced the clouds like a gleaming sword, illuminating the striking figure of the warrior maiden, Carice. Clad in resplendent silver armor, she shimmered radiantly under the sun. Resembling a deity of war, poised to confront her fateful duel with the Yuan Kai Empire. Her gaze was filled with steadfastness and tenacity. She understood that this battle transcended personal glory and dignity, serving as a pivotal juncture in her nation's destiny, a struggle for survival itself. The Yuan Kai Empire, a colossal entity brimming with wealth, spared no expense in hiring the illustrious mercenary group, the Sons of the Second, renowned for their formidable combat prowess and ruthless demeanor. This mercenary band became the sharpest weapon of the Yuan Kai Empire. However, Carice was undaunted by this formidable force. Instead, it further solidified her resolve to defend her homeland. She was acutely aware that mere brute force could not vanquish such a formidable foe. Thus, she resolved to adopt a strategy of cunning. She proactively proposed a meeting with the leader of the Second Sons Brigade, hoping to resolve the impending crisis through negotiation. However, as she stood before the stern-faced, sharp-eyed middle-aged man, she felt an unprecedented pressure. The leader exuded an air of authority and dominance, causing the very atmosphere around them to seem to solidify. Yet, Catelyn remained undaunted by this imposing presence. With her gentle yet resolute voice, she began to articulate her nation's vision and future to the leader. Her words brimmed with a yearning for peace and a dream of prosperity, as she painted a vivid picture of the two nations' peoples coexisting harmoniously on this land. Her speech, akin to a spring breeze nourishing the earth, sought to thaw the ice encasing his heart. The negotiation proved far more arduous than anticipated. Although the leader was moved by Catelyn's sincerity and bravery, his years as a mercenary had instilled in him a deep understanding of the delicate balance between loyalty and self-interest. After a prolonged silence, he slowly articulated a series of stringent conditions and demands. These stipulations loomed before Catelyn like insurmountable mountains, instilling in her an unprecedented sense of pressure. Yet, she did not falter. She understood that this was a contest of intellect and will, and only by persevering could she achieve ultimate victory. Armed with her intellect and unwavering conviction, she methodically dismantled the leader's defenses. Employing various strategies and tactics, she gradually unsettled his initial stance. Throughout this intense negotiation and exchange, Catelyn exhibited extraordinary wisdom and courage. Not only did she successfully dismantle the opponent's defenses, but she also earned the leader's respect and admiration. A conflict that appeared irreconcilable gradually revealed glimmers of hope and resolution through their joint efforts. Ultimately, they reached a consensus and signed a peace agreement. This accord not only ushered in peace and tranquility for their peoples, but also bestowed upon Catelyn unparalleled honor and dignity. Zandeli, guided by a loyal attendant, entered the ancient and towering castle. The castle's walls soared into the clouds, seemingly the world's most impregnable sanctuary. However, for him, it concealed a crisis far deeper than any external threat. He had not anticipated that within the seemingly impregnable fortress, a pair of cold, unfeeling eyes were watching him from the shadows. The owner of those eyes was the enigmatic woman clad in a crimson robe. The red-robed woman, a figure renowned across the Seven Kingdoms, always wore a gentle and enchanting smile, as if capable of melting all frost in the world. Yet, beneath that smile lay unfathomable malice and conspiracy. She harbored no goodwill or sympathy towards Zandelli. Rather, she regarded him as a pivotal pawn in her quest for ambition. In her mind, Zandelli, the secret scion of the laborers, was destined to become a sacrificial offering in an ancient ritual, intended to harness the immense power contained within the legendary blood of the kings. To execute this nefarious scheme, the red-robed woman wove intricate lies, luring Zandelli step by step into the trap she had meticulously set. She wielded her influence and status to convince everyone within the castle that Zandelli was her esteemed guest, her favored one. Yet beneath this facade of falsehood lay a lethal web woven from deception and lies. In this game of power, Zandelli appeared diminutive and helpless, akin to a mere pawn, ruthlessly manipulated by the woman in the crimson robe upon the chessboard of fate. He found himself unable to resist or escape, forced to watch as his destiny was inexorably drawn toward an unknown abyss of darkness. Perhaps within him, there had once been struggles and reluctance. But in the face of such a formidable conspiracy and power, these feelings seemed utterly powerless. As the date of the ancient ritual approached, the wheel of Zandelli's fate began to turn quietly and inexorably. He remained unaware of what lay ahead or whether he could evade this calamity. However, he understood that, irrespective of the outcome, he would inevitably become a sacrificial pawn in this power struggle. The orchestrator of this entire charade, the enigmatic woman draped in scarlet, stood at the zenith of power, coldly observing the unfolding events with a smirk. Within the dimly lit tent, the flickering yellow light cast mottled shadows, adding an air of oppression and mystery to the life and death discourse at hand. The mercenaries sat in a circle, their faces etched with gravity and tension, as if the atmosphere itself was laden with an impending explosion of unease. They spoke in hushed tones, sometimes engaging in fierce debate, at other moments lost in contemplation, all in search of a means to break the stalemate and end the endless threat posed by the formidable Collegia. After a vigorous debate and careful deliberation, the mercenary group arrived at a difficult yet resolute decision to initiate an assassination, adopting the most clandestine and direct approach to conclude this relentless nightmare. This resolution struck like a lightning bolt across the night sky, igniting an unprecedented sense of determination and courage within them all. To select the brave soul for this perilous mission, the mercenaries employed an ancient and solemn method of coin tossing. 3 silver coins traced shimmering arcs through the air, akin to the tapestry of fate, intertwining each individual's hopes and fears. When the coins finally settled, the wheel of destiny ceased its spinning, and a warrior's name was chosen by the hand of fate. He stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve, as though prepared to confront every hardship that lay ahead. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of tension and foreboding, a lesser-known secret lingered. The woman in the red robe, shrouded in mystery and possessing an elusive power, quietly turned her gaze toward the young Zandelli. With gentle words and an enchanting smile as bait, she sought to lure the naive youth into her meticulously crafted trap. On a night when the moonlight flowed like water and silence reigned, the emotions between them seemed to reach a delicate equilibrium. However, in that moment, the true visage of the woman in crimson revealed itself like a specter in the night. With swift and practiced grace, she unleashed her sorcery, binding Zandelli inescapably. Subsequently, she withdrew from her sleeve several peculiar insects, glowing with an ethereal green light, seemingly pivotal to an ancient rite. Gently, she placed them upon Zandelli's body as a tribute to some supernatural force. In that moment, a cold and resolute smile graced the red-robed woman's face, as if she had already envisioned the success of her scheme. Simultaneously, the king found himself entwined in this enigmatic ceremony, clad in opulent attire. His visage was solemn and austere as he stood before the altar, hands raised aloft, murmuring incantations. As the ritual progressed, a chilling and eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire camp. The king's voice deepened, resonating with power, as if he were communing with an indescribable force, cursing Catelyn and her faction. Each word struck like a hammer upon every heart present, instilling a palpable sense of the impending storm. In this ceremony rife with uncertainty and peril, all held their breath in anticipation. They were oblivious to the outcome that awaited them, yet understood one truth. Regardless of the result, they would confront a wholly new future. This future, potentially fraught with challenges and adversities, found them prepared to embrace the era that belonged to them. Sansa, a woman who had weathered countless storms and trials, finally emerged from her long and winding journey, piercing through the dense fog to glimpse the hazy yet distinct outline of truth. In that moment, she stood at the crossroads of her life, confronted with unprecedented clarity and choices. As her heart brimmed with complex emotions, Tyrion, the seemingly cynical yet profoundly affectionate man, bestowed upon her the most solemn of vows. His voice was resolute and gentle, akin to a ray of warmth in the winter sun, penetrating the chill to reach the very core of Sansa's heart. He pledged that, regardless of how the world might change and no matter how treacherous the path ahead, he would be her staunchest ally and most dependable protector, allowing not a shred of harm to approach her. This promise shone like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating Sansa's path forward and offering unprecedented solace and hope to her wounded spirit. Meanwhile, on the far side of Westeros, the union between House Tyrell and House Lannister was quietly brewing a tempest. This alliance, akin to the collision of two colossal stars, not only captivated the attention of the entire continent, but also wove an intricate web of fate. The Tyrells, renowned for their wisdom, grace, and unfathomable schemes, while the Lannisters were famed for their immense power, insatiable ambition, and ruthless methods. The confluence of these two families would undoubtedly trigger a series of repercussions, altering the destinies of many and potentially reshaping the entire continent's landscape. The ultimate outcome of this alliance was subject to much speculation. Some anticipated it to be a grand feast of power, with the two families joining hands to forge a new era, while others feared it might herald a tempest, foreboding an even more tumultuous future. At last, the day of the wedding has arrived. It is a solemn and grand occasion, with the entire royal city enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Joffrey, as Sansa's elder brother and a member of the bride's family, personally entrusted her to Tyrion. At this moment, the union of the two noble families became a tangible reality, marking the beginning of a new chapter in Sansa's life. However, amidst this joyous occasion, a minor incident occurred. Tyrion, due to his stature, encountered some unexpected awkwardness during the ceremony. Yet, these small interludes did not impede the smooth progression of the wedding. Rather, they infused the grand celebration with a touch of levity and charm. The guests, amidst laughter and well wishes, bore witness to the union of the newlyweds, their eyes brimming with beautiful hopes for the couple's future. Ultimately, under the gaze of the attendees, Tyrion and Sansa stepped hand in hand into the sanctity of marriage. Their figures, illuminated by candlelight and adorned with flowers, appeared especially warm and romantic. In that moment, they seemed to become the center of the universe, with all eyes fixed upon them. Together, they would navigate the trials and tribulations of life in the days to come. As the splendor of the wedding feast drew to a close, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became tumultuous, as if torn apart by an invisible force. Guests engaged in conversation and laughter, yet amidst this cacophony, Tyrion's father stood like an unyielding mountain, his gaze radiating an undeniable resolve and authority. He pressed Tyrion, his words laden not only with expectations for the family's future, but also with a heavy burden, as if each utterance served as both exhortation and warning. He demanded that Tyrion swiftly produce heirs for House Lannister, viewing this sacred duty as the key to solidifying northern power and seizing critical territories and influence. However, beneath this tumultuous surface, a more clandestine storm was brewing. Joffrey, the young noble, unexpectedly slipped away from the gathering, akin to a cunning fox seeking Sansa, who had managed to evade the clamor. Perhaps he harbored undisclosed secrets, or perhaps it was an unexpressed affection for Sansa that compelled him. When Joffrey publicly announced his shocking decree, an immediate silence enveloped the banquet. He intended to send Sansa to share the marital chamber with his uncle, a notion so absurd that it stirred a tempest in the hall. Guests exchanged bewildered glances, some in shock, others in anger, while many felt profound sympathy and pity. In the face of this sudden upheaval, Tyrion's demeanor shifted dramatically. He rose in fury, vehemently rejecting Joffrey's outrageous demand with the most severe of words. His voice resonated throughout the hall, each syllable imbued with strength and determination, as though he were proclaiming his respect and protection for Sansa to all present. Joffrey, incensed by this unexpected defiance, turned pale with rage, his fury palpable. Perhaps he had never anticipated that someone would dare to challenge his authority and will. Yet Tyrion's steadfastness and bravery inflicted upon him an unprecedented sense of defeat and wrath. At the heart of the tempest, The wedding chamber revealed a starkly different tableau. As the clamor subsided into tranquility, Tyrion opened his heart to Sansa. His tone was both resolute and gentle, as if he were reciting an ancient and beautiful vow to her. He unequivocally declared that he would never impose upon her, his heart brimming with respect and a protective instinct towards Sansa. He pledged to construct a formidable barrier with his strength to shield her from any harm and humiliation. In that moment, Tyrion's figure loomed large and noble in Sansa's mind. He embodied the true spirit of chivalry and noble demeanor. He was not merely the heir of House Lannister, but also the guardian and hero in Sansa's heart. In the innermost depths of the camp, Daenerys reclined serenely upon her opulent throne draped in luxurious fabrics. Yet this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. For assassins, like phantoms, stealthily infiltrated the chamber, their eyes gleaming with cold determination, clearly intent on executing a meticulously orchestrated assassination. However, as their gazes fell upon Daenerys' breathtaking and ethereal beauty, the atmosphere transformed radically. The lead assassin, a seasoned veteran, felt his heart skip a beat. He had never beheld such stunning beauty. As if time itself had frozen in that instant, the dagger in his hand slowly descended, the chill in his eyes gradually replaced by a subtle glimmer of compassion. He understood that such beauty should never be tainted by violence and death. Thus, he made the astonishing decision to betray his employer and safeguard this innocent, beautiful woman. In a brief yet intense confrontation, he displayed remarkable skill and unwavering courage, vanquishing 2 of his accomplices. Blood stained the ground of the tent, yet an unusual calm enveloped the air. He knelt before Daenerys, solemnly vowing his loyalty, declaring that he and all members of the Second Sons would pledge their lives to her. This sudden allegiance and strength allowed Daenerys to navigate her path to power with newfound ease, as she envisioned her glorious future slowly unfurling before her. Meanwhile, in a distant land, Samwell shared a rare moment of tranquility with his companion. They sat by the campfire, whispering softly about the new life soon to arrive. The moonlight cascaded upon their faces, casting a warm and beautiful scene. However, this serenity was short-lived, as ominous shadows began to creep silently around the edges of the fire, akin to the tendrils of death drawing near. When a horde of sinister ravens and beasts surged forth from the darkness, the wilderness was engulfed by their cacophony. The grotesque visages and sharp claws sent shivers down one's spine, filling the air with dread and despair. Nevertheless, Samwell and his companion chose neither to flee nor to surrender. They clasped each other's hands tightly, their resolute gazes conveying a silent promise. Whatever may come, they would face it together. In this life-and-death struggle, Samwell and his companion exhibited remarkable courage and wisdom. They engaged in fierce combat against the monsters, utilizing their surroundings and tools with great fervor. Each counterattack was infused with strength and resolve, as if fate itself were rallying behind them. After an arduous battle, they ultimately repelled the creatures, safeguarding their precious lives and future. As the campfire rekindled, illuminating the vast wilderness, Samwell and his companion embraced tightly, aware that despite having faced an unforeseen calamity, they had emerged stronger and braver. The impending arrival of new life would become the most significant part of their existence, bestowing upon them boundless hope and motivation. Regarding the challenges and adversities that awaited them, they believed that as long as they leaned on each other and faced them together, nothing could hinder their progress. Chapter 29. The deadly trap. Robb embarked along the path leading to the ferry, each step imbued with both determination and gravity. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a glow upon his resolute visage, reflecting the complexities of his inner emotions. As he approached, the imposing castle of House Frey gradually came into view, standing majestically on the riverbank like a silent giant, witnessing the myriad transformations of history and the fortunes of the family. Upon crossing the heavy gates and entering the castle, Robb unexpectedly encountered the Frey maidens, whose betrothal he had once impulsively forsaken. They were numerous, each as lovely as the spring blossoms, each exuding a unique charm, akin to flowers vying for attention in full bloom. Yet beneath this beauty lay a subtle melancholy born of unfulfilled promises. In their eyes resided both anticipation for Robb and a sense of resignation and regret regarding the unrealized romance of the past. Faced with this unexpected reunion, Robb's demeanor turned serious and sincere. He was acutely aware of the debt he owed these young women, and thus, he summoned the courage to candidly express his feelings. He confessed that his heart belonged to another and expressed profound remorse for his previous unfulfilled vows, his words imbued with deep regret for the incomplete romance. His honesty and openness moved everyone present. However, Robb refrained from becoming ensnared in personal emotional entanglements. He understood that his purpose for this visit extended far beyond personal matters. Skillfully, he redirected the conversation towards a matter of greater significance, earnestly requesting that House Stark and House Frey set aside their grievances and join forces for the peace and prosperity of the North. His words were heartfelt and powerful, brimming with aspirations and hope for the future. Upon hearing Robb's address, the head of House Frey gradually softened in demeanor. He recognized Robb's sincerity and resolve, perceiving the potential for collaboration between the Stark and Frey families. Thus, he displayed an unexpected degree of tolerance and understanding, declaring his willingness to bury past grievances and work together to forge a brighter future. His declaration invigorated all those present. Amidst this harmony and joy, a subtle unease began to quietly emerge within the hearts of the people. They could not help but question whether the declaration made by the head of the Full family was entirely sincere or if he harbored ulterior motives, biding his time until the moment was ripe for his true intentions. This doubt hung over everyone like a shadow, casting a veil of uncertainty and challenge upon Robb as he faced the impending path to peace. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in the belief that as long as both parties approached each other with sincerity and a willingness to cooperate, they could surmount any obstacles and safeguard the tranquility of the North. The climactic confrontation between the Vale and the Unsullied loomed ominously, the atmosphere thick with tension, almost palpable enough to condense into droplets. Both sides were on edge, the air charged with the scent of gunpowder, as if a cataclysmic battle could erupt at any moment. In this critical juncture, an unexpected figure silently materialized within the Unsullied camp, a traitor from a mercenary band, bearing scars and exhaustion, yet clutching a secret that could alter the tide of battle. He claimed to have stumbled upon a clandestine passage leading deep behind enemy lines. This winding route, concealed within the dense forest, had the potential to allow an elite force to silently circumvent the meticulously arranged defenses of the Unsullied, striking directly at the heart of the Vale. Upon hearing this revelation, chaos erupted among the Unsullied. Some were astonished, others skeptical, and many indignantly accused it of being an enemy ruse. Yet, amidst the turmoil, the valiant Commander Grey Worm exhibited extraordinary courage and decisiveness. Understanding the urgency of the situation, where every second was crucial, he weighed the pros and cons and resolutely chose to trust the traitor's words. He believed this might be a divine opportunity bestowed upon the Unsullied, an exceptional chance to turn the tide and reclaim victory. Thus, under Grey Worm's direct command, a strike force composed of elite soldiers swiftly assembled. They silently advanced along the little-known secret passage, like phantoms weaving through the forest. After a grueling trek and fierce battles, they successfully bypassed the Vale's defenses, emerging in the enemy's rear. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Samwell and an innocent infant were enduring a harrowing escape. They traversed the thorny wilderness, each step fraught with uncertainty and peril. Pursuers shadowed their every move, with traps and dangers lurking at every turn. Yet, driven by a fervent devotion to life and an unwavering grasp on hope, Samwell repeatedly navigated through danger, shielding the infant from harm. They crossed vast stretches of wilderness and scaled towering mountains, ultimately arriving at the majestic foot of the Great Wall. Here, they might find a moment of respite and sanctuary. The wall, like a colossal dragon, coiled along the mountain peaks, safeguarding the land from foreign intrusions. Standing beneath its grandeur, Samwell and the infant gazed in awe at the magnificent sight, their hearts filled with reflection and reverence. They understood that the journey ahead would be long and arduous. Yet as long as love, hope, and courage reside in their hearts, they shall undoubtedly conquer every hardship and challenge, advancing towards a more radiant future. In the dusk, just before the storm unleashes its fury, the horizon is shrouded in a thick veil of gloom, reminiscent of the wings of a demon from ancient lore, slowly obscuring the light. 3 weary travelers, akin to solitary vessels at the mercy of fate, sought refuge within this ancient and enigmatic castle, yearning for a moment of peace amidst the dual threats of the tempest and the wild. Bran, a young sage, was imbued with a maturity and resilience that transcended his years, as if he were destined to confront such dire predicaments. He closed his eyes in deep concentration, channeling all his strength into his gaze, a mysterious force known as vision, which transcended the limitations of the naked eye, penetrating the essence of all existence. As Bran's energy waned, an unusual gleam flickered in his eyes, a spark woven from wisdom and exhaustion, reflecting his indomitable will. In that moment, that enigmatic force transformed into invisible chains, binding the formidable figure of Adel, who had succumbed to chaos, incessantly repeating his name. Under the weight of this power, Adel gradually succumbed, slipping into a profound stupor, as if time itself had paused in that instant. This sudden turn of events, like a refreshing spring, nourished the parched hearts of the travelers. They were astonished by Bran's strength and grateful for the miraculous turn of fate it had wrought. The impending disaster, which had loomed so closely, was miraculously averted, and the pursuit of the wild men seemed interrupted by this unforeseen twist, granting them a momentary reprieve within the castle's walls. However, Bran's inner turmoil did not cease. He understood that while his power was formidable, it bore its limits. He yearned to transcend himself, to unleash even greater strength to protect those around him. Yet, at this critical juncture of life and death, he recognized that it was difficult to alter the course of events relying solely on his own might. Just then, external aid arrived like a divine melody. A white wolf, agile and graceful, leapt into the castle, its eyes sparkling with wisdom and bravery. Simultaneously, a soaring bald eagle joined the fray, and together, they launched a fierce assault on the lurking enemies outside, displaying an astonishing synchronicity and speed. The collaboration between the white wolf and the bald eagle was akin to the most perfect union of earth and sky, as they struck down the foes with overwhelming force, securing precious space for the travelers to survive. This unexpected victory rekindled the flame of hope within Bran and his companions. They realized that in this desperate plight, as long as a glimmer of hope persisted, they could not surrender. The appearance of the white wolf and the bald eagle not only liberated them from the threat of the wild men, but also imparted a profound understanding of the power of unity and courage. Ultimately, through the collective efforts of these young souls, they successfully escaped the clutches of the wild men and discovered the dawn of survival amidst the storm's wrath. The wedding of Eddard, like a warm ray of sunlight in winter, finally blossomed brilliantly under the gaze of eager anticipation. During the ceremony, every ray of light and every blessing resonated like meticulously woven notes, collectively composing a symphony of happiness and contentment. The smiles of both families shimmered in harmony, while the applause and cheers of the guests rose and fell like waves, each expressing their heartfelt admiration and best wishes for the union of the newlyweds. Yet, amidst this celebratory atmosphere, Bran Stark, the young heir, appeared to be ensconced in a realm apart. His gaze fluctuated between depth and flicker, as if he were navigating a tempest within. Through the storm, he gradually recognized an unprecedented power residing within him, a power that embodied both the weight of familial duty and a promise for the future of the North. It was akin to a double-edged sword, bestowing upon him boundless courage and resolve, while simultaneously burdening him with a heavy mission and responsibility. In Bran's heart lingered an unwavering conviction to find Jon Snow. This missing brother was not merely kin, but a beacon of hope and a lighthouse for the people of the North, for the tranquility and prosperity of the North, and the purity and continuity of Winterfell's bloodline. Bran made a difficult, yet noble decision. He resolutely dispatched his brother, Rickon, to the Umbers in search of sanctuary and aid. This act was not only a testament to his trust and reliance on his brother, but also a well-considered strategy for the future of House Stark. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth like an enormous net, silently shrouding everything in its embrace. The farewell between Bran and Rickon weighed heavily in this quiet night. Under the sparse glow of the moonlight, the brothers held each other tightly, their eyes reflecting profound affection and helplessness. They understood that this parting might lead to a prolonged separation, yet they were acutely aware that such burdens were the fate and responsibility inherent to being a Stark. Rickon, carrying the family's hopes and blessings, set forth on his journey to the Umbers. His silhouette gradually faded into the night, yet his steadfast belief and indomitable spirit shone brightly like resplendent stars. Meanwhile, Bran remained behind, continuing his quest to find his brother and uphold the arduous mission of safeguarding the North. He was cognizant that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet he held firm in his conviction that his capabilities and wisdom would enable him to surmount all obstacles and challenges. For he knew he was fighting not solely for himself, but for the entire North, for the glory and future of House Stark. The valiant combat of Daenerys surged like a tempest upon the fortress of Yunkai, a bastion once deemed unassailable, now trembling beneath her storm-like might, ultimately capitulating at the feet of the queen born from the fires of war. As night descended, the stars adorned the heavens, and within Yunkai, a grand celebratory banquet slowly unfurled amidst the splendor of shimmering lights. The banquet hall radiated opulence, filled with laughter and revelry, echoing like a joyous tide that could illuminate the entire night sky. Yet, amid this extraordinary and exotic wedding night, Robb's wife found herself seemingly adrift in another world. In her gentle gaze, there flickered a blend of unfamiliarity and discomfort, akin to a traveler who has unwittingly wandered into a lavish dream. Within her heart resided a duality of emotions, pride in her husband's triumph, mingled with a subtle unease about this strange environment. Yet, what weighed most heavily upon her was the impending arrival of new life, the hope and legacy of the Ed family. This profound joy and anticipation filled her spirit with a tapestry of intricate feelings. However, fate seems to revel in cruel jest during moments of utmost happiness. Just as everyone was enveloped in the elation of victory and the festivities of the wedding banquet, an unforeseen tempest ruthlessly swept through this sea of joy. A shocking upheaval descended, shrouding all light and hope like an ominous cloud. Robb's pregnant wife fell victim to a tragic assault before the eyes of all, her life, yet to bloom, extinguished by a malevolent hand. This dreadful news struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering the celebration and tranquility in an instant. The camaraderie and harmony among the guests evaporated, replaced by an abyss of rage and hatred. The once joyous atmosphere of the banquet hall succumbed to a heavy scent of bloodshed. Laughter was drowned out by screams and wails, as innocent guests fell victim to the merciless carnage, their lives flickering like frail candle flames extinguished in the encroaching darkness. Even the wolves imprisoned in their cages could not escape the clutches of this calamity, their helpless eyes brimmed with fear and despair, ultimately becoming tragic victims in this sorrowful tale. The entire wedding scene was enveloped in a pall of death, the air thick with the stench of blood and the essence of despair. Faces were etched with terror and anger as people exchanged glances, uncertain of how to confront this sudden upheaval. Under the onslaught of this storm, the city of Winterfell was once again plunged into chaos and turmoil, and Catelyn's victory and glory seemed to dim at that very moment. The Stark family, once resplendent in their glory, now stood at the crossroads of history, confronted by unprecedented challenges and crises. Their fate resembled a candle flickering in a tempest, precariously poised to extinguish at any moment. The root of this turmoil lay in the treachery of a young lord within their ranks. Robb's reckless decision not only ensnared him in irrevocable peril, but also indirectly incited their ally Walder to turn against them. On that tempestuous night, the entire north was shrouded in gloom. Robb's mother, a woman renowned for her fortitude and grace, faced with the life or death of her family, chose the most resolute course of action. She drew forth a sharp blade, its cold gleam flickering in the night, as if heralding the impending storm. She pressed the weapon against Walder's newlywed wife's throat, invoking her maternal authority to make a final plea. Her eyes mirrored both supplication and resolve. Her voice, though soft, bore the weight of her desperation as she implored Walder, as a mother, to show mercy and allow her son Robb to escape this senseless conflict. She even vowed solemnly never to seek revenge, expressing her sincerity and determination. However, Ward's response was as cold and unfeeling as ice. He casually remarked that losing a wife was merely a transition in life, and he could easily remarry. He showed little compassion or willingness to intervene in the fate of House Stark. This resolute dismissal shattered the last flicker of hope in the heart of Robb's mother. She understood that she could no longer secure any chance for her son's survival. As the situation spiraled downward, the head of House Lannister, known for his iron grip, finally revealed his fangs. He directed the cold blade towards Robb, extinguishing the brief yet glorious life of the young lord. Robb's downfall was not solely a personal tragedy. It dealt a significant blow to House Stark. In the midst of this chaos and slaughter, Robb's mother could not escape her own fate. With her life, she epitomized the greatness and selflessness of a mother's love, her existence akin to withering leaves, silently merging into the bloodstained earth. The fall of a sovereign marked the end of an era for House Stark. Their glory and splendor seemed to belong to a bygone era, leaving only endless sorrow and suffering. Yet, it was precisely this anguish and grief that rendered the tale of House Stark more profound and moving. Their honor and tragedy shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, fleeting yet eternally luminous in the hearts of the people. The legacy of this family, along with their valor and resilience, would forever be remembered. Chapter 30. The shadow of carnage loomed like a vast net, tightly binding this expansive land. It enveloped not only every inch of soil, but also deeply imprinted itself upon the hearts of every survivor, becoming an indelible nightmare. Within that shadow, endless grievances and wails seemed to linger, unwilling to disperse. Even the most brilliant sunlight could not penetrate this heavy shroud to bring a glimmer of warmth and hope. Meanwhile, Ward, once hidden in the shadows, now astonishingly stood proudly atop the north, crowned as the new king. His transformation was so profound that many found it hard to believe, as if overnight he had morphed from an obscure shadow into the sovereign of this land. However, his coronation came at an exorbitant cost. It was a brutal cleansing of House Stark, an unspeakable calamity. This purge raged like an uncontrollable inferno across the north, mercilessly consuming all life and hope. The flames blazed so fiercely that it seemed they would ignite the entire world, illuminating even the deepest night as if it were day. Yet within this brightness lay despair and terror, for every beam of light bore witness to the countless lives extinguished, serving as an elegy for the end of an era. On this land, baptized by blood and fire, every inch recorded the former glory and the present agony. The once thriving castles and villages now lie in ruins, their crumbling walls narrating tales of bygone hardships. The survivors among them harbor both a nostalgia for the past and a profound uncertainty and fear for the future. Yet, even amidst such despair, they refuse to relinquish their struggle. Within their hearts, an indomitable flame continues to burn, vowing to reconstruct their homeland upon these desolate remnants and to welcome the dawn of a new order. This is not merely a transition of power, but rather a profound cleansing of the soul. After this calamity, the people of the North will cherish the hard-won peace and tranquility, stepping resolutely towards the future. Meanwhile, their new sovereign, Vard, will confront unprecedented challenges and trials. Whether he can lead the North out of the shadows and into the light remains an enigma. Nevertheless, this brutal purging has irrevocably etched itself into the annals of history, forever resonating within the hearts of the Northern folk, serving as their relentless impetus to move forward. During the cherished moments shared between Tyrion and Sansa, a rare sense of ease and joy permeated the air. It was as if they had momentarily cast aside the surrounding scheming and disputes, finding solace in each other's presence. Sansa's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint as she softly described a prank, her plan both playful and imbued with childlike wonder, inadvertently touching a tender spot within Tyrion's heart, causing his lips to curve into a long-lost smile. However, this tranquility proved fleeting. Joffrey's arrival was akin to a tempest, swiftly sweeping away all warmth and harmony. He entered with a victorious demeanor, a self-satisfied grin illuminating his face, as though the entire world lay within his grasp. Eager to flaunt his accomplishments before Sansa, the severed head of Robb Stark symbolized not only victory, but also the pinnacle of his power and status in his eyes. Yet, his actions disrupted the calm like a stone cast into a serene lake, sending ripples of discord through the air. Tyrion, fully aware of the repercussions Joffrey's behavior would engender, stood resolutely, voicing his dissent with unwavering conviction. His stance was not merely a rebuttal to Joffrey's arrogant antics, but a steadfast defense of the family's honor and dignity. However, his declaration detonated like a bomb within the family, igniting fierce disputes and divisions. Joffrey's fury erupted like a volcano, and the rifts among family members silently widened, seemingly beyond repair. Confronted with the turmoil and discord within his family, Tyrion did not flinch. He recognized his responsibilities and mission, understanding the paramount importance of maintaining clarity and rationality in the game of power. The exchanges with his father grew increasingly intense, their dialogues laced with tension. Tyrion candidly pointed out that the murder at the wedding was a profound affront to the family's honor, his words striking like a sharp blade to his father's heart. Yet, the iron-fisted patriarch remained resolute, unwavering in his convictions and beliefs. Amidst this struggle for power and honor, Sansa found herself in an exceptionally precarious position. Her family has been irrevocably shattered, and she herself has become a casualty of political strife. She is compelled to bear the relentless pressure and expectations imposed by her father, which fills her with profound anguish and helplessness. She yearns for freedom and true love, yet finds herself ensnared within the constraints of familial honor and vested interests. Unable to break free, this harsh reality is undeniably cruel to her, but she must silently endure, continuing to struggle and survive in this game of power. After enduring that abhorrent punishment, Sean's life did not swiftly extinguish as many anticipated. Instead, he was plunged into a more brutal and protracted torment. He was imprisoned, his confinement devoid of any duration or end, each day resembling an endless wander through darkness, each moment akin to being seared by flames. Death, perhaps, would have been a release for him, but fate was unrelenting, denying even this final mercy, stripping him of the right to choose his own demise. In that grim and terrifying prison, time seemed to freeze. Light could never penetrate the heavy stone walls to bring even a semblance of warmth and hope. The sons of Luce, once his brothers under the same sky, had now become the architects of his nightmares. They reveled in his suffering, mocking his despair as if it were a jest, their sharp and caustic taunts piercing through the already battered chambers of his heart, plunging him deeper into a chasm of humiliation and despair. What tormented Jon even more was the knowledge that his stripped dignity and shattered body had been treated as spoils of war, heartlessly returned to his homeland. This was not merely an affront to him personally, but a disgrace and a blow to his entire family. His father, the man who once shielded him from life's tempests and lavished him with boundless love, chose silence and withdrawal upon witnessing these atrocities. The steadfast warmth that once filled his gaze had vanished, replaced by profound helplessness and indifference, as if Jon's suffering no longer mattered to him. Yet, amidst this abyss of despair, a ray of light quietly emerged, bringing Jon unprecedented hope and strength. This beacon was his sister, a woman who had also endured the upheaval of their family, but had never relinquished hope and belief. She was not consumed by fear and despair. Rather, adversity fortified her resolve and will. She vowed to shatter the endless darkness shrouding their family, to rescue her brother from the depths of suffering. Thus, she assembled a formidable team of 50 ruthless assassins and embarked on a perilous journey to the Fortress of Terror. This was not merely a fight for survival, but an indomitable struggle against fate and a fervent defense of familial bonds. Under her leadership, the team sliced through the darkness like a razor-sharp blade, determined to sever the chains that bound them. Her heart brimmed with determination and resolve, for she understood that only by rescuing her brother and restoring their family's honor could she offer solace to those who had suffered because of her, and find a semblance of comfort and redemption in this cruel world. Sam and Bran, two fated friends intertwined by destiny, have traversed the turbulent waters of time, ultimately reuniting in a serendipitous moment orchestrated by fate. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, the gaze of the third boy present intertwined with theirs. And without uttering a single word, the long-lost familiarity and warmth surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly awakening the memories and emotions nestled within their hearts. Bran harbored a distant dream within, an insatiable yearning for the unknown lands beyond the Great Wall. This was a realm that had long haunted his thoughts, steeped in mystery and allure, as if it were his destined sanctuary. Miraculously, this deep-seated longing resonated with Sam and his companions at that very moment. They appeared to be drawn by an enigmatic force, collectively casting their eyes towards the distant and solemn Black Castle, where their mutual friend Jon resided, a symbol of safety and a steadfast bastion in their hearts. Though the path leading north of the Great Wall was fraught with uncertainty and peril, each step potentially laden with unforeseen challenges, their youthful courage and determination stood as resolute as granite. They understood that the journey ahead would not only test their physical limits, but also serve as a rigorous trial of their will and beliefs. Yet, in the eyes of these vibrant, spirited young souls, these seemingly insurmountable obstacles transformed into solid stepping stones towards hope and dreams. They exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes shimmering with fearless light, an exuberance for the future that seemed to overflow. It was as if they foresaw that under Jon's protection and guidance, they would confront all trials and tribulations hand in hand. Within the distant and majestic Black Castle, they would inscribe their own glorious saga, leaving behind tales of legend and lore. Thus, they resolutely embarked on this journey brimming with challenges and hope. The scenery along the way may be unpredictable and ever-changing, yet their hearts were filled with unwavering faith and boundless aspirations for the future. They understood that as long as dreams resided in their hearts, light shone in their eyes, and strength propelled their steps, nothing could hinder their advance. In the days to come, they would prove through their sweat and efforts that their friendship, courage, and faith are more tenacious than any adversity. In the dark and damp confines of a prison cell, Janley and Davos, two souls beset by misfortune, found themselves forced into proximity by the caprices of fate. Their gazes met in the dim light, akin to two solitary stars embracing one another, together resisting the endless darkness and despair. This sudden intimacy allowed them to find solace and support amidst their suffering, their stories weaving into a symphony of courage and hope. Meanwhile, in another corner, Shae's heart felt ensnared by the icy grip of winter, her world devoid of color in the absence of Tylian. The arrival of Wallace, adorned with his dazzling diamond, sought to illuminate the shadows within Shae's heart with the brilliance of material wealth. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that such temptation appeared utterly feeble in the face of Shae's steadfast love for Tylian. Her gaze bore no trace of wavering. Rather, it was filled with boundless longing and loyalty towards Tylian. Her words, sharp as a blade, severed all of Wallace's fantasies. as she resolutely declared that only Telian's will could determine her fate. This profound affection and unwavering commitment served as a refreshing stream amidst the tumultuous game of power, evoking deep emotion. Meanwhile, Elia's journey of escape unfolded as a path fraught with thorns and tears. Burdened by her family's deep-seated vendetta, each step weighed heavily upon her. Yet, fate seemed unwilling to grant her peace, orchestrating a fateful encounter with the foe who would irrevocably alter her existence. In that moment, Elia's eyes no longer reflected the frailty and confusion of her past. Instead, they ignited with the fervent flames of vengeance. She seemed reborn, transformed into a merciless goddess of retribution, vowing to wield her sword to restore her family's honor. This unexpected confrontation tested not only Elia's courage and resolve, but also marked an essential passage on her journey toward maturity and transformation. Jon, upon learning of his family's tragic fate, felt his heart wrench in agony, as sorrow and helplessness surged over him like a tidal wave. He chose a path less traveled, resolutely plotting his escape from the place haunted by painful memories. However, this decision, akin to a razor's edge, deeply wounded Ygritte's heart. She could not comprehend Jon's resolute departure, nor could she accept this sudden farewell. Anger and disappointment intertwined within her as she trembled while raising her bow. The arrow aimed at the figure who once captivated her very soul. Once deeply enamored lovers, they now found themselves on a path of enmity, driven apart by misunderstandings and the harshness of reality, a scene that evoked profound sorrow. Meanwhile, in a distant realm free from strife, Gilly and Sam embarked on a long journey toward the Night's Watch, propelled by their unwavering pursuit of justice and their beautiful dreams for the future. They braved the elements, facing numerous hardships and challenges, yet they maintained an indomitable spirit and a pure heart. It was this rare quality that ultimately earned them recognition and acceptance within the Night's Watch, making them indispensable members of the Brotherhood. Under the protection of the Night's Watch, they continued their quest for justice and their dreams. In the north, the game of power raged on with fervor. The dispute between Davos and Stannis intensified, its roots tracing back to the perplexing sorcery of the Red Woman. Davos, an honorable and brave leader, felt a profound sense of anger and confusion regarding the approach of sacrificing innocent lives to resolve issues. Especially when he learned that Gendry was to become a victim of this cruel ritual, he rose in defiance, staunchly opposing such a ludicrous act. Yet, amidst the intricate web of power and interests, his voice appeared diminutive and powerless. Gendry's fate seemed all but sealed, as he was destined to confront the roaring flames. However, fate is invariably replete with uncertainties. In moments of despair, Daenerys, armed with his intellect and courage, meticulously orchestrated a breathtaking rescue operation. He astutely exploited a little-known waterway, surreptitiously liberating Jandelli from the clutches of death. On a moonless night, they silently departed from the perilous realm, illuminating a path toward freedom and hope for Jandelli. In King's Landing, he might discover a new expanse to begin anew, far removed from the relentless struggles for power and the sanguinary slaughter. Daenerys' act not only salvaged Jandelli's life, but also underscored his bravery and sense of duty as a leader, alongside his unwavering pursuit of justice. Wounded and on the brink of death, Jon traversed each step as if dancing upon the razor's edge, yet his indomitable spirit blazed like a fervent flame, dispelling the specter of mortality. With this strength, he staggered through the interminable darkness and despair, ultimately returning to the embrace of the Night's Watch. There, he found his true sanctuary, a haven for his soul. Surrounded by the camaraderie of his brothers in the Watch, his spirit attained an unprecedented tranquility and solace, as if all pain and fatigue dissipated in that singular moment. Simultaneously, Jaime's journey was fraught with trials and tribulations. After enduring countless hardships, he finally reunited with Cersei. In that instant, their gazes intertwined, transcending mountains and rivers, weathering innumerable vicissitudes. Their eyes mirrored a tapestry of complex emotions, the joy of reunion, the bitterness of separation, and a profound longing for one another. This moment of convergence was irreplaceably precious and unforgettable for them both. Meanwhile, Stannis, the resolute leader, stood steadfast at the forefront of a new tempest. Confronted with unprecedented threats and challenges, his gaze radiated unwavering determination and audacity. He understood that this war would determine the fate of countless souls and the future of the world. Thus, he faced the new challenges without trepidation, ready to wield his wisdom and courage in defense of justice and peace. The ominous clouds of war loomed on the horizon, seemingly on the brink of eruption, casting a pall of tension and unease over the entire world. Yet, Stannis believed that as long as they remained united and resolute, they would surely overcome all adversities and challenges. Yuan Kai City, once shrouded in the shadows of enslavement and oppression, finally embraced its springtime. Through the valiant struggles of countless heroes, it broke free from its heavy shackles, reclaiming its freedom and dignity. The city's former slaves rejoiced in celebration of this historic moment, expressing their yearning for liberty and gratitude, and they affectionately referred to their leader, Khaleesi, as Misa. This name, in the old Giscari tongue, signifies maternal warmth and protection, becoming the most revered title in their hearts. Under Misa's guidance, the people of Yuan Kai City began to rebuild their homeland, restore their livelihoods, and gradually move toward prosperity and flourishing. As the storm subsided, the Queen of the Seven Cities, with her unparalleled majesty and wisdom, gracefully entered Yuan Kai City. Her arrival was akin to the warm sun piercing through the clouds, illuminating every corner of the city. Under her governance, Yuan Kai City ushered in a new epoch. She implemented a series of reformative measures that fostered economic development and societal progress. She fortified the city's defenses, ensuring the safety and tranquility of its citizens. She championed the ideals of equality and freedom, granting every individual the opportunity to enjoy dignity and rights. Under her leadership, Yuan Kai City transformed into a vibrant and dynamic metropolis, where its inhabitants thrived in peace and prosperity, collectively crafting a splendid future. Chapter 31. Two Swords in the Grand Tapestry of History. A magnificent scene unfolds. As the Martell family, with its unique charisma and profound historical depth, steps onto this stage woven with honor and conflict, the spotlight shines upon them, each stride echoing with the resonance of history. Deep within this stage, Tyrion Lannister, a noble embodying both wisdom and cunning, resembles a seasoned director, meticulously orchestrating every detail. His industrious figure flits through the hallways of the court, ultimately convening with a cadre of weary envoys at a lavishly adorned long table. Tyrion's gaze is profound and incisive, as if capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others. Each of his utterances is crafted with careful consideration, imbued with an undeniable authority. Yet, amid this gravitas, he graciously introduces himself, confirming the identities and intentions of both parties, guiding the dialogue with the elegance of a true gentleman. As the conversation unfolds, a note of urgency laces Tyrion's words. He seems acutely aware of the pressing nature of time, directly inquiring why Prince Daemon has not graced them with his presence. The envoys respond with respect and caution, explaining that Prince Oberyn has sent them in place of his ailing brother. This revelation strikes Tyrion like a sudden chill, prompting a slight furrow in his brow. He is acutely aware of Prince Oberyn's unpredictable temperament and modus operandi, and he calculates the necessity of finding him and stabilizing the situation before Oberyn resolves matters in his own tumultuous fashion. Meanwhile, Prince Oberyn appears to inhabit an entirely different realm. The chamber he occupies resembles a lavish palace, steeped in excess and indulgence. The air is thick with intoxicating fragrances, derived from the most precious spices of the world. A retinue of exquisitely adorned and alluring women surrounds him, singing and dancing, striving to please the prince to the utmost. Their smiles radiate like blossoms in spring, yet beneath this vibrant exterior lies an ineffable void and sense of resignation. More notably, among these women is a strikingly handsome young man, whose intimacy with Prince Oberyn suggests an extraordinary closeness. Their demeanor is frivolous and audacious, even desecrating the solemnity of the occasion. Their laughter resonates within the room, starkly contrasting with the tranquility outside. However, this revelry does not endure for long, as an unexpected tension abruptly shatters the serenity of the chamber. The air outside was imbued with the distinctive essence of House Lannister, a scent amalgamated with power and bloodshed, tightening its invisible grip around every throat. In that moment, Prince Oberyn's smile froze, abruptly severing the revelry before him as a complex expression flitted across his eyes. He appeared to ponder his forthcoming strategy, while simultaneously reflecting on past grievances and rivalries. At this juncture, the wheel of history began to turn once more, and the age-old animosity between the Martell and Lannister families was destined to unfold again. On this stage, where glory and discord intertwined, each individual played their part. But what would the final outcome be? Perhaps only time could unveil the answer. Oberyn finally stepped through the heavy door. The atmosphere on either side taut as a drawn bowstring, seemingly poised to erupt into fierce conflict with the slightest touch. The air was thick with palpable hostility, nearly suffocating. The Dornishmen's gazes burned like flames, fixated on the Lannisters, each glance seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul, laden with profound dissatisfaction and provocation. The Lannisters, undeterred, returned the stares with equal intensity, the tension between the two factions razor-sharp, as if the very air trembled in anticipation. Yet, at this critical juncture, Tyrion unexpectedly entered the tense atmosphere like a refreshing stream. Armed with his trademark wit and humor, he deftly alleviated some of the strain. His words flowed like a gentle spring breeze, providing a measure of relaxation to the previously taut nerves. He exuberantly expressed his warm welcome to both parties, as if the surrounding animosity and conflict were of no concern to him. Observing this, Oberyn seized the moment to introduce his mistress, Arya, to Tyrion. It was as if they engaged in a silent contest, their eyes meeting yet each maintaining a delicate distance. Both harbored a sense of wariness and suspicion towards one another, yet somehow reached a subtle understanding. Subsequently, Tyrion made an unexpected request, expressing a desire for a private conversation with Oberyn. His words conveyed a profound concern for bygone grievances, indicating his willingness to exert every effort to resolve the discord. Oberyn's eyes flashed with determination upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of the heavy burden upon his shoulders, tasked with seeking justice for his family. No matter how arduous the path ahead, he would resolutely press on. Meanwhile, Daenerys' mood mirrored a sky laden with dark clouds. Her yearning to tame dragons burned like an unquenchable fire, yet this endeavor was as daunting as scaling treacherous peaks. She recognized her own insignificance and helplessness before the dragons, yet she had never relinquished her pursuit of dreams. Ser Jorah, her steadfast aide, displayed remarkable prowess in military management. However, her discovery of Grey Worm's gambling activities brought her a mix of exasperation and amusement. The stakes of this wager were the honor of sharing a ride with Daenerys, a notion that both amused and frustrated her. She understood Grey Worm's loyalty and admiration, yet she could not condone such violations of military discipline. Meanwhile, a cloud of sorrow enveloped Tyrion's home. His wife, plagued by troubles, had lost her appetite and appeared haggard. Tyrion watched her with a heavy heart, feeling her pain deeply. He gently approached her side, whispering words of comfort. He vowed to alleviate her burdens and help her rediscover hope and courage in life. Far away on the battlefield, the armies of the Greyjoys commenced a new round of brutal interrogations. The air was thick with the stench of blood and despair, chilling to the bone. The tragic fate of the mutilated Catelyn pushed this despair to its extreme. His passing filled the Ranger Jon with profound grief and anger. He understood that he must summon the strength to face even harsher questioning and trials. He candidly revealed the urgency of the situation and implored for his release, so he could engage in more pressing battles. His resolve and bravery moved everyone around him. In the brilliant dawn of Jon's vindication, he finally broke free from his shackles, regaining the wings of freedom. This liberation felt like a springtime stream bursting forth from the ice, imbued with the joy and hope of rebirth. Simultaneously, the preparations for Margaery's wedding were in full swing, with every breath in the air infused with the fragrance of happiness. Her grandmother, a kind elder gently cradled by time, tirelessly navigated the vast treasury, meticulously selecting treasures as if she were a seeker of fortunes, aiming to bestow upon her precious granddaughter the most resplendent dowry, laden with blessings. This was not merely a material gift, but a transmission of love and anticipation that transcended generations. The moment Brienne stepped into the old lady's private domain, her heart surged with a tumult of emotions, a blend of past anxieties and trepidation for the unknown. Yet, with her unique wisdom and grace, the old lady transformed these feelings into something intangible. She welcomed her former adversary with extraordinary politeness and respect, embodying the essence of forgiveness and reconciliation. This scene was akin to a warm ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating Brienne's heart and allowing her to experience an unprecedented warmth and relief amidst her tangled emotions. In the abode of Catelyn, a rare blue rose blossomed quietly, its emergence like a miracle that shattered the tranquility, infusing the space with a mysterious and enchanting hue. The deep blue petals resembled the most brilliant stars in the night sky, captivating and contemplative. Accompanying the rose was a counsel akin to the whispers of sages, reminding Catelyn that in this unfamiliar and vast land, only by deeply understanding every inch of the earth beneath her feet, familiarizing herself with all that flourishes, and integrating into the local customs, could she truly find her footing and earn respect and trust. Catelyn responded with a gentle smile, silently pledging to transform this gift from nature into a driving force for her journey, while etching that invaluable advice deeply into her heart. In a corner of the city, the tale of Sir Davos continued to unfold quietly. Once a nobleman basking in glory, he had now fallen to ruin. Yet the gentle warmth and romance that resided within him had never faded. In the depths of fate's despair, he unexpectedly encountered the gentle and charming daughter of the Horrit family, as if it were a clever design of destiny. He delicately offered her a necklace he had cherished for years. It was not merely a piece of jewelry shimmering with the luster of past glories, but a poignant reflection of his deep affection and endless nostalgia for the magnificent years gone by. The young girl gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions, surprise and gratitude for this sudden gift, mingled with profound sympathy and admiration for the once great nobleman who now found himself in desolation. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, revealing a warmth and understanding that transcended both time and social status. Chapter 32. The Royal Wedding. Ramsay, the merciless hunter, along with his loyal hound, pursued Aegon with the relentless tenacity of a specter in the night. Their speed was as if propelled by an unseen force, intent on driving their quarry into a corner. Miranda, Ramsay's capable aide, showcased her exceptional archery skills when her deadly arrow sliced through the air, striking Aegon's leg with unerring precision. The tension of the chase reached its zenith. The hound, driven by its primal instincts, ruthlessly tore at the injured Aegon, each anguished cry sending shivers down the spine, the brutality of the scene enough to make even the strongest of hearts tremble. Meanwhile, far removed from this gruesome spectacle, Jaime and Tyrion sat together by the warm hearth, sharing a rare dinner. Yet, for Jaime, this tranquility was shrouded in an indescribable sorrow. His arm, severed mercilessly by Ramsay, was not merely a physical loss, but an eternal wound upon his soul. Tyrion, the wise and loyal friend, perceptively sensed Jaime's inner turmoil and struggle. He understood that only steadfast conviction and relentless effort could guide Jaime out of this shadow. Thus, he ignited a flame of hope within Jaime, encouraging him to rise and reclaim his illustrious narrative with his left hand. He even arranged for Jaime to practice swordplay with Bran, hoping that through the rigors of combat, Jaime might rediscover the courage and strength he had lost. Within the walls of the ominous castle, Roose and his wife returned, adding an air of gravity and oppression to this foreboding place. Ramsay, eager to prove himself to his father, resorted to the most extreme and cruel methods to demonstrate his abilities and worth. He treated Theon as a mere plaything, wantonly flaying his flesh to assert his authority and cruelty. This scene incensed Roose. He could not accept his son as heartless and reckless behavior. He scornfully rebuked Ramsay for overstepping his bounds and taking matters into his own hands. Yet Ramsay remained unfazed, consumed solely by his thirst for power and disdain for the weak. He commanded Theon to shave him in Roose's presence, an act that was not only a humiliation and torment for Theon, but also a display of his own authority and dominance. He coldly mocked the fact that Shaun's brothers had all passed away, aiming to undermine Shaun's self-esteem and confidence. Yet, in the face of Ramsay's cruelty and disdain, Shaun remained remarkably silent and composed. He simply executed Ramsay's commands, continuing to shave him without protest. This scene left Luss feeling both surprised and perplexed. He had perhaps never witnessed such a display of stoic endurance from Shaun. However, it also made him acutely aware that in this world rife with power struggles and brutal killings, only the strong could survive. Meanwhile, far removed from the undercurrents of power struggles, Varys was secretly conveying an urgent and perilous message to Tyrion. It became apparent that Tyrion's clandestine affair with the prostitute Shae had been discovered by his sister Cersei. Cersei had even threatened to inform their father, Lord Tywin, and intended to have Shae executed by hanging as a warning to others. This news struck Tyrion like a bolt from the blue, and he realized he must act swiftly to protect Shae from harm. Thus, persuaded by Varys, Tyrion resolved to discreetly send Shae away to spare her from Cersei's clutches. He understood that this was a daunting and dangerous task, yet he also recognized his responsibility and duty to safeguard the one he loved. The impending marriage between Joffrey and Margaery spread through the royal court like a spring breeze, filling every corner with joy and anticipation. A grand banquet was held within the resplendent palace, ablaze with light and filled with melodious music as guests donned exquisite garments, their laughter resonating in the air. All gathered to witness the couple's moment of happiness. The tables overflowed with delicacies, each dish a testament to the chef's dedication and creativity, tantalizing the senses. Guests raised their glasses, offering the most heartfelt blessings to Joffrey and Margaery, who gracefully reciprocated each gesture of kindness. In a corner of the banquet, Queen Cersei, clad in a magnificent gown, resembled a proud monarch. Her gaze swept through the crowd, ultimately settling on Shae, who was busily serving dishes. Under the flickering lights, Shae appeared particularly fragile and helpless, yet she exuded a subtle resilience and courage. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Cersei's eyes, and she quietly relayed this detail to her father, Lord Tywin Lannister. Upon hearing this, Tywin furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. Moments later, he rose and accepted a razor-sharp sword from a servant, bestowing it upon Joffrey. This sword not only symbolized power, but also embodied the legacy of responsibility and duty, moving all present. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the palace, Tyrion Lannister and Shae engaged in a private meeting. The atmosphere between them was exceptionally heavy, as if the very air had solidified. Tyrion regarded Shae with a mix of emotions, both reluctance and determination reflected in his eyes. He understood that their relationship could no longer continue, and thus resolved to sever ties for her sake, arranging a new path for her future. He summoned Boron to act as a guardian, escorting Shire to the distant lands of Pantos, hoping she would discover a new life there. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the palace, the Red Priestess Melisandre was conducting a shocking ritual. Using flames as her medium, she incinerated the brother of Queen Cerys in a blaze of light and heat. This spectacle left all present in a state of shock and dread, yet the queen remained unmoved, even displaying a hint of satisfaction. She believed her brother had been welcomed by the Lord of Light, ascending to a higher plane of existence as an envoy of the divine. This unwavering faith and devotion rendered the queen all the more enigmatic. Simultaneously, Bran's destiny was subtly shifting. By the hand of fate, he miraculously entered the body of summer, becoming a true wolf. Roaming freely in the wilderness, the wild joy of hunting bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of liberation. However, this fleeting euphoria was soon interrupted by the urgent call of Adona, pulling him back into reality from the world of wolves. Jojen, with his characteristic composure and wisdom, cautioned Bran against lingering too long in the wolf's body lest he lose himself. Bran understood this truth and appreciated Jojen's reminder and care. By a stroke of chance, Bran stumbled upon an ancient and mysterious heart tree. This tree had witnessed countless ages and the vicissitudes of history, yet it stood resilient and unyielding. As he gently touched its rugged, time-worn trunk, a strange power surged into his soul, granting him instant clarity about his future path. A clear and resolute destination emerged in his heart, filling him with confidence and courage. Eagerly, he shared this monumental discovery with his companions, their eyes shimmering with anticipation and hope as they embarked on a new journey together. On the day of Joffrey and Margaery's wedding, the celebratory bells rang melodiously in the morning light, and the crimson carpet stretched from the castle gates to the grand banquet hall, resembling a blood-red river flowing towards happiness. Guests adorned in splendid attire filled the air with laughter and cheer, as if the entire kingdom was immersed in this joy. Joffrey, the young king, meticulously orchestrated this grand feast, inviting the finest musicians of the realm and personally selecting the repertoire, attempting to infuse the celebration with an indescribable brilliance through the magic of music. However, despite the enchanting melodies and captivating harmonies, something seemed amiss. Failing to meet Joffrey's exacting standards of perfection, his brow furrowed, dissatisfaction evident in his demeanor. Finally, at the conclusion of a piece, he could no longer suppress his inner turmoil. He seized a handful of gold coins and scattered them over the musicians like a sudden downpour. This unexpected shower of coins not only belied the musicians' artistry, but also showcased Joffrey's arrogance and caprice, bringing an abrupt and direct end to what he deemed an imperfect performance. Meanwhile, Margaery, the gentle and wise bride, made a poignant decision at the height of the festivities. She rose to her feet, her voice gentle yet resolute, declaring her intent to generously bestow all the exquisite delicacies from the wedding feast upon the most impoverished citizens of the realm. At her proclamation, the guests in attendance cast approving glances, deeply moved by Margaery's compassion and generosity, filled with reverence for their new queen. Meanwhile, in another corner of the banquet hall, Queen Cersei engaged in a warm conversation with Brienne. Gratefully clasping Brienne's hand, Cersei expressed her gratitude for rescuing her brother Jaime during a time of peril. Brienne responded humbly, yet her eyes revealed a profound concern and admiration for Jaime. Observing this, Cersei smiled subtly, as if she had already discerned Brienne's scarcely perceptible affection for Jaime, feeling a quiet sense of solace for the bond between the hero and the Lady Knight. The feast continued, with Joffrey seeking to enliven the atmosphere, ingeniously inviting 5 dwarf performers to the stage. Adorned in vibrant attire, they presented a uniquely comedic play depicting a contest among 5 kings. Their exaggerated expressions and ludicrous antics elicited peals of laughter from the audience, reaching a crescendo of merriment. However, amidst this joyous ambience, Joffrey abruptly turned his derision towards Tyrion. He mockingly suggested that his diminutive brother should join the performance as a form of humiliation. In the face of Joffrey's provocation, Tyrion remained unperturbed. With keen wit, he retorted, "Perhaps, Your Grace, you would be more suited to take the stage yourself." This remark left the guests momentarily speechless. In a fit of rage, Joffrey splashed his wine upon Tyrion as punishment, demanding he refill his cup. As chaos ensued, a colossal pie captured everyone's attention. Yet, this was no mere dessert spectacle. Joffrey forcibly retained Tyrion and Sansa, ordering Tyrion to pour wine for him once more. Though begrudgingly compliant, Tyrion executed the command. However, upon tasting the wine, Joffrey's countenance abruptly shifted, blood pouring from his orifices as he collapsed, lifeless. The banquet was instantly engulfed in pandemonium and terror. Witnessing this tragic scene, Cersei's heart swelled with rage and despair. She was convinced that Tyrion had secretly poisoned the wine in an attempt to murder Joffrey. In that moment, hatred and suspicion loomed like dark clouds over the hall. Guests exchanged terrified and bewildered glances, while Tyrion became the target of their ire. A tempest appeared to be brewing, poised to plunge the kingdom into unfathomable darkness and chaos. Chapter 33. The Shackled One. Joffrey's sudden demise struck like a thunderclap, utterly shattering Cersei's seemingly indomitable psychological defenses. Her screams reverberated through the vast hall, filled with boundless fury and despair, as she vehemently accused Tyrion of orchestrating this tragedy. Her eyes blazing with hatred, as if they would devour him whole. Impatiently, she commanded her guards to act immediately, demanding they search for Sansa, who had just been present, in hopes of uncovering any evidence that could implicate Tyrion in this crime. Yet, her wrath and impulsiveness seemed to cloud her perception of the truth. Yet Tywin, the astute and calculating politician, responded swiftly with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. He ordered the capital to be sealed off, ensuring that every potential suspect was trapped within the confines of this sudden upheaval. His command enveloped the entire city like an invisible net, instilling a sense of oppression and unease. However, fate often proves to be replete with drama. Beneath Tywin's meticulous watch, Davos had quietly led Sansa away through a little-known hidden path, escaping from this treacherous realm rife with danger and intrigue. They embarked on a humble skiff, battling the surging waves, until they finally reached a grand ship. Davos carefully assisted Sansa as she climbed aboard, and upon finding her footing, she was greeted by the familiar, yet intricate visage of Lord Baelish. In that moment, Sansa was overcome with confusion and apprehension, uncertain of the intentions of this nobleman with whom she once shared a connection. Just as Davos eagerly sought the reward he deemed his due from Baelish, a cold arrow suddenly sliced through the air, extinguishing his life. This shocking scene filled Sansa with terror, as she realized she had become entangled in an even more elaborate conspiracy. Baelish's words echoed in her mind, warning her of the treachery and betrayal that permeated King's Landing, and he offered to be the beacon guiding her home. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of the Red Keep, the atmosphere was heavy and solemn. Tywin, Tommen, and Cersei sat in the shadow of Joffrey's cold corpse, their faces etched with sorrow and resolve. Tywin conveyed a harsh truth to Tommen. With Joffrey's passing, the weight of the crown would now rest upon his young shoulders. Though still innocent, Tommen's voice rang with unexpected firmness as he vowed to become a king imbued with wisdom and courage. Afterward, Tywin and Tommen departed, leaving Cersei to confront the burdensome solitude and anguish alone. Yet, in this moment of despair, Jaime's arrival pierced the darkness like a glimmer of light. He sought to warm Cersei's frigid heart in his own way. Cersei swore vengeance for Joffrey's death, vowing to slay Tyrion, but Jaime, with a calm demeanor, urged her to maintain her composure and await the outcome of the trial. Amidst the emotional turmoil, the boundaries between them blurred, ultimately finding solace in one another within the sacred confines of the hall, a complex entanglement that expressed both their shared emotions and a desperate escape from reality. Arya's heart burned as if consumed by flames, anxiously questioning Sandor as each step felt like treading upon an unknown path of thorns. Yearning for a definitive answer, a beacon to guide them from this vast journey. Yet Sandor's helpless shake of his head was as chilling as icy waters, extinguishing the flicker of hope within her. He possessed nothing to guide them, only the bewilderment and unease reflected in their eyes. Just as despair began to envelop them, a twist of fate quietly emerged. A father and daughter entered their world, like a beam of sunlight on a winter's day, warm and gentle. At this moment, Elia's wit sparkled brilliantly as she deftly wove a delicate yet authentic lie, artfully integrating Sandor into a fictional family narrative of a father and daughter, bound together by misfortune and reliance on one another. The dining table, adorned with flickering candlelight, reflected a warm and harmonious tableau of the four individuals. With utmost sincerity, Arya and Sandor infused every subtle gesture and glance with gratitude and humility, as if they truly were that ill-fated father and daughter, graciously accepting the gifts of fate. Their kindness and fervor warmed their frigid hearts like a hearth's fire on a winter's day, rendering this sudden act of compassion all the more precious. However, as night descended and the stars adorned the sky, a shadow of gloom silently crept into Sandor's heart. Discreetly, he probed into the financial circumstances of the father and daughter, his concealed greed stirring at the realization that they still possessed some wealth. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes, as if he were already calculating how to claim their riches for himself. Ultimately, swayed by the father and daughter's heartfelt insistence, Arya and Sandor decided to stay the night. Yet, this choice heralded a portentous beginning, foreshadowing the events that were to unfold. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the earth, an unexpected sound of weeping erupted like thunder, shattering the tranquility and harmony. Arya awoke, incredulity washing over her as she beheld the scene before her. Sandor had brutally assaulted the loving father, forcibly seizing their possessions. Rage and disappointment surged within her. She was incensed by Sandor's heartlessness and disheartened by his ability to so easily betray those who had offered them kindness and support. She endeavored to awaken Sandor's conscience through words, but was met only with a cold response and merciless mockery. In that moment, she seemed to glimpse the darkest facets of humanity, an unmasked selfishness and greed laid bare by adversity. Yet, despite the turmoil and struggle within her, Arya chose to uphold her convictions and principles. She understood that, no matter how arduous and uncertain the path ahead, she could not allow herself to become like Sandor. She resolved to demonstrate through her actions that in this world, goodness and justice are eternally more precious and potent than selfishness and greed. Meanwhile, Oberyn found himself amidst a bustling brothel, alive with laughter and merriment, akin to a vibrant ukiyo-e painting. He relished this rare moment of relaxation, casting aside the tumult of the outside world. However, fate seemed to delight in striking when least expected, as the formidable figure of Lord Tywin abruptly intruded upon the revelry. Lord Tywin's gaze was as profound as the night sky, and his tone conveyed an undeniable steadiness as he posed a question to Oberyn that could alter the course of his destiny. Would he be willing to assume the crucial role of judge in the impending trial of Tyrion? This inquiry, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, instantly stirred ripples that disrupted Oberyn's previously serene existence. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, in a dark and dank dungeon, Podrick hurriedly made his way towards Tyrion's cell, a humble meal cradled in his hands. His presence brought a barely perceptible warmth to the biting cold air. The moment Tyrion's gaze fell upon Podrick, it seemed to ignite with a flicker of hope. He was eager to glean any news regarding Shae. However, Podrick could only shake his head in despair, indicating that he too had lost track of her. This disappointment settled heavily upon Tyrion's heart, akin to a chilling gust of winter wind, pressing down on him like a massive stone, rendering him breathless. Podrick did not allow Tyrion's disappointment to silence him. Instead, he revealed an even more shocking piece of news. The names of Tywin, Mace, and Oberyn appeared on the list of judges set to preside over his trial. This revelation struck Tyrion like a bolt from the blue, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. He understood that he faced unprecedented challenges and adversities, yet he remained steadfast in his belief in his own innocence. He confessed that while he harbored no affection for Joffrey, even feeling a sense of loathing, he possessed neither the motive nor the courage to take his life. He was fervently hopeful that Sansa would step forward to testify on his behalf, but Podrick delivered a harsher truth. Sansa had fled King's Landing, her whereabouts unknown. Tyrion's mind began to race as he sought to unravel the threads of various clues to uncover the truth behind Joffrey's demise. He astutely sensed that a deeper conspiracy and struggle for power lurked behind this murder. Gradually, he redirected his suspicions towards Tywin or Cersei, two formidable figures wielding substantial influence. In his quest to clear his name, he resolved to send Podrick to seek out Jaime, the brother he had always revered. He hoped Jaime could provide compelling evidence to affirm his innocence. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware of the perilous and uncertain environment in which he found himself, fearing for Podrick's safety amidst his own troubles. Consequently, he urged Podrick to act swiftly and vacate the treacherous King's Landing. Far away in Meereen, Daenerys had just set foot on this ancient and enigmatic land. However, her arrival did not elicit a warm welcome or respect from the locals. Rather, The city's defenders sought to assert their authority and inviolability through force. In the face of such provocation, Daenerys exhibited neither fear nor retreat. Calmly, she commanded her army, dispatching her valiant warrior Dario to confront this sudden challenge. Agile and fearless, Dario swiftly severed the head of the city's champion, securing an initial victory and prestige for Daenerys. This triumph not only solidified Daenerys' position in Meereen, but also established her authority and respect in the eyes of the local populace. Subsequently, a more spectacular scene unfolded above the skies of Meereen. Catapults thundered as they hurled massive barrels into the air, which traced elegant arcs before crashing down. At the moment the barrels shattered, the collars hidden within scattered across the ground, heralding the joyous news of the slaves' complete liberation by Daenerys. This scene not only shook every corner of Meereen, but also heralded the dawn of a new era. In this new age, the enslaved shall no longer endure oppression and exploitation. They will possess the rights and dignity of freedom and equality. Daenerys shall become the beacon and protector of this new epoch, continuing her fight for liberty and justice until all of Westeros basks in the warmth of peace and light. Chapter 34. The Oathkeeper. The learning scene between Grey Worm and Missandei resembles a tranquil prelude, foreshadowing the monumental upheaval that is about to unfold. As Daenerys enters the room, bearing the light of liberation, announcing that Grey Worm may embark on a new journey, a magnificent epic of freedom and justice begins to unfold. Grey Worm, the former slave warrior, driven by an ardent desire for freedom, guides his brothers through the dark sewers, stealthily entering the city. Confronted by the shackled slaves within, his words pierce through their hearts like a sword, dispelling their fears and despair. One day of freedom surpasses a lifetime of chains. This proclamation not only serves as an inspiration to the enslaved, but also offers a profound interpretation of the value of freedom. Grey Worm understands deeply that only by breaking free from bondage can one truly attain the dignity and worth of life. On the other hand, Daenerys, with her fairness and compassion, conducts a stringent trial of the former slave masters who once oppressed others. She rescues Missandei from suffering and addresses past injustices with equity. The slave masters' hands are nailed to the posts, symbolizing not only punishment for their crimes, but also a manifestation of justice. Daenerys' actions convey that, regardless of one's status, every individual must be accountable for their actions, and justice will ultimately prevail. The friendship between Jaime and Bran appears especially precious. Amidst their swordplay, they discuss Tyrion's current predicament. Bran's assertion that the one who killed Joffrey is not Tyrion brings closure to Jaime's lingering doubts. With concern and trust for his friend, Jaime visits Tyrion in prison. Faced with Jaime's inquiries, Tyrion's response is filled with resignation yet steadfastness. He denies having killed Cersei's children, instead suggesting the more pertinent question is whether they killed their own offspring. This statement not only unveils Tyrion's inner turmoil and struggle, but also reveals his complex feelings towards family and kinship. Jaime desires to aid Tyrion in escaping his plight, but discovers his own impotence. He continues to question whether Sansa was the murderer, yet Tyrion vehemently denies this. This moment exposes the intricate nature of humanity and emotional entanglements within the power struggles. Tyrion's denial serves not only to protect Sansa, but also reflects his resignation to his own fate. In the Game of Thrones, each individual fights for survival and dignity, while the truth often lurks behind layers of obscurity. The dialogue between Jaime and Tyrion represents a profound exploration of humanity and emotion. In this world rife with power struggles and mercenary exchanges, we can still discern figures who strive for freedom and justice. Their actions remind us that, regardless of the environment, one must uphold their inner convictions and aspirations, and in the face of adversity and challenges, one must courageously stand up and voice for justice. Only through this can we truly attain the dignity and value of life. Each individual is both a pawn and a player. They are either actively or passively ensnared in this war devoid of gunpowder, making choices in pursuit of survival, power, and love. Today, we shall narrate the choices and fates faced by several pivotal characters in this game. Sansa, once the Maiden of the North, has now become a victim of power. She inquires of Peter Baelish where he intends to take her, only to receive the answer that they are heading to Lisa. What secrets and conspiracies lie hidden behind this response? When Sansa musters the courage to question Peter about whether he had a hand in Joffrey's death, his reply is cold and unyielding. A man like Joffrey is too unreliable. He deserved to die. This statement not only reveals Peter's ruthless disposition, but also unveils the brutal realities of power struggles. Meanwhile, the old Rose imparts her wisdom and experience to Marjorie. She confides that she was formidable in her youth, yet now Marjorie surpasses her. This acknowledgement not only affirms Margaery's capabilities, but also expresses hope for her future endeavors. The Old Rose recognizes Margaery's talents and ambitions, leading her to decide to manipulate Tommen's heart, thus paving the way for Margaery. Such desires for control and influence are commonplace in the game of power, yet who can argue that this is not a form of survival wisdom? Jaime and Cersei, once lovers, now find themselves as strangers. Jaime seeks to explain his relationship with Catelyn and his visit to Tyrion. But Cersei suspects infidelity and accuses him of consistently sympathizing with Tyrion. This dialogue is laden with misunderstandings and suspicions, culminating in an unpleasant parting. This scene not only reveals the crisis of trust between Jaime and Cersei, but also illustrates the devastation that power struggles inflict on interpersonal relationships. In the dead of night, Cersei visits Tommen's chamber, asserting the impending marriage necessitates mutual understanding. Initially resistant to the union, Tommen gradually succumbs to Margaery's gentle persuasion. This budding relationship appears to be the blossoming of love, yet it is, in truth, Margaery's pursuit of power. She aims to fortify her status and influence through the manipulation of Tommen. Jaime gifts Brienne a sword forged of Valyrian steel, along with armor and guards, entrusting her with the task of safeguarding Sansa and escorting her to safety. This sword serves not only as recognition of Brienne's capabilities, but also as a reward for her loyalty. At their parting, Jaime asks her what name she has chosen for the sword, to which she replies, Oathkeeper. This name symbolizes Brienne's unwavering commitment to her vows and represents her guardianship over Sansa. Yet, farewells are always tinged with sorrow. Brienne reluctantly departs from Jaime, evoking a sense of warmth and sacrifice amidst the power struggle. They may choose truth or betrayal, control or influence, trust or rift, love or power. However, regardless of the choices they make, they remain ensnared by the constraints and influences of power. In this game, we witness the complexity and multifaceted nature of humanity, as well as the capriciousness and cruelty of fate. It is precisely these choices and decisions that shape our vibrant lives. As we continuously seek our place and direction amidst the interplay of power and humanity. On the vast lands of Westeros, loyalty and betrayal are inseparable, akin to twin shadows. When General Thorne dispatches Jon Snow on a clandestine mission to ambush Castle Black, a trial concerning courage, loyalty, and treachery quietly unfolds. Jon, the son of the North, is filled with unwavering loyalty to his family and a steadfast commitment to his mission. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely leads a band of volunteers on this perilous journey. Warriors like Locke follow closely behind, their eyes glimmering with a thirst for victory and trust in their comrades. In this moment, loyalty becomes their most formidable armor. However, Castle Black proves to be far more complex than they had anticipated. Within its walls lurks the shadow of betrayal. Those who forsake their faith for personal gain have offered an innocent child, the son of Castle Black, to the terrifying entities that reside beyond. The cries of the infant resonate through the stillness of the night, a lamentation against the darker facets of humanity. In this dire hour, Bran Stark displays an extraordinary blend of courage and wisdom beyond his years. Utilizing the abilities bestowed upon him by the three-eyed raven, he embarks on a quest through the body of summer to locate the abducted child. Yet, fate seems to delight in cruel irony, as Bran not only fails to find the infant, but also falls into the trap laid by the betrayers. Confronted with the peril that looms over Summer and himself, Bran chooses not to flee but to bravely reveal his true identity to the traitors. At that moment, a more shocking event transpires. When the ice cabinet, perhaps a reference to a creature or phenomenon within, comes into contact with the infant, the child's eyes astonishingly turn blue. This scene unveils deeper secrets and powers hidden behind the cabinet, prompting a re-evaluation of the trial of loyalty and betrayal. Throughout this ordeal, loyalty and betrayal, courage and fear, love and sacrifice intertwine, leading each character to undergo a profound transformation of the spirit. Jon's loyalty, Bran's courage, the selfishness of the betrayers, and the cabinet's enigmatic power collectively weave a complex and profound tapestry of human nature. It conveys that there exists no absolute loyalty or betrayal, only ever-shifting interests and positions. And in the battlefield of humanity, we must steadfastly uphold our inner beliefs and principles. Chapter 35, Tom and I in the very heart of Westeros. In the city of King's Landing, a grand coronation ceremony is slowly unfolding. Rays of sunlight pierce through heavy clouds, casting a mottled glow upon the ancient stone walls of the Red Keep, as if even the heavens are filled with reverence and anticipation for this moment. Inside the great hall, the atmosphere is solemn and sacred. Golden torches blaze with fervent flames, illuminating the complex expressions on every attendee's face. The nobles, adorned in splendid garments and glimmering jewels, conceal beneath this brilliance the scars of power struggles and divergent hopes for the future. The archbishop stood upon the elevated dais, clutching an ancient prayer scroll, his voice resonant and powerful, echoing through every corner of the hall. May the deity of light bestow upon us wisdom and strength, guiding our nation towards prosperity. As the final syllable reverberated, Tommen Baratheon stepped forward with measured grace, the weight of responsibility etched upon his youthful visage. His gaze, resolute yet tinged with a hint of trepidation, met the moment when the crown settled firmly upon his brow, inciting a thunderous applause that heralded the dawn of a new era. Amidst the throng, Margaery Tyrell stood silently, her eyes diligently tracking Tommen's every movement. As the widow of the late King Joffrey, she had deliberately donned a modest mourning attire today, a gesture of respect for the past and a silent testament to the possibilities of the future. When Tommen turned to glance back, their eyes met in the air. And in that instant, it seemed as if the entire world had fallen silent. The brief yet profound smile exchanged between them conveyed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. This was not merely the ascension of a new king, but perhaps the inception of a new emotional bond. This scene did not escape the keen observation of Cersei Lannister. As the reigning queen and Tommen's regent mother, she astutely noted this detail, her heart stirred by a tangle of emotions. With an almost imperceptible elegance, she approached Tommen, deftly positioning herself between him and Margaery, a silent assertion of her status and authority. She then turned to Margaery, her words laced with a barely discernible edge. "Lady Margaery, I see you are still in mourning, truly a testament to your enduring remembrance of our late king." Margaery offered a slight smile in response, stating, "While Joffrey may not have been the ideal ruler, he was, after all, my nominal husband. As a daughter of House Tyrell, I understand the values of respect and loyalty." Her reply encapsulated the poise of a noblewoman while wisely articulating her stance. Cersei's eyes flickered momentarily. Then she shifted her tone. "And what are your plans for the future? Have you considered becoming the next queen?" The question was direct yet laden with implication, probing Margaery's true sentiments. Margaery gently shook her head, a hint of jest and confidence threading her tone. "If given the opportunity to alleviate your majesty's burdens, it would indeed be my honor. However, all must align with the whims of fate." Her response neither firmly rejected nor explicitly accepted the proposition, leaving ample room for interpretation. This exchange, though seemingly ordinary, was a masterful maneuver between two women on the chessboard of power. The wit and independence of Margaery clashed with Cersei's dominance and vigilance, igniting a delicate spark in that moment. For Tommen, his coronation day marked not just a transformation of status, but a pivotal turning point in his life. On that sunlit morning, the melodies of cheerful birds reverberated through the halls of the Red Keep. Daenerys sat upon her lofty throne, yet a sense of unease lingered within her heart. Ever since her arrival on this unfamiliar continent, everything seemed shrouded in uncertainty. "Your Majesty," Jorah approached respectfully, bowing slightly. "News from Westeros. King Joffrey has perished at his own wedding." Upon hearing this, a faint smile unfurled across Daenerys' brow, her eyes glimmering with an unmistakable satisfaction. That tyrannical king had finally met his deserved fate, she mused softly, her voice akin to a gentle spring breeze, imbued with a sense of relief and contentment. However, this fleeting ease was soon overshadowed by the weight of reality. Daenerys was aware that she possessed 93 ships capable of transporting 9,300 soldiers and civilians. Yet, whether this was sufficient to seize King's Landing remained an enigma. With this thought, she turned to Jorah. "Can my fleet aid in capturing King's Landing?" Jorah furrowed his brow, responding with a tone both resolute and cautious. "Your Majesty, while our forces are formidable, the defenses of King's Landing are impregnable. Furthermore, we must contend not only with the garrison, but also with the unpredictable elements of weather and sea. Success cannot be assured." After hearing this, Daenerys fell silent for a moment. Her gaze drifted through the window, peering out at the tempestuous ocean beyond. Suddenly, she recalled the events that transpired in Slaver's Bay. The slavers of Yunkai had returned, re-enslaving those who had only just tasted freedom, vowing vengeance upon Daenerys. Meanwhile, the situation in Astapor had deteriorated further. The Butcher King had overthrown the local council and crowned himself emperor, unopposed. These insurrections and turmoil must be quelled swiftly, Daenerys contemplated, understanding that only by stabilizing her rear could she muster the energy to pursue greater ambitions. Thus, she resolved to convene a meeting to gather insights and discuss strategies. Once her attendants had departed, Daenerys remained alone with Jorah. She trusted this loyal knight and relied upon his wisdom and experience. Yura, Daenerys rose, slowly walking to the window, her gaze resolute and profound. I have been pondering a question. If I cannot manage a single city, how can I hope to rule the Seven Kingdoms? Yura observed the young queen before him, sensing her inner turmoil and conflict. He stepped closer, offering gentle reassurance. Your Grace, you have accomplished much and altered the fates of many. Governance is never a task of a single day. It requires time and patience. Daenerys nodded, inhaling deeply. Her voice was low yet powerful. You are right. I must not rush. Perhaps I should remain in this land to solidify my existing achievements rather than hastily march towards Westeros. Upon hearing this, Yura felt a sense of relief. He recognized that the queen was making a prudent decision. He bowed slightly, proclaiming, Your Majesty is wise. As long as we proceed with caution, the future shall undoubtedly belong to you. Thus, Daenerys commenced her efforts to reorganize matters in Slaver's Bay. She mandated the fortification of city defenses, the severe punishment of corrupt officials, and the restoration of market order. Furthermore, she personally visited various locales, listening to the voices of the populace and addressing their hardships. Through Daenerys's endeavors, Slaver's Bay gradually regained its former prosperity. Simultaneously, she did not neglect to strengthen amicable relations with neighboring nations. Through diplomatic measures and trade exchanges, she successfully garnered invaluable allies and support for herself. In this land brimming with challenges and opportunities, Daenerys manifested her wisdom, courage, and sense of responsibility. As time flew by, after several years of relentless effort, Daenerys not only solidified the foundation of her rule, but also earned the affection and respect of her people. Although she temporarily set aside her plans to conquer Westeros, she was acutely aware that her dreams had never truly faded. One day, I shall set sail once more, Daenerys declared, standing atop the highest point of the palace, gazing out at the boundless sea. A resolute light sparkled in her eyes, as if she had already envisioned the glorious future ahead. Behind her, the loyal Yura silently guarded this illustrious queen. On this ancient and enigmatic continent of Westeros, each castle bore witness to a profound history and untold secrets. Now, we focus on the winding path beyond the Bloodgate, leading to the Eyrie, which is not merely a road but the inception of the intertwined fates of Petyr Baelish and Sansa Stark. Sunlight angled down on the rugged mountain trail, elongating the shadows of Petyr and Sansa. Petyr paused, gesturing towards the narrow passage that could accommodate only two walking side by side. This is the sole route to the Eyrie, the Bloodgate. His voice held an undeniable firmness, as if imparting to Sansa that once she stepped through this threshold, there would be no turning back. Sansa nodded slightly, a flicker of determination crossing her gaze. Despite her inner trepidation regarding the future, she understood that sometimes courage outweighs choice. Upon passing through the Bloodgate, the view opened up magnificently. The Eyrie loomed majestically atop the mountain, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Inside, Lady Lysa and Robin awaited their arrival. Lysa's gaze fell upon Sansa, her eyes seemingly concealing unfathomable wisdom as she softly uttered, I know who you are, Sansa Stark. With that single statement, she unveiled Sansa's identity, akin to unlocking a door to a long-sealed memory. Robin regarded Sansa with his characteristic innocent gaze, expressing deep sympathy for her tribulations, even leading her to the moon door to showcase the breathtaking vistas of the Vale, attempting to soothe her wounded spirit with the beauty of nature. The true tempest brewed beneath the surface between Lysa and Petyr. As Sansa and Robin departed, Lysa suddenly enveloped Petyr in a fervent embrace, her passionate kiss nearly dissolving his rationality. I must marry you at once. Lysa's words were imbued with an irresistible determination. Though taken aback, Petyr merely smiled faintly and urged her to wait a little longer. However, Lysa's urgency was palpable. I cannot wait any longer. Behind this declaration lay years of suppressed emotions finally finding their release. Reflecting on the past, it was Petyr's cunning manipulation of Lysa's hand that led to the demise of Jon Arryn, and the unspoken intimate moments shared between them had rendered their feelings increasingly intricate and enigmatic. Ultimately, Petyr acquiesced to her desires, deciding to hold the wedding that very night. Meanwhile, in the distant King's Landing, another game of power was quietly unfolding. Within the Red Keep, a dialogue between Tywin and Cersei hinted at the future trajectory of House Lannister. Cersei planned to swiftly arrange a marriage for Tommen upon the conclusion of his mourning period, while also mentioning her impending union with the Knight of Flowers, aiming to solidify their political power. Tywin underscored the significance of such alliances, reminding his daughter that in the face of an increasingly complex situation, King's Landing urgently needed to bolster its strength through strategic partnerships to secure its position. Chapter 36. The Laws of the Ancestors in the Realm of Westeros. King's Landing stands as the epicenter of power. Stannis and Davos were on their way to this city. While within the palace, a subtle contest concerning family, power, and wealth was unfolding. As the representative of the treasury, Tycho welcomed the two distant guests with a grave demeanor, his tone exuding an undeniable authority. Tycho meticulously detailed the palace's financial state, inquiring about Stannis' brother's lineage. However, Stannis' response took everyone by surprise. He vehemently denied any blood relation to the so-called brother, bluntly stating that he was merely the product of incest. This statement caused Tycho to furrow his brow slightly. He was acutely aware of the intricate disputes within House Baratheon, yet to broach such a topic in this setting was clearly imprudent. Tycho subsequently declined their request for a loan, citing the current instability of the situation and the necessity to prioritize the nation's security and stability. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Davos' eyes. He understood the importance of this journey. Securing funds was undoubtedly a lifeline for them. However, faced with Tycho's indifferent attitude, he could only silently endure this heavy blow. Stannis, seeming to be prepared for this eventuality, turned to leave, unwilling to linger any longer. Yet Davos did not relent. He followed Stannis outside, standing in the expansive courtyard, and argued his case. His voice was resolute and compelling, striving to persuade Tycho to reconsider. "My lord," he implored, "we have not come here without cause to seek a loan. We possess a clear purpose and intention. This money is of paramount importance to us. I beseech you to reconsider." Tycho stood within the doorway, his gaze penetrating the crack to observe Davos. He sensed the latter's fervor and sincerity, yet simultaneously recognized the weight of his own responsibilities. He understood that money could not be lent casually, especially under such circumstances. Ultimately, Tycho shook his head apologetically, saying, "Mr. Davos, I empathize with your predicament. However, the reality is as such, and I am powerless to assist." Davos sighed, realizing he could no longer persuade Tycho, and reluctantly turned to depart. His heart felt as heavy as lead, and his steps appeared somewhat unsteady. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the palace, laughter echoed from the bathroom. A robust black man frolicked with a group of white women, the scene absurd in its nature. As Davos passed by, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and quicken his pace. Concurrently, Yara received a letter aboard the ship. Bold letters emblazoned the page, "All Ironborn retreat." Yara's brow furrowed. She comprehended the letter's implications as a provocation and expulsion aimed at her and her kin. She was acutely aware that deeper political machinations and hostility lurked beneath this missive. Yet, Yara remained undaunted. Her gaze was resolute and profound, as if she could see through the hypocrisy and ugliness behind it all. She gently set down the letter and instructed her trusted confidant, "Dispatch the orders. Prepare to set sail. We shall return to our territory and confront those who dare to challenge us." Thus, Stannis and Davos departed King's Landing, each burdened with their own thoughts. Their fates seemed momentarily intertwined, yet diverged for myriad reasons. On a tempestuous night, Yara led her followers through the endless darkness and fog. Arriving at the foreboding prison where her once-beloved Theon was confined, she vowed to liberate him from this desolate place. Upon finally finding Theon, she was dismayed to discover he was no longer the valiant warrior she remembered, but rather a dazed and hollow-eyed prisoner. Fear and doubt clouded Theon's gaze, and he could hardly believe Yara had come to rescue him, as if the trust they once shared had been devoured by darkness. Just then, the sounds of pursuers began to emerge, akin to the footsteps of death, drawing ever closer. Theon's cage was locked once more, and as Yara perceived the futility of rescue, an indescribable sorrow surged within her. Tearfully, she said to Theon, "Brother, you are already dead." With that, she turned and departed by boat, leaving Theon to confront the fate that awaited him. He was taken to a chamber where he was compelled to bathe, cleansing the grime and despair from his body. Subsequently, he was instructed to aid in the recapture of a fortress, masquerading as Theon himself. At this juncture, Theon's mental state had become exceedingly unstable. He moved like a puppet, obedient to every command. Meanwhile, Daenerys ascended the throne as the new sovereign. At her coronation, shepherds came to pay their respects and offer blessings, bringing with them a collection of desiccated bones, claiming them to be the work of Daenerys' dragon. As Daenerys gazed upon the remnants, a complex wave of emotions surged within her. Acknowledging the weight of her responsibilities, she vowed to compensate the shepherds threefold for their losses. Shortly thereafter, Zatara approached Daenerys, beseeching her permission to return his father's body for burial. Moved by the sorrow reflected in Zatara's eyes, Daenerys consented to his request. Daenerys's reign was fraught with challenges. Each day presented a multitude of trials. As a queen, she understood that wisdom and courage were paramount in facing adversity. Throughout this journey, she learned to empathize with the sufferings and helplessness of others. In this world, rife with conspiracy and betrayal, Yara, Theon, and Daenerys each sought to uncover the essence of survival in their own unique ways. Their fates intertwined, weaving a grand tapestry of history. Though Yara had parted from Theon, her heart remained tethered to him. Determined to discover a means to rescue him, she resolved to persevere through any hardships that lay ahead. Meanwhile, after enduring numerous tribulations, Theon gradually reclaimed his faith and courage, deciding to fight for his own destiny rather than remain a puppet to others. As Daenerys continued to learn and grow, she evolved into a more astute and decisive queen, tasked not only with governing her realm, but also with confronting challenges and pressures from all sides. In the chamber of Duke Oberyn, the atmosphere was nearly palpable with tension. Varys stood at the center, his penetrating gaze sweeping across each noble and commander present, as if to pierce their very souls. His voice, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today to deliberate on how to weather the impending storm. Once a mere innocent, Varys was tight-lipped about his past, never divulging a single detail. He claimed to be devoid of desires, as if he had transcended the mundane. Yet, his wisdom and insight commanded respect and even reverence. In a cold prison cell, Jaime Lannister found Tyrion, who awaited trial for the alleged murder of his nephew, Joffrey. Seeing his brother's haggard visage caused Jaime immense anguish. "Tyrion, you must hold on," he urged, clasping his brother's hand tightly in a bid to impart strength. Tyrion managed a bitter smile, replying, "Brother, I fear this time I may not escape death." In the courtroom, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. King Tommen presided over the proceedings, his icy gaze fixed upon Tyrion. Witness after witness took the stand, each testimony pointing unerringly to Tyrion's guilt. However, Tyrion found himself bereft of the right to retort, standing silently as he bore the weight of all accusations. Tywin Lannister's resolve was unwavering. He sought to condemn Tyrion to death. Jaime was engulfed in turmoil and anguish, unable to accept the notion of his brother perishing in such a manner. He proposed a condition to their father. "Father, I shall journey to Casterly Rock, marry, bear children, and safeguard our family, provided you spare Tyrion." Tywin cast a cold glance at him, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features, yet he ultimately nodded in agreement. The trial took a dramatic turn when someone Tyrion cherished stood forth to testify against him, an unforeseen betrayal that ignited a furious blaze within him. In his wrath, he confessed to guilt, yet vehemently maintained that he was not responsible for Joffrey's demise. "I demand a trial by combat." Tyrion's voice rang with determination. A trial by combat was a life-and-death contest, yet for Tyrion, who had lost everything, it represented his final opportunity. He preferred to vindicate his innocence in this manner than endure further unjust accusations. Jaime watched his brother ascend to the arena, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that regardless of the outcome, this combat would irrevocably alter their fates. The day of the trial by combat arrived, enveloping the city in an indescribable atmosphere of tension. Crowds flocked to the arena, eager to witness this fateful confrontation. Tyrion stood upon the combat field, facing a formidable knight. The disparity in their strengths was stark, yet Tyrion's gaze remained resolute. As the battle commenced, swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Despite his diminutive stature, Tyrion displayed remarkable agility and cunning, narrowly evading several lethal blows from his opponent. Nevertheless, the physical disparity gradually began to take its toll. Jaime clenched his fists, anxiety gnawing at him as he fervently hoped for his brother's endurance. At that moment, Tyrion seized on a momentary lapse and successfully felled his adversary to the ground. The audience erupted in cheers, yet Tyrion recognized this as merely a fleeting triumph. Soon, he would confront even graver challenges. True to form, his opponent rose once more, launching a more ferocious assault. Tyrion felt his strength waning, his steps becoming increasingly unsteady. Ultimately, he collapsed upon the arena floor, blood staining his robes. Although he faced defeat, his courage and resilience garnered the respect of the spectators. Jaime rushed onto the field, lifting his brother with tears brimming in his eyes, softly uttering, "Tyrion, you are my hero." Tyrion nodded with a smile, aware that he had given his all. Despite the unsatisfactory outcome, he retained his pride and dignity. Chapter 37. The Robin spreads its wings deep within the confines of King's Landing. The voices of Tyrion Lannister and Jaime Lannister reverberated through the cold, dreary dungeon. "Jaime, brow furrowed, spoke with a tone imbued with confusion and reproach. Tyrion, is it truly worth such impulsiveness over a mere harlot? Tyrion's gaze flickered momentarily. He recognized the wisdom in his brother's words, yet the flames of inner fury raged within him, refusing to be quelled. I understand your sentiment, Jaime, Tyrion replied, his voice low and hoarse. Yet my father, knowing my innocence, has chosen to sacrifice me. How can I remain calm in the face of such betrayal? His fingers gripped the iron bars tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. Jaime stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand upon his brother's shoulder. Tyrion, we must endure. Regardless of the circumstances, he said gently, for the sake of the family and for your own future. Tyrion looked up, a flicker of gratitude crossing his eyes. He was aware of the sacrifices Jaime had made on his behalf, and warmth surged within him. Meanwhile, Cersei Lannister stood atop the castle's high tower, her cold gaze fixed upon the approaching figure of Ser Gregor Clegane. A mocking smile crept across her lips as she moved forward to extend her welcome. Ser Gregor, it is a pleasure to have you in King's Landing. May you find the honor and wealth you so richly deserve here. Gregor merely nodded, seemingly indifferent to her insincerity. Far from King's Landing, in a verdant expanse, Sandor Clegane rode alongside Arya Stark, galloping across the lush fields. They ultimately halted before a dilapidated dwelling, where an elderly man, battered yet tenacious, clung to life. Arya dismounted and approached, her curiosity piqued. Why not end your suffering? Would that not be less painful? The old man struggled to lift his head, his voice weak yet resolute. This is my inertia, child. Even amidst excruciating pain, I have grown accustomed to perseverance. After a moment of contemplation, Arya revealed her identity. I am Arya Stark. She carefully poured some fresh water from her flask, tenderly offering it to the elder. At that moment, Rorge suddenly appeared, attempting to harm Sandor. However, Arya reacted swiftly, driving her sword through his heart and swiftly ending the ambush. On another front, Jon Snow led his direwolf, Ghost, to a crucial meeting. During this assembly, Snow expressed grave concern regarding the threat posed by the giants. The other officials scoffed at him, deriding him as a coward. We face giants, not mere foes, Snow insisted, maintaining his stance. Should we disregard this threat, we shall pay a dire price. Despite the dismissive attitudes of his peers, Snow remained steadfast in his convictions. As night descended, King's Landing glimmered with lights. Tyrion, gazing out of his cell towards the sky, felt his anger and resentment gradually subsiding under Jaime's counsel. He understood that, no matter how arduous the future might be, they must learn to endure and persevere. In the wilderness, Arya and Sandor silently advanced beneath the starry sky. Though the path ahead remained uncertain, they were prepared to face any challenge that lay before them. On a gloomy morning, Boron traversed the damp streets, making his way to the somber prison. The dim light and humid air within could not conceal the complex expression etched upon Boron's face. Standing before the cell, he beheld Tyrion's haggard visage, his heart a tumult of emotions. Tyrion, I am soon to be wed, Boron spoke slowly, to Loras. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding illuminated Tyrion's eyes, and he nodded in acknowledgement. I comprehend, Boron. You seek Loras's inheritance. Boron did not deny it. Instead, he sighed. I do not wish to clash with the mountain, as that would endanger my life. A hint of resignation shone in his gaze. More than you, I cherish my own existence. I cannot forfeit my life for another. Tyrion offered a faint smile, seemingly grasping Boron's choice in that moment. I understand. Each of us must navigate our own path to survival in these chaotic times. Meanwhile, as night descended, Daario approached Daenerys' tent, clutching a bouquet of wildflowers. Yet, when he softly called her name, he was met with a frigid response. Go away, Daario. I am not in the mood. Daenerys' voice, cold and resolute, floated through the tent. Undeterred, Daario inhaled deeply and spoke again. Daenerys, I know you have been under immense pressure lately. These wildflowers are handpicked by me, and I hope they might bring you a moment of solace. This time, Daenerys did not refuse him. She parted the tent's curtain, her gaze falling upon the simple yet exquisite bouquet. A flicker of emotion crossed her eyes, and she finally allowed him entry. The two sat across from one another within the tent, and the atmosphere gradually softened. Seizing the opportunity, Daario once more expressed his feelings. Daenerys, I would do anything for you, as long as I can protect you by your side. Daenerys, gazing into Daario's sincere eyes, felt the icy barrier around her heart begin to thaw. That night, they shared a cherished evening, their hearts drawing ever closer. Simultaneously, Cerys approached Queen Melisandre with a heart full of trepidation. Upon pushing open the door, he was taken aback to find Melisandre bathing, enveloped in a veil of steam. resembling a spirit of the water. Cerys found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. However, Melisandre appeared unperturbed. Cerys, there is no need for formality. The Lord of Light has imparted wisdom to me. Shireen must journey alongside Stannis. This is our mission. Hearing these words, Cerys felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. He bowed respectfully, replying, "As you command, my queen. I shall arrange everything." Meanwhile, on Dragonstone, Yora approached Daenerys with a heart full of apprehension. They seated themselves in the hall, and Yora, straightforward as ever, broached the subject. "Daenerys, regarding the matter of the slave masters, we require a definitive strategy." Daenerys nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Ser Yora. We cannot tolerate such exploitation and oppression, yet we must also strive to avert further chaos." They engaged in a profound discussion for an extended period, devising a comprehensive plan that would pave the way for their forthcoming actions. Meanwhile, Arya unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, Sandor, at a street corner. Noticing the wound on his leg, she felt a surge of compassion. "Sandor, allow me to assist you with that." However, due to past traumas, he harbored a deep-seated fear of flames. Hesitantly, he gazed at the torch in Arya's hand, his complexion paling. Ultimately, under the gentle encouragement of Arya's soothing words and unwavering gaze, he lowered his defenses and accepted her aid. The flickering flames danced between them, illuminating two hearts gradually drawing closer. In a remote corner of Westeros, Arya Stark and Sandor Clegane fortuitously crossed paths, sitting beside a fire and sharing their stories. Arya listened intently as Sandor recounted his childhood adventures, tales of forests, beasts, and enigmatic creatures that evoked both astonishment and empathy within her. A hint of bitterness tinged his voice. "Back then, I believed the entire world lay at my feet. Yet, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Now, he bore grave injuries, wandering alone in the wilderness." "Do not worry," Arya whispered. "I will tend to your wounds." She retrieved herbs and bandages from her satchel, beginning to dress his injury. Her fingers were deft and gentle, each motion revealing her care for this newfound friend. Meanwhile, Lady Brienne of Tarth dined at a nearby tavern, her gaze occasionally sweeping over every corner of the establishment, seemingly in search of something. At last, she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired of the server whether Sansa Stark had ever visited this place. The server hesitated before shaking his head. "I cannot say." A flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. Just as Brienne was about to press further, a stableman approached, whispering a warning, "Be cautious. The Lannister family is offering a bounty for Sansa's whereabouts. In this world, people will do anything for a sack of gold." At that moment, the server suddenly rushed out, grasping Brienne's sleeve. "I know where Arya is. She has been taken by someone named Sandor." He produced a small parcel wrapped in paper from his pocket. "This is a little biscuit she left for you." Brienne accepted the treat, warmth flooding her heart. She understood that no matter how arduous the path ahead, she would find Arya and safeguard this brave young girl. In the Tower of the Valley, Oberyn Martell discovered Tyrion Lannister. "I wish to become your sworn knight," Oberyn declared earnestly. "In this world, you ought to have a true friend." Tyrion was profoundly moved by this sudden friendship, firmly grasping Oberyn's hand. "Thank you, my friend," he expressed. Meanwhile, Sansa Stark sought refuge in Petyr Baelish's castle. One night, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she posed a question that had long troubled her. "Why did you kill Joffrey?" Petyr's gaze deepened with emotion as he replied, "Because I once loved your mother, Catelyn." His voice resonated with the waves of heartfelt sentiment. He then leaned down and gently kissed Sansa's forehead. In that moment, Sansa felt an unprecedented complexity of emotions swirling within her. Shortly thereafter, she resolved to seek assistance from her Aunt Lysa. However, upon entering Lysa's chamber, she was met with her aunt's stern rebuke. "How could you kiss that man?" At that moment, Petyr appeared, his tone unusually gentle. "Do not worry. I shall arrange for Sansa's departure." Yet, he quickly revealed his true nature. "The only one I have ever loved is Catelyn." With that, he forcefully pushed Lysa into the abyss. The events unfolded so swiftly that Sansa could scarcely comprehend the scene before her. She realized that to survive, she must become stronger and wiser. Thus, she silently turned away from the tower, embarking on a new journey. Chapter 38. The Unsurpassed Battle Within the Tavern of Mole's Town. A group of revelers indulged in merriment, drinking, and singing. Gilly was busily attending to them when she suddenly heard strange sounds from outside. Tormund and Styr raised their swords, plunging the village into chaos as blood was shed. Samwell and Gren were deeply concerned for the village's safety, while Jon was also troubled. Jon feared the imminent arrival of Mance's army, knowing that with his current forces, he was utterly unprepared to resist. Meanwhile, Grey Worm was bathing in the water when he inadvertently caught sight of Missandei's descent, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. She confided in Daenerys about her suspicions regarding Grey Worm's interest in her. Grey Worm approached Missandei to apologize, and during their conversation, she mentioned the castration of the Unsullied during their childhood. Grey Worm dismissed her concerns, believing that without that experience, he would not have become the leader of the Unsullied. Back in the tavern, the villagers were immersed in a joyous atmosphere, abruptly shattered by the strange sounds outside. Tormund and Styr engaged in fierce combat, plunging Mole's town into a bloody turmoil. Samwell and Grenn watched the devastation unfold with heavy hearts, while Jon anxiously pondered how to confront the impending threat of Mance's army. In the midst of this chaos, Grey Worm, still bathing, unexpectedly glimpsed Missandei's fall, leaving her feeling quite awkward as she shared her interest in him with Daenerys. In a gesture of contrition, Grey Worm sought out Missandei to offer his apologies. During their conversation, Missandei alluded to the castration of the Unsullied during their childhood, a matter that Grey Worm dismissed with indifference. He believed that it was precisely this experience that afforded him the opportunity to ascend as the leader of the Unsullied. This narrative unfolds within a realm rife with conflict and contradiction. In this world, individuals must not only confront the horrors of war and bloodshed, but also learn to embrace their pasts and evolve. Each person possesses a unique story and set of experiences that shaped their present selves. Like Grey Worm, who did not succumb to despair due to his childhood tribulations, but rather transformed them into a source of strength, inspiring himself to strive relentlessly until he became the leader of the Unsullied. Suddenly, Theon reappeared before Kinning, revealing his identity and asserting that he had come to negotiate on behalf of Bolton, stating that surrender would allow them to return home. This announcement left Kinning and his followers in a state of shock and hesitation. Following a fervent discussion, swayed by the allure of power and survival, Kinning's men made a fateful decision. They murdered Kinning and opened the city gates to surrender. Meanwhile, Peter and Royce convened, harboring suspicions regarding the suspicious nature of Peter's wife's death, and Sansa was brought before them. In the face of their inquiries, Sansa bravely declared her identity as the eldest daughter of Eddard Stark. Subsequently, she recounted her experiences in King's Landing, revealing that it was Peter who had clandestinely rescued her from the city. Given his past acquaintance with Eddard, Royce demonstrated great care for Sansa, assuring her that she was now safe within the city. In a bid to assist Peter, Sansa fabricated a story, claiming that her aunt had seen Peter kiss her, inciting feelings of jealousy that drove her to leap from a cliff. This deception allowed Peter to navigate the situation unscathed. Following this, Royce and Peter engaged in further dialogue, with Peter expressing his desire for Royce to support Robb and Arryn in his quest to become the Lord of the Eyrie. However, this endeavor faced obstacles, as Royce harbored doubts regarding Robin's capabilities. In the midst of these developments, a young boy delivered a letter to Varys, prompting him to seek out Yora. Yora, in turn, approached Daenerys, who accused him of betrayal and subsequently exiled him. This moment pierced Yora's heart, leaving him desolate and powerless. Meanwhile, Lysa secured the Bay of Kenning, and Ramsay went to greet her. Lysa proclaimed that from that moment on, Ramsay's name would be Ramsay Bolton, to which Ramsay immediately knelt, vowing his unwavering loyalty to Lysa. This new identity and oath filled Ramsay with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, as he recognized the profound changes that lay ahead. As the plot unfolds, the relationships among the characters grow increasingly intricate. Theon's appearance and negotiations, Kinning's demise, Sansa's revelation of her identity, and Peter's schemes all serve to propel the narrative forward. Each character possesses their own purposes and motivations, and their actions profoundly influence one another. This tale is replete with intrigue, betrayal, and loyalty, captivating the audience and rendering them unable to look away. Arya has long harbored the desire to eliminate Joffrey, a notion that Sandor readily supports. On a certain day, the two ventured into a secluded valley, seeking respite from worldly turmoil. However, fate delights in playing tricks, as they unexpectedly encountered Donnell in the valley. Donnell, a man of few words, bore shocking news. Aunt Lysa had passed away. Upon hearing this, Arya's heart trembled violently, as if struck by a heavy blow. Although her relationship with Aunt Lysa was not particularly close, blood ties run deep. This revelation not only filled her with sorrow, but also ignited her resolve for revenge. She cast a determined glance at Sandor. Meanwhile, within the castle of the Vale, Robin and Peter engaged in hushed conversation. Robin was on the verge of becoming the Duke of the Vale, yet his heart was rife with unease and doubt. He understood the significance of this position and the weight of responsibility it entailed. Peter patiently encouraged him, urging him to believe in himself and confront the challenges ahead with courage. Elsewhere, Tyrion and Jaime discussed the impending trial by combat. This contest would determine Tyrion's fate, with Oberyn standing in as his champion. The outcome of this trial bore direct implications for Tyrion's future, rendering him particularly anxious. Despite Oberyn's unwavering confidence, Tyrion remained unable to fully relax. At last, the day of the trial by combat arrived. Tyrion was presented before the crowd, his heart racing like a drum. At that moment, he observed Oberyn and Ellaria entwined in affectionate intimacy, seemingly unconcerned with the forthcoming contest, which only heightened Tyrion's anxiety. He silently prayed for Oberyn's victory. However, things took an unfortunate turn. During the contest, Gregor Clegane feigned injury and turned to blind Oberyn in a moment of treachery. Oberyn fell to the ground in agony, blood staining the arena. This scene left the spectators in shock, and Tyrion felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Ultimately, due to the failure of the trial by combat, he was declared guilty. As Tyrion was led away, his emotions were a tumultuous mix. He felt both anger at his own impotence and sorrow for Oberyn. He understood that this was not the end. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges. Arya, witnessing all of this, was overwhelmed by conflicting emotions. She recognized that this was merely the beginning, and in the days to come, she would face even greater obstacles. Yet, she did not fear, for she believed that with steadfast conviction, she would ultimately uncover her own path to enlightenment. As night descended, Arya and Sandor sat quietly in the valley. The starry sky sparkled, seemingly narrating endless tales. Arya inhaled deeply, gazing at the distant horizon, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. She understood that no matter how perilous the path ahead might be, she would not falter. Meanwhile, Robin and Peter overlooked the land from the heights of the castle. Although Robin felt an undercurrent of unease, he gradually regained his confidence with Peter's support. He realized that only by confronting reality and courageously embracing each challenge could he truly become a worthy Duke of the Vale. Time passed day by day, and each individual diligently pursued their aspirations. Arya, Robin, Peter, and Tyrion. Chapter 39. The Watch on the Wall on the Northern Frontier. Under the inky night sky adorned with twinkling stars, Jon Snow and Samwell Tarly sat side by side, gazing into the endless darkness and the faint outline of the wall in the distance. Their conversation shifted from the mundane affairs of the Night's Watch to more personal matters. Love. Do you know, Jon, sometimes I wonder if our way of life is truly worth it? Sam's voice bore a weight of contemplation, his eyes reflecting a yearning for the unknown. Jon turned to him, his gaze profound. Worthiness depends on what your heart seeks. For me, safeguarding this land and protecting the innocent is the essence of my existence. Sam offered a wry smile. I understand that, but don't you feel lonely? Lacking the companionship of a loved one, unable even to have a child. Jon fell silent for a moment, recalling Ygritte, the wildling girl whose fiery spirit illuminated his frigid world. Their love was pure and intense, yet rendered distant by the chasm of identity and duty that separated them. Love, indeed it is beautiful, yet it brings pain. I cannot offer her promises, nor can I be by her side, Jon murmured. Meanwhile, not far away by another fire, Tormund and the other wildlings reveled in discussions of their own beloveds, laughter and cheers echoing around them. However, Ygritte's expression grew increasingly stern. It seemed only Jon's name resonated in her ears, a profound emotional entanglement. I only wish to kill the crow, she suddenly declared coldly, her tone laced with resolution. The gathering fell silent, Ygritte's gaze unwavering and fervent as she boldly proclaimed, Jon is mine, no one is to harm him. Her words rippled through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a wave of uncertainty among the onlookers, none daring to confront this public challenge. As the night deepened, most had succumbed to slumber, leaving only Sam immersed in his studies beneath the flickering oil lamp. Before him, the gentle smile of Gilly frequently appeared, serving as his sole solace within the confines of the Black Castle. Although their relationship had yet to blossom into anything substantial, the tender feelings they shared were sufficient to sustain Sam's resolve. Bachelor Aemon approached slowly and seated himself opposite Sam. His gaze revealed the marks of time and the glimmer of wisdom. Young man, what engrossing tome captures your attention so? Aemon inquired. Sam looked up and smiled. It is a tale of ancient heroes, my lord. Aemon nodded. The stories of heroes are always alluring. Yet let us not forget that each life is an epic in its own right, including yours and mine. He then began to recount tales from his youth, a time when he was the heir to the throne, endowed with power and surrounded by countless beauties. He spoke of several romances, each etched into his memory, but ultimately, he chose to don the black garb, dedicating his life to the pursuit of knowledge and healing. Love, it is the most exquisite part of life, yet also the most agonizing. It can elevate one to the heavens or plunge one into the abyss, Aemon remarked. Sam listened intently, a warm tide surging within him. Perhaps, as Aemon suggested, even amidst the night's watch, one could discover their own small happiness. The two sat there, conversing about the past and the future, until the first rays of dawn broke the horizon. In the frozen north, the wall stood majestically, the solitary barrier between humanity and the wildlings. Gilly and Pip stood outside this towering edifice, their gazes piercing through the banners fluttering in the cold wind, directed toward the Night's Watch camp. With a clatter of metal, the gates of the camp slowly creaked open, and Sam emerged with a resolute glint in his eyes. "I swear, from this day forth, you shall not leave my side," Sam declared, gripping Gilly's hand tightly, his voice imbued with determination. Yet, at that very moment, the alarm bells rang out. The news of an impending attack slicing through the tranquility of the night like a bolt of lightning. The members of the Night's Watch immediately sprang into action, aware that a battle loomed. Aleisir led the charge, guiding the Night's Watchmen to bravely confront the enemy. Though his heart was tethered to Gilly, Sam understood the weight of his responsibilities. He was one of the Night's Watch, a guardian of this land. He turned to Gilly and said, "This is my vow and my mission. I must defend the wall." With that, Sam resolutely stepped onto the battlefield. On the field of conflict, swords flashed like snow, and arrows rained down. The Night's Watch clashed fiercely with their foes. Ygritte gripped her longbow tightly, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. She understood that this battle was not merely a struggle for survival, but a matter of honor. She aimed at her target, the enemy leader known as the Crow. Jon stood atop the wall, his gaze piercing the chaos of battle, fixated on the giants riding mammoths. The formidable strength of these colossal beings was enough to shake the city gates, yet many remained skeptical, dismissing it as mere legend. However, when the giants indeed appeared beneath the gates, assaulting them with ropes and immense force, the gravity of the situation became apparent to all. The gates trembled under the assault, while the Night's Watchmen exerted every ounce of their strength to withstand the onslaught. They vowed to defend this final bastion, even if it meant fighting to the last man. Sam swung his sword on the battlefield, his mind consumed by a singular thought. No matter what transpired, he must not allow Gilly to come to harm. The brutality of war was laid bare in that moment. One by one, the Night's Watchmen fell, yet their resolve grew ever stronger. Elisha's voice echoed amidst the chaos. "For the wall, for our homeland." This rallying cry inspired everyone to continue the fight, even against foes far mightier than themselves. As night descended and stars twinkled overhead, the Night's Watchmen remained steadfast in their posts. They understood that as long as the wall stood, hope endured. Meanwhile, Gilly and Pip prayed silently outside the city, yearning for an end to the conflict and for the safe return of their loved ones. Sam's comrades fell before his eyes, and in a frenzy of rage, he charged forward. The gates were soon bombarded with flaming projectiles in a desperate attempt to thwart the enemy's advance. Yet, at that moment, a giant approached the gates, intent on breaching them with bare hands. The giant's strength was staggering as he tore the gates apart and surged into the city. 6 Night's Watchmen stood resolutely before the gates, reciting their vows, undaunted by the prospect of sacrifice. In the face of such a formidable adversary, they did not falter, engaging the giant in fierce combat. The battle was intensely brutal, with flashes of steel illuminating the chaos, as each individual fought with unwavering determination. Although they were outnumbered, their courage and tenacity were profoundly moving. Amidst the turmoil, Ygritte aimed her bow at Jon, her gaze resolute and cold, as if this arrow would mark the end of her existence. Yet fate had other plans. A sudden arrow struck her, wounding her gravely. She collapsed to the ground, blood staining her garments. In agony, Ygritte confided in Jon that they should never have emerged from the cave. Her eyes brimmed with regret and longing, as if that cave had been their sole sanctuary. Jon held her tightly, tears blurring his vision. Ygritte slowly closed her eyes in his embrace, departing this world forever. Although the Night's Watch successfully repelled the invading foes, Jon's heart was heavy with concern. He feared that Mance's assault was merely a test, foreshadowing even fiercer attacks to come. Determined to safeguard everyone's safety, he resolved to confront Mance personally, hoping to find a peaceful resolution. Upon learning of Jon's plan, Sam was engulfed by a wave of concern. He recognized that Jon's resolve was unyielding and that he could not alter the course of events. Yet he could not help but feel anxious for his friend's safety. Under Sam's watchful gaze, Jon resolutely stepped through the gates of the wall. As he traversed the path towards Mance's camp, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Memories of the cherished moments spent with Ygritte flooded his mind. Those days interwoven with laughter and tears appearing vividly before him. He understood that this negotiation was not merely about safeguarding the wall, but also about reconciling the guilt and regrets that weighed heavily on his heart. Upon arriving at Mance's encampment, Jon was awestruck by the scene before him. Mance's army was vast and well-equipped, evidently a formidable adversary not to be trifled with. However, Jon was undeterred. He strode confidently into Mance's tent. The two men sat facing each other, the air thick with tension. Jon met Mance's gaze directly and candidly articulated his concerns and hopes. "My lord Mance," he began, "I am acutely aware of the formidable strength of your forces, yet we Night's Watchmen bear our own mission and responsibilities. I earnestly hope we can discover a means of coexistence, thereby averting unnecessary bloodshed and sacrifice." Mance coldly replied, "Jon Snow, your courage and determination are commendable. However, you must also recognize that our objectives are aligned. We both strive to protect our people and territories. Perhaps we can reach a consensus that minimizes conflict and opposition." After a vigorous exchange of ideas and negotiations, the two ultimately forged a preliminary agreement. While numerous details remained to be refined, this accord at least offered both parties a glimpse of the possibility for peaceful coexistence. Upon returning to the wall, Jon shared this favorable news with his companions. Reactions varied, but all expressed admiration for Jon's bravery and wisdom. Particularly, Sam felt his worries dissipate, firmly believing that Jon would guide them through the impending trials. However, the days of peace proved fleeting. As time progressed, new challenges and dilemmas arose in succession. There were instances of minor skirmishes, as well as plots hatched by spies and traitors. Yet, regardless of the obstacles encountered, Jon and his allies confronted them with unwavering resolve. Throughout this ordeal, they gradually discerned that the true enemies were not solely the external threats, but also the internal corruption and betrayal that festered within. To uphold justice and equity, they found themselves compelled to make difficult decisions. Chapter 40. The Sons of the Fallen. Jon walked alone into the night, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. On one hand, an unwavering loyalty and commitment to Corran, and on the other, a deep affection for Ygritte. Yet, all of that had faded into the ether. Ygritte was no longer among the living, and Jon could only transmute his sorrow into a driving force for his journey ahead. As the night deepened, Jon's steps grew increasingly resolute. He understood that he bore a heavy responsibility, striving to secure even a glimmer of hope for the future of the North. At last, after a prolonged night of despair, the dawn began to break, and Jon finally met with Mance. Mance was a leader of great reverence, whose presence brought Jon a modicum of solace, as if he had discovered a flicker of light amidst the chaos. Jon wasted no time, affirming his loyalty to Catelyn and the vows he had once made, sorrowfully informing Mance of Ygritte's demise. His eyes reflected boundless grief, yet he swiftly composed himself, stating clearly that he had come to negotiate terms. Confronting Mance, Jon expressed the inner turmoil and conflict that beset him, for it had never been his intention to betray such a heroic figure. Mance's demeanor was resolute, his voice as cold and unyielding as iron, declaring that there would be no terms unless Jon returned to open the castle gates. Otherwise, he would show no mercy to all within Black Castle. Jon comprehended that Mance's harshness stemmed not from cruelty, but from the imperative to protect his people as a leader. Just as their negotiations reached an impasse, an army suddenly descended upon them, leaving both Jon and Mance astounded. The tension in the air escalated to a palpable intensity, as if it were infused with the scent of gunpowder. The reinforcements were none other than Davos and Stannis. Stannis, with a stern demeanor, demanded that Mance kneel. Yet Mance remained unfazed. Observing the shift in circumstances, Jon immediately stepped forward to announce his identity while assisting Mance in his defense, reminding Stannis that Mance had once spared him. This act not only eased the tension between the parties, but also prompted Stannis to reassess the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, far to the south in King's Landing, another storm was brewing. Cersei's expression grew grave as she beheld the horrific injuries inflicted upon Gregor, whose body was marred with wounds resembling a shattered map. The Grand Maester insisted on aiding Gregor, and Cersei reluctantly nodded. She recognized this as a political investment, one she was loath to make yet felt compelled to pursue. Shortly thereafter, Tywin engaged Cersei in a profound discussion. He believed Cersei's engagement to Loras Tyrell presented a rare political opportunity. However, Cersei was resolute in her refusal to marry Loras, unwilling to continue being manipulated by Tywin. A fierce determination shone in her eyes, revealing her inner resolve. Amidst the cold of the north, Jon pressed onward, undeterred by the countless adversities that lay before him. Meanwhile, Cersei, amidst the splendor of the South, waged a silent battle for her freedom and destiny. Two disparate worlds, two divergent life paths, yet each displayed a remarkable courage and determination on their respective journeys. Cersei stood in the shadow of the castle, her eyes glinting with an ineffable light. She had found Jaime, the brother and lover she had always cherished. She confided in him that she had revealed their taboo secret, a relationship deemed abominable by society, to Tywin. Upon hearing this, Jaime's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, a blend of astonishment and resignation. "We must remain together, Jaime," Cersei asserted with unwavering strength. "No matter what happens, I will not abandon you." After a moment of silence, Jaime nodded. He understood that from this point forward, their fates would be irrevocably entwined. Yet, he also recognized that should their liaison come to light, it would unleash a torrent of troubles upon them. Meanwhile, far to the east, Daenerys found herself ensnared in her own quandary. Her meeting with Varys had not unfolded as she had hoped. Varys beseeched the queen to allow him to return to his former master, which left Daenerys disheartened. She had believed she had liberated the slaves, granting them freedom. Yet it seemed some were still inclined to return to their past lives. "Would you truly prefer to return to those who once tormented you?" Daenerys's voice trembled with emotion. Varys bowed his head, unable to meet her gaze. Ultimately, Daenerys acquiesced to his request, recognizing that each individual possesses the right to choose their own path. At that moment, a grim tidings reached her. A dragon under her care had slain the shepherd's young daughter. The news pierced Daenerys's heart, leaving her at a loss on how to confront this tragedy. She resolved to confine her dragons, determined to prevent any further calamities. In the north, at the wall, Aemon conducted a solemn ceremony. He cremated his fallen brothers, paying tribute to their memory and valor. The flames danced, casting a flickering glow upon his resolute visage, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, further afield, Jon buried Ygritte in solitude. His hands dug into the frigid earth, each shovelful feeling as though it were being scooped from his own heart. His movements were methodical and slow, and it was not until the last rays of the setting sun vanished beyond the horizon that he completed this arduous task. Mira, accompanied by Bran and Jojen, trudged laboriously through the snow. The biting wind howled around them, snowflakes settling upon their lashes, crystallizing into ice. Each of them felt the weight of exhaustion, both physically and mentally, pushing them to their limits. Just then, they spotted a flickering light in the distance. That flame shone like a beacon of hope, illuminating their path forward. However, in their moment of elation, skeletal figures suddenly emerged. They attacked Jojen with ghostly silence. Mira and the others were taken aback, fighting valiantly against the relentless onslaught of the undead. The unexpected assault plunged everyone into a state of panic. Mira clutched Bran's hand tightly, determined to shield him from harm. Though injured, Jojen persists in his battle, refusing to retreat even a single step. Throughout this series of events, each individual has faced distinct trials and tribulations. The incestuous relationship between Cersei and Jaime, Daenerys' confusion regarding freedom, Aemon's sorrow, Jon's solitude, and the perilous journey of Mira and Bran weave together a tapestry rich in power and emotion. Standing at the crossroads of fate, Cersei and Jaime must make pivotal choices. Daenerys grapples with the conflict between ideals and reality. Aemon seeks strength amid his grief. Jon clings to his beliefs in isolation, while Mira and Bran navigate the precipice of life and death in search of survival. On the snow-covered wasteland, Bran and his companions confront unprecedented challenges. A sudden attack catches them off guard, prompting Bran to reluctantly employ his unique abilities in a moment of desperation. Yet, despite his efforts, they remain ensnared by disaster. In a fierce battle against the undead, Bran suffers grave injuries, while Jojen closes his eyes forever amidst the swirling snow. Just as despair envelopes them, the three-eyed raven appears. Its enigmatic power rescues the group from the brink of death. The raven's profound gaze seems to penetrate all truths, revealing to Bran that he shall never walk again. However, as compensation, he is granted the ability to fly. This astonishing prophecy stirs a tumult of emotions within Bran, evoking both loss and anticipation. Meanwhile, Brienne tirelessly searches for Arya and the others, traversing countless hardships until she finally discovers them in a secluded valley. However, Arya harbors reservations about Brienne, suspecting that she has been swayed by the Lannister family, leading to a palpable mistrust. This suspicion escalates the already tense atmosphere. Sandor, in a bid to protect Arya, clashes violently with Brienne. The two engage in a fierce struggle, ultimately tumbling into a deep ravine. This unfortunate incident results in Arya losing two significant allies, heightening her vigilance and solitude. On another front, Jaime stealthily infiltrates the cell where Tyrion is imprisoned under the cover of night. Determined to rescue his brother from an unjust trial, he aids Tyrion in his escape. Yet, rather than fleeing from the tumult, Tyrion seeks out his former love, Shae. Following a painful confrontation, Tyrion takes her life, a scene witnessed by his enraged father, Tywin Lannister. Tywin attempts to thwart Tyrion's escape, but in a moment of desperation, Tyrion shoots an arrow and frantically seeks help from Varys. Varys cleverly conceals Tyrion in a crate of goods, successfully facilitating his passage onto a ship destined for freedom. At this juncture, Arya arrives at the docks, offering a coin to the captain and requesting passage to the north. The captain accepted the iron coin, promising to safely escort the young girl to her destination. Thus, Arya embarked on her new journey, while the story behind her continued to unfold. As the vessel slowly departed from the harbor, Arya stood on the deck, gazing back at the receding land. Her heart was filled with uncertainty about the future, yet it also cradled a flicker of hope. She understood that, regardless of what awaited her ahead, she would face it with courage. Meanwhile, on the other side of the continent, Brandon, under the guidance of the three-eyed raven, commenced his new training. Although he had lost the ability to walk, he discovered that his telepathic and control abilities had grown significantly stronger. He began to learn how to harness these powers to adapt to his new way of life, while silently keeping watch over the safety of his siblings far away. Despite the challenges and separations that loomed, the bond among this family became ever more profound. They grew through their individual journeys, learning how to survive in the Game of Thrones. The tale has reached its conclusion.